Chapter 441. Xiao Yunjiao's childlike words didn't arouse the young man's suspicion. It was almost 6 o'clock, close to the end of the workday. The young man had plans to eat with a friend and kept urging Xie, "Please show me your ID card and driver's license." Neither of them had ID cards, they were unregistered here. Xie remained calm, taking a combat uniform and a pistol from Yunjiao's bag and placing them on the table. "Sorry, we're on a classified mission and can't disclose our identities." The young man's impatient expression instantly froze. His eyes were fixed on the combat uniform and pistol on the table, his throat felt like it was blocked, and he couldn't utter a sound for a long time. Recently, strange phenomena had occurred across the country, causing a huge uproar online. A few days ago, one of the young man's friends suddenly collapsed and convulsed. After being taken to the hospital, his family wasn't allowed to visit, and he wasn't allowed to disclose the news. The group chat was full of rumors about whether it was some kind of infectious disease. Could it be another biological weapon dropped by a neighboring superpower? This uniform is clearly not made of ordinary material. It's probably for protection against viruses or something. The man had a cold, stern face and a powerful aura. His rugged appearance made him look like a soldier. Could he be some kind of special forces unit, here to investigate these things? The young man's mind raced, his face turning from red to white, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. Then, I won't charge you rent, and there's no need for a contract. Just remember to bring the car back. He completely forgot about common sense questions, like why someone carrying a child would be on a classified mission. Xie calmly put away his gun and combat uniform. "Thank you. There are instructions from above. They hope you can keep it a secret." The young man nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice, of course. So Xie drove off in a pink Beetle from the car dealership without spending a penny. Once inside, Xiao Yunjiao felt much more comfortable. She had chosen the car. The pink one was even prettier than the bright red one from before. Her little feet dangled in the air. Recalling the car dealership owner's expression, she felt that acquiring resources through other means, rather than outright robbery, seemed more fulfilling. "Although you're poor, you're still somewhat useful," Xiao Yunjiao commented. "Thank you for the compliment," Xie replied without changing his expression. To prevent her from fussing, Xie opened a carton of strawberry milk and strawberry cookies and handed them to her while driving. Xiao Yunjiao, eating cookies and drinking milk, asked, "Where are we going to play now?" Xie replied, "Let's find a quiet, open area and watch the Phoenix show." "The Fire Phoenix, eh?" "Xiao Yunjiao, what's a Phoenix show?" The little bluebird was also very curious, tilting its head and perching on Xie's head. Its true form had shrunk, and crouching there was too low to see anything. After entering, the little bluebird used Xie's head as a foothold. "Xie, you find out soon enough." The car drove away from the city. Along the way, the Fire Phoenix didn't notice any of their people. This contaminated zone was vast, exceeding the Nanjing area and encompassing Zhenjiang and other places, making it one of the largest contaminated zones. The sentries entering the contaminated zone all shared a consensus. In situations where the situation is unclear, do not break the rules arbitrarily. The sentries of the Dawn reinforcements, wearing combat uniforms and carrying guns, would be very conspicuous if they appeared on the street. They may have already found a place to hide. Xie's goal was clear, to gather everyone caught in the contaminated zone before the real danger arrived, minimizing casualties. Only then could they discuss the contaminated zone. Following the car's map, Xie drove west to the villa area on General Avenue. The pink Beetle didn't stop, heading towards General Mountain. There were few people around. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky gradually darkened, tinged with a deep gray blue. The villas in the distance looked particularly desolate in the twilight, the light shining faintly from their windows. A trace amount of dark matter floated in the air. The pollution concentration had reached 33%. Xiao Yunjiao, who was leaning against the window, scoffed softly, slightly raising her hand. A wisp of cyan-fluorescent spiritual energy swiftly moved towards the drifting dark matter, devouring it completely. Xie glanced at it only, said nothing, and parked the car in an open area. Then, the Fire Phoenix flew out of the window, flames erupting from its body as it rapidly expanded in the air, instantly illuminating the twilight sky. A short while later, a phoenix engulfed in flame circled above General Mountain. Its size was enormous, its wingspan nearly obscured half the sky. It let out a clear cry that pierced the clouds and carried far. Little Yunjiao proudly raised her head. "You brought me here just to watch this silly big bird circle in the sky?" She also had a phoenix. "My little bluebird is much prettier than this flame-covered creature." The little bluebird heard this, and proudly raised its head. The little creature didn't even look at the fire phoenix above its head, flapped its wings, and jumped off Sia2's head, hopping into its true form's arms. Sia2 got out of the car, not objecting to the suggestion. After all, even the fire phoenix itself didn't object. Praising the little bluebird as prettier would only make this fool happy. It's more appropriate to let others find us than to search aimlessly, Sia2 replied. Let's wait here. Sentries should arrive within a few hours. The fire phoenix's presence seemed like a signal, a declaration. Ordinary people couldn't see the spiritual entity, but sentries who could see it, knowing its location, would immediately try to gather. But Xiao Yunzhao was far from content. This was the middle of nowhere, with nothing in sight. She couldn't sit still for more than a few minutes. Her legs dangled from the edge of the seat, her toes occasionally kicking the car door, making soft thump-thump sounds. In the sky, the fire phoenix continued to circle, sending signals to the city. For others, the sight of a phoenix in flight was rare. But Xiao Yunzhao subconsciously felt that she seemed to see such scenes often, and didn't find them strange at all. She was perfectly at ease in the contaminated zone. With so many delicious foods and fun activities in the city, why would she want to suffer in this desolate wilderness? Xiao Yunzhao declared, I'm not watching anymore. I want to eat delicious food and sleep in a princess bed. Sia2 rubbed his temples, trying to keep his tone calm. The timeline here is off. The city isn't safe. We need to regroup with the others as soon as possible. Before she could refuse, Sia2 walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, took out some snacks from his backpack and gave them to her, adding, once we find someone, have them go find ingredients. I cook you hot pot. They had originally planned to eat hot pot before being swept into the contaminated zone. The pot and car were lost when they entered. He wondered if she even remembered anything. Hot pot. Xiao Yunzhao looked up at him, clutching a pile of snacks, clearly not remembering anything before they entered. Sia2 turned his head. Yeah. More than an hour later. The sky had completely darkened, and finally, movement came from the foot of the mountain. Fire Phoenix sent word. Ah, they found them. The sentries from Dawn Base. Chapter 442. Under the cover of night. Several shadowy figures moved swiftly towards the mountainside, quickly arriving at the rendezvous point. A pink Volkswagen Beetle was parked in the open. Beside the front passenger seat, a man standing outside the car was bending over, talking to the person in the passenger seat, his expression unusually gentle and patient. Captain Xie. The sentry's voice was extremely excited, as if he had found his pillar of support upon seeing Sia2. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Yunzhao shoved her half-eaten snack into Sia2's hand, and craned her neck to look outside. The fire phoenix illuminated the area as if it were daytime. Xiao Yunzhao saw 4 burly male sentries standing not far away. She glanced at them, then lost interest, taking the snack from the man's hand and continuing to eat. Sia2 straightened up and turned to look at the sentries. Only 4 people had arrived in the first batch. The 4 sentries' faces were unfamiliar. He didn't recognize them. Sia2 didn't give them much of a look and asked, which unit and team? Dawn Reinforcement Unit 3, Group 7, Tang Zixuan. Dawn Reinforcement Unit 3, Group 9, Guifei. Dawn Reinforcement Unit 3, Group 9, Zhao Chong. Dawn Reinforcement Unit 3, Group 10, Sun Chao. After listening to the 4 sentry self-introductions, Sia2 nodded slightly. According to the salvation plan, from now on, you will be under my temporary command. Any questions are welcome. The 4 sentries exchanged glances. Tang Zixuan, as their representative, stepped forward and respectfully said, Captain Xie, we have no questions. They were all A-level sentries in the reinforcement unit. The reinforcement unit belonged to the operations department and was mainly responsible for the clearing of mutants, inventory of spoils, and logistics for the combat teams. Occasionally, they would be assigned temporary missions to newly formed contaminated areas nearby, responsible for dealing with these low-level zones. None of them had ever entered a contaminated area with such a high level of danger. According to the salvation plan initiated by the 4 major bases, in joint missions, if a superior was killed or there was no one to command, priority would be given to the highest-ranking Sentinel commander present. Sia2, as an S-rank Sentinel, had carried out numerous high-risk missions and had even successfully completed a 5-star contaminated zone. He was highly experienced. Therefore, even though the Sentinels in the reinforcement force came from other bases, they had to unconditionally obey Sia2's orders. How many people were caught up in this? Sia2 asked. Tang Zixuan, speaking of his missing teammates, replied with worry, there were 3 teams of Sentinels in our vehicle, a total of 20 people, including Group 9 in our vehicle. Of the 21 people, including the 2 from Group 9, 18 were missing. Sia2 looked at Sun Chao. Sun Chao was about to answer, when he suddenly heard the rustling sound of a snack bag. He instinctively looked towards the source of the sound. The sentry had excellent eyesight, and immediately spotted a small head peeking out from the passenger seat. With a rustling sound, a pair of small hands deftly tore open a snack wrapper. Then, a small head peeked out even higher, revealing a pair of clear, watery eyes. Those eyes were full of displeasure, glaring fiercely at Sun Chao, who was spying on her. Sun Chao was utterly shocked. They had noticed someone in the passenger seat when they arrived, but they hadn't expected it to be a 6 or 7-year-old girl. Sia2 frowned slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the hood of the car. Sun Chao snapped back to reality, focusing on the matter at hand, and said, "We were also in 3 teams, a total of 20 people. Our car was at the very back when we came in, but it disappeared, and we were all scattered. I saw Wufeng, and met the other 3 on the way here. Because they were at the very back, Sun Chao and the others didn't have a chance to greet Sia2 when they met him on the road, and had no idea there were other people in Sia's car. But how could it be a child?" Not long after he finished speaking, the fire phoenix circling in the air sent another message. "Ah, another sentry is coming." The little bluebird scoffed, complaining to its main body, "Ah, it's mimicking my voice. Xiao Yunjiao, beat it up." She poked her head out and commanded the fire phoenix, "Get down." The fire phoenix circled uneasily for 2 seconds, then slowly transformed into a palm-sized red bird, obediently crawling into the car and standing in front of her. Xiao Yunjiao, having finished eating potato chips, grabbed the fire phoenix's wing and lifted it up. The little bluebird bristled. "Ah, you're not allowed to touch other birds." "Xiao Yunjiao, didn't you ask me to help you get revenge?" The little bluebird stomped its feet. "No touching. No touching." "Fine, I won't help you get revenge then." Xiao Yunjiao angrily grabbed the fire phoenix and flung it out of the car window. The fire phoenix nearly fell to the ground, but as soon as it gained its freedom, it quickly flapped its wings and flew away. The shrunken version of her was terrifying. The little bluebird realized that its original form was actually angry with it, and its icy blue eyes showed shock. It didn't remember anything from before. But since it woke up, its original form had always been obedient to it, putting it first in everything, and this was the first time it had spoken to it in such a tone. The little bluebird thought for a moment, then jumped into her arms, and nuzzled her with its little head. Xiao Yunjiao gave a soft hum, stretched her delicate little hand out the window, and said to Sia2, "Wipe your hands." Sia2 skillfully pulled out a wet wipe from his bag, tore open the packaging, and carefully wiped her hands. The sentries kept their eyes fixed straight ahead, all turning their heads toward the mountain road, not daring to detect any movement in the direction of the vehicle. Without the light of the fire phoenix, the mountainside was shrouded in darkness. By the moonlight, the outlines of several figures could be faintly seen, their movements nimble as they hurried towards the mountainside. Old Gao. Sun Chao recognized his teammates, his voice excited, and he quickly stepped forward to meet them. "Great, you're all right. I'm fine. I don't know what's going on with this contaminated area. I didn't encounter any real danger, but someone discovered my gun and called the police. I ran before they arrived." "They called the police, right?" "That's what they called them in our training." "Me too. They immediately asked for my ID. There were people everywhere. There was nowhere to hide. I wasn't as lucky as you. Something seemed to have happened on the street. There were police cars everywhere. I was chased by a group of people as soon as I entered. Luckily, I ran into Hu Yuchen from Group 8. I know. Many people in the city have been corrupted by dark matter. They look like they're about to mutate. We talk about it later. Let's report to Captain Sia first." The sentries exchanged a few words, and then stood before Sia2. "Captain Sia." The group introduced themselves. "Currently, there are 11 sentries. Group 7, 3 people, Group 8, 1 person, Group 9, 3 people, Group 10, 2 people, Group 11, 2 people. The military vehicles transporting reinforcements carried 5 to 7 men per squad, with 3 squads per vehicle." Gui Fei noticed something was wrong. "Where are the men in Squad 12? I haven't seen a single one." Sia2 put the tissues back in the vehicle, checked the time on his wrist, and ordered, "Wait 2 more hours." Chapter 443. During the wait, Xiao Yunjiao was full and sleepy. Sia2 reclined the passenger seat, took out a small blanket, and covered her, coaxing her to sleep. Her eyes were barely open, but she stubbornly insisted, "Hot pot." He had promised. Sia2 hummed in agreement, "You'll be able to eat soon when you wake up." Xiao Yunjiao then fell into a deep sleep, completely satisfied. The little bluebird hopped over, perched on her shoulder and neck, tilting its head to examine the sleeping, shrunken original body. It seemed it still couldn't understand why the original body had spoken to it in that tone. The little bluebird was deeply shocked. Seeing that she was asleep, Xie took his backpack and distributed the compressed biscuits and drinking water to the sentries. The reinforcements were equipped with gun magazines, but no marching backpacks. The sentries had no food. Feeding so many people was a problem. Xie, not wanting to wake Xiao Yunjiao, took out his notebook and sat down alone on a nearby rock. 2 hours passed quickly. During this time, 5 more sentries arrived. The sentries had no money or identification. Many had run there on foot, some taking longer than others due to the distance. Of the 5 newcomers, 4 were members of Group 8, and the other was a sentry from Group 7. Now there were 16 sentries, 4 from Group 7, 5 from Group 8, 3 from Group 9, 2 from Group 10, and 2 from Group 11. 24 sentries remained missing. Of the 7 from Group 12, none had yet appeared. The sentries could only console themselves. Perhaps the others had appeared in places too far away to spot Huafeng. Xie, however, seemed unconcerned. He slowly closed his notebook, his sharp eyes scanning the room, and gestured for everyone to gather around. 16 sentinels, including 3 strikingly beautiful female sentinels, stood in 2 rows before him, awaiting orders. Time is of the essence. We cannot leave these others here any longer. Xie's voice was steady and powerful, striking straight to the heart. I deduce that we are currently at the eve of the Dark Apocalypse, the date unknown, and the Dark Apocalypse could occur at any moment. The urgency in his words made the sentinel's expressions grow even more solemn. Once darkness falls, we may face the entire city of mutants. Xie's eyes were sharp as he said, the 5-star contaminated zones have existed for over a century. We can't rule out the possibility of S-class sentinel mutants and advanced guide mutants here. Everyone must be aware of this, prioritize the overall situation, and follow orders from now on. Any questions can be asked now. A sentinel raised his hand. Team leader Xie, should we collect supplies and ammunition next? Xie calmly replied, no, our resources are limited. We directly seek cooperation with the government to rescue as many people as possible here. These words caused an uproar, with whispers and discussions erupting. Cooperate with the government of the old era, but those people are all mutants or projections. What's the point of rescuing those people? Reporting to Captain Xie, this is a contaminated zone. Even if we change the course of Nanjing's history, it's just wishful thinking on our part. Zhao Chong mustered his courage to voice his doubts. I think it's meaningless because those are all dead. There's no need to be a hero in a contaminated zone. Several sentries nodded in agreement. Using their own lives to rescue already dead mutants? The most urgent task shouldn't be self-preservation and finding a way to escape through the gatekeeper? The reinforcements had only completed low-level, newly formed contaminated zones before. Their usual mission style, their orders, were to immediately find the gatekeeper upon entering. Why risk their lives to save these afterimages when they don't understand the high-risk 5-star mission? Because you know the outcome? The process doesn't matter? Xie looked up at Zhao Chong, his voice steady yet warm. Every conscious, normal person in the city means one less mutant to face. If there are S-class beings among those you rescue, you're also saving your own lives. The sentries suddenly understood and responded in unison, yes. Their voices were incredibly loud. Xie subconsciously looked at the person sleeping inside the vehicle. Lil Yunjiao hadn't been woken up and was sleeping soundly. The 5-star gatekeeper is extremely well hidden. Focusing all our efforts on finding it in the early stages will only reduce our survival rate. Xie's voice was low but clear. First survive, only then should we try to get out. The sentries were about to respond. Xie raised his hand, signaling them to be quiet. Yes. A group of people glanced at the pink beetle out of the corner of their eyes, and responded softly. It sounded rather unimpressive. Next came the operational plan. Xie chose to gather here in this secluded location first, as a backup plan. No one was certain whether the government personnel would still have self-awareness, and be able to cooperate after the arrival of the Dark Apocalypse. If the group collectively lost control, they needed a way out. Xie thus chose this location as their temporary defensive outpost. Fire Phoenix had already checked. The occupancy rate of the nearby villa area was not high, with many wealthy people buying houses here, but not living there. These villas prioritize privacy, are walled, fully equipped, and include basements. The surrounding area is sparsely populated, making them excellent defensive locations so far. Xie left 10 sentries there to reinforce the houses and stockpile supplies. Even if the supplies weren't used, they could be taken out eventually. The other 6 followed him back to the city. They headed straight for the Nanjing government. Xiao Yunjiao was awakened by the city's hustle and bustle. She groggily sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and looked out the car window, realizing they were back in the city. In the old days, night and day seemed indistinguishable. Pedestrians thronged the streets, and neon lights flashed in vibrant colors, illuminating the entire street as if it were daytime. "Shall we go get hot pot?" Xie, who had somehow changed into his combat uniform, drove. "Yeah, but we have some important business to attend to first. We have hot pot soon after that." Xiao Yunjiao yawned. She had eaten a lot of snacks and wasn't actually hungry. But a man's promise must be kept. She didn't want to eat, but she couldn't live without it. Xiao Yunjiao was about to speak when she caught a glimpse of a large head almost touching hers. She turned her head, her eyes fixed on the back seat. There, in a small beetle, were 6 sentinels crammed into the back. Because the passenger seat was folded down, the 6 of them occupied very little space, awkwardly piled on top of each other. The 3 sentinels on top met her gaze, and gave her awkward smiles. Xiao Yunjiao haughtily raised her chin. "Ugh, those annoying sentinels." "The sentinels, eh?" Xie focused on driving. Along the way, strange phenomena occurred intermittently. They had to be wary of vehicles suddenly going out of control from all sides. The pink beetle wasn't moving fast. The pollution concentration had reached 41%. Based on the pollution concentration, Xie deduced that darkness would fall at least before tonight. There should be enough time. The car drove through Jiangning district and arrived at Xuanwu district, stopping in front of the government building. The building was still brightly lit at night. The soldiers on duty at the entrance stood motionless, their eyes fixed straight ahead. Xie gestured for the sentries to get out of the car, weapons at their disposal. 7 sentries in black uniforms appeared, armed with various heavy weapons. The 2 soldiers on duty recognized the weapons as real firearms and reacted instantly. One of them's eyes widened, and he shouted sharply, "Halt! Weapons are prohibited from approaching without permission. Put down your weapons immediately and submit to inspection." Something was amiss in the city. During this special period, military forces were secretly stationed around the government building. At his shout, the hidden security forces instantly appeared, spreading out in a fan shape, guns pointed at them, surrounding the 8 people. Xie remained calm, holding Xiao Yunjiao, standing tall and straight at the forefront. He began. "Xie, an S-class sentinel from Dawn Base, comes from 200 years in the future and wishes to meet with the highest-ranking government leader." Chapter 444. Time travelers from 200 years in the future? The dimension of time doesn't exist. It's just a coordinate of a state of motion. Time travel is impossible. But they produced evidence. These 8 people, except for the little girl, are all superhumans. How do you explain that? In the large conference room, only Xie and 8 others were present. A group of armed men appeared in the government building. To protect the safety of the officials, Xie didn't see them, but was taken to an empty conference room. On the video screen above, a dozen government officials, a military commander, a political commissar, and scientists in related fields appeared. Xie remained calm and composed, introducing the 8 people as their representative. With the help of the invisible spiritual entity, after Xie and others demonstrated their abilities, the scientists in the video inexplicably began to argue. After all, it was only a video meeting. Some thought it was a trick, like magic tricks that could deceive the eye. Others believed they came from a parallel world. If time travel is possible, then the time paradox doesn't exist. The river of time is a straight line. Any slight alteration will create a tributary, completely unrelated to the original timeline. That's right. The increase in entropy of the universe is irreversible. After the entropy increases to a certain level, the universe will change from order to disorder. Time cannot flow backward. So you believe these 8 people come from a parallel universe? Absurd. How is it absurd? Since time travelers have appeared, proving the grandfather paradox true, every decision we make might create a different universe. Xiao Yunjiao, impatient with all this, threw the soda can in her hand at the large screen. Bang! She wasn't strong enough. The can didn't hit the screen, but fell to the ground with a loud thud. Humans, smaller than ants, think they can create a universe by changing their tiny minds? Xiao Yunjiao kicked her leg, letting out a drawn-out haw. In her childish voice, she mocked, "A bunch of useless trash, not discussing important matters, just talking about pointless things." All sound vanished instantly. Being insulted by a child, No one was angry for a moment. No one present treated her as a normal little girl. In the eyes of the government officials, the little girl in the princess dress was even more bizarre than the sentries. After all, if she were truly a transmigrated superhuman, who would bring an ordinary little girl here? You mean, deny that you come from a parallel world? A scientist tentatively asked her. Seeing that they were still arguing about this, Xiao Yunxiao was about to retort with a curse when Xie took out a strawberry chocolate and fed it to her. The matter of the contaminated zone couldn't be revealed. Revealing that these people were dead, or merely images created by the gatekeepers, would be detrimental to the upcoming operations. Where we come from is not important. Xie gaze swept over each leader on the screen. What is important is that the dark apocalypse is about to descend, and if we don't act immediately, the entire city will fall at an extremely rapid pace. At that time, the city will be reduced to ruins, humanity will become mutants, and civilization will collapse in the darkness. As Xie finished speaking, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. The leaders on the screen displayed a variety of expressions. His words were too outlandish. Time travel, a dark apocalypse, even with superhuman abilities, it was hard to believe. The leader on the screen finally spoke, with the authority of someone long accustomed to high office. Mr. Xie, your statement is shocking, but as government representatives, we must make decisions based on reason and evidence. The commander and political commissar at the head of the table nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with the secretary's statement. The political commissar said, before that, we need more evidence to support your claims. Xie, with current technology, we can detect dark matter permeating the air. This is the evidence. Scientists had indeed detected unidentified substances. These substances appeared suddenly, omnipresent, like tiny particles permeating the air. And after these substances appeared, strange phenomena began to occur in the city. Hospitals received individual patients whose bones were dissolving or calcifying, or undergoing abnormal changes, growing in different directions. Brainwaves also became abnormal, and the individuals became uncontrollable, as if they had rabies. The most terrifying thing was that the patient's skin began to turn black, oozing a corrosive, unidentified liquid. It was very similar to the mutant he had described. However, the current research period was too short to prove a direct link to the heresy. Commander Zhong, who had remained silent until now, put down his teacup, his tone resolute. This matter is of utmost importance. I urge Mr. Xie to come forward and discuss it in person. Commander, you can't. The political commissar disagreed. Many others echoed his sentiment. They practically said that these people were of unknown origin, refusing to disarm themselves even inside government offices. What if they were enemies? Xiao Yunxiao was even more reluctant than them. No, I want to eat hot pot. Commander Zhong ignored the objections around him. He looked at the girl, who was about the same age as his granddaughter, and said kindly, I have hot pot here, all you can eat. Free? The cook is too poor, he can't even afford a car. Xiao Yunxiao, with an air of entitlement, made the decision, okay, let's go eat hot pot. Escorted by guards, the group arrived at the military compound. There they met Commander Zhong. He was wearing a crisp military uniform, the stars on his epaulets gleaming under the lights. Although he was over 60, his military bearing and spirit remained undiminished. Mr. Xie, please sit down. Commander Zhong looked at Xiao Yunxiao, his eyes showing gentleness. The hot pot is ready. Shall I have someone take you to the restaurant? A little bluebird flapped its wings, wisps of greenish-blue fluorescence emanating from it. As it approached, its spirit passed through Commander Zhong's body. He was also an image. These images had all once lived, but then. Xiao Yunxiao stared at the gray-haired Commander Zhong for a long time, then climbed off Xie, her feet touching the ground for the first time on the carpet. She proudly nodded her chin. Lead the way! Xie gave a look to the guards behind him, signaling them to follow. The guards understood, and followed Xiao Yunxiao away. Commander Zhong paid no attention to the others' movements, had tea served to Xie, and slowly began. I wonder if Mr. Xie knows that a strange thing happened in Zhongshan Scenic Area today. Xie paused in his tea-serving gesture, then replied without changing his expression. Is that so? Zhongshan Scenic Area, the encampment of the Qinhuai camp. It seems that people 200 years from now are living a very hard life. No wonder Mr. Xie revealed his identity and came to the government. Commander Zhong's tone was heavy. I'm old. I don't have many years left to live. If I can do something for future generations, then my life will not have been in vain. Chapter 445. Xiao Yunxiao showed absolutely no interest in the conversation. She sat firmly in her champagne-colored princess dress, not allowing the two mutants to touch the dazzling array of food on the table. The two Nani's hands awkwardly froze in midair. "We take care of things here. You can go and rest," Lao Gao said, trying to smooth things over. The Nanis had no choice but to leave. The rest of the people in the restaurant were all their own. The sentry stared at the steaming hot pot, swallowed hard, and turned his head to check if there were any cameras or listening devices in the restaurant. What does hot pot taste like? He never had it before. And all those dishes, just the meat alone had so many kinds and varieties, it smelled so good. But why was there a child with Captain Xie? Sun Chao was lost in thought when Lao Gao called him. He looked up and his eyes met directly with Little Bluebird's. Little Bluebird was perched on a chair, her eyes full of disdain. "Aw, idiot. Sun Chao, Wait a minute. Why would a child have a spiritual body? And this spiritual body looks exactly like the fire phoenix after it shrunk, only the color is different. I heard the guides at Dawn Base are also S-rank phoenix spiritual bodies, with equally explosive personalities, but their ages don't match. Could this little girl be Captain Xie's child? I never heard of Captain Xie having a daughter this big." Before Sun Chao could figure it out, he heard Lao Gao say, "We found Zhang Tian and Su Xiangyang, and one sentry from Group 7. On their way here, following Captain Xie's orders, they released their spiritual bodies." The sentries were constantly monitoring the spiritual bodies' movements. They only just realized that spiritual bodies could be so far away from their original bodies. Why haven't we heard from Group 12 yet? Could something have happened? Probably not. We haven't encountered any danger. With their skills, they should be able to handle this. I always thought that entering a 5-star contaminated zone meant certain death. Me too. This is my first time entering a high-risk contaminated zone. The people here feel so real, like living beings. Sigh, the more real they seem, the stranger they feel. I have a bad feeling. Team Leader Xie said, not ruling out the possibility of an S-class mutant here. S-class. There are only a few in the 4 bases combined. If there really is an S-class here, is Team Leader Xie confident he can handle it? And the Gatekeeper? In such a large contaminated zone, what kind of creature would the Gatekeeper be? And where would they be hiding? Clearly, the sentries weren't as calm as they appeared. Their hearts were filled with trepidation, unsure if they would make it out alive. Xiao Yunzhao sat on a stool, in the middle of a large round table. A pair of mandarin ducks were placed in the center. She was too short for the chopsticks to reach the pot. Xie too wasn't there, so no one was serving her food or cooking meat. The 6 straight men stood there blankly, preoccupied with their information. Xiao Yunzhao stared intently at Sun Chao. "You come and cook the meat." Sun Chao, Resignedly, he went over to serve the little princess her meal. "Make sure it's tender, don't overcook it." "Okay." Sun Chao picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, dipped it in the pot, and watched the meat's movements closely. She then turned to Lao Gao. "Go wash the vegetables. Wash anything the mutants touched again, they're filthy." Lao Gao silently picked up the plate and got to work. "And you and I, go make 2 more dipping sauces. More sesame paste, less chili, and no garlic." The sentry scratched his head, somewhat at a loss. What's sesame paste?" Xiao Yunzhao frowned, her tone laced with disdain. "How can you be so clumsy? Isn't it written on it?" "Oh, okay. The 6 sentries quickly became busy, with no time to think. Some were in charge of cooking the meat, some were in charge of pouring drinks, and the others were responsible for serving vegetables, cooking shrimp balls, and preparing dipping sauces. One sentry even stood by, ready to hand out tissues at any moment. Even with all this work, she still criticized them for being clumsy. "The meat is overcooked, this meatball has fallen apart, and the vegetables are too old." Xiao Yunzhao commented, "They're so clumsy, not as efficient as a chef at all." The little bluebird flapped its wings, agreeing, useless. When Xie Tu arrived, the sentries breathed a sigh of relief and looked at him, their eyes filled with a plea for help. Xie Tu sat down next to Xiao Yunzhao. "Looks like you two get along well." The sentries, Xiao Yunzhao snorted, grabbed Xie Tu's combat uniform with her little hands, and climbed onto him. Xie Tu helped her to prevent her from falling, glancing at the dishes on the table. Xiao Yunzhao had a small appetite, the dishes looked barely touched. Xie Tu gestured to the sentries. "Sit down and eat first. We move out after we finish this hot pot." The sentries breathed a sigh of relief. Those people really agreed? "Yes. Xie Tu, this is just the first step. Be prepared." "Understood." Lao Gao quickly recounted finding 3 more people, but there's still no news from Group 12. Xie Tu said calmly, "I know where they are." What? The sentry's eyes widened. Xie Tu, holding Xiao Yunzhao, said, "We go over after dinner?" It was 3 a.m. Late at night. Inside the government building, the lights were bright, and a meeting concerning the fate of Nanjing was underway. Fire Phoenix aimlessly wandered between the tables. It was very unhappy that its host wanted it to come and listen in. Taking advantage of the fact that these people couldn't see it, Fire Phoenix ran from one end of the long table to the other, and then back again. Xie Tu was on his way to Zhongshan, relaying a message. Fire Phoenix read aloud word for word from the secretary holding the microphone. Commander Zhong shall immediately convene high-ranking government officials, military representatives, scientists, and medical experts to establish the Nanjing Crisis Emergency Command Center. Divide Nanjing into a safe zone, a buffer zone, and an isolation zone. Use the testing equipment developed by the Academy of Sciences to conduct rapid virus screening on all residents of the city. Those with a contamination concentration below 5% can enter the safe zone, those below 30% will be evacuated to the buffer zone, and those above 50% will remain in the isolation zone for observation. Establish a secure passage between the quarantine zone and the safe zone to ensure the flow of supplies and personnel. Activate the emergency supply allocation mechanism, collect battery equipment from across the city, and prioritize medical, food, and energy supplies. It must be said, the official response was remarkably swift. The Eastern Theater Command, comprising 6 provinces, is based in Nanjing. A large number of troops are stationed there. Barriers have been erected along the route to intercept passing vehicles. The military provided them with 2 vehicles and a quantity of communication equipment. After meeting with the 3 sentries, Xie Tu gave them a vehicle and 2 communicators, instructing them to proceed to the General Mountain Villa area. He continued driving his beetle. The other 6 sentries followed him in military vehicles, quickly heading towards the Qinhuai refugee camp's encampment. Looking at the soldiers standing guard along the way, the sentries were filled with mixed emotions. Such a strong military force, why did it fall back then? Unfortunately, no one could answer. Kyoto's military force was even stronger, yet it also fell back then. Those who escaped established a base of hope, managing to survive into the wasteland era. Meanwhile, inside the beetle ahead, Xie Tu was also observing the soldiers along the way. He watched quietly for a moment, then turned to Xiao Yunzhao and asked, "Do you know where the gatekeeper is?" In contaminated zone 249, she had the ability to sense the gatekeeper. It seemed that as long as one was close to the gatekeeper, she could sense it. Xiao Yunzhao released a strand of spiritual energy, playing with it in her hand. After sensing it for a moment, she frowned and replied, "It's everywhere." Chapter 446. Xie Tu's gaze swept across the buildings and pedestrians along the way, pondering the gatekeeper's attributes. Ubiquitous? Does this mean the gatekeeper might exist in some special form, hidden in every corner of the city? Or has its anchor point already infiltrated every space? Xie Tu knew Xiao Yunzhao's personality from the last time. She wouldn't speak unless you asked. He deliberately softened his voice. Is its ubiquity like air, or like the eyes of a monitor? Xiao Yunzhao lowered her head, braiding the spiritual thread in her hand into a plate, her tone proud. "I don't know. It doesn't matter what it is, anyway, I can kill it." Xie Tu noticed she was in a good mood, his eyebrows twitching slightly. "Then do you know where the cloud technique is?" Xiao Yunzhao, having eaten and drunk her fill, unusually kindly answered his question. "I never met Dad. I only seen the videos he left behind." Xiao Yunzhao. "He told me to wait for him obediently, that he come find me when he was done, but I waited and waited, and Dad never showed up. I want to go find him." Xie Tu's heart sank. Yunzhao left contaminated Zone 6 because she wanted to find Yunju? He continued calmly. "What's in contaminated Zone 6? Do you remember?" Xiao Yunzhao stopped, and the clusters of greenish-blue fluorescence in her hand instantly dissipated. She raised her fair, delicate face, her eyes flashing with a coldness beyond her years. "You seem to really enjoy trying to trick me. You always do this." "Every time?" She did remember the last time. The contaminated zone, the gatekeeper's mental realm. Were they all actually happening within the same time loop? No wonder they said to destroy the source. The same spacetime means that destroying the source would destroy that spacetime, making all the contaminated areas disappear, but why can only the Guide of Light destroy it? Xie Tu calmed himself and said, "I'm not trying to trick you, but I'm looking for answers for you as you grow up." Xiao Yunzhao carefully examined his expression, confirming that he wasn't lying. "I don't know. Dad sealed it off. It's too big inside. I only play nearby." Xiao Yunzhao. "I live in the manor castle. There are amusement parks, circuses, cinemas, food streets, schools. There are many robot nannies who go out every day to find delicious food and fun things for me. They take care of my daily needs, do laundry and cook, and even teach me to read. Xie Tu was deeply shocked. Xiao Yunxiao, however, seemed to have opened a floodgate of words. As she spoke, a look of disgust crossed her face as she said, I don't like going out. Going out means encountering trash. A bunch of useless people crying and howling. It's filthy. Once, a group of people broke into my amusement park, followed by a lot of filthy things. I killed all the filthy things and chased them all out. The little bluebird listened, tilting its head, fragments of memory flashing through its mind. The small original body sat on the roller coaster track, looking down disdainfully at the trash, who had invaded her territory. It had always been by the original body's side back then. It seemed to have a vague recollection of the scene she described. Xie Tu listened silently to her childhood stories, his eyes dark and unreadable, but his hand gripping the steering wheel suddenly tightened. Ahead, the Zhongshan scenic area gradually came into view. Ah, there are so many people over there. Xiao Yunxiao couldn't understand his feelings and rolled down the car window to watch the commotion. She saw that a cordon had been set up at the foot of the mountain leading to the scenic area, with several military vehicles and tanks parked there. Xiao Yunxiao also saw several spiritual entities crouching not far away, monitoring the military's movements. Xie Tu naturally noticed the commotion as well. The nearby residents had all already evacuated. The military hadn't received orders from their superiors. They were simply blocking the roads leading down the mountain from all directions, seemingly waiting for the people on the summit to surrender. Xie Tu put aside his thoughts. The important matter was at hand. He turned to Xiao Yunxiao and whispered, let little bluebird return to the spiritual realm first. The people at the Qinhuai camp had seen her and little bluebird, but they didn't know she would be affected by the contaminated zone. People outside wouldn't be affected by the contaminated zone's timeline. As long as they hadn't seen little bluebird, they wouldn't consider the young her and the grown-up her the same person. Why? Xiao Yunxiao didn't understand, her face stubborn. I'm so powerful. Why should I hide it? Xie Tu patiently explained, the Qinhuai camp is full of outsiders. If you can leave the contaminated area smoothly, it will be very disadvantageous for you if they spread the news. He had ways to silence the sentries from the 4 bases. But these outsiders were uncontrollable. There were thousands of people in the camp. It was impossible to guarantee that everyone would help keep the secret. Xie Tu knew her temperament. Before she could agree, he looked up at the little bluebird and gestured to the little creature with his eyes. You can't cause trouble for the original body. The little bluebird possessed memories. It knew that the grown-up original body didn't want anyone to discover its special characteristics. Its figure gradually dissipated, returning to the spiritual realm. Now, it was Xiao Yunxiao's turn to be shocked. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. Her little bluebird actually obeyed the cook. Xie Tu explained, it doesn't obey me, it just wants to protect you when you grow up. Xiao Yunxiao wasn't stupid, on the contrary, she was very clever. After comforting her, Xie Tu drove over. The soldiers guarding the foot of the mountain, seeing the pink beetle approaching, seemed to have already received orders and let it pass without asking any questions. The road up the mountain was littered with drone wreckage. 2 sentries crouching halfway up the mountain, having received a message from the spiritual entity, proactively appeared, excitedly shouting, Team Leader Xie. Xiao Yunxiao caught a glimpse of the black combat uniforms worn by the 2. They were from the 12th team of the Dawn base. Xie Tu rolled down the car window. Get in and talk. The 2 sentries quickly ran over, opening the back door, while greeting the sentries in the vehicles behind them. Forced into this contaminated zone, everyone's nerves were on edge. Seeing Xie Tu there, they finally felt a sense of security, and explained everything that had happened since they entered. The moment the car was swept into the contaminated zone, the 12 groups happened to be pulled together, and appeared near the Xuanwu district. When we came in, we encountered many military vehicles rushing this way, and found that the entire Qinhuai camp had been swallowed up by the contaminated zone, one of the sentries said. We took advantage of the fact that the military's defense line hadn't been completed yet, ran up the mountain to check the situation, met their camp commander and deputy commander, and at their request, stayed here. After all, there's strength in numbers. Qinhuai camp also has quite a few A-level sentries. By holding this place, we can brainstorm ways to get out. The sentry breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect you to come in too. The danger level of a 5-star contaminated zone was beyond their capabilities. With an S-level sentry present, the chances of survival were greatly increased. Xie Tu focused on the important matter at hand and asked, Besides you, have you seen any other sentries? The sentry replied, yes. 7 people from groups 9 and 10 also discovered the situation here and went up the mountain. Sia2 didn't say anything more. 40 people from the Dawn base entered, but the last 7 were still missing. The 2 vehicles continued driving up the mountain. Familiar scenes along the way. In just one day, Zhongshan's landscape had undergone a dramatic transformation. Rewinding to 200 years ago, the resettlement houses and cultivated fields that once covered the mountain had vanished, and all the buildings along the way had become tourist attractions and facilities. The vehicles were almost at the summit. A large crowd came into view ahead. Zheng Xiao and others whom he had met once before stood at the very front. A quick glance revealed a woman surrounded by others whom he didn't recognize. But Sia2 immediately recognized her as a guide. The battalion commander of Qinhuai camp was a guide. Chapter 447. Zheng Xiao and the others, like the sentries at Dawn base, felt much more at ease seeing Sia2 there. He and the others quickly went to greet him. But the car door opened. Sia2 didn't greet them, but instead went around to the passenger side and carried out a delicate little girl in a princess dress. Zheng Xiao was stunned. Wasn't Yun Guide with Sia2? Where did this child come from? And this little girl's features looked very much like Yun Guide's, almost identical. Could it be? Little Yun Zhao was pouting when she was taken out of the car. The cook ignored her after getting the information. She turned to look at the group of dumbfounded sentries, her eyes darting around, her hands clinging to Sia2's neck, and sweetly calling out in her childish voice, Daddy. Sia2's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, but he couldn't refute it. Everyone was stunned. Sun Xiao, who had just gotten out of the car behind, almost tripped over the door upon hearing her shout. Sun Xiao thought, just as I thought. Team leader Xia was secretly married, and the child is already so big. The key question is, who is the child's mother? Zheng Xiao's mind raced. He hadn't seen Guide Yun, perhaps she hadn't been involved. When Sia2 and Guide Yun first visited, they didn't hide their relationship. Holding hands as they went out, they were clearly a couple. He hadn't seen the little girl then. Perhaps team leader Xia mistook their camp for those middlemen and, finding it dangerous, placed the child at the sentry post? The Dawn base hadn't released Guide Yun's age. Zheng Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Guide Yun had a baby face, and didn't look very old, yet her child with team leader Xia was already 5 or 6 years old. The expressions on the faces of those present varied. The atmosphere inexplicably froze. Xiao Yunzhao giggled, poked Sia2's cheek, then turned her head, and found everyone staring at her. Her expression immediately changed. What are you looking at? Zheng Xiao, Team leader Xia and Guide Yun both have pretty good tempers. This child's personality seems to have inherited Guide Yun's spirit. Right now, business is more important. Zheng Xiao acted as if nothing had happened. Smiling as he stepped forward to exchange pleasantries with Sia2, I express my gratitude on behalf of the Qinhuai camp for bringing you here, Captain Xia. Sia2 grasped Xiao Yunzhao's mischievous hand and nodded slightly. How's the situation here? No casualties, just that the water and electricity have been cut off. A woman surrounded by people stepped forward and said gently, There's a supermarket on the mountain, so we don't lack food for now, but it won't last long. Zheng Xiao reacted and introduced, This is our camp leader, Shuangwan. Shuangwan was an A-level guide. She had hosted a banquet for Sia2 and Yunzhao that evening, but neither of them had shown up, so they hadn't met her then. This wasn't the time for casual conversation and pleasantries in a contaminated zone. Shuangwan, being able to manage such a large camp as a guide, was a shrewd person. The fact that an S-level sentinel had come to them proactively proved that they weren't being abandoned. Shuangwan replied, The Qinhuai camp has 2,418 personnel, including 168 sentries and 4 guides, all currently on the mountain and willing to follow Captain Xia's command. She understood clearly. They were unfamiliar with the contaminated area. Relinquishing command and obeying orders was the only way to save most of their lives. You don't need to do anything, Sia2 said, his gaze sweeping over the panicked faces behind him. Zhongshan has been designated as a safe zone, and the troops below will soon withdraw. A defensive line must be built here as quickly as possible. Zhuangwan froze. A defensive line? Xiao Yunzhao, restless, grabbed her hand and became even more agitated. Her entire body was expressing her discontent. Sia2 released her hand, supporting her shoulder to prevent her from falling, before saying, No matter what method you use, you must complete the fortifications at the foot of the mountain by today. Defend Zhongshan to the death. The camp was mostly populated by ordinary people. Once the dark apocalypse descends, these people will be in great danger. The Qinhuai camp is guides, so the sentries are protected. As long as the foot of the mountain is held, and there are no mutants on the mountain, ordinary people have a chance of survival. Xie Tu summoned Sun Chao and handed Zhuang Wan a communication device. Supplies and materials will be delivered by the military later. Contact us if anything happens. Then, Xie Tu concisely arranged the necessary defensive points, and also gave them a map of the safe zone, as well as the sentry outposts of General Mountain. He didn't linger. After explaining everything, he called all the sentries from the Dawn base to leave. Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. On the return trip, Sun Chao couldn't help but sigh. It would be a miracle if Qinhuai camp could survive unscathed. With the city teeming with mutants, and possibly even S-class mutants, their survival was uncertain. There was no time to protect ordinary people. Don't be so pessimistic. I think Captain Xia's method is feasible, Lao Gao said. The gatekeepers gave us 2 days of safety. They didn't try to wipe us out. Kai Ruifan from Group 12 was puzzled. There's no date. How did you know it was 2 days? Lao Gao rolled his eyes at him and raised his wrist. Can't you read the pollution concentration? Holy crap. I only looked away for a moment. How did it get to 51%? Kai Ruifan reacted. So once the pollution concentration reaches a certain threshold, the dark apocalypse will arrive? Probably. How much will it be? It won't be 100%, will it? No polluted area has ever reached 100%. If it were, we wouldn't be able to withstand it, would we? Dark matter can erode the Sentinel's mental realm. They didn't dare to imagine what kind of hell a 100% pollution concentration area would be like. Sun Chao shrugged. I don't know. Captain Xie should have made arrangements. I have inhibitors in my bag. Did you guys bring yours? Yes, we did. Going on a mission without these to save our lives is suicide. So where are we going now? Following Captain Xie. Compared to the commotion in the vehicles behind, the pink beetle in front was quiet. The sentinels crammed into the back seat dared not make a sound. Because Xiao Yunjiao was asleep. She only slept for 2 hours after coming in, ate and drank her fill, and then made a fuss for half a day. She soon dozed off, and closed her eyes shortly after getting into the car. Xie Tu glanced out the window. The streets at 5 in the morning. Armored vehicles slowly drove by, their tracks making a dull thud as they rubbed against the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Large trucks transporting supplies and batteries occasionally passed by. Along the way, various types of heavy machinery had entered the city and begun construction work. Multiple lines of defense were being established between the safe zone, buffer zone, and quarantine zone. The central urban area, including Jiangning district and 5 other districts, was divided into safe zones, and quarantine stations and expressways between the various areas were being rapidly constructed. The cacophony of construction noise was ear-piercing. Residents of houses along the street were awakened by the noise, and opened their windows to see what was happening. They seemed confused about what was going on. They were shouting and cursing, complaining about disturbing the peace, threatening to call the mayor's hotline. Some even threw water and objects into the street to express their dissatisfaction. Xie Tu drove by, his face expressionless. He led the sentries to the military base to replenish ammunition and equipment. Dawn was breaking. The city gradually awoke. People got up as usual, preparing for work or school. At this moment, no one knew. This would be the last time they saw the sun. Chapter 448. Xie Tu arrived at the military region and met Commander Zhong again. The elderly man, over 60 years old, sat in his office, having not slept all night. He showed no signs of fatigue, but rather a grave expression, burdened with worries. Commander Zhong hoped that what Xie Tu said was alarmist. He was willing to bear all the consequences. But a voice seemed to be telling him in his mind. It was true. Darkness was descending, monsters were emerging, and modern civilization would cease to exist. Captain Xie, can you tell me when the darkness will come? Commander Zhong asked slowly. Xie Tu raised his wrist. The communicator showed a pollution concentration of 58%. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be tonight. Commander Zhong's expression was very calm after hearing his answer. Has Nanjing fallen again in history? Again. Xie Tu's eyes narrowed slightly, as if a deep-seated nerve had been touched. The tragedy of the nation, the pain of the people. He composed himself and replied, not just Nanjing. Commander Zhong's fingers trembled slightly, causing ripples to spread across the surface of the teacup. The old man slowly set down his teacup, a barely concealed pain flashing deep in his eyes. His voice was hoarse. So, this time, can we change things? Xie Tu's voice was low, offering an ambiguous answer. It's up to human effort. I hope the commander understands. It's not just for Nanjing, but for the future of all humanity. Commander Zhong nodded slowly. You're right, we don't have much time left. To settle millions of people and simultaneously build fortifications within a single day will test the government and military's operational capabilities. At that moment, an officer knocked on the unlocked door. Commander, quarantine stations in all districts have been set up, and all units are on high alert, awaiting your instructions. Commander Zhong glanced at the clock on the wall upon hearing this. He placed his hands on the table and slowly stood up. The old man's expression was solemn, his eyes piercing. Notify all departments to immediately activate Operation Dawn. All soldiers and civilians of Nanjing swear to live and die with Nanjing. Yes, sir. The officer's eyes reddened as he saluted and left. Xie stood tall to one side, slightly moved. Dawn. He had learned the entire plan from Wufeng. People 200 years later, their beliefs were no different from those of 200 years ago. Xie lowered his eyelids and took his leave. Please rest assured, Commander, we will do our utmost to assist the government and the army in defending Nanjing. Everyone's lives were at stake. No one dared to be careless. Xie turned and strode away. He hadn't taken 2 steps when the old man's voice came again from behind. Captain Xie. Xie stopped in his tracks, but didn't turn around. Commander Zhong didn't ask where he was going, but simply said slowly, I hope I still have a chance to treat your daughter to hot pot. Xie remained silent, took a step forward, and the door slowly closed behind him. The morning sun shone on the streets, and people got up as usual, washed up, and prepared to start a new day. Many people were still complaining to their families about the noise from last night. What's wrong with the municipal government? It's so noisy in the middle of the night, I can't sleep at all. A middle-aged man complained to himself while brushing his teeth, looking in the mirror. His wife had already put breakfast on the table, and was calling their elementary school-aged daughter to get up. Hearing this, he said, That's right, I was woken up several times last night, I'm sure I'd be drowsy at work today. On the neighbor's balcony, an old woman was watering her flowers, muttering, These young people, they never consider others at all. At my age, I'm a light sleeper, and with all this noise, I didn't fall asleep until almost dawn. Complaints echoed throughout the city. Only the breakfast shop owner, and those who went to work in the early morning silently went to the supermarket to buy large quantities of food and supplies. They went out in the middle of the night, but were stopped by the army. They were ordered not to open their shops that day, to immediately return to their homes, and to lock their doors and windows. The streets were filled with fully armed soldiers. Even tanks and armored vehicles had entered the city. The savvy people had already realized the danger, emptied the 24-hour supermarkets, and rushed home to hide. Those who went out early also sensed something was wrong. But most people didn't realize the crisis they were about to face. 7 o'clock in the morning. The city's radios, televisions, and mobile phones simultaneously blared sirens. Attention all citizens, all work is suspended today. Please bring your household belongings and supplies to the nearest quarantine station for testing. The message also included a map of quarantine stations on the Citizen app. The app allows users to find the nearest testing site. This was to avoid panic and chaos, which could hinder evacuation and deployment. The initial directive only required residents to go to the quarantine station for testing. In a neighborhood residents WeChat group, did you guys get the message? Does anyone know what's going on? Huh? No work or school today. Some young people were dismissive of the announcement. I'm going back to sleep. What test? I can't be bothered. The quarantine station? Could there be some new virus? We still have to get tested. Anyone want to go together? Can you wait 2 minutes? I need to use the restroom first. Despite the government's attempts to avoid chaos through phased testing, long queues quickly formed in front of quarantine stations throughout the city. Rows of empty buses were parked at the quarantine station entrances. People, wearing masks and carrying bags of supplies, exchanged information. They chatted amiably in small groups. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Where are you taking me? I'm not sick. A panicked cry came from ahead. Everyone craned their necks to look. A middle-aged man was handcuffed and struggled, trying to break free of the soldiers' control. He tested positive for 52% contamination in his system. The soldiers calmly explained, Please cooperate, this is for your safety, and the safety of your family. The man was quickly pulled into a modified military vehicle. The vehicle parked behind the quarantine station, obstructing the view. No one saw it. As the door opened, instead of seats, rows of sturdy iron cages were revealed, and the man was immediately locked inside. Don't worry, everyone, we're just taking you to a centralized quarantine point for observation, a volunteer-maintained order. Those who had already been tested were only now finding out. Except for the 5 districts within the safe zone, residents of other areas, after completing their tests, were taken by bus to different areas based on their results. They couldn't go home. Panic erupted in the crowd. What on earth happened? Virus or terrorist attack? We should at least know the truth before we die. I'm not doing this anymore. What the hell is this? You're forcibly restricting our freedom. We can't go home, we can't go to work, are you going to support us? The soldiers remained expressionless. The soldiers were among the first to be tested. Many of their comrades had already been taken to quarantine and buffer zones. Actually, they didn't know the reason either. They were just following orders as soldiers. Chapter 449. The small-scale panic in the city was under control. With Commander Zhong's approval, Xie received 10 truckloads of ammunition and weapons, 14 transport robots, and 7 infantry fighting vehicles that had undergone anti-corrosion treatment. Using the military system, he sent a communication, and the last 7 hidden sentries voluntarily came to assemble. Thus, all 6 groups of sentries from the Dawn Base Reinforcement Force were assembled. Divide into groups. Each group will have 1 truckload of ammunition, 1 infantry fighting vehicle, and 2 transport robots to carry the ammunition. The rest will go to Jiangning District and remain at the temporary encampment. Xie did not hide their temporary encampment from the military. Because if they became mutants, the military would not remember this. And if they didn't become mutants in the end, they wouldn't need the temporary encampment. It was just to provide the sentries with another escape route. Xie dialed Tang Zixuan's communicator and made arrangements for the 6 groups of sentries, both online and offline. Groups 11 and 12 stay in the safe zone. Groups 9 and 10 proceed to the buffer zone. Groups 7 and 8 stay with me in the quarantine zone. Yes, sir. The quarantine zone is definitely the most dangerous. The dark apocalypse hasn't even arrived yet, but the contamination concentration inside has already exceeded 50%. It's almost certain that after the dark matter reaches its peak, everyone inside will undergo mutation. Team leader Xie, should we borrow a guide from the Qinhuai camp? Old Gao asked hesitantly. Sun Chao echoed, pointing to the communicator on his wrist. At this rate, if the contamination concentration exceeds 80%, we won't be able to hold out either. But there's a problem. The Qinhuai camp only has 4 guides. If we borrow one, which team would be suitable? Furthermore, the levels of the other 3 guides were unknown. Although Zhuangwan was an A-level guide, as the battalion commander, she would definitely remain at the camp to manage her sentries. No need. Xie turned his head to look at Xiao Yunxiao inside the pink beetle. The interior was cramped. She seemed uncomfortable, her little face was flushed, her brows were furrowed, and she kept turning over and changing positions. Xie looked away. Someone will ensure the safety of your mental domains. Just in case, each of you should carry inhibitors and guide hormones with you at all times. If you don't have any, just ask me. The sentries present exchanged glances, filled with doubt, but consciously kept quiet. Team leader Xie's daughter seemed to be a guide. How could such a young child awaken a mental entity? Or was it that team leader Xie and guide Yun's S-level genes were too powerful? The sentries thought that if they could get out of here alive, they would definitely report this news. They would ask the base leaders to find Captain Fu a partner as soon as possible. Captain Fu's child might be quite formidable too. Xie, unaware of their thoughts, explained the route and sent the circled map to everyone's communication devices. Now, each of you head to your assigned area, find a place to eat something, get a good night's sleep, and prepare for battle. Yes, sir. Tang Zixuan and the others responded in unison on the other end of the communicator. Groups 7 and 8 left ahead of time, heading towards the quarantine zone. Xie still had matters to attend to and didn't go with them. Instead, he carefully picked up Xiao Yunxiao and transferred her to the infantry fighting vehicle. Then he drove the vehicle to a certain location. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. Time was of the essence, but all measures were still being implemented systematically. Order was good in the 5 central urban districts. This area was a safe zone. Some residents with extremely low pollution levels were asked to stay home after testing, keeping their doors and windows tightly closed, awaiting further instructions. There were few people outside. All the shops along the street were closed, and military vehicles and soldiers were everywhere, creating an atmosphere of tension. An unease permeated the air. Buses carrying people arrived at the safe zone. People getting off the buses looked bewildered and fearful, following the soldiers to the resettlement points. They didn't know what was happening, they were simply following the crowd, clutching supplies they had brought from home and obeying orders. Universities and colleges. They were used as temporary resettlement points. Canteens and teaching buildings were patrolled by armed soldiers, while inside, they were piled high with various supplies brought by the military. Hospitals. The first batch of medical staff who had completed testing had returned to their posts, assisting the military in testing all patients in the hospital. Government buildings. Seeing the 52% test results, the official said, "I want to call my family." He didn't say anything else, just asked about the test results for his parents, wife, and children. After hanging up, the official numbly reached out and put on handcuffs, slowly stood up, and followed the soldiers away. Just overnight, Nanjing seemed to have been put on pause. The once bustling streets were deserted, only the sounds of military vehicle engines and soldiers' footsteps echoing across the empty roads. Xiao Yunzhao hadn't slept well. The vehicle wasn't as comfortable as a bed. She opened her eyes and slowly sat up, her face showing obvious signs of morning grumpiness. "I need to wash my face, take a shower, and change my clothes," Xiao Yunzhao said, staring at Xie Tu. Xie Tu, driving the armored vehicle, took out a wet wipe to clean her face. "You're not calling me daddy anymore? My daddy's name is Yunju, you're not." Little Yunzhao didn't like the cold wet wipe, frowning and waving his hand away. "I want a hot towel, I want a bath." Xie Tu had no choice but to withdraw his hand. "Wait 10 minutes, I take you to buy them." Little Yunzhao's face was full of displeasure. She turned her head to the side, ignoring him. 5 minutes later, the infantry fighting vehicle stopped in front of a building. Xie Tu carried little Yunzhao out of the vehicle. He looked up and saw the words Qi Group Technology Building prominently displayed above the building. This place had also been taken over by the military. The doors were tightly closed, and through the glass doors, soldiers with guns could be vaguely seen moving about. After Xie Tu informed the military of the characteristics of the mutant, Commander Zhong immediately thought of combat robots and ordered relevant researchers to expedite the modification of the robots. In a critical moment, these robots might play a crucial role. Xie Tu, carrying Xiao Yunzhao, knocked on the glass door. He identified himself and entered the building without hindrance, easily taking a robot. The robot, bearing the Qi family's logo on its chest, was identical to the one he had seen in the tunnel years ago. Xie Tu didn't open the outer packaging. The robot was too large to fit in the infantry fighting vehicle, so he strapped the robot, still in its box, to the rear of the vehicle. Then he headed to the quarantine zone to meet up with the sentries from Groups 7 and 8. The quarantine zone was located in Gaochun District. With only one day, the government and military couldn't possibly ensure everything was perfect. Compared to the safe zone, the entire quarantine zone appeared rushed and chaotic. On one side were residents queuing for testing, on the other side were infected individuals being brought in for centralized quarantine. A quarantine station we passed. Some people watched helplessly as their family members were handcuffed and led away, their emotions instantly spiraling out of control. "Why are you arresting people? Let go of my husband." A woman lunged at the soldiers, trying to stop them from taking her husband away. Some cried out, "My son isn't sick. Why are you taking him away? Is this a violation of the law? Which unit are you from? I want to complain. Quarantine is quarantine. Why are you handcuffing him like a prisoner?" A man angrily punched and kicked the soldiers. The family members, disregarding everything, began to protest. They demanded an explanation. The soldiers had to form a human wall to keep the protesting family members outside. The loudspeaker repeatedly announced, "Please remain calm and await further instructions." Those handcuffed began to look dazed, their steps mechanical as they were led away by the soldiers. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant. Mixed with the cries and protests, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Some residents, who hadn't gone out for testing, were frightened by the scene and stayed indoors, peering out their windows. The infantry fighting vehicle had only one window, just above their heads. Xiao Yunzhao heard the commotion and stood on tiptoe from her seat to watch. She wasn't tall enough to see anything, so she tried to climb up, gripping the handrail. Before she could climb out, exclamations came from outside. "Look! What are those things in the sky? Oh my God, it's disgusting, like mosquitoes." Many people noticed something was wrong and squinted at the sky. There they saw. Floating in the sky were tiny black dots, as small as dust particles, densely packed, clearly visible in the daylight. Xiao Yunzhao pursed her lips. "It's dark matter." Xie Tu looked down. His communicator showed the pollution concentration had climbed to 60%. The dark matter was now visible to the naked eye. Chapter 450. Those tiny black dots, seemingly insignificant, writhed and twisted in the air, gleaming with a dark and cold, eerie light, as if absorbing the surrounding light, almost as if they were alive. The family members, who had been protesting, were also drawn to this scene. They stopped their commotion and stared at the sky in disbelief. The government building. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the air. Those who had been busy were suddenly thrown into a panic, unconsciously drawn to the windows, their eyes fixed blankly on the sky. Someone murmured, "It's real, it's all real." Many had previously doubted Sia2 and his companions' identities, and their apocalyptic pronouncements. But now, the facts were laid bare before them. The dark matter, previously requiring specialized equipment to detect, had become so concentrated in less than a day that it permeated everything, visible to the naked eye. Those who knew the truth trembled with fear. The apocalypse was coming. Could they survive? And at this moment, Sia2 drove Xiao Yunzhao to the mall. The mall doors were tightly closed. He went up from the underground parking lot to the upper floors, not giving Xiao Yunzhao a chance to complain, and grabbed 4 or 5 princess dresses, various pretty and delicate hair clips, and shoes and socks in one go. Xiao Yunzhao stared at what he took. Most of them had bows, which suited her aesthetic perfectly. After Sia2 finished carrying her things, he took her to the supermarket on the mall's basement level, where they bought a lot of food, before rushing to meet up with the sentries from groups 7 and 8. It has to be said, the sentries certainly knew how to enjoy themselves. They chose a 5-star hotel as their sleeping place. This hotel was conveniently located at the intersection of the quarantine zone and the buffer zone, and all personnel inside had already been evacuated. 14 sentries, each occupying a luxurious guest room, were fast asleep. Sia2 didn't disturb them. He hadn't slept since arriving and needed rest to prepare for the upcoming battle. Unfortunately, he had a restless companion beside him. Sia2 booked a large room for himself, helped her bathe, dress, and eat breakfast, and busied himself for a full hour after entering the hotel before finally lying down and closing his eyes. Xiao Yunzhao couldn't sleep and was playing with a communicator on his chest. The government provided 2 types of communicators: satellite phones and military walkie-talkies. Once the dark apocalypse arrived, satellite phones would soon become useless, while military walkie-talkies could communicate over a distance of 50 kilometers. For now, they would ensure short-range message transmission. Xiao Yunzhao was playing with the satellite phone, which was similar to a cell phone and even had a built-in game. Tetris. With a game to play, she didn't bother Sia2. The little bluebird, somewhat bored, hopped onto the bed and paced back and forth. A moment later, it used the motionless Sia2 as a makeshift bridge, walking back and forth on him. Sia2 seemed truly asleep, letting the human and his spirit body torment him without reacting. Not long after, a fiery red bird entered through the tightly closed window. Xiao Yunzhao and the little bluebird glanced at the fire phoenix, then ignored it, and continued playing their own games. The fire phoenix shook its feathers, hopped onto the bed, and, mimicking the little bluebird, paced back and forth on its body. Noon. The testing work in the various areas outside was mostly completed. Only a small number of people remained in their homes. The communicator sounded an alarm at this moment. Sia2's eyelids twitched, but he remained still. The next moment, Commander Zhong's powerful voice came through the communicator, simultaneously broadcast over the city's public address system. The announcements were almost simultaneous. Attention all citizens, this is the Nanjing Crisis Emergency Command Center. I am the person in charge, Commander Zhong Jiangwo of the Nanjing Military Region. The old man's voice was steady and firm, instantly silencing the commotion in various areas. People in the streets, resettlement areas, and even those staying at home all picked up their phones. Many of you have likely seen the unidentified substance in the sky. This is something science cannot explain. It interacts almost entirely with no other matter, exhibiting no weak force or gravitational pull. Commander Zhong seemed to understand that the public wouldn't comprehend such details. He briefly introduced the research report before quickly getting to the point. Since yesterday, this dark substance has increased rapidly. It can absorb light, penetrate walls, and enter the human body. It will alter our bodies. Commander Zhong paused for a few seconds before speaking again. At this rate, the world is about to plunge into endless darkness. Everyone in the city was stunned. Discussions erupted. What does this mean? Darkness? Will the sun disappear? Change our bodies? What will happen to those who are quarantined? Is this the end of the world? Panic began to spread. Anxiety and fear spread through the crowd. Those who had been hiding at home could no longer sit still. They packed their belongings as quickly as possible and rushed downstairs to the nearest quarantine station. Those whose relatives had been taken away collapsed instantly upon hearing the news. What will happen? Tell me. What will happen to our families? Will they ever recover? A heart-wrenching cry rang out from the crowd. Xiao Bao. My Xiao Bao is still in the quarantine zone. An elderly woman staggered towards the defensive line, losing one of her slippers in the process. The streets instantly erupted in chaos. Commander Zhong's voice rang out again. Our city is facing an unprecedented and severe challenge. At this moment, soldiers have deployed at all key locations, working tirelessly to evacuate everyone to safe areas. We have a complete defense system, well-trained soldiers, sufficient weapons and supplies, and above all, the determination to fight this disaster to the end. Please remember, the government will not abandon anyone, and our soldiers will not retreat a single step. Here, I urge all citizens to remain calm, strictly follow the government's commands and arrangements, and evacuate in an orderly manner. Everyone's cooperation is a tremendous support for this battle. Nanjing is our home. Our relatives and friends are here, and the traces of our ancestors' lives remain here. Commander Zhong's voice suddenly rose. I solemnly swear here, I will live and die with Nanjing. On the streets of various districts, the soldiers stood ramrod straight, their eyes resolute, raised their hands in salute, and shouted, We swear to live and die with Nanjing. We swear to live and die with Nanjing. We swear to live and die with Nanjing. The soldiers' voices merged together, carrying an unstoppable momentum, echoing through the city's streets and alleys. The crying and struggling civilians froze in place, as if under a spell. The old woman's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. She stood frozen before the defensive line, mouth agape, the despair and anxiety in her eyes somewhat diluted by the shocking scene. Tears still clung to her cheeks, forgotten to be wiped away. For a moment, the entire city of Nanjing seemed to freeze. Only the soldiers' vow, we swear to live and die with Nanjing, echoed again and again in the air. Xiao Yunjiao sensed the commotion around her, and suddenly looked up. The gatekeepers have moved. She tugged at Xie Tu's arm. Xie Tu closed his eyes, and hummed in agreement. He already knew who the gatekeeper was. Chapter 451. The speech ended. The commotion in the streets didn't stop. Inspired by the soldier's spirit, people unconsciously straightened their backs. Someone led the shout, We swear to live and die with Nanjing. More and more people joined in, the shouts echoing through the city. The hotel room was on the second floor. Even with the windows closed, the sound could be heard. Xiao Yunjiao couldn't understand. The dark apocalypse is coming. Why are they so excited? Xie Tu, that's not excitement. Then what is it? Xiao Yunjiao tilted her head. Xie Tu, his eyes still closed, answered softly, It's a belief, a courage to never bow down in the face of adversity. For 200 years, humanity has relied on this belief to get to where it is today, because of the efforts of generation after generation, always believing that one day they will be able to defeat him. Xiao Yunjiao seemed lost in thought, her gaze passing through the window to the street pulsating with the slogans. Unfortunately, the curtains were tightly drawn, and she couldn't see anything. Xie Tu reached out and patted her gently. Do you want to sleep a little longer? There's no time to rest tonight. Xiao Yunjiao was clever. She had already anticipated tonight's situation. She stayed in the quarantine zone with the cook, and unsurprisingly, she would be facing another pile of garbage. Those annoying mutants were practically everywhere. Xiao Yunjiao picked up the two spirit entities that were causing trouble on him, and tossed Fire Phoenix off the bed with one hand. She thought for a moment, then let Little Bluebird lie on her pillow. Let's sleep. Fire Phoenix, Outside, tens of thousands of drones hovered in the city sky. The roar of cars echoed through the streets. Buses carrying people to the safe zone, military vehicles transporting quarantine personnel, troops collecting supplies, various tanks, armored vehicles, and large machinery still under construction. Vehicles and people came and went, creating a false sense of noise. When he woke up again, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Dark matter permeated the air. The pollution concentration was 78%. Xie Tu got up and helped the little princess wash her face, brush her teeth, and then combed her hair. Yun Zhao's hair was shorter, but it used to be waist-length when she was little. His combing movements were very skilled, and this time he didn't pull her scalp. Can the Nani robots comb hair? Xie Tu asked. Little Yun Zhao, biting her milk straw, raised her chin. Yes, and they can brush my teeth too. Xie Tu hummed in agreement, quickly washed his face, picked up 2 military backpacks, and carried her out. The sentries from Groups 7 and 8 were waiting downstairs. Team Leader Xie. Xia nodded. Eat first, there's still time. We're all ready, just waiting for you to come down, said one of the sentries named Lu Haiyang. Tang Zixuan and 2 other sentries, who could cook, prepared a feast for 2 tables. The last dinner before the dark apocalypse. Uncertainty about whether everyone would survive. The dinner was very lavish. Xia placed Xiao Yunzhao on a seat and let them eat first, while he stood a short distance away making a phone call. The Qinhuai camp had completed its defensive fortifications, and everything was ready. The sentries in the safe zone and buffer zone were also on duty. After confirming the situation of everyone else, Xia dialed Commander Zhong's number. The restaurant had floor-to-ceiling windows on all 4 sides, located at the boundary between the isolation zone and the buffer zone, offering a clear view of the newly constructed defensive fortifications outside. Xia had previously listened in on all the military's plans using Fire Phoenix. The defensive fortifications differ between areas. The isolation zone is of paramount importance. According to the plan, the military constructed 5 bastion defensive structures at the boundary between the isolation zone and the buffer zone. These structures can provide multi-angle fire coverage. They are equipped with sniper positions and heavy weapon platforms, and the tops are fitted with automatic turrets and flamethrowers for long-range strikes, maximizing firepower output. This ensures that the mutants cannot breach the defensive line. 50 meters behind the bastions is a multi-layered composite defensive wall, approximately 12 meters high, with an outer layer of high-strength concrete and an inner layer embedded with metal mesh and blast-resistant materials. Vibration sensors are also embedded at the bottom to monitor the approach of mutants in real time. This double protection is intended to stop the mutants within the isolation zone. Commander Zhong's voice came from the other end of the phone. The numbers have been tallied. The total number of infected individuals in the quarantine zone is 580,000. Commander Zhong paused, and this number is still rising. Xia said, the situation is better than expected. In a megacity of tens of millions, the initial number of infected individuals is only this many. Less than 6%. Xia said, one thing to note is that, as the dark matter in the air becomes increasingly concentrated, the level of contamination in some people's bodies is rising extremely rapidly. We have already discovered this, and deployed sufficient troops to guard the safe zone, testing the residents in centralized accommodations every 2 hours. Commander Zhong, but by then, it's estimated that personnel will no longer be able to enter the quarantine zone. Newly detected infected individuals will have to be sent to the buffer zone. Xia voice was calm. It's alright. At least tonight, as long as the power and systems are not completely paralyzed, the safe zone is safe. Tomorrow, no one can predict when all the mutants will revert to their true forms, including Commander Zhong. As time passed, within the safe zone, people at home and in quarantine centers spontaneously gathered at their windows, gazing up at the sun. Small black dots filled the air. The sunlight became like a thin veil of gold, gently enveloping the earth. An elderly woman, trembling, leaned against the windowsill, her cloudy eyes straining to open. She was 92 years old, had experienced everything, but had never imagined that one day even the sun would disappear. On the 3rd floor of the quarantine center, a young man pressed his face against the glass. His wife had been taken away. Sunlight shone on his wedding ring, reflecting a faint glow. The child looked up, sunlight dancing on their face. Mommy, will the sun really disappear? The child's father had been taken away. Her mother knelt down and hugged her tightly. No, baby, the sun is just taking a rest. Grandpa, why is everyone looking at the sun? The old man sighed softly, pulling his grandson into his arms, his voice choked with emotion. Child, we may not see such a beautiful sun again for a long time. We must remember what it looks like. The painter stayed at home, frantically painting on his canvas. His palette was reduced to only gold and red. The sun on the canvas was so intense it seemed to burn. Not enough, not enough. His brush almost pierced the canvas. I have to leave all the light behind. The sun gradually set, and the surrounding darkness surged and churned. The pollution concentration skyrocketed. No! Someone screamed. Please, wait a little longer. Let me see it one more time. Cries, prayers, and shouts mingled together. The sun's afterglow, like fine sand in an hourglass, slowly slipped away. The old woman fumbled in a drawer and pulled out a yellowed photograph. A picture of her and her husband on their golden wedding anniversary, sunlight streaming through their silvery hair. Goodbye, she whispered, goodbye. The young man's wedding ring lost its luster. He slumped to the floor, burying his face in his hands. The painter threw down his brush, knelt before the canvas, and wept like a child. The last ray of sunlight vanished. Darkness, like a heavy curtain, slowly descended. Chapter 452. The moment the last ray of sunlight disappeared, the world seemed to plunge into an endless abyss. Despair spread like a tidal wave. Within the quarantine zone, the electrical system began to flicker, the pale lights flashing like dying fireflies. At first, there were only low groans from the cages, like the whistling of wind through withered trees. But soon, the sounds became sharp, distorted, like metal scraping against glass, piercing the eardrums. Ah, my eyes! The middle-aged man in the cage covered his face, black, sticky fluid seeping from between his fingers. His eyes were gone. The skin around his eye socket slowly closed, becoming smooth and even, the fluid dripping from the cracks, hissing and corroding the ground. So hungry, so hungry. The thin woman huddled in a corner, her teeth growing longer, protruding from her lips like serrated edges. Her fingers grew long and thin, her nails sharp as blades, scratching the ground with a grating sound. Under the lights, the skin of the infected began to peel away, revealing writhing black muscles beneath. Police officer. What? Help me, I'm so scared. A little girl's spine twisted like a snake, her limbs extending at bizarre angles, like a giant spider. Some grew wings, but the feathers were rotting. Some transformed into multi-legged monsters, crawling like centipedes. Others melted into black liquid, seeping from the cracks in the iron cages, pooling on the ground into a viscous swamp. These scenes were captured completely by the surveillance cameras. Command center. On the screen, the distorted images of the infected flashed by frame, like an absurd nightmare. Officials sat around a massive conference table, their eyes glued to the screen. The air seemed to freeze. In a corner, a civilian official slumped in his chair, documents scattered across the floor. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Commander Zhong's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, the rhythm quickening until a loud bang. His fist slammed onto the control panel. Commander, the adjutant's voice trembled. The scene was too horrifying. Commander Zhong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his gaze was icy. Pass the order. Once the mutants break through the enclosure, open fire immediately. Sir! There are still hundreds of thousands of them there. They're not human anymore. Commander Zhong's voice was as hard as iron. They're monsters. If we don't abandon the quarantine zone, the entire city will fall sooner or later. This was a racial war. A true commander requires absolute rationality, willing to pay any price for victory. Even if it might cause the deaths of the vast majority, he would do it as long as it contributed to the victory of the war. The adjutant lowered his head. His mother was also in the quarantine zone. For a long time, until Commander Zhong's gaze lingered on him. The adjutant slowly raised his head and saluted. Yes, sir. A voice came from the communicator. A beast-like roar echoed in the air. The monitor suddenly flickered, and the signal began to become intermittent. Report to command, this is Sector A02. A riot has broken out at Quarantine Point 13. Report. A riot has broken out in Sector B24, requesting further instructions. 14 new infected individuals discovered in Zone C of the safe zone. Messages poured in, striking a nerve with everyone. May Buddha protect us. Someone whispered a prayer, clutching a lucky charm in their pocket. There are no gods left. The adjutant's eyes reddened as he turned and walked towards the door. We're all alone. His figure appeared exceptionally lonely under the stark white light. Outside, alarms blared, and red warning lights stained the corridor crimson. Are we all alone? Commander Zhong stared at the large screen. The view had switched to the defense lines of each zone. There, a group of transmigrators in combat uniforms stood. The sentinels were all deployed. Xie2's communicator continuously relayed reports from various groups, his voice filled with tension and determination. At the foot of Zhongshan Mountain, high defensive fortifications were erected, and Zheng Xiao led the camp sentinels to guard the area, determined not to allow any mutant to breach the defenses. Zhongshan Mountain is temporarily safe. No mutants have been detected. In the safe zone, the sentries of Groups 11 and 12, driving infantry fighting vehicles and armed with assault rifles, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Behind them were several quarantine zones and residential areas where people were hiding. Groups 11 and 12, all in position. Everything is normal here, ready to respond to any emergencies. Buffer zone. This was a buffer zone to withstand the aberration attack. Once the defenses were breached, the safe zone would be directly exposed to danger. Groups 9 and 10 in position. A few aberrations have appeared, but no sentries or guide aberrations have been detected. Xie2 didn't respond. Xiao Yunjiao was playing with the communicator in his hand. Compared to the 14th sentries around her and the trembling soldiers behind her, her expression was relaxed, her legs dangling gently in the air, completely out of place with the tense atmosphere. At this moment, no one cared. Why bring a child to such a dangerous place? Before everyone, the entire quarantine zone, with its 580,000 infected individuals all mutated, resembled a gigantic, terrifying abyss. The howls of the mutated beings rose and fell, chilling to the bone. Countless cages had been breached. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly. Beyond their uniforms, they were just young men in their 20s, living in peacetime, never having encountered such a horrific scene. 10,000 times more terrifying than the battlefield. As the first wave of mutated beings broke through the cages, howling black figures appeared throughout the streets. An officer, receiving orders, shouted sharply, "Fire!" With a command, a barrage of shells rained down on the charging mutants like a storm. The deafening gunfire echoed through the oppressive streets of the quarantine zone. The first wave of mutants at the forefront were struck by the overwhelming fire, their bodies instantly riddled with holes, black blood splattering and staining the ground like ink. However, these terrifying monsters seemed utterly oblivious to pain. Even severely wounded, they continued their charge, driven by instinct and frenzied bestiality. The sentinels remained still. Going out now would undoubtedly expose them to artillery fire. Xie held Xiao Yunjiao protectively in his arms, his eyes sharp, constantly monitoring the battlefield. The first day was the safest. Because of prior preparations, the mutants were temporarily unable to break through the defensive line under overwhelming firepower. What needed to be guarded against were the sentinels and the guide mutants. Even he couldn't tell whether these two types of monsters actually existed in this contaminated zone. Chapter 453. The piercing air raid siren blared across the city. The distant roar of artillery fire was deafening. Survivors in the safe zone huddled together, pale-faced, like a flock of frightened lambs. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and fear, punctuated by occasional suppressed sobs. Those whose homes were in the safe zone huddled together, families tightly embraced, crouching in what they considered the most secure place, the bathroom. The tightly closed doors and windows of their homes offered them no sense of security. A young couple embraced tightly, the wife's face buried in her husband's chest, her shoulders trembling slightly. The husband gently patted her back, but his eyes were empty and blank. A little boy clutched his worn-out teddy bear, whispering, "Mommy, are we going to die?" His mother didn't answer, only held him tighter. The dark matter in the air grew unusually dense. The sentries held their breath, afraid of inhaling mouthfuls of dark matter that was slowly eroding their mental state. 88% contamination, Xiao Yunjiao said, staring at the numbers on his communicator. Xie remained standing. The quarantine zone had long since become a battlefield. Soldiers held their ground, the sounds of artillery fire incessant, the entire area engulfed in a boiling vortex. A riot has broken out in the buffer zone. Sun Chao's voice trailed off. Satellite communication was lost. In the center of the quarantine zone, drones hovering overhead, firing incessantly, began to veer out of control, their engines emitting abnormal buzzes, one after another wobbling and crashing to the ground. The military had already learned the situation from Xie. A highly destructive bomb was pre-installed on each drone. Soon, the first drone swooped down like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the horde of mutants. The shockwave from the explosion instantly overturned nearby monsters, creating a massive explosion. Flames shot into the sky, and black slime splattered everywhere. Boom! 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 One drone after another began to fall, like a rain of death. The explosions illuminated the entire quarantine zone as if it were daytime. Thick smoke and dust obscured the sky. The roars of the mutants were drowned out by the deafening explosions, their figures still weaving through the flames, seemingly tireless. Fortunately, the walkie-talkies were still working. Sun Chao's voice quickly came through the walkie-talkies again. "Report, Captain Xie. A riot has broken out in the buffer zone. Large numbers of mutants are pouring out of areas E and F." The time was ripe. Xie used another wireless communicator to contact the city command center. He remained calm and cut to the chase. "I need supreme command of the quarantine zone and buffer zone." Silence followed on the other end of the communicator. Commander Zhong, standing before the command platform, seemed to age 10 years in an instant. "Captain Xie, have you been waiting for this moment?" Xie remained non-committal. "Yes. The erosion by the dark matter is extremely rapid. In at most an hour, satellite signals will be completely cut off, and the front lines will soon be left without command." Xie's gaze swept across the battlefield before him, the flashes of explosions illuminating his face, making him appear exceptionally stern. You have no other choice. On the other end of the communicator, Commander Zhong's breathing was heavy and slow. The military walkie-talkie communication range was only 50 kilometers. Out of range. In the command center, the large screen flickered with real-time footage of the isolation zone and buffer zone. The signal was unstable, and countless images turned into static. Dozens of channels that had been reporting the battle situation were losing contact one by one. The highest-ranking commanders on the ground were all present, and communication with the buffer zone was still ongoing. Should he relinquish command? Xie2's prediction of a dark apocalypse had come true. Their fate awaited them. Commander Zhong was silent for a moment, then sighed, "Command is yours. But remember, this is not a game, but a war concerning the lives of millions." "Understood." Xie2 replied briefly, then cut off communication. He quickly switched on the walkie-talkie, his voice calm and forceful. "Attention all departments, this is Xie2's day. I am now in command. Repeat, this is Xie2's day. I am now in command." Episode 1, Regiment Received. Obey orders. Episode 12, Regiment Received. Awaiting instructions. Episode 31, Regiment Received. On standby. Xie2 calmly ordered, Sectors C and D, immediately consolidate your defenses and delay the mutants' advance. Sectors A and B, all units, assemble towards the nearest fortress and completely seal off the quarantine zone. Sectors E and F, hold the safe passage and immediately begin the encirclement and annihilation of the monsters in the buffer zone. Yes, sir. Received. Xiao Yunjiao stared at him as he issued orders, her clear eyes filled with curiosity. He seemed to find it quite amusing to command mutants to fight each other, the two sides killing each other. The little bluebird shook its feathers. Fun. Xiao Yunjiao spoke up. I also want to command them in a fight. It's not the right time yet, Xie2 replied. Xiao Yunjiao, then when is it? Xie2, the big shots always make their appearance last, turning the tide of the entire situation with a single move. Xiao Yunjiao thought he made sense. That's right, I should be the last to appear. She had been successfully led astray by him. Xiao Yunjiao tilted her head. A mental connection had already been established between them, and she could sense that Xie2's mental domain was gradually becoming unstable. Are you feeling unwell? Xie2 feigned weakness. Yes, they're not feeling well either. Xiao Yunjiao turned to look at the 14 sentinels behind her. The sentinels were still on standby, but they were clearly struggling to hold on. The pollution concentration had climbed to 90%. The higher the concentration, the more intense the erosion. The ink-thick dark matter seemed to come alive, churning wildly, constantly squeezing the surrounding space, trying to devour everything. A young sentinel from Group 7 began to have a glazed look in his eyes. Cold sweat beaded on the sentries' foreheads, their fingers gripping their weapons so tightly their knuckles turned white. Xiao Yunjiao arrogantly raised her head. You guys are really weak. They haven't even started fighting yet, and they all look like they're about to kick the bucket. Yeah, we're the weak ones, Xie2 said calmly. The sentries in the buffer zone and the safe zone are probably having a tough time too. Without your help, they won't last long. The walkie-talkie was on. The safe zone was temporarily out of contact, and the buffer zone was deathly silent, no one daring to utter a word of protest. The smart ones already knew what Captain Xie was planning. Too subservient. To receive mental protection, you have to coax them. But how could Captain Xie's daughter protect the sentries in the safe zone from such a distance? Xiao Yunjiao mercifully said, all right. The next second, her mental power spread out like invisible ripples. The mental threads traversed the safe zone, buffer zone, and quarantine zone, cutting through gunfire and screams, sensing mental fluctuations, and precisely locating the mental core of each sentry. The sentries far away in the safe zone felt a warm power surge into their minds, their previously tense nerves gradually relaxing. The sentries behind them experienced the same. A cool power enveloped their consciousness, dispelling the corrosive influence of the dark matter. Everyone shuddered, their eyes filled with shock. Such powerful mental strength. Is this really the power a little girl could possess? Chapter 454. Where the mental energy covered, even the movements of the mutants became incredibly slow. But Xiao Yunjiao quickly withdrew her mental energy. She was clever. She knew the cook hadn't attacked yet because he was wearing down both sides' strength. In the eyes of these outsiders, both sides were mutants. The difference was simply between early and late-stage mutations. The sentinels needed to conserve their strength to deal with the increasing number of monsters in the city later on. Xiao Yunjiao fiddled with a communicator in her hand. It belonged to her as an adult. The contamination concentration remained at 90%. What a pity, I was hoping to see what a 100% contaminated zone looked like, Xiao Yunjiao said regretfully. The sentinels, eh? No, we don't want to see it. Xie Tu helped her sit on the roof of the vehicle. Stop fooling around. They were on the front lines, with constant artillery fire from the battlefield ahead. They were positioned behind the main battle tanks, with robots moving explosives back and forth in front of them. Xiao Yunjiao pouted. Just now, I saw many more mutants uncontrollable by mental power. What happens if we touch those images? Xiao Yunjiao hadn't touched them, she thought they were dirty. She couldn't control the mutants created by the distorted images, but the soldiers could kill them. Xie Tu's gaze was fixed on the battlefield situation. Like objects, touching them makes them real. Why can things from the contaminated zone be taken out? This question has been debated endlessly by the researchers at the 4 bases. There's still no answer. Xie Tu, because of Xiao Yunjiao's appearance, discovered that the contaminated zone existed in the same spacetime. He suddenly understood something. It was the dark matter that altered the surrounding physical rules. The contaminated zone appears illusory, detached from reality. In reality, it exists in a wondrous state, akin to quantum superposition. Items within the contaminated zone are endowed with peculiar properties by dark matter. At a microscopic level, the atomic and molecular structures of these items are in an unstable, fluctuating state under the influence of dark matter. Their positions and forms are subject to a superposition of multiple possibilities. Human touch introduces external energy and information interference, causing the microscopic structure of the items to instantly stabilize, presenting a tangible state in the macroscopic world. Like a flickering ghost. When you reach out and grasp it, it materializes in your hand, becoming a real, tangible existence. Xiao Yunjiao, do I have to touch it before I can fight? Xie Tu, yes. The sentinels behind them felt a chill run down their spines. What if they encountered a sentinel mutant, and it happened to be an image, requiring them to get close and touch it? Those monsters were covered in corrosive slime. Touching them would either kill them or leave them severely injured. What they feared most had come to pass. Shortly after Xie Tu's order was issued, the buffer zone's defenses suffered an unprecedented onslaught. Near zones A and B, the numerous obstacles erected were breached, and hundreds of thousands of mutants surged in like a tidal wave. Satellite signals became intermittent, and all combat drones in the air were wiped out. As the mutants charged towards the defensive line, an officer's roar came through the walkie-talkie. Fire! Keep firing! On the front lines, all kinds of heavy weapons unleashed their full firepower. Main battle tanks stood in imposing rows, their cannons flashing, accurately striking the hordes of mutants. The moment the shell exploded, a powerful blast wave whipped up layers of dust, sending surrounding mutants flying several meters away. The tank's machine gun turrets also unleashed a furious barrage, a dense hail of bullets raining down, riddling the mutants' bodies with holes, black blood splattering across the ground. Even so, the mutants continued to close the defensive line. More monsters surged out of the smoke, black figures, like a torrent, howling as they charged towards the tank units ahead. 2 mutants caught the sentry's attention. They were mixed in with the monster horde, still retaining human-like features, moving with agility and an eerie coordination, seemingly possessing a fighting spirit from their previous lives. While running, one of the mutants suddenly stopped, raised an arm, and with a mighty swing, deflected a rocket-propelled grenade flying towards it. The rocket exploded behind it, killing and wounding countless mutants in its wake. The sentries were stunned. These must be A-level, right? Sentry of the same level are no match for the mutants once they get close. The sentries behind them tensed up, locking on to the 2 mutants almost instantly without needing orders. The sniper from Team 8 was a taciturn young man named Lai Yannian. He quickly lay prone on the roof of the vehicle, set up his sniper rifle, found a vantage point, and aimed. Bang! Bang! Lai Yannian and Tang Zixuan fired several shots in quick succession. The dark figure moved like a ghost through the hail of bullets. Whether by chance or intention, the bullets were dodged every time, hitting the surrounding mutants. Xiao Yunjiao opened her watery eyes. The battlefield was too chaotic for her to see clearly, but that didn't stop her from noticing the serious expressions on the faces of the sentries around her that she had missed. So weak. It's not an image, don't stop firing, keep suppressing. Xie Tu stood on the roof of the vehicle, already drawing his gun. Those soldiers lacked the sentry's 5 senses, the battlefield was filled with smoke, and they were almost firing blindly, completely unreliable. Upon hearing this, the 2 snipers launched another attack. With their superior dynamic vision, This time they simultaneously aimed several bullets at the surrounding blind spots. They pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled through the air, striking one of the sentry mutants in the head. Its movements abruptly halted, black liquid gushing from the wound, and the powerful black shadow crashed to the ground. Hit! Lai Yanyan said in a low voice, a hint of suppressed excitement in his tone. Before the sentries could breathe a sigh of relief, another mutant's muscles instantly swelled, countless black blood vessels seemed to writhe beneath its skin, and in a flash, it disappeared into the horde of monsters. Tang Zishuan cursed, "Damn it. We can't let it get away." He quickly turned his gun, searching for the sentinel mutant. The other sentinels reacted swiftly, squinting, and trying to lock onto their targets through the thick smoke. Tens of thousands of monsters surged forward relentlessly, the roar of artillery fire incessant, smoke enveloping the entire battlefield. Only blurry shadows could be seen moving about. The mutants' roars, the roar of artillery fire, and the whistling of bullets mingled together, like a chaotic symphony assaulting the eardrums. "Damn it!" Tang Zishuan cursed under his breath, his scope revealing only a hazy gray mist. Ignoring the dark matter's corrosive influence, Lai Yanyan released a snow owl spirit. The little creature was very beautiful, spreading its wings and flying towards the horde of mutants, searching for its target at low altitude. Xiao Yunzhao pointed at the snowy owl. "It's better looking than the old man." Xie Tu knew she was referring to the peregrine falcon, but there was no time for small talk. His ears twitched slightly, picking up every sound on the battlefield, and he suddenly spoke up. 10 o'clock to the left, about 200 meters away. Lai Yanyan and Tang Zishuan snapped to attention, quickly adjusting their guns. "I see it," Lai Yanyan whispered, the mutated sentinel silhouette faintly visible through the scope. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. The bullets pierced the smoke, hitting their targets precisely. The mutated sentinel's body stiffened abruptly, then collapsed heavily to the ground. Xie Tu lowered his gun and turned to the two, saying, "Not bad." These sentinels were strong in both skill and mental fortitude, far surpassing the strength of the Dawn Base's logistics reinforcements. "It seems we need to strengthen the operations department's training when we get back. We can't let Dawn Base outdo us." Before Lai Yanyan and Tang Zishuan could speak, suddenly, the remaining streetlights went out simultaneously. The streets of the quarantine zone were instantly plunged into darkness. Chapter 455. In the darkness, the mutated creature's howls grew increasingly shrill. The previously orderly defensive line was thrown into brief chaos by this sudden turn of events. "Don't panic. Maintain formation," the officer shouted hoarsely, trying to quell the unrest. Suddenly, the light was gone, and everything ahead was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Xie Tu picked up the walkie-talkie. "All soldiers, immediately put on your night vision goggles. Maintain firepower, and don't let your rhythm be disrupted." His voice was calm and collected, soothing the agitated troops. "Logistics units, turn on the searchlights immediately. The dark matter would corrode the power system." Because of prior preparation, all the city's batteries had been collected. According to the experts' estimates, based on the current firepower offensive, the entire quarantine zone could be cleared in about 9 hours. On the other side, the power systems of both the buffer zone and the safe zone failed simultaneously. The entire city of Nanjing was plunged into complete darkness. The survivors hiding in the safe zone were unaffected. Fearing that turning on the lights would attract monsters, no one dared to turn them on. Everyone huddled in the darkness, unaware that the city's power system had been paralyzed. Deep underground, at the military command post, the Military Research Institute, and the military hospital, the only 3 places in the entire city with backup power, Commander Zhong sat at the command post. Before him, all the screens were black. Along with the power outage, the satellite signal was also cut off. The front lines were completely out of contact. Commander Zhong's voice was hoarse, although I was mentally prepared, but he steadied himself and didn't continue. As commander, he shouldn't speak discouraging words. He had to lead his troops and the people to defend Nanjing. Commander Zhong quickly made the next step: implement the underground shelter conversion plan and evacuate all civilians to safety as soon as possible. "Yes, sir." Lieutenant Su accepted the order and slowly turned to walk towards the door. His face was pale, his expression and movements stiff. When he saluted earlier, his hand only reached his shoulder before he couldn't raise it any higher. Everyone knew his mother was in the quarantine zone, and assumed he was simply overwhelmed by the loss of a loved one. "Wait." Lieutenant Su slowly turned around. But then he saw Commander Zhong pull open a drawer, a pistol raised and aimed at him. A team of Special Forces soldiers responsible for protecting the command post reacted, all pointing their guns at Lieutenant Su. Lieutenant Su stood there blankly looking dazed. Commander Zhong's tone was low and heavy, each word carrying immense weight. Old Su, how many years have you been with me? Lieutenant Su's expression was blank, his eyes vacant like a stagnant pool. After a long pause, he finally replied, reporting to the commander, 30 years. 30 years, Commander Zhong repeated, a bitter undertone in his voice. Old Su, Commander Zhong's voice held a resolute edge. Do you still remember the first time we met? Lieutenant Su's pupils contracted slightly, as if these words had touched a nerve. His voice became weak and trembling. I remember, it was in the recruit camp. You said you would lead me to conquer the world. A flicker of sorrow crossed Commander Zhong's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Yes, he said softly, I promised you I would see you through to the end, but now, I can only take you this far. Su, the adjutant, stiffened abruptly, black liquid seeping from the corner of his eye and sliding down his cheek. At a school quarantine site within the safe zone, volunteers and soldiers moved back and forth, flashlights in hand. If anyone is acting suspiciously, please report it immediately for your safety and the safety of those around you. The soldier repeated again and again. The crowd huddled together, heads in their hands, occasionally punctuated by suppressed sobs and rapid breathing. Fear and despair filled the air. The power outage hampered the testing work. With nearly 2 hours of contamination testing time remaining, soldiers were manually recording tests from building to building. 2 sentries from Group 12, Li Yin and Zhang Hao, patrolled the corridor, scanning the darkness for any unusual movements. Their 2 groups were responsible for guarding the safe zone. The 2 were assigned to this quarantine site. The distance was too great, the walkie-talkie could no longer reach team leader Xie, so communication had to be relayed through groups 9 and 10. Li Yin, how's it going over there? Zhang Hao asked in a low voice, a hint of tension in his tone. Nothing unusual for now, Li Yin replied. His finger remained on the trigger, ready to respond to any sudden situation. The flashlight beam flickered, and suddenly, screams erupted from one of the rooms. Get out of the way! Something's wrong with this person, he's going to turn into a monster. Li Yin and Zhang Hao heard the commotion and rushed over. The flashlight beam quickly turned towards the source of the sound. They saw a middle-aged man huddled in a corner, his hands tightly clutching his head, his posture contorted and pressed against the ground, his body trembling violently. Back up! Everyone back up! Li Yin shouted, raising his gun and pointing it at the man. The crowd scattered like startled sheep, screams and cries echoing through the air. The woman beside him panicked, wanting to hug the man but hesitant. Seeing the soldiers rush in, the woman finally broke down, crying out, Don't kill my husband! Don't kill him! He might just be sick. The soldiers hesitated. Their fingers trembled slightly, unable to pull the trigger. Zhang Hao, prepared to fire. Li Yan's voice was calm and firm. Zhang Hao quickly adjusted his position, aiming his gun at the man. Sir, he hasn't fully mutated yet. A soldier finally couldn't hold back any longer and bravely stepped forward. He was a very young soldier, probably newly enlisted. His face still bore a hint of childishness. His hands gripped his rifle tightly, knuckles white from the force, his voice trembling slightly. Sir, he's still conscious. I just saw his eyes. He's in pain. He wants to live. Li Yin turned his head. What's your name? Reporting, sir, my name is Qin Xiaobei. I'm from the recruit company. Zhang Hao frowned. Recruit, do you know what the situation is? Once he fully mutates, many people here will die. The recruit's face paled. Hearing this, the nearby civilians screamed, Kill him! I don't want to die. Please, get him out of here. The scene was getting out of control, cries and screams mingling together. The sentries, with their heightened senses, felt their heads were about to explode. Without a word, Li Yin stepped forward, pulled the man from the corner, and cautiously grabbed him by the back of the neck, dragging him out of the house. Gunshots rang out outside. The woman's devastating cries were drowned out by the crowd. Li Yin and Zhang Hao exchanged a glance, feeling a suffocating sense of oppression. Zhang Hao took out a parasite, placing it in his mouth without opening it. His muffled voice came through. Was the real history 200 years ago filled with this kind of despair? They both knew that the man wanted to live. No one wanted to become a cannibalistic monster. But what could they do? They were powerless, unable to save the already mutated mutants, and could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded. Li Yin, head bowed, replied, 200 years ago, there was no Captain Xie or us. In the real history, there were no warnings, no orderly preparations or evacuations. The entire world was dragged into the abyss without warning. At that time, most people could only wait for death in despair. Chapter 456. The two quickly ran out of time for sentimentality, as another commotion came from the house ahead. Li Yan and Zhang Hao rushed over immediately, but after dealing with that situation, they heard gunfire coming from next door. The soldiers realized that now was not the time for mercy. Showing leniency towards the mutants would be irresponsible towards the living. But soon, even the survivors inside discovered that the frequency of mutations was increasing. Almost every few minutes, someone would mutate. Everyone lived in fear and despair. No one knew who would be the next to mutate. Some timid people huddled together, even their cries becoming extremely suppressed. Compared to the controllable situation at the quarantine point, those living in their homes, with their doors tightly shut, were not so lucky. The 11th team patrolled the streets in armored vehicles and ammunition trucks. The doors and windows of the houses on both sides of the street were tightly shut, with screams and crashes coming from time to time. When they arrived, the interiors were a scene of carnage. Black liquid and bright red blood splattered on the wall, and a mutant was scavenging in the kitchen. The man's body lay beside the refrigerator, a kitchen knife clutched in his hand, its blade coated in black liquid. Clearly, he had tried to protect himself at the last moment, but failed. Wang Lei pulled the trigger, killing the howling mutant that had risen to its feet. The sentries didn't linger, immediately heading to the next location with their teammates. Above the safe zone, sporadic gunfire gradually intensified, the dark matter in the air thickening, swallowing the light from flashlights. Team 11, assemble. We can't scatter anymore, or if a sentry mutant appears, we're all doomed. Wang Lei picked up his walkie-talkie as he walked, contacting Sun Chao of Team 9, who was also hearing howls and gunfire on the other end. Please call Team Leader Xie. The safe zone is spiraling out of control. The quarantine zone. The battle is nearing its end. The carbon-based lifeforms are no match for the heat weapons. Main battle tanks are lined up, firing at full power, and fewer mutants are charging towards the defensive line. The searchlight's illumination range. The streets are covered in flowing black slime, bubbling and hissing. Xie Tu stands beside Xiao Yunzhao, his eyes fixed on the front lines. He notices that two tanks have suddenly stopped firing. E0105, E0112, please report the situation. There's no response from the walkie-talkie. Xie Tu calls twice, still no response. Something's happened, let's go check it out. Xie Tu turns and says to those behind him. Roger. The scouts from Group 7 and 8 step forward. Li Hongyun and Tan Wei, flashlights in hand and rifles in hand, leap from the roof of the vehicle and quickly approach the tanks. The main battle tank stood at the forefront. Smoke filled the darkness, accompanied by the howls of the mutants and deafening artillery fire. Unless one got very close, it was difficult to hear anything coming from inside the armored vehicle. Behind the main battle tank was a makeshift supply station set up by the logistics department. Hundreds of robots busily moved ammunition boxes back and forth, ensuring the supply of firepower. The two men bypassed the robots and, as they approached the target tank, heard painful screams coming from inside. It's mutated? It must be mutating right now? The two jumped to the top window of the tank, one reached for the handle, the other raised his gun and aimed inside. With a whoosh, the top window was pulled open. The beam of a flashlight pierced the darkness inside the tank, illuminating the distorted faces of the soldiers within. His body was being corroded by a black substance, the blood vessels beneath his skin spread like a spiderweb, and viscous fluid seeped from his pores, dripping onto the seat with a hissing, corrosive sound. The soldier still retained his sanity, his face filled with terror upon seeing them. His voice was weak and trembling, each word seemingly squeezed from the depths of his throat. Don't kill me. The soldier's eyes were filled with pleading and a desperate desire to live. I don't want to die. The two sentries exchanged a glance, their weapons drooping slightly. Li Hongyun was silent for a moment, then said, Brother, I give you a quick death, it actually make you feel better. Otherwise, do you really want to become one of those monsters? The soldier shook his head, tears streaming down his face. He didn't want to become a monster, but he didn't want to die either. Tan Wei couldn't bear to look at him any longer, and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out. The soldier's body slowly fell, the pain on his face finally fading, but even in death, he was filled with resentment. After dealing with the mutants on another tank, the two returned and suddenly became unusually silent. Xiao Yunzhao sat on the roof of the tank, swinging her legs. Her gorgeous princess dress was spotless, even the soles of her shoes were clean. She was indifferent to her surroundings. Perhaps feeling too bored, she took out a satellite phone and started playing Tetris on the battlefield. Two phoenixes guarded her on either side. Although the little bluebird didn't understand the game, it clearly knew that its host was playing haphazardly, stacking the blocks haphazardly, dying and restarting in no time. Can't the guide save them? Li Hongyun's mood had been off since his return. He murmured, the people outside have mutated, and the guide can save them. Why can't the guide save them? The guide's ability is based on normal mental resonance and guidance, Xie said calmly. Don't be affected by the contaminated zone, or you be assimilated. The sentinels in the reinforcement force had never stepped into a high-risk contaminated zone, nor had they ever witnessed such a vivid process of mutation. These monsters retained their appearance and consciousness from their previous lives. The sentinels subconsciously regarded them as normal humans, thus feeling pity. Xie had just praised their good mental fortitude. But in the blink of an eye, encountering two mutated soldiers fighting side by side, some of them suddenly became unstable. Xiao Yunxiao, amidst the chaos, looked up and raised her chin. Sentinels are so fragile. The two phoenixes chirped in agreement. The little bluebird revealed an expression exactly like its original form. That contemptuous and disdainful look was so clear that the sentinels understood it without even needing their mental bodies to translate. Tang Zixuan sighed. They felt like they were being looked down upon by a child. He patted Li Hongyun on the shoulder, about to offer a few words of comfort. Just then, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. A message came from Group 9, Team Leader Xia. The aberration rate in the safe zone is accelerating. Groups 11 and 12 have discovered two sentinel aberrations. One teammate is injured, but fortunately, the injury isn't serious, and he's not in life-threatening danger. Xie frowned upon hearing that someone was injured. What's the situation at Command Center? For sentinels are guarding there. One of the guards has mutated. Commander Zhong has ordered a large number of personnel to evacuate outside. Sun Chao paused, then continued reporting. The underground shelter is under renovation. It will take at least 3 days to evacuate the population. But given the current situation, Commander Zhong believes that evacuation is even less safe. The underground shelter was simply a converted subway structure, and the space inside was cramped. With survivors clustered together, if multiple people were to mutate, the casualties would be even greater than on the surface. So Commander Zhong's idea is not to evacuate, but to hold the surface to the death. Xie didn't ask further questions upon hearing this. In the current situation, not evacuating was advantageous to them. The gatekeeper was reconstructing the events of Nanjing's fall. The mutation process of all organisms should follow the same sequence as back then. It was uncertain whether a complete mutation would ultimately occur. Staying on the surface, utilizing existing weapons and fortifications, would allow them to better resist the invasion. Xie then asked, what's the situation in the buffer zone? Sun Chao replied, there have been riots at 4 quarantine points, but they're still under control. However, it's strange that many people whose contamination levels were previously above 30% are mostly unharmed. Even with incidents in the safe zone, the contamination levels of those people haven't changed much. Some people's contamination levels are even decreasing. This is particularly abnormal. Xie squinted slightly. Antibodies have appeared? His words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. The surrounding sentries all looked up, their faces filled with surprise. Sun Chao's voice came through the communicator, tinged with uncertainty. Antibodies? Captain Xia, you mean? They might be able to resist the erosion of dark matter? Just a guess, Xie said. Initially, people were powerless against dark matter, but in that disaster, a group of people miraculously survived. He paused for a moment. We are all descendants of these people. After that disaster, one group of people developed exceptionally heightened senses, and their strength, speed, and reaction abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Another group awakened powerful mental abilities, naturally resistant to the corruption of dark matter. The appearance of sentinels and guides is closely related to dark matter. Sun Chao took a deep breath. According to this theory, there might be a large number of sentinel mutants or guide mutants among those people, right? Currently, they are only safe because the mutations haven't occurred yet. If that's the case, the buffer zone can't be left. Tang Zixuan turned to Xie. Captain Xie, wouldn't it be better if we struck first? The sentinels behind him had varying expressions. Strike first? But those people are all in normal human form now. The sentinels simply couldn't bring themselves to do it. If they really launched a massacre in the buffer zone, their mental domains would definitely be damaged. Even if they survived, it would be a lifelong trauma. Xie saw the hesitation of the group and rejected Tang Zixuan's suggestion. Our main objective is to save this city. Indiscriminately slaughtering any creatures that haven't mutated would break the rules, Xie said. The people are part of the city, killing contradicts saving, and it will anger the gatekeeper. Clearly, Xie didn't want to anger it. He wanted to accomplish its ideal of salvation. The sentries all breathed a sigh of relief, including Sun Chao on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Team leader Xie discovered the rules? Tang Zixuan reacted. Xie hummed in agreement. He not only discovered the rules, but also the gatekeeper. He just couldn't think of any other way to eliminate it for the time being. But the buffer zone is clearly a very dangerous hidden danger. We can't just kill it outright, nor can we ignore it. Xie changed the subject, turned on his military walkie-talkie, and issued orders. 21st Army Group, assemble soldiers who can pick locks, and immediately open the doors of the houses in the buffer zone. Evacuate the civilians from the quarantine point, and relocate them to the residential area within the zone. Gatherings of more than 3 people are prohibited. Notify the civilians that if they encounter danger or discover anything unusual, shine their cell phone flashlights directly into the street. Once a light is detected, nearby troops should immediately rush to their aid. A series of responses came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Roger. Roger. This would reduce the probability of death from mutant attacks. If they encounter sentinel or guide mutants, the sentinels could eliminate them one by one, avoiding being surrounded. Xie turned off the military communicator and said to Sun Chao, Groups 9 and 10, patrol the streets and assist the army with the evacuation. Remember, do not venture deep into the quarantine area. Yes, sir. Sun Chao asked, should we do the same in the safe zone? Xie, it won't work. There are too many people in the safe zone. There aren't enough houses. The entire city has nearly 10 million inhabitants. They're all currently concentrated in the 5 central districts. There's simply no extra space to disperse the crowd. Notify groups 11 and 12 to hold out for a few more hours. After the quarantine area is cleared in a few hours, we rush over to provide support. Sun Chao replied, okay. Xiao Yunjiao was playing a game. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of artillery fire and shouts. The surroundings were too noisy. Even though everyone was close by, she still couldn't hear what the sentries were saying. Of course, Xiao Yunjiao didn't care about any of that. As a child, she was accompanied by a Nani robot, and the only one she could talk to was Little Bluebird. She had never experienced the warmth and complexity of human society. She had never experienced the emotional bonds between people. She rarely showed interest in other people's affairs, was cold-hearted, and completely indifferent to the life and death of others. Stop playing, it's bad for your eyes. Xie bent down, picked her up, and placed her inside the vehicle. Closing the door finally blocked out some external noise. Xiao Yunjiao, used to doing whatever she wanted, completely ignored his words, continuing to play her game with her head down. Xie looked at the phone screen. She had been playing Tetris for a long time, still stuck on the second level. The blocks were stacked crookedly, never quite finding their desired positions, but she didn't get angry, just restarting after failing. She seemed to have weak sensory integration abilities from a young age. Xie watched her focused yet slightly clumsy gameplay, a strange emotion welling up inside him. Do you need my help? He asked. Xiao Yunjiao thought he was trying to steal her game. 1 minute she said it was bad for her eyes, the next she offered to help. That means he wants to play. Xiao Yunjiao hid her phone behind her back with both hands, saying disdainfully, you won't understand how to play anyway. Xie's silence was deafening. She watched him warily like a kitten guarding its food, afraid he would actually snatch her phone. I don't want to play. Xie leaned back in his seat, his expression somewhat helpless. His gaze fell on her innocent yet earnest little face. I have something to ask you. Xiao Yunjiao confidently took the phone out again. Go ahead and ask. Her fingers clumsily swiped across the screen, the squares still stacking crookedly, but she seemed to enjoy it immensely. Xie asked, how wide can your mental barrier cover? This was crucial. The range of her mental barrier seemed different when she was a child compared to when she was an adult. Xie had never seen her use the barrier extensively, and wasn't sure about this. Xiao Yunjiao, as perceptive as ever, instantly understood his intention. You want me to protect your safe zone? Chapter 457. Xie ignored the word beg. As a child, she was arrogant and needed to be coaxed to get things done. We don't need to cover the entire area. The safe zone is too large, and it will put too much mental strain on you. Xie paused, then explained, getting out of this contaminated zone is probably related to the final rescue outcome, so we must try our best to prevent the entire city from falling. The mental barrier can shield the 5 senses and isolate dark matter. It ensures that those who didn't mutate back then, but died due to various accidents during the fall survive. Xiao Yunjiao blinked. I never tried activating a large-scale barrier to protect anything. She only got halfway through her sentence. Suddenly, a misty, rainy street flashed through her mind. 5 buses and 2 SUVs were parked in the middle of the road, and wisps of greenish-blue fluorescence instantly formed a barrier. Xiao Yunjiao looked down and found that her hands had suddenly become transparent. But they quickly returned to normal. Just then, the sentry's voice came through the walkie-talkie, but Xie Tu didn't see it. Captain Xie. 3 more tanks have crashed. Xie Tu, hearing this, sat up and opened the overhead window. I go out and keep watch. You stay in the tank and play. Call me if anything happens. He said to Xiao Yunjiao, it's okay if you don't know. We're in the early stages of mutant selection. You can try again once we're in the safe zone. Okay. Xiao Yunjiao acted as if nothing had happened and continued playing her game. In her heart, whether she was grown up or was now, she was still herself. Being an adult didn't matter. Maybe she regained her memories someday. Xiao Yunjiao pulled out her backpack, took out a bunch of snacks, dumped them aside, and ate while playing her game. Half an hour later, the sound of artillery fire outside gradually subsided. Xie Tu and Lai Yannian from the other 8 groups entered the vehicle. Lai Yannian carefully navigated around the snacks scattered everywhere, and the 2 psychic entities flying around inside, then jumped to the driver's seat and started the engine. Xie Tu stood at the window and gave orders over the walkie-talkie. Tank units, advance towards the center of the quarantine zone, clear out the remaining mutants. Roger. The tank slowly drove into the center of the quarantine zone. The air was thick with a pungent odor, a mixture of burnt, putrid, and acidic smells. The ground was covered in a corrosive black slime, the tracks screeching as they rolled over it. It was pitch black all around. The searchlights on the roofs barely outlined the ruins of this desolate world. In just one day, the once glorious lights were all extinguished, and the city had become a vast, dark labyrinth. The clearing operation lasted 3 hours. Until it was confirmed that there were no more mutants in the quarantine zone. The troops returned to the border, obeyed orders, disembarked, and assembled for another pollution concentration test. The initial victory thrilled the young soldiers. Those monsters, though terrifying and powerful, were utterly vulnerable to the bombardment of firearms. At that moment, the soldiers were filled with confidence, firmly believing that the government and the army would surely overcome this disaster. However, reality quickly taught them a lesson. Hundreds of soldiers, having completed their tests, stepped forward amidst the sorrowful gazes of their squad leaders and company commanders. Some still wore the joy of victory on their faces. But soon, that joy was replaced by unease and fear. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the entire assembly area. Xiao Yunjiao finally tired of playing. She climbed out of the tank for some fresh air, and her unconsciously dispersing spiritual energy captured an extremely suppressed emotion at that moment. Fear, resentment, despair, and a faint glimmer of hope. Xiao Yunjiao's climbing motion stopped. She couldn't understand why a mutant would have such complex emotions. Not far away. A young soldier, head bowed, eyes red, choked out, squad leader, will I become a monster? No. His squad leader stood opposite him, fists clenched at his sides, nails almost digging into his palms, the words he spoke not even believing himself. Another soldier murmured, I don't want to become a monster, I want to go home and see my dad, he's not well. But the soldiers had all enlisted from other provinces, his home was in another province, he couldn't go back. The others empathized, heads bowed, silently wiping away tears. The officer leading this army group was a lieutenant general. The man surnamed Ren approached Xie Tu, handed him the test results, and asked in a low voice, Commander Xie, is there really no cure for this? Xie Tu took the report, glanced at the stunned Xiao Yunjiao, and replied, no. In the early days of the apocalypse, there were no guides. General Ren sighed heavily and ordered, isolate them first. Tell everyone not to be afraid, maybe everything will be alright in the end. Return to the military base for isolation. General Ren, please reorganize the troops. We need to return to the safe zone immediately to provide support. His words were very calm, almost coldly so to others. But no one complained. At this moment, someone was needed to remain rational and analyze the situation to lead everyone to victory. Xie Tu examined the handwritten test report. The 100 soldiers who stepped forward had contamination levels around 50%, adhering to the initial standards for the quarantine zone. The rest had levels below 30%. Xie Tu raised his wrist to check. His communicator still showed a contamination concentration of 90%, unchanged for quite some time. He and Lieutenant General Ren agreed on a route, and returned to the infantry fighting vehicle. Xiao Yunjiao still had that dazed expression, a look rarely seen on her proud and stubborn face. It was somewhat like how she would look when she grew up. Xie Tu reached out and pulled her back into the car, asking in a low voice, "What are you thinking about? Their emotions are so complicated." Xiao Yunjiao raised her little face. "Don't you want to become a mutant?" Xie Tu, "Nobody wants to. But they are monsters." Xiao Yunjiao hated mutants. They're covered in filth, and they damage everything they go through. Once they ruined my lawn, and the Nani robot couldn't fix it for ages. I was so angry. Xie Tu's voice was deep. "You have to remember, they didn't become monsters willingly. All mutants are victims." Xiao Yunjiao didn't say anything, turning her head to the side. Her gaze was somewhat unfocused, as if she was trying to process Xie Tu's words. Lai Yannian sat in the driver's seat, listening to the father and daughter's conversation, silently acting as if he were invisible. Not long after, the soldiers assembled, and the troops drove back to the safe zone. The safe zone. The situation was not optimistic. The 5 districts in the city center covered an area of 1/3 of the entire city of Nanjing. In a single day, over 9 million people gathered here. Almost every large building was occupied. The crowds were overwhelming. Frequent anomalies occurred, triggering panic and riots. Terrified screams echoed far and wide through the silent city. Nothing could be seen in the darkness. The fear spread rapidly. The public had no idea if other casualties had occurred. People felt unsafe. Many ignored volunteers' attempts to stop them and ran out of the buildings, preferring to stay on the street. At least there were soldiers everywhere on the streets, providing an escape route. Chapter 458. Command Post. Iron railings were temporarily welded to both sides of the passageway. The busy figures moving back and forth exuded a sense of vigilance, constantly watching the movements of those around them. Commander Zhong sat alone in his office, the secretary's voice coming through the walkie-talkie. The military base and the government building were located at opposite ends of the security zone, requiring intermediaries to place 2 walkie-talkies for communication. Several leaders used this method to discuss how to settle over 9 million people. "We must come up with a new resettlement plan as soon as possible. The public's emotions are already unstable, and those temporary shelters lack basic living facilities and have extremely poor sanitation, easily leading to disease outbreaks. The most important thing is to maintain order. We just received reports that several incidents of aberration have occurred in the southern district, causing large-scale riots. The key is how to resettle them? If the population is too dispersed, the army will have to disperse as well." The voice on the walkie-talkie said, "Dispersing the army means lengthening the defensive line. If a large-scale incident occurs, the army cannot regroup quickly, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Moreover, the soldiers are busy running around, they'd be exhausted. How will they fight then?" The secretary replied, "Actually, we can prioritize resettling the elderly, children, and women, and then gradually distribute the others." "Where to distribute them?" the political commissar asked. Commander Zhong's gaze fell on a map on the table, densely marked with the distribution of resources and population within the safety zone. He said, "Jiangning District." Jiangning District was designated within the safety zone, sparsely populated and vast, surrounding Nanjing's main city on the east, west, and south sides. However, there is a drawback. That area is close to the buffer zone. They weren't initially within the resettlement area. The secretary sighed. The people in the buffer zone are being evacuated. According to Captain Xia's men, the danger there is uncertain, but if an anomaly occurs, the buffer zone will be far more dangerous than the quarantine zone. I know. The military region has already deployed the 1st Army Group to the edge of the area for defense. Commander Zhong had received the test results. Many people's contamination levels had decreased instead of increased, which was highly unusual. The Research Institute's personnel have already gone there to confirm whether antibodies have appeared. They're looking to see if a treatment vaccine can be developed. Given the current situation, we have no other choice. Commander Zhong slowly said, "There are heavy troops guarding that area, and those transmigrators are still there. Several streets near the main city can accommodate quite a few people. Issue a notice that it's voluntary. People who don't want to go will not be forced." At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." The door opened. After Sue's adjutant passed away, the temporarily promoted adjutant stood at the door, saluted, and said, reporting to the commander, "All the mutants in the quarantine zone have been wiped out. Lieutenant General Ren and Commander Xie are leading the troops back." Commander Zhong looked at the somewhat unfamiliar faces and felt a little dazed. He nodded after several seconds and replied, "Command of the 12th Army Group has been handed over to Captain Xie. Follow his orders." "Yes, sir." Xie 2 ordered the tank units to garrison the edge of the buffer zone and the safe zone, and led the infantry company into the safe zone. The city, shrouded in darkness, was like a lurking beast. Oppressive and dangerous. The vehicles drove into the densely populated quarantine area. A large number of troops were stationed on both sides of the street. Within minutes, 7 or 8 riots broke out nearby. People screamed and scattered, pushing, shoving, trampling, and crying out in despair. Due to poor visibility and the risk of accidentally injuring civilians, heavy weapons could not be used in densely populated areas. Soldiers, armed with issued fishing nets and flashlights, jogged towards the scene and fired the nets at the mutants using launchers. These nets were made of a special material, impervious to corrosion. The mutants caught in the nets roared and struggled. The soldiers, their expressions numb, skillfully restrained the mutants from 2 directions, dragging them out of the settlement and dealing with them. Their practiced skill clearly indicated that this was not their first time doing this. The mutations seemed to be happening too frequently. Lionian frowned. The dark apocalypse has only been going on for less than a day, yet there are mutants almost every moment. He couldn't imagine what the desperate scene must have been like 200 years ago. Xiao Yunjiao was unusually quiet, not saying a word. Xie 2, however, was looking at the fishing net. The technological level and productivity of the old era were beyond imagination. Within a single day, countless testing instruments and various auxiliary tools were all in place. Even so, facing the increasingly frequent and overwhelming waves of mutation, humanity's defenses remained precarious. At this moment, a sharp scream rang out from another quarantine point. Seeing this, the soldiers quickly surrounded the location again. Xie 2 left behind a company of over 40,000 infantrymen to help suppress the riots in the safe zone. He contacted the sentries of the 11th and 12th groups. Meanwhile, contact was also made with Zhongshan. The Zhongshan scenic area was located within the safe zone. The surrounding area consisted entirely of tourist attractions, with no residences or people, making it surprisingly safe after darkness fell. "So far, we haven't encountered a single mutant." Zheng Xiao's voice was filled with gratitude. "The battalion commander asked me to ask Captain Xie if he needs our help, to send a guide over to help clear the area." Guide Yun didn't come in. With such a high concentration of pollution, without guides, relying solely on inhibitors and guide hormones, Zhuangwan feared the sentinels at the main base wouldn't be able to hold out. Moreover, she heard that inhibitors had strong side effects. Overuse could cause sentinels to develop immunity and suppress their abilities. Xie 2, no need, we can hold on for now. The real danger hasn't arrived yet, so don't let your guard down. Understood. Zheng Xiao assumed that as an S-rank sentinel, he might be too embarrassed to ask for help, and tactfully added again, the battalion commander could actually come and help temporarily. Xiao Yunjiao pouted, arrogantly raising her head. With her here, why would they need other guides? She was about to speak when Xie 2, already prepared, shoved a bag of spicy beef jerky he'd gotten from somewhere into her mouth, interrupting her. Xie 2 spoke into the walkie-talkie, "I'll let you know if I need anything. It's dangerous outside, the guide is safer on the mountain." Zheng Xiao had no choice but to give up. "All right then, be careful. Let me know if you need anything." Xie 2, "Okay." He turned off the walkie-talkie and turned to look beside him. Xiao Yunjiao held up beef jerky, her innocent face showing displeasure, her watery eyes staring straight at him. The cook had been taking advantage of him lately. Xie 2 seemed oblivious, taking the beef jerky and tearing open the packaging for her. "It's already morning. Are you sleepy? Want to take a nap?" Xiao Yunjiao huffed, letting him feed her, opening her mouth to eat the beef jerky he tore open. "I don't want to sleep in the car. It's so uncomfortable." Xie 2 then said, "It might be a while. After I arrange things, I take you to the buffer zone to rest." The hotels in the safe zone were already full. There were no empty rooms to be found. Having just endured an all-night battle, everyone, from sentries to soldiers, needed to replenish their strength. Intermittent riots and screams erupted, and the panicked survivors also remained awake all night. Some checked the time on their phones. The screen showed 7:30 a.m., but the surroundings were as dark as midnight. People looked up at the sky, trying to find a glimmer of light. The sky remained as black as ink. Not a single ray of light could penetrate the thick darkness. The sun, that which once rose punctually every day, bringing light and warmth to the earth, was truly gone. Chapter 459. The disappearance of the sun was like a heavy death knell, shattering the last vestiges of hope in people's hearts. Panic, like a surging tide, spread uncontrollably throughout the safe zone. The public's emotions were completely out of control. The streets, already chaotic due to the anomaly, now descended into near madness. Many people ran blindly in the darkness, shouting, their eyes filled with despair and fear. The dark apocalypse had arrived. Meanwhile, in every corner of the city, sentinels looked up at the sky in unison. I was born at the end of the Dark Ages, Guifei said, leaning against the wall, his voice low. When I was 2, the sun reappeared. Before that, I have little memory of darkness. Zhao Chong patted his shoulder, his voice somewhat unsteady. I don't have much memory of it either, but I often heard my elders mention it. Those were truly unbearable times. Darkness was everywhere, pitch black, food was scarce, people would fight tooth and nail for a bite to eat, and human life was cheap. Human lifespan was only a few decades. People in the middle of the Dark Ages never saw the sun before they died. Like Zhao Chong's grandfather. The old man always wanted to see what a world with light looked like. But he never lived to see that day. The atmosphere fell silent. The whole city was oppressive, filled with panic and despair. All that could be heard were cries, screams, and chaotic noise. In such an environment, everyone was like a frightened bird, their psychological defenses teetering on the brink of collapse in fear and struggle. Over time, the immense mental pressure can completely break a person. What's the point of such a rescue? Just then, a voice came through the walkie-talkie. Guifei, Zhao Chong. What are you two doing? A riot has broken out during the evacuation of Block 04 in District F. Go and provide support immediately. Groups 9 and 10 were responsible for assisting the army's evacuation, dispersing the population in the buffer zone, and isolating them in individual households to minimize casualties from the mutation. The entire buffer zone has a population of 720,000. The workload is heavy, and to avoid chaos, the evacuation must be carried out in batches. This is only the turn of Group 9, responsible for District F. Roger. The two composed themselves and immediately grabbed their guns and rushed towards their destination. On the way, some people began to go berserk, rushing into the streets regardless of the danger, cursing loudly at the sky, venting their endless anger and fear. This greatly hindered the evacuation work. The soldiers couldn't shoot these people, they could only try to persuade them to leave, but with little effect. The more they saw, the angrier they became. Outside, I knocked them all out with one punch each, locked them all up, and let them go crazy on their own. Zhao Chong kicked aside someone blocking his way, saying irritably, they're so ungrateful. They should be grateful they have the government and the army, otherwise, with the collapse of order, these weaklings would be robbed of everything, even if they weren't feeding the mutants. What's the anger about? Let's get to the support. The two jogged off. When they reached Block 04, the streets were in chaos. Aberration. Another one has aberrated. Someone shouted in terror. Many people were frantically fleeing in the darkness, screams, cries, and shoving all mixed together. Guifei scanned the chaotic crowd. In the middle of the street, their teammates Huang Liangping and Zhang Hai were locked in combat with two mutants. In the darkness, both sides moved with incredible speed. Soldiers wearing night vision goggles surrounded them, holding specially made fishing net launchers, hesitant to pull the trigger for fear of accidentally ensnaring the sentries. The two sentries were clearly no match for mutants of equal strength. Huang Liangping sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the mutant's swung claws, and slammed his rifle into the mutant's shoulder blade. However, the mutant's body seemed to feel no pain, only swaying slightly before lunging at him with even greater speed. Watch out! A gigantic rhinoceros appeared out of thin air. The massive psychic entity blocked the main body, roaring at the mutants, and suddenly opened its massive jaws, biting down on one of them. The dense dark matter in the surrounding area entered the psychic entity's body upon contact. Huang Liangping's face paled visibly. Guifei and Zhao Chong, seeing this, quickly raised their guns and aimed. Bang, bang, bang. The mutant tried to dodge, but was firmly gripped by the psychic entity, unable to move. The bullet struck its head squarely. The mutant's head exploded, instantly collapsing to the ground, turning into a puddle of slime. The four of them worked together to take down the other one. As the mutant fell, Huang Liangping, somewhat exhausted and pale, complained, "This filth. This city has so many advanced mutants." Zhao Chong walked over, greeted the soldiers, and winked at his teammates. They're obviously all outsiders. Contaminated Zone 344 has a long history. Over the past 200 years, countless mutants have entered it. The large number of advanced mutants is normal. How are you two? Are you injured? Guifei asked. Zhang Hai waved his hand. It's all right. Luckily my combat suit isn't corroded, it's just that my spiritual body has been eroded. Guifei relaxed. Hold on a little longer, Group 10 has already contacted Captain Xia. Once Captain Xia's daughter arrives, everything will be fine. Speaking of Captain Xia's daughter, Zhao Chong finally couldn't help but whisper to them, how come we didn't hear a thing before? Logically, Don Bei shouldn't have kept it a secret that such a young child has awakened spiritual power. This is extremely rare. The base should have taken it very seriously, and tried to contact other bases to find out the reason for the child's awakening. Stop asking about this, Huang Liangping said. If Captain Xia doesn't want it public, would Don Base dare to act recklessly? Aren't they afraid Captain Xia will get angry and run away with his wife and child? Xiao Chong agreed. Zhang Hai was more worried about another point. The mutation frequency is too high. We encountered several ways along the evacuation route. This is nothing. Didn't Group 12 say they didn't stop working in the safe zone all night? They were clearing mutated species all night long. Guifei comforted him. Think about it, we're only responsible for over 700,000 people, while Groups 11 and 12 have over 9 million. Thinking this way, he seemed to feel more at ease. Zhang Hai pulled Huang Liangping up from the ground. Alright, stop chatting, get to work. Let's finish quickly, so we can take turns finding a place to nap. Military base. An infantry fighting vehicle was parked in front of the building. Xia got out of the vehicle, shot, and killed 2 soldiers who had mutated outside, ending the chaos outside, and went straight inside to discuss business. Xiao Yunzhao didn't want to go, so she stayed in the car with the 2 phoenixes and Lai Yanyan. The interior of the tank was cramped and compact. Welded metal seats lined the sides of the cabin, covered with worn-out anti-slip mats, offering only a meager level of comfort. Xiao Yunzhao sat alone in the back, swinging her legs. With nothing to do, she took out the satellite phone to play with. Out of power, she said, somewhat annoyed. Lai Yanyan had never interacted with such a young child before. Hearing her voice, he softened his tone and said, there's nowhere to charge it right now. Why don't you play something else? Xiao Yunzhao raised her chin. No. Find a way to charge it. The little bluebird chuckled. That's right. Find a way to charge it. Fire Phoenix, charge. Charge, Lai Yanyan, Xiao Yunzhao gave him a disdainful look. What are you standing there for? Get out of the car and ask. Lai Yanyan didn't move, hesitatingly saying, let's wait for Captain Xia to come back. It wasn't safe anywhere, he couldn't leave her alone in the car. Xiao Yunzhao wanted to say something more, but suddenly froze. Just now, she glimpsed again that her hand had suddenly become transparent. Chapter 460. In the office, Xia met Commander Zhong. The news of the quarantine zone hadn't spread. The mutants inside were all people's parents, children, relatives, friends. Eliminating them only removed one hidden danger. It wouldn't give people hope. The army is arranging for the evacuation of civilians, transferring some to Jiangning district to minimize crowds. Commander Zhong informed him of some new arrangements. In addition, we arranged for researchers and professionals to check nearby power plants to see if there's any way to restore the power system. Xia noticed that the adjutant beside Commander Zhong had changed. He didn't ask anything, replying, repairs are useless. The dark matter has corroded all the lines, and the power system, there's no other cause. Unless a guide intervenes to clean it up. But there are several integrated energy stations throughout Nanjing. Even if all 4 guides from Zhongshan were brought over, they could only maintain power to a small area. And it would require a huge expenditure of mental energy. Between the sentry safety and power supply, Xia would only choose the former. Commander Zhong refused to give up. There must be another way. You've seen the situation outside. The city is in chaos and despair. We need to give the people hope. Without electricity, most facilities, weapons, technology, and various research and production processes cannot proceed. Commander Zhong's gaze was resolute. Most of the city's top scientists are still alive. As long as there's electricity, what does it matter if there's no sun? The scientists will find a way to create an artificial sun. Xia eyebrows twitched slightly upon hearing this. An artificial sun? Yes. Scientists have proposed simulating the nuclear fusion reaction inside the sun to achieve a clean and efficient energy supply. With current technology, it might be possible, Commander Zhong said. If an artificial sun can be realized, it will solve the current crisis and may even reverse the situation of the dark apocalypse. Xia knew it wouldn't work. Any energy reaction would be eroded by dark matter. But in the current situation, Nanjing needed hope. Having something to look forward to was better than waiting to die in despair. Xia didn't expose him, but simply told Commander Zhong about the next arrangements, and asked the military to help prepare a batch of supplies and weapons. Since they were here, there was no reason to leave empty-handed. Having the military prepare the supplies would be much more efficient. How much could be taken out in the end was entirely up to fate. When Sietu came out of the building, he noticed Lai Yannian standing awkwardly outside the car. He spotted him. Lai Yannian quickly stepped forward, stammering, "Team leader Xia, your daughter seems to be in a bad mood. She suddenly threw a tantrum and wouldn't let me stay in the car." He was really embarrassed to say that he himself had been kicked out of the car by a little child. The little princess was hard to please. She was fine just a moment ago, but suddenly she turned on him, changing her attitude faster than anyone else. Sietu nodded. "I go in and take a look." Infantry fighting vehicles are armored combat vehicles. They don't have doors on the sides. The door is in the roof window. Sietu nimbly climbed onto the roof, opened the hatch, and instantly saw the situation inside. He paused for 2 seconds, then quickly recovered, calmly closing the window again, and said to Lai Yannian, "The team has been reorganized. Group A will stay in the safe zone to assist the other 2 groups. You go and regroup with everyone." Lai Yannian, oblivious to anything amiss, quickly agreed. "Okay, then Captain Xia, I head over to the assembly point first." He was really bad at dealing with children. Besides, Captain Xia's daughter was different from other kids. She had a bit of a temper. "Okay, contact me via walkie-talkie if anything happens." He waited until she was out of sight. Sietu reopened the window, quickly jumped into the car, and closed the door, blocking all view. He hadn't even had time to pack up the princess dress he changed out of. Yuan Zhao was already wearing her combat uniform, sitting alone in the car, looking bewildered. The little bluebird, seeing her grown-up form again, snuggled up to her affectionately, its little head constantly nuzzling against her neck. In just a few minutes, she had changed back. Sietu couldn't figure out what had happened. His intuition told him that her change was related to the gatekeeper's state. Could it be that the changes they made had caused a shift in time within the contaminated zone, causing little Yuan Zhao's spacetime to disappear? Sietu didn't understand for the time being, but being able to return to normal was a good thing. Yuan Zhao saw him, but still looked blank. "I think I remembered a lot of things." She vaguely remembered things she did as a child, and even when the topic of contaminated Zone 6 came up, many fragmented images flashed through her mind. As a child, she drove her toy car, wandering alone in the contaminated zone. A dreamlike castle, her little self sitting on a swing, a chubby-faced nanny robot standing behind her, and the videos her father left behind. In the videos, the father and daughter's features were remarkably similar. The young man was very handsome. He wore a white shirt, collar turned up, the top 2 buttons undone, exuding a touch of rebelliousness. Yuan Zhu, facing the camera, was comforting his infant daughter. "Daddy needs to take care of some things. I'll be back soon to pick you up. Stay here obediently. No one will be able to find you." Yuan Zhu looked so young, even younger than she had imagined. But she couldn't remember what he said afterward in the video. The white mist in her mental realm was rapidly receding, revealing more of the scene. Yuan Zhao had a premonition that she was only a little bit away from regaining all her memories. Sietu was silent for a moment, then gently patted her shoulder. "Don't rush, take your time. Memories can't be forced." Yuan Zhao nodded, forcing herself to focus. "Let's talk about this after we get out. What's the situation outside?" She had a sliver of residual memory, remembering the general events after entering. But as a child, she didn't care about anything. Most of the time, she was either being held by Sietu or playing by herself. Either sleeping or playing games. She didn't participate in the Sentinel's actions at all. The entire quarantine zone has been mutated, but it's been cleared with firepower, Sietu explained to her. The situation in the safe and buffer zones is not optimistic. People are suddenly mutating every few minutes. Everyone in the city is in panic, and the military is evacuating and relocating people. As long as the entire city doesn't mutate simultaneously, with military support, everyone can manage for now. And there's the Zhongshan refugee camp. He gave her a general overview of the different areas. He also mentioned his conversation with Commander Zhong. Yuan Zhao listened quietly, her expression indifferent, a hint of coldness in her eyes. Just like last time, it seemed she was still influenced by her childhood personality. Seeing her like this, Sietu's heart skipped a beat. The little bluebird, dissatisfied that its main body was only talking to the cook, kept rubbing against her. This made the fire phoenix extremely envious. "I also want the bluebird to act like that with me." Yuan Zhao snapped out of her daze, and touched the little bluebird. "I'm fine." Sietu suppressed his inexplicable emotions, got into the driver's seat, and started the car. I suspect there are S-class mutants in the buffer zone. Let's go over there now, and keep an eye on it, and find a place to rest while we're at it. He paused, suddenly remembering something very important. Little Yun Zhao had disappeared. How was he going to explain to the sentries where his daughter had gone? Chapter 461. What you think about comes true. The voice of Team 9 came through the walkie-talkie. Team Leader Xie, the number of advanced mutants has suddenly increased. Guifei, we encountered 3 waves of advanced mutants in half an hour. 2 team members' mental bodies have been severely eroded and need treatment. The pollution concentration throughout the city remained at 90%. Under such high pollution, the Sentinels had only just completed shallow treatment when their mental domains were eroded again. However, most Sentinels didn't use their abilities, and could still endure it. The 2 teams of Sentinels in the buffer zone could only deal with mutants of the same level by releasing their mental bodies, with teammates coordinating to shoot them down. This accelerated the rate at which their mental bodies were eroded. If he hadn't truly been unable to endure it, Guifei wouldn't have wanted to trouble the father and daughter. After all, Team Leader Xie's daughter was only a few years old. Asking a child to treat them felt like child abuse, something he found difficult to admit. Xie too paused for 2 seconds, then replied, "I'm coming right away." He turned off the walkie-talkie and looked at Yun Zhao sitting in the back seat. "We can't let them see you, otherwise it'd be hard to explain. I won't get out of the car. I can still release my mental energy to channel it while inside." Yun Zhao knew this too. She then asked, "That Sentinel said the mutation rate suddenly increased. Is that related to me turning back?" "I suspect so too." Xie too explained his theory to her. All the contaminated zones should be in the same spacetime. Your sudden appearance and disappearance when you were a child might be related to the Gatekeeper's abilities. She was affected by the spacetime of the contaminated zone, which was why she kept experiencing problems. The Gatekeeper? Yun Zhao rubbed her head, still recalling the details of her arrival. This time was different from last time. She could remember many things, like her insistence on a princess dress, riding in a sports car, and how Xie too had actually changed her clothes, combed her hair, and given her a bath. Yun Zhao felt somewhat embarrassed. She didn't want to face it. She tried to ignore these minor details and said, "I think I know what the Gatekeeper is." Xie too's lips curled up. "Really?" Yun Zhao, "Yeah, it's too obvious, but I don't know how to kill it." Swearing to live and die with Nanjing. Then it moved, shaking violently. "If the Gatekeeper is a city, how do we destroy it?" Yun Zhao asked directly. The next second, the surrounding dark matter began to shake again. Xie too's hands on the steering wheel were steady. He looked around at the air and slowly said, "Think about its obsession." "Obsession?" Yun Zhao lowered her eyelids, lost in thought. The infantry fighting vehicle slowly moved forward. Outside the vehicle window, the sounds of collapse, weeping, madness, and screams echoed along the street. Ignoring the soldiers' attempts to stop them, people rushed into the street like madmen. "Don't stop me. Rather than live in fear, worrying whether I be the next aberrant one, I'd rather just die. To hell with your dark apocalypse. Give me back the sun. What kind of bullshit order? What kind of security? This world is finished, we're all doomed." The sound of shattering glass was sharp and piercing. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair, his face flushed, veins bulging on his neck, roared hoarsely at the soldiers not far away. "My family. My children. Where are they? Don't stop me, I need to get to the quarantine zone." As he spoke, he kicked a wrecked car hard on the side of the street, making a dull thud. Yun Zhao heard the noise and whispered, "If it's related to obsession, is it possible that simply eliminating the mutants isn't enough?" Xie too squinted, perhaps. But he still had no clue how to do it. Yun Zhao pondered for a moment, then said, "Do you think there's any way to completely change the outcome in Nanjing?" Xie too's heart skipped a beat. "Do you remember when I asked you about the coverage area of your mental barrier?" Yun Zhao nodded, feeling a little thirsty, and pulled a bottle of water from her bag, handing it to him. "I have a vague recollection. I never actually tried it, and I don't even know how large the coverage area is." The limits of her abilities had always been a mystery. The last time she felt slightly strained was when searching for Ding Lang in contaminated Zone 111. At that time, she covered the entire city with mental threads, yet still had the strength to build a barrier for Qi Ling afterward. Releasing mental threads to capture something is different from establishing a barrier. The latter consumes more mental energy. Even if coverage is achieved, the barrier cannot be maintained indefinitely. Moreover, even if it could be maintained, the barrier can only isolate dark matter at best, not prevent distortion. Xie too took the water, unscrewed the cap, and handed it back to him. We don't need to cover the entire city, just the energy station. Yuan Zhao's hand, which had been holding the water, froze in midair. Recalling what he had said about Commander Zhong, it seemed he had this plan. Yuan Zhao asked, "You didn't mention it then, and even told Commander Zhong it was useless, because you had some reservations?" Xie Tu saw that she wouldn't take the water. He was used to serving her, so he raised his hand and fed her the water, replying, "You were too mischievous when we were little, I didn't dare mention it." Yuan Zhao leaned over and took a sip of water, then realized what was happening. "You looked down on me." Xie Tu, "No." Yuan Zhao, "Then why did you say you wouldn't dare? Is there anything you wouldn't dare?" Xie Tu, "I really wouldn't dare. When you were little, you were used to giving orders to your nanny robot, so you developed a commanding tone when you spoke to anyone." He said casually, "You probably just thought of me as a cook who can use his brain, can serve people, and is slightly above a robot. One human, one spiritual being, both calling each other cook. Did he really think he didn't know? How could the arrogant little princess possibly listen to a cook and become a laborer protecting a power plant? Saying it would only backfire. She would deliberately oppose him." Yuan Zhao said quietly, "Are you complaining to me? After saying all that? Accusing her of her childhood self when she's grown up?" Yuan Zhao stared into his eyes, and after a long pause, concluded, "You're being unreasonable." Xie Tu, He looked helpless. "I served you all this way. Shouldn't I get some compensation?" After all that, it turns out he wanted compensation. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, then turned and pulled out his points card from her bag. "Here, it's compensation. Spend it however you like." Xie Tu's lips twitched, but he didn't reach out to take it. That was his card, and it was his points that were being spent. So what kind of compensation was that? Yuan Zhao put the card back in her bag with satisfaction, returning to the main topic. "But your idea is pretty good. Where there's electricity, there's light, and a dark apocalypse naturally doesn't exist. Even the Arctic Circle has polar nights. As long as there's light, the people in this city have hope and won't give up. A city with electricity and order can't be considered fallen, right?" Yuan Zhao was tempted to try. "When do we go over?" Xie Tu, "No rush, the lives of those sentinels are more important." Chapter 462. The two chatted as they quickly arrived at the buffer zone. It was nearly 10 a.m. The city was pitch black, the only light coming from the flashlights of soldiers on the streets. The situation here was slightly better than in the safe zone. Everyone was dispersed and isolated, huddled alone in rooms with tightly closed doors and windows. The advantage of isolation was that they didn't have to worry about being affected by the sudden mutations, and any occasional noises from outside were also kept out. This gave some people a sense of security. Many had calmed down. Although their initial contamination levels were high, the results of the second and third tests showed that many of them had significantly decreased contamination levels. Order hadn't collapsed. The government was still there. The army was still there. It was only the first day. As long as they didn't mutate, perhaps the country would find a way to figure out why the sun had disappeared. Then, they would find the sun again. Xie Tu parked the vehicle on Street 04 in Sector F. All 6 sentries of Group 9 were there, sitting by the roadside eating. Having fought continuously until now, everyone had barely rested. Taking advantage of the fact that their teammates were all present, Zhao Yong and Zhang Hai laid down on the sidewalk to sleep. However, 2 of them were clearly not in good condition. Their eyes were glazed over, and while eating bread, they suddenly seemed to be paused, staring blankly as if they couldn't remember what they were supposed to do. They saw Team Leader Xia's car arrive. Guifei wiped his mouth and was the first to stand up. He was about to walk over to wait for them to get out of the car, when he saw wisps of bluish-green fluorescence drifting out from inside. The figure of a small bluebird gradually materialized, perching proudly on the car roof. It glanced sideways at the group of weak sentries, and quickly identified 2 target individuals. "Ah, fragile trash." The little bluebird flew straight at one of the most severely corrupted individuals, forcefully breaking through his barrier and entering his mental realm. Xie Tu then opened the sunroof to get out. In the darkness, even the sentries with excellent eyesight couldn't see into the car through the sunroof. Just in case, Xie Tu closed the sunroof. He looked up and saw a light in the distance. It was the light of a searchlight. There was a battalion of soldiers there, resting next to the sentries. It wasn't just ordinary people affected. The soldiers had suffered heavy casualties, morale was generally low, they numbly ate to replenish their strength, and slept on the sidewalk. Hundreds of people were silent. Hearing the roar of the car, they only glanced at the light to confirm it was their own. After realizing it was their own people, the soldiers moved the light away. The searchlight was pointed at the residential area across the street. Xie noticed that the rest area they had chosen was surrounded by densely packed high-rise residential buildings on both sides of the street. The residents from several quarantine points in Zone F were likely all housed here. The group remained downstairs, ready to go in and clean up at any time. "How's the situation?" Xie asked. Guifei replied with a wry smile. "Things have calmed down a bit after we separated into different quarantine areas, but the mutations are happening very quickly, and they're all at very high levels. Just a few minutes ago, 2 level 8 mutants that look like mantises appeared. The soldiers have suffered quite a few casualties. Huang Liangping was severely eroded while trying to save them. We dare not separate again. Fortunately, the high-level mutants only appeared in small groups. If a whole group came, they wouldn't be able to handle it." Xie nodded. "It's not advisable to disperse now. Group 7 will come to support you immediately. Take turns resting in shifts. Don't let your guard down." Guifei replied, "I know." Xie asked him for a map of the quarantine area. The map was made by the volunteers. It might not be entirely accurate. There were over 720,000 people in the entire buffer zone when they were relocated. We can't calculate the current casualties, so we only roughly marked the distribution points. Guifei handed him the map, noticing with a sigh, people in the old days relied too much on technology. Now, without a computer, drawing a map or compiling statistics takes forever. He couldn't believe they relied on high technology even for drawing maps. Their mental fortitude and survival skills are completely incomparable to those of later generations. They can't be compared. They lived in peacetime and never faced life-threatening situations. Xie took the map, his eyes quickly scanning the dense markings. Although the map was rough, it barely showed the approximate distribution of the quarantine points. Seeing his focused look, Guifei couldn't help but ask, "Captain Xie, are there really S-class mutants in this contaminated area? Otherwise, what would be the point of a map? Should we check them one by one? Regardless of whether they exist or not, prepare for the worst and remain vigilant at all times." Xie had a gut feeling that they existed, but perhaps it just hadn't reached the mutation stage yet. Guifei said with a wry smile, "We carefully observed their clothing and condition, trying to identify the most dangerous individuals, but they're all mutants. Just by looking at them as normal people, we can't tell their level at all. This is precisely why everyone felt uneasy. No one had ever seen an S-class mutant. The Sentinels knew they were no match for that thing. Encountering it would almost certainly mean certain death. It was like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. This 5-star contaminated zone seems harmless now. But without Captain Xie and his daughter, the sentries might not have been able to hold on during the initial surge in contamination levels, let alone control the situation in the entire city in a short time." Speaking of Captain Xie's daughter, Guifei turned to look at his teammate, who was providing mental support. Huang Liangping lay on the ground, surrounded by a ring of glowing green spiritual threads, his brows furrowed, cold sweat pouring down his face. Strange. Mental support is supposed to be a relaxing activity. Why does Huang Liangping look like this? Just then, a commotion came from the high-rise building diagonally opposite, a roar clearly audible in the silent city. "Damn! They don't give us a moment's rest." 2 sentries quickly got up and released their spiritual entities to go check first. Zhang Hai turned to the soldiers not far away, "Send a team with us. In case there were too many, these soldiers would be needed to help cast nets." A squad of soldiers stepped forward, numbly yet skillfully picking up their equipment, and jogged into the residential area, following the sentries. High-rise buildings could isolate people as much as possible without dispersing forces too much. There was no electricity now. Climbing stairs was nothing to the sentries, but for the soldiers, it was an extremely physically demanding task. Xiao Chong had once muttered to Zhang Hai, "The 5-star contaminated zone is too realistic." Before the mutation, even the mutants thought climbing stairs was a physically demanding task. Xie remained standing on the roof of the vehicle, carefully studying the street layout map with his flashlight. These sentries needed to grow. With Yunzhao here, they didn't need to fear the corruption, and could release their spiritual bodies at will to resist the advanced mutants. He didn't intend to interfere. Yunzhao sat inside the vehicle, never showing herself. As a child, she had an extremely bad personality, and she was just a child. The sentries would only contact Xie if they needed anything, rather than actively seeking her out, which allowed her to temporarily conceal her identity. Chapter 463. The little bluebird's guidance process was swift. After guiding the 2 severely corrupted sentinels, It followed its master's instructions and began providing superficial guidance to the other Sentinel spirits. The spiritual thread spread throughout the neighborhood, quickly finding the two Sentinels inside the building. Although the process was filled with curses and swears, the results were remarkable. The Sentinels recovered from their previous oppressive state and breathed a sigh of relief. In this contaminated area, without a guide, it's practically certain death, Zhang Hai remarked with feeling. The Sentinels wholeheartedly agreed. Gui Fei walked towards the chariot, intending to thank Captain Xia's daughter and the little bluebird. He paused after a few steps, suddenly realizing something very important. What's Captain Xia's daughter's name? How should we address her? Captain Xia, what's your daughter's name? Gui Fei said, we really appreciated her last time, and we wanted to thank the little one in person. Xia Tu put the map into his backpack. No need, it was nothing. I have something to do, I'd be going now. Xia Tu reopened the window, jumped into the vehicle, and quickly closed the door to block the view. The infantry fighting vehicle started. Everyone watched as the vehicle sped away. The sentry's hearing was sharp. Only after it had gone far did Yuan Zhao speak. Let's go to Sector E first and clear out the 7 sentries in Group 10. Go over there? Xia Tu turned his head, his gaze falling on her face in the dim light of the equipment inside the vehicle. When you were little, you could pinpoint a sentry's mental core with a wave of your hand. What did he mean? Did he think she was inferior to her as a child? Yuan Zhao glared at him disapprovingly. I can do that now too. Their eyes met. Xia Tu felt a slight sense of disorientation. She seemed different now. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He just felt that Yuan Zhao seemed more vibrant and alive now. Seeing his silence, Yuan Zhao assumed he didn't believe her. She slightly raised her hand, and countless strands of spiritual energy began to spread in all directions, searching for and capturing the Sentinel's spiritual cores. The effect of spiritual attraction wasn't just control. Before the Dark Guide's abilities, the Sentinels had nowhere to hide. No wonder even the gatekeepers were wary of the Dark Guide. Let's go straight to the power plant, Yuan Zhao said. Xia Tu regained his composure. Aren't you sleepy? Yuan Zhao, a little. Xia Tu's lips curved into a smile. Take a nap first, I'll wake you when we get there. In the old era, technology was advanced, and power plants were called integrated energy stations. They not only generated electricity, but also provided services such as heating, grid regulation, and data storage. There were 6 integrated energy stations in the entire city of Nanjing. 2 in the safe zone, and 1 in the buffer zone. Commander Zhong had dispatched troops to escort power company personnel into the 2 energy stations within the safe zone for inspection and repair. The test results were as Xia Tu had predicted. The facilities and equipment were all normal, but they simply couldn't be started. Only now do I fully understand why it's called the Dark Apocalypse. Secretary Dong's voice was tinged with desolation. The people's collapse and despair aren't just because they're afraid of being mutated into monsters. Without lights burning all night, life would be meaningless. Who could bear to spend the rest of their life in darkness? The mere thought of such days filled them with despair. Commander Zhong paused for a moment, then spoke into the walkie-talkie. There must be other ways. As long as we don't give up, as long as we don't abandon hope, there is hope. The appearance of time travelers represents both change and hope. At least for now. 90% of the city's residents have survived. The situation throughout the city is initially under control. Xia Tu did not relinquish command, but instead issued mission orders remotely. The main battle tank force was left behind on the edge between the safe zone and the buffer zone. The remaining 40,000-plus infantry companies had already entered the various districts of the safe zone to assist in the suppression and eradication of the mutants in the city. The number of mutants within the army was equally staggering. Soldiers were tested almost every hour, and those found with abnormally high levels of contamination were immediately reported and self-isolated. It was 11:30 a.m. Volunteers in various areas, with the assistance of the army, notified residents to come downstairs to collect food and supplies. Thick darkness spread like ink, engulfing the entire world. Tents were set up downstairs, and 2 battery-powered lamps sat on the tables, emitting bright halos that were highly visible in the darkness. To avoid accidents, people had to disperse. Only 10 people are allowed to leave one quarantine site at a time. Notification received. One by one, people cautiously emerged from the quarantine sites, groping their way forward in the darkness, their eyes filled with fear and unease, following the escorting soldiers toward the light. No matter what the world becomes, people still need to eat. Volunteers and soldiers moved swiftly through the dim light. Faces were hidden by the darkness, only their hurried silhouettes were visible. Beside the tents, staff distributing supplies were busy and efficient. Their hands moved quickly in the dim light, handing food and supplies to the people, while reminding them, use them sparingly, we don't know when the next supply will arrive. In a large city like Nanjing, most supplies rely on imports to keep the city running. Currently, all civilian production lines are at a standstill, and it's unclear when they will resume. The people receiving the supplies remain silent, quickly turning away and disappearing into the darkness, as if swallowed up in an instant. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing roar echoed from afar, shattering the silence of the night. Those queuing for food froze, turning to look at the source of the sound. But they couldn't see anything in the darkness. They could only hear the footsteps of soldiers. They already knew that the army would handle the newly mutated monster. Having experienced intense panic and fear, most people were like zombies, numbly obeying orders. The darkness seemed to devour all human emotions and desires. In one day, the entire world was turned upside down. Some, unable to bear the oppressive environment, climbed to the top of a building alone and jumped, ending their lives. Yun Xiao only dozed off for a short while. When she woke up, the car was already parked at the entrance of the energy station in the buffer zone. Yun Xiao sat up, yawning, and asked, "Why didn't you wake me? I wanted you to sleep a little longer." Xie pulled a bag of bread and a bottle of strawberry milk from his backpack and handed them to her, saying, "It's already noon, let's eat something before we go in." He explained, "The energy station in the safe zone is heavily guarded. Let's try the buffer zone first." He was more concerned about the variables in the buffer zone than the safe zone itself. Although there were fewer people there, it was home to many advanced mutants and some people with antibodies. Yun Xiao nodded, took the food, and started eating. The two ate a simple lunch in the car. Xie got up and opened the sunroof. He jumped onto the roof first and pulled her out of the car. It was pitch black outside. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Human vision was useless at that moment. It was impossible to capture any information or detail. It was like a bottomless abyss. It was impossible to tell whether the darkness was from the night itself or from the omnipresent dark matter. Yun Xiao's eyes were open, yet she found herself unable to see anything, essentially becoming blind. She could, of course, release her mental energy. But considering the need to establish barriers at the 3 energy stations, it was better to conserve her mental energy for now. Yun Xiao touched his hand and jumped out of the car. After getting out, she quickly pulled out a flashlight. The surrounding area was deserted for dozens of miles, utterly silent. Completely still. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the path beneath their feet. The two broke down the gate and entered. Chapter 464. The two walked along the wide main road, the surface littered with traces of a hasty evacuation. The security booth door was open, but it was empty. The surveillance screens were black. The table that had been used to register visitor information was overturned, papers scattered everywhere. The beam of a flashlight pierced the darkness, leaving a faint path. 2 phoenixes emerged and flew ahead, leading the way. One blue, one red, radiating light, finally dispelling some of the darkness. Yun Xiao noticed that the once lush greenery along the roadside was now yellowing, curling, and some leaves had even turned black and withered. In the distance, tall chimneys stood like silent tombstones, piercing the inky black night sky. The bustling scene of industrial production was gone. Xie released his senses, sensing a slight movement inside the building. He drew his weapon and warned, "Be careful, there's something inside." "Is it a mutant?" Yun Xiao paused. Xie, "No." The fire phoenix had already flown over to investigate. "Ah, it's a dog." The little bluebird was very unhappy with the fire phoenix's mimicry of its tone. Only it, and its younger self used interjections as opening lines. The little bluebird chased after the fire phoenix, cursing. The fire phoenix obediently endured the scolding, not daring to argue. Upon hearing it was a dog, Yun Xiao resumed his steps. "A dog? Why isn't it barking?" Xie tone was calm. "It's mutated. Not only humans are corrupted, but other life forms are too. But strangely, animals don't mutate. Instead, they mutate into extremely ferocious hunting machines. Their senses become extremely acute, their strength and speed far surpass their ordinary counterparts, and they have an almost insane craving for flesh and blood. However, it lacked the black slime on its body. Hondadeo had once said that the signal sent into outer space 400 years ago contained only human genetic material. It was unclear whether this was related. As the distance closed, the deep roar became clearer, filled with anger and hunger, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from the darkness, its target Yun Xiao. Xie reacted quickly, pulling Yun Xiao away, while simultaneously swinging his weapon at the shadow. With a clang, the shadow was knocked back several meters, rolling on the ground before getting back to its feet. Using the flashlight beam, Yuan Xiao could see the mutated dog's appearance. It was a large yellow dog. It was nearly twice the size of an ordinary dog, its eyes flashing with ferocity, sharp fangs bared, and dripping chilling saliva. The dog seemed enraged and leaped forward again. Xie raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the mutated dog's corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Yuan Xiao moved the flashlight beam away, searching for direction. The power plant is over there. Okay, stay close to me. The automatically opening and closing electric sliding gate was half open, blocking the entrance. 2 phoenixes flew in first. Yuan Xiao and Xie followed closely behind, stepping into the power plant. It was too quiet all around. With each step, they could hear their own heavy breathing, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridors. The factory was pitch black. The flashlight beam was extremely weak in the thick darkness, illuminating only a small area in front of them. Before them, massive electrical equipment occupied most of the space, all of it long since stopped operating. What appeared before them was a darkness that swallowed all light. It completely enveloped the equipment. It was the covering of dark matter. The casings of some devices were corroded with large holes, revealing intricate, twisted, and deformed wiring and components inside. I suddenly remembered something, Yuan Xiao said, staring at the wiring and components. I only know how to purify dark matter, not repair this stuff. Xie calmly stepped forward to inspect the dashboard. I do. You even know this? Yuan Xiao was somewhat surprised. Cook, carpenter, electrician? Xie looked up at her meaningfully and replied, the contaminated zone is full of strange things. You can encounter anything, so I learned a little bit of everything. Yuan Xiao, She felt like he was showing off. After all, she didn't know anything. Xie casually added, one knows a little bit of everything, the other knows nothing, they complement each other perfectly. Yuan Xiao, Never mind, business is more important. Xie inspected all the equipment and confirmed that it was merely covered by dark matter and undamaged. Yuan Xiao slowly closed her eyes and released her mental energy. A soft light emanated from her body, and specks of emerald green fluorescence drifted out, quickly filling the entire factory. An invisible barrier rapidly formed, isolating the area from the outside world. The little bluebird fluttered its wings. Under the influence of her mental energy, the dark matter clinging to the equipment began to tremble, seemingly resisting purification. The struggle was futile. The mental threads began to frantically devour the darkness of the entire space. Xie stayed by her side, watching everything unfold. Purification and devouring coexisted. Darkness and light? He shared Han Dedeo's bewilderment. Why could a dark guide and a light guide coexist? A genetic connection? She was so powerful. So what about her father, Yunju? He could move freely in and out of the 6th contaminated zone, creating a paradise for his daughter within the 5th-star contaminated zone. What kind of being was Yunju? The surrounding dark matter was rapidly dissipating, revealing the equipment's true form. The safety slogans posted on the walls seemed particularly ironic in this eerie environment. Soon, all the visible dark matter disappeared. All done. Yuan Xiao opened her eyes and turned to look at him. Try starting the equipment. The two stood face to face, the surrounding fluorescent light dancing like fireflies on a summer night, a beautiful sight. Wait a moment. Xie went over and checked the instrument panel again, confirming that all the equipment had returned to normal. He turned and asked, tell me first, how much mental energy is being consumed? How long can it last? He wasn't sure when they could get out. Once the equipment was activated, it would need to be maintained indefinitely. Mental energy would be continuously consumed. Yuan Xiao blinked. I don't feel anything. Xie stared at her face, repeatedly confirming her statement, then turned to look at the little bluebird. The little creature seemed not to understand what these devices were for. It flew to the top, curiously tilting its head as it peered into the pile of wires. The fire phoenix followed suit, doing the same thing. The spiritual entity looked full of energy, seemingly indeed feeling nothing. Xie mentally prepared himself before finally walking to the control panel to activate the equipment. Chapter 465. He wasn't one to hesitate. He immediately pressed the start button. The indicator lights on the panel began to flash, accompanied by a muffled hum, as the equipment slowly warmed up. Power system is starting up. Xie's eyes were fixed on the data stream on the panel. It may take a few minutes. Yuan Xiao nodded, still standing in place. The situation was temporarily under control, but there was no change within the contaminated zone. indicating that simply killing the mutants was far from enough. The gatekeeper didn't want Nanjing to fall. Not just to save those people, but to completely change the course of history and bring hope to the city. Light. Light is hope. The lights in the entire factory suddenly turned on, the blinding light instantly dispelling the darkness. Yuan Zhao couldn't adjust for a moment, and subconsciously closed his eyes. Outside, the streetlights on the streets lit up one by one, and the city, which had been shrouded in darkness, was gradually covered in light. The dim, yellowish light, initially faint and shaky under the encroaching darkness, grew increasingly bright as the electricity stabilized, gradually merging to outline the city streets. The people in the buffer zone were all stunned. Afterward, their eyes filled with unbelievable elation. Had the scientists found a solution? The power's back. The power's back. A middle-aged man, noticing the streetlights were on, opened his window and shouted excitedly, his voice echoing through the empty street. His face, though weary, now shone with a long-lost radiance. On the street, the deathly silent buffer zone gradually came back to life. Hearing the commotion, many of those in quarantine reacted, immediately scrambling to their doors and quickly pressing the light switches. Soldiers, wearing night vision goggles, stood motionless on the street. Looking up, they saw one after another, the previously dark windows on both sides of the street lit up. The walls were bathed in a warm yellow light, their outlines clearly visible. The lights twinkled like stars, illuminating the surprised and excited faces of the people. The government building. Upon receiving the notification from the buffer zone, the people busily working with flashlights inside froze in place. Documents clattered to the ground. But no one picked them up. They feared it was all just a dream. Secretary Dong and the political commissar burst out of their room, shouting excitedly, "Contact Commander Zhong immediately." The sun was gone, but that didn't matter. As long as there was electricity, with current technology, people could do many things. Restore all forms of productivity, and scientists could better study the dark matter. Sooner or later, they would understand the truth behind the disaster. Commander Zhong, upon receiving the message, jumped to his feet. He was equally excited. Did Captain Xie and the others find a solution? It should be. Lieutenant Zhua saw Commander Xie drive to the Huaning power plant with his own eyes. The newly appointed adjutant replied. Good, good, good. Commander Zhong said good 3 times, then turned and picked up the walkie-talkie on the table to contact Lieutenant Zhua, who was stationed in the buffer zone. Help me contact Captain Xie. I have something to say to him. However, the sudden light was like a double-edged sword, instantly shattering the balance. Inside a certain residence, a woman, immersed in the light, her face beaming with the joy of surviving a disaster. She had just reached out, trying to touch the long-lost warm light, when before her fingertips even touched it, the whole world suddenly began to crackle. In an instant, the woman's image flickered violently, as if disturbed by an unstable electrical current. Her once clear outline became blurred, light and shadow leaping and distorting across her body, as if an invisible hand were ruthlessly pulling at it. Her body, like an image on an old television screen, displayed stripes of black and white, constantly rolling up and down, slicing her form into fragments. The woman tried to scream, but the sound that came out was also disturbed by the current. Intermittent, it became a sharp, piercing sizzling sound, echoing in the small room. At the same time, many people's bodies reacted differently, as if short-circuited. Someone stood under the light, just about to stretch their stiff body. Suddenly, something strange happened. Black, viscous fluid began to seep from the man's body. His fingernails instantly grew long, curved like hooks, easily cutting his palms, black blood dripping onto the ground. These were images conjured by the gatekeeper's imagination. Under the sudden light, they all transformed into terrifying beings. The sentries, hearing the commotion from all directions, paled. Not good. Notify Captain Xie immediately. Windows shattered one after another. The monster leaped down. Having received messages from groups 9 and 10, Xie Tu and Yun Zhao initially thought the gatekeeper had made a move. Captain Xie, a riot has broken out in the buffer zone. Old Gao's voice came through the walkie-talkie, rapidly explaining the situation. Less than 5 minutes after the power came back on, many people have mutated. They're all images. Xie Tu and Yun Zhao's expressions instantly changed. The two exchanged a glance. They had thought that with the power back, the situation would improve, bringing them one step closer to the gatekeeper's obsession dissipating. But now, why has the situation worsened? Have we gone in the wrong direction? Xie Tu calmly told Lao Gao, I'm coming right away. He hung up the walkie-talkie and switched channels to contact all units in the buffer zone. Attention all units in the buffer zone. This is Sia Tuesday. Sia 2 issued orders over the channel. I will cut off the power in 2 minutes. Instruct soldiers to put on night vision goggles. Suppress the monsters with all their might. Guard the safe passages. And do not allow the monsters to break through the defensive line. The communications officer must ensure smooth communication between squads. Report immediately if any threat appears. A response came quickly from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Yes, sir. Roger. After hanging up the walkie-talkie, silence fell. The blinding light hung overhead, casting long shadows on the ground. There's light, so why is there a riot? Yuan Zhao, having already heard him about cutting off the power, had a vague guess and asked, is it because of the light source? Most likely. Sia Tu frowned. He shared the same question as Yuan Zhao. The gatekeepers clearly didn't want the city to fall, so why was the power outage exacerbating the situation? 2 minutes passed quickly. Sia Tu stood before the massive control panel and shut the equipment down again. As his finger pressed the off button, the lights abruptly went out, replaced by familiar darkness. Outside, streetlights went out one by one, plunging the city, once bathed in light, back into darkness. If too many advanced mutants appear, those sentinels might not be able to handle it. Sia Tu turned on his flashlight and led her outside. Let's go check it out. Yuan Zhao nodded, still pondering the reason. I'm wondering if our understanding of the gatekeeper's obsession is too one-sided. Yuan Zhao slowly said, it's Nanjing City, carrying the memories of the city's suffering. Light is just the surface. Could the true hope lie in something deeper? Sia Tu led her to the door, pushed it open, and the world returned to darkness. It was pitch black outside. Sia Tu used a flashlight to illuminate the path. You mean, we only solved the surface problem, without touching the core of the gatekeeper's obsession? Yuan Zhao nodded, probably. But what is the core? The memories representing the city? Or perhaps it has endured too much suffering, and the pain buried deep in the river of time is the key to unlocking everything? She was lost in thought. Sia Tu suddenly stopped, gently squeezing her fingers, signaling her to be quiet. Yuan Zhao looked up. Her eyesight was almost useless in the darkness. But faint sounds could be heard. Like chewing, mixed with low whimpers, coming from not far ahead. Sia Tu's pupils contracted slightly in the darkness. Ahead on the road, beside the corpse of the large yellow dog they had killed earlier, lay 2 mutants. Their bodies were twisted, neither human nor inhuman, as if shrouded in a blurry light, their outlines indistinct. 2 image mutants, feeding, Sia Tu whispered, almost touching Yuan Zhao's ear. Yuan Zhao nodded, remaining quietly in place. Her mental threads were ineffective. These beings conjured by the gatekeeper were beyond the direct attack of outsiders. It must be touched to materialize before it can be truly killed. But, do these materialized creatures also need to eat? The 5-star contaminated zone is incredibly realistic. Sia Tu has entered combat mode, slowly drawing his tang sword from behind him. Stay here and don't move, Sia Tu whispered, then his figure flashed, rushing towards the 2 mutants like a ghost. Almost simultaneously, the 2 mutants seemed to sense their presence. They abruptly raised their heads, their empty eyes locking onto the 2. One of the smaller mutants, on all fours, pounced on Sia Tu like an arrow released from a bow, its speed creating a whooshing sound. Sia Tu remained calm, sidestepping easily to avoid the fierce attack. Without giving the monster time to react, his right leg swiftly extended, directly touching its body. Corrosive slime dripped down, sliding down his combat suit to the ground. As he touched it, the mutant's body instantly solidified, its previously blurry outline becoming clearly visible. It resembled a gigantic wolf, its head twisted and deformed, fangs protruding, and its eyes gleaming with a scarlet light. The moment it materialized, it let out a low growl and pounced on Sia Tu. Sia Tu was prepared, swiftly dodging to the side. Another monster attacked, its sharp, knife-like claws reaching for his chest. Sia Tu reacted with lightning speed, leaning back and using the power of his waist to somersault several meters backward, landing steadily. At the same time, his elbow easily touched the body of another mutant. It materialized again. His body spun rapidly, his left leg sweeping out like a black lightning bolt, striking the mutant heavily in the abdomen. The mutant's massive body was sent flying by the kick, crashing into a nearby notice board. Cracks instantly appeared on the wooden planks. Sia Tu's eyes turned cold. His tang sword flashed, the blade tracing a dark blue arc in the air before precisely slicing into the mutant's neck. A burst of power severed its head. Then, with a dull thud, he slammed the head of another mutant into the ground. The dust settled. The battle was over quickly. Sia Tu flicked off the black slime from his blade, tucked the tang sword back into the side of his backpack, and walked towards Yun Zhao's location. 2 phoenixes had been following her. Yun Zhao switched on her flashlight and looked at him, saying, "There were no monsters around when I came here." In just a few minutes, the monsters had arrived. Not everyone has a collective consciousness. It might be someone hiding nearby. Xie took her hand again and led her outside. It's normal for some people to realize they might not survive being isolated and to run to sparsely populated areas to hide. After all, everyone is afraid of death. Some people would rather become monsters than face death. Yun Zhao nodded. Her thoughts had been interrupted by the 2 monsters, and she couldn't find a solution for the time being, so she had to go and check the situation first. The 2 returned to the infantry fighting vehicle. The military walkie-talkie flashed a red dot. Commander Zhong had finally contacted them. "Captain Xie, have you found a way to restore power?" Commander Zhong asked directly. Xie looked down and started the vehicle. "Yes, but the situation in the isolation zone isn't optimistic. Stimulated by the light source, some people have accelerated their mutation process, so we had to shut down the power system." Commander Zhong had clearly received the news as well. He sighed, finding a way to restore power, but unable to start it. There's nothing more frustrating. Fortunately, Captain Xie had gone to the buffer zone to test the electrical energy. If it were the power station in the safe zone, which houses over 9 million people, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was worse than anticipated. It wasn't just the isolated civilians who were mutated. Many soldiers were also affected. Among the soldiers engaged in combat, one suddenly mutated, lunging without warning at his nearest comrade. "Watch out! He's mutated!" a soldier shouted, his voice filled with terror and despair. However, it was too late. The mutated soldier, like a wild beast, swiftly pounced on his comrade, opened his blood-red maw, and bit down hard. Screams echoed through the streets, accompanied by the chilling sound of bone shattering. The entire buffer zone was completely out of control. The number of mutated creatures on the streets was increasing rapidly. The sentries were leading the remaining troops in a fighting retreat, withdrawing towards the tank units on the edge of the buffer zone. "We can't retreat." Lieutenant General Ren's face was ashen. "Many civilians are still isolated in their homes. Once the army withdraws from the buffer zone, they will surely die." The sentries felt a headache coming on. They exchanged glances, their hearts filled with helplessness. How could they explain to these people that they were all monsters anyway, and would be dead whether they retreated or not? "Lieutenant General Ren, the situation is out of control," Sun Chao said urgently. "These mutants are beyond our capabilities. If we don't leave, everyone will die here." Lieutenant General Ren's face grew even more grim. His gaze swept over the soldiers fighting desperately in the street, a flicker of pain and resentment in his eyes. But he still insisted, "We are soldiers. Protecting the civilians is a soldier's duty. Even if we die, we will die here." Chapter 466. Xie and Yun Zhao were on their way. He received a message from Lieutenant General Ren, thought for only 2 seconds, and said in a deep voice, "We must evacuate." Lieutenant General Ren was furious, and was about to retort. But Xie continued, "Draw the monster's attention and retreat towards Jiangning District." Jiangning District was near the buffer zone. The main battle tank force directly ahead was stationed there. The image-distorted sentinels were beyond their capabilities, but the native army could handle them. This way, we can conduct a large-scale cleanup while also leaving a way out for the civilians who haven't mutated and are hiding in their homes, Xie said. Lieutenant General Ren was silent for a moment. "I will organize the army to retreat immediately. But Commander Xie must guarantee that the safety of the civilians is the top priority." "Understood." Xie responded briefly, and then cut off the communication. Yun Zhao sat in the driver's seat, her body tense, her eyes fixed on the road conditions on the screen ahead. She only driven twice, yet she already found the steering wheel of the armored vehicle. But there was nothing she could do. Once they entered the street, attracted by the armored vehicle, many mutated civilians poured out of the residential area. It was just her and Xie. Xie was responsible for clearing the road, so she had to drive. This vehicle was different from an armored vehicle. An infantry fighting vehicle is a combat vehicle, it has no windows, and the driver's seat is equipped with a periscope and several observation screens. Time was too tight. Xie roughly told her the positions of the accelerator and brake, and she fumbled her way forward. It was pitch black outside, she couldn't see anything. Yun Zhao crashed into a bus stop once, veered onto the sidewalk twice, and collided with parked cars countless times. Fortunately, the tank was durable and remained unscathed despite numerous accidents. Countless cyan green fluorescent threads floated out, wasting mental energy just to help with visibility. It's alright, driving slowly won't hurt. Xie stood on the roof, holding his tang sword, his other hand gripping the handrail to avoid being thrown off. Yuan Zhao was concentrating on driving straight by feel. Don't talk to me, you're distracting me. Xie paused for a moment. I just wanted to tell you that you can turn on the headlights. Yuan Zhao looked down. Where? The bottom 3 rows, visible light headlights, infrared headlights, tactical lighting. Xie jumped into the tank and pointed them out to her. The infrared headlights are on. Turn on the first visible light headlight. It attracts monsters without any problem. Yuan Zhao did as he was told, but turned on all the headlights. The blinding light illuminated the road ahead, the pale light like a layer of frost on the street. In an instant, darkness was rapidly pushed back like a tide. The light source attracted several mutants. They roared and charged out from the alleyway. Xie returned to the roof of the car, knife in hand. Confirming it wasn't an image, he drew his gun and shot them dead. Yuan Zhao, after adjusting for a moment, wanted to get there quickly, so he sped up. They were getting closer. The faint sound of gunfire could be heard, the flames illuminating the distant sky in a dark red glow. A large group of mutants ahead heard the commotion behind them, and turned around in unison. Illuminated by the car headlights, their distorted features appeared even more grotesque and terrifying. Terrifying slime dripped from their bodies. A hissing, corrosive sound filled the air. Reverse. Xie shouted, leaping off the roof. He dodged the bite of a mutant, and kicked the monster in the chest. After successfully materializing, Xie immediately shot and killed it. The little bluebird perched on the car roof, watching the spectacle. It sensed the main body's consciousness, reluctantly flapping its wings, and a bluish-green glow emerged from inside the car as it flew forward. Wherever the spiritual threads passed, some monsters were controlled, quickly helping Xie distinguish the different forms of various mutated species. Behind him, the fire phoenix flapped its wings and flew into the sky, raging flames erupting from its body. The flames around it spiraled wildly upwards. The next instant, a gigantic fire phoenix, its entire body engulfed in raging flames, its wingspan reaching tens of meters, proudly hovered in the sky. A scorching aura rolled in. The fire phoenix swooped down, charging headlong into the monster horde, wiping out all the controlled, motionless monsters. Suddenly, a mutated creature of incredible speed darted out from the side, its movements as swift as a ghost, instantly closing the distance to Xie. It was a sentinel mutated creature. Its appearance was chilling. Its humanoid torso was covered in a thick layer of black slime, like a monster crawling out of the depths of hell. The slime dripped continuously from its body, sizzling and corroding as it hit the ground, as if even the air itself was being polluted by its presence. Moreover, it was an image. Xie dodged backward, glancing out of the corner of his eye to see that the chariot was stationary. It hadn't reversed? He stopped retreating, gripping his tang sword tightly, the blade trembling slightly, reflecting his wary face. The monster attacked first, lunging like black lightning, its sharp claws aimed straight for his throat. Xie neither dodged nor evaded, raising his tang sword to parry, and then using the momentum to kick it. Concretization. The sentinel mutant's body solidified instantly. With a thud, a sharp blade pierced the sentinel mutant's abdomen. Not far away, several running figures appeared in their field of vision. The sentinels ran and fired, trying to shake off the monsters behind them. Thanks, Captain. The sentinels from Group 10 rushed over, after seeing Fire Phoenix appear. Fire Phoenix blocked the way. 1 man against 1,000. The sentinels couldn't open their eyes from the intense heat. Fire Phoenix, mimicking the Azure Phoenix, glanced at them, slightly retracted its wings, and let them pass. The sentinels rushed over to help, killing these image mutants. After some effort, they finally wiped out the monsters. Xie sheathed his knife. Why are you still here? We stayed to help lure the monsters away, Sun Qiao replied. The tank units over there have already opened fire, we can't get past the edge. Lieutenant General Ren initially refused to retreat, but Xie suggested leading all the monsters to the border before he finally withdrew with his troops. However, remembering that Xie and his daughter were still in the buffer zone, Team 10 stayed behind to lure the monsters and provide backup. By the way, Xie, what's going on? Old Gao couldn't help but ask, why are there so many image distortions after the call? Xie glanced towards the vehicle. We haven't figured out the reason yet, but it might be related to the Gatekeeper's obsession. The Gatekeeper's obsession? The sentries exchanged bewildered glances. What does the Gatekeeper's obsession have to do with the call? Xie didn't hide anything from them. The gatekeeper is Nanjing City. We can't kill it for now. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding air seemed to become sticky. Sentries, shock. Inside the vehicle, Yun Zhao was still studying how to reverse the car. The combat vehicle was equipped with weapon systems, and the area in front of and above the seat was covered with equipment and buttons labeled with various English letters. She didn't know which button was for reversing, and dared not press any randomly. She was afraid of accidentally wiping out everyone outside. Chapter 467. Outside, the 7 sentries were stunned by the news. For a moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Old Gao opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he only swallowed hard, his voice dry as he asked, "Captain Xie, you mean? The gatekeeper is Nanjing City? How is this possible?" "That's right, the gatekeeper is Nanjing City." Xie Tu's gaze swept over everyone. Its obsession is inextricably linked to this city. You could even say that every blade of grass, every brick and tile in this city is an extension of its will. The sentries' expressions turned solemn. Faced with this truth, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. If the gatekeeper really is a city, then their enemy is no longer a specific individual, but the will of the entire city. This invisible, omnipresent existence is far more terrifying than any materialized monster. The sentries turned to look at the surrounding streets, feeling as if they were being stared at by pairs of eyes, radiating a chilling aura. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying it became. A shiver ran down their spines. But how can a city possess a will? A young sentry couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling slightly. No one answered. Because no one knew why a city could harbor such an obsession. Perhaps it was because it had endured too much pain, witnessed too many historical changes and human vicissitudes. Throughout its long history, it had borne the joys and sorrows, the life and death of countless people. From the glory of the ancient capital of 6 dynasties to the brutality of modern wars, every brick, every street was soaked in memories of blood and tears. Xie Tu was still pondering. Have you ever thought about why the city maintained some kind of order after the disaster? Why did those image mutations appear in this form? Why did the situation worsen after we restored power? The sentries remained silent. They simply couldn't understand this contaminated zone. Xie Tu continued, the gatekeeper's obsession is to prevent this city from falling. It uses its power to maintain a certain balance, even conjuring those image mutations in an attempt to protect the city. Perhaps restoring power, while bringing light, also disrupted the balance it maintained, causing the image mutations to go out of control. It seemed only this explanation made sense. Old Gao, following his thoughts, said, does that mean the gatekeeper's obsession isn't just about wanting light in the city? That's right. Xie Tu said, but we don't yet know what it's thinking. We can only take it one step at a time. He reached for the walkie-talkie to inquire about the situation with Team 9. His hand went to his waist but found nothing. Xie Tu then remembered the walkie-talkie was inside the vehicle and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the car. Yun Zhao was still inside. Sun Xiao, confused, followed his gaze to the vehicle. The little bluebird, perched alone on the roof, noticed the sentry's gaze and stood up, cursing. The bird, no bigger than a palm, looked even smaller than the searchlight on the roof, and its cursing had no intimidating power whatsoever. The searchlight was on. Not only that, all the vehicle lights were on, extremely blinding. The sentries were a little confused. Was Captain Xie trying to use the light source to attract the monster? Team leader Xie, with a child in tow, must be finding it inconvenient to both drive and clear out the mutated creatures. So what should we do next? Old Gao, oblivious to the situation, quickly reported, many people are still alive here. Those mutated were attracted by the commotion on the street and rushed out without breaking into any other houses. He added thankfully, luckily, we separated and isolated everyone beforehand. Otherwise, he didn't even want to imagine what a living hell it would have been if a riot had broken out. Xie Tu frowned. Stay here for now, clear out the mutated monsters in the buffer zone, make sure they don't spread to other areas, and then decide what to do next. Okay, the sentries responded. Sun Xiao glanced at the vehicle and offered, how about we split up and go with you, Captain Xie? It's inconvenient for you with the child. We can help you drive and do chores. The sentries chimed in, yes, let Lao Gao and Li Yingkai go with Captain Xie. Otherwise, driving won't be enough to clear out those mutants. Unexpectedly, Xie Tu refused decisively, no need. The sentries were puzzled. Xie Tu paused, I can handle it. Just be careful of advanced mutants. Don't spread out too far, just keep your distance and stay close. Yes, sir. The sentries didn't think much of it, Perhaps Captain Xie just didn't want to trouble them too much. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Yun Zhao remained silent. She noticed the walkie-talkie beside her was lit up, and told Little Bluebird to call Xie 2 back. A group of sentries stood on the street discussing their mission, very conspicuous. Every now and then, a few mutants would howl and charge towards them. The phoenix spread its wings to block the monster, which was being eroded very quickly, with the surrounding black energy constantly entering its body through contact. The Little Bluebird tilted its head, thought for a moment, then perfunctorily flapped its wings, creating a barrier for the fire phoenix to isolate it from the harmful substances. At the same time, its spiritual threads began to purify the dark matter within the fire phoenix's body. This delighted the fire phoenix. The azure phoenix really cares about me. The Little Bluebird gave it a disdainful look. Xie 2 ignored it completely. Fire phoenix, she told you to go back quickly. Upon hearing this, Xie 2 told the sentries, and quickly returned to the vehicle. The sentries were outside, and fearing they might hear, Yun Zhao had to create another barrier to block their senses. The walkie-talkie keeps flashing. I'm afraid there's important news. Yun Zhao handed him the walkie-talkie. Xie 2 took the walkie-talkie and casually said, the vehicle is manually operated. Depress the clutch, push the gear lever to our position, and you can engage reverse. Yun Zhao, Xie 2 chuckled softly before turning on the walkie-talkie. Captain Xie, an anomaly has appeared in the safe zone too. The mutation rate is accelerating. News from Zhongshan indicates that mutated creatures have been spotted. Xie 2's smile vanished. In the pitch-black environment, day and night were indistinguishable. It quickly reached 8 o'clock in the evening. On the edge of the buffer zone, the army was engaged in fierce combat with the mutated creatures. The sentries were unable to cross that area to reach the safe zone. The safe zone was densely populated. If it spiraled out of control, the casualties would be devastating. Just when we think we can control the situation, reality always delivers a harsh blow. Commander Zhong's weary voice came through. This city carries too many painful memories. Captain Xie, you come from the future. Can you tell me, how exactly can we defend Nanjing? Xie 2 heard Commander Zhong's voice, and remained silent for a moment. His gaze pierced through the darkness, looking at the chaotic battlefield in the distance. Flames flickered in the darkness, gunshots, explosions, and the roars of monsters mingled together. Commander Zhong received no response and sighed. The situation is now out of our control. The number of mutants is increasing, and soldier casualties are rising. If this continues, Nanjing, I'm afraid it really won't hold. Chapter 468. Xie 2 finally spoke, his voice low and deep, we hold it. From the other end of the walkie-talkie came chaotic sounds mixed with gunfire. Commander Zhong was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. You're right, we can't give up. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we must fight to the end. Yun Zhao remained silent, listening quietly to their conversation. She raised her wrist and looked at the communicator. The moment the message arrived, the pollution concentration rose again. 91%. Yun Zhao couldn't figure out what the gatekeeper wanted. It didn't want the city to fall, so what could they do to fulfill its obsession and escape? Xie 2 quickly hung up the phone and used the walkie-talkie to notify the sentries outside, immediately proceed to the border and enter the safe zone for rescue. For Commander Zhong to send such a message, the situation in the safe zone was dire. The sentries were completely bewildered. Weren't you just saying you stay in the buffer zone to clean up? Xie 2 quickly explained, something's happened in the safe zone. Everyone tensed and hurried to their vehicles. Their armored vehicles and ammunition supply trucks were parked nearby. The group immediately drove towards their destination. The high walls of the safe zone looked particularly heavy in the darkness. To enter the safe zone to provide support, they had to eliminate the mutants on the border. Main battle tank units were stationed there, firing at full power to eliminate any mutants trying to break through the defensive line. Old Gao parked his car behind the mutants, and just as he was about to speak, there was a loud bang, and he felt a jolt of impact. He jumped in fright. What happened? Sun Chao opened the sunroof, glanced back, and quietly said, it was Captain Xie's car that hit us. Even with such bright lights on, they still crashed. The kids were probably making a ruckus in the car. Captain Xie didn't notice. It's nothing, this car is sturdy, don't worry about it. Old Gao said, by the way, how do we get across? Beyond this point are monsters everywhere, and the border areas are within the tank unit's firing range. We can't get into the safe zone at all. He had barely finished speaking when a gigantic fire phoenix reappeared, charging into the battlefield with raging flames. All the unaffected mutants along the way, touched by the phoenix's flames, were instantly incinerated into a slick mass without even a sound. Captain Xia's spiritual form is still so domineering. Sun Chao couldn't help but sigh, his tone tinged with envy. Captain Xia's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Everyone release your spiritual forms, and help the army end the battle as quickly as possible. All the sentries in Group 10 responded yes, sir. Old Gao closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened them. A colossal, illusory python emerged from behind him, its scales gleaming coldly in the firelight. Its forked tongue flickered, carrying a chilling pressure. Go! Old Gao shouted. The python swiftly slithered into the battlefield, coiling itself around the mutant and constricting it violently. The mutant's body was instantly deformed, emitting a sickeningly loud cracking sound. Sun Chao was not to be outdone. His spiritual form was a cheetah. The cheetah was incredibly fast, reaching the center of the battlefield almost instantly, its sharp claws tearing open the throat of a mutant. At the same time, the other sentries of Group 10 also released their spiritual forms. On the battlefield, spiritual forms of various forms clashed fiercely with the mutants. Countless dark substances rapidly seeped into the bodies of the spirit beings, eroding their mental domains. The concentration of contamination was too high, and the rate of erosion was extremely fast. The sentinels quickly began to feel unwell. Behind them, from the tightly closed battle chariots, wisps of greenish-blue fluorescence emerged and drifted towards the battlefield, helping to purify the dark substances from the spirit beings. Xie calmly surveyed the entire situation. A fire phoenix circled above the battlefield, its flames continuously showering down, turning hordes of mutants to ashes. His voice, transmitted through the communicator, resonated throughout the squad. Don't linger in battle, clear a path to the safe zone as quickly as possible. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Old Gao's giant python darted across the battlefield, and wherever it passed, mutants fell. While manipulating his mental form, he shouted to Sun Chao, Old Sun, cover me. I'm going to help the tank unit clear the monsters on the flank. Roger. Sun Chao's cheetah quickly rushed to Lao Gao's side, providing support. Xie had already contacted the Lieutenant General, ordering a firepower adjustment to coordinate with their attack. The main battle tanks quickly aimed their cannons at the mutants on the flank and opened fire. Amidst the explosions, the mutant offensive was temporarily suppressed. Safe zone. The riot erupted without warning, even more violently than before. The eyes of the isolated infected had lost their humanity, replaced by a beast-like frenzy. On the streets, survivors fled in all directions, but had nowhere to go. The crowd surged like a tide, screams, cries, and the sound of shattering glass mingling together, creating a suffocating sonic boom. The mutants chased their prey, tearing and scratching, blood flowing on the stone pavement. The sentries of Group 8 struggled to slow the mutants' advance, covering the civilians' escape. What do we do now? Li Hongyun shouted to his teammates while firing. Should we notify Captain Xie? Notifying him is useless. Captain Xie and the others can't get here now. Lai Yannian gritted his teeth, retreat towards Zhongshan. Quickly! The sentries protected the civilians at the quarantine point, running desperately forward. The sound of gunfire could be heard from all directions. Group 12 was stationed at the military base. Many soldiers had mutated, and the area was already in chaos. Fortunately, they were all well-trained soldiers, and the situation was still under control. Group 11 was responsible for evacuating civilians from the 5 surrounding quarantine points. They escorted those who remained rational into the government building, while those outside joined the army in establishing a defensive line, attempting to stop the mutants' attack. The sentries didn't understand. Why would the gatekeeper do this? Didn't it want the city to not fall? Or, is it to kill them? Yun Zhao was still pondering this question. The sounds of gunfire outside continued unabated. Xie stood on the roof of the vehicle, directing operations. With nothing to do in the vehicle, she simply took out paper and pen from her bag and began to scribble and organize her thoughts. Currently, the gatekeeper is known to be Nanjing City. Yun Zhao didn't believe the gatekeeper harbored any murderous intent towards outsiders. It was simply repeating its own process of falling. They changed this process, but not completely. It was clearly stimulated by the electric light. Perhaps it could be interpreted as everyone misunderstanding its meaning? Or is the light merely a facade, and the gatekeeper's true hope is for the city to truly escape the encroachment of darkness? The sun? Is the true light it desires the sun? But how could that be? What no one has achieved even 200 years later is even more impossible in a contaminated zone. This 5-star contaminated zone is beyond the gatekeeper's control. Its obsession cannot be fulfilled. Wait, something's not right. If this is a contaminated zone, She can do it. Chapter 469. Ignoring the battle outside, Yun Zhao quickly tapped the metal panel beside her to alert them. Xie Tu, hearing the noise, immediately jumped back into the car. What's wrong? I think I know how to eliminate its obsession. Yun Zhao's eyes shone brightly. She said, the sun never actually disappeared. It was just obscured by dark matter, right? Just that one sentence. Xie Tu instantly understood her meaning. Yun Zhao continued, the outside world is too vast. I might not be able to do it. But this is a polluted zone. I want to try to eliminate the dark matter above the polluted zone and let the sun reappear. Xie Tu's mind raced, considering the feasibility of this method. He quickly said, not now. Yun Zhao froze. Xie Tu helplessly reminded her, have you forgotten? The current timeline is nighttime. It will only work if we wait until daytime. Hearing this, Yun Zhao immediately looked down at the time. 8:40 p.m. This meant they had to hold out for at least 10 hours until dawn. Yun Zhao couldn't help but ask, can the safe zone hold out this long? Don't underestimate human courage. Xie Tu, through the screen in front of the driver's console, saw the tank unit relentlessly fighting back against the mutants. They actually want to protect Nanjing City too. The chaotic safe zone. A young soldier stood in front, protecting the civilians behind him as they retreated. The barrel of his rifle was already scorching hot, and he had few bullets left, but there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. Thick black blood spurted out, burning his arm. Comrades fell one after another around him. The young soldier held only one belief: to hold the line, for his comrades behind him, for the city. An ordinary mother tightly protected her young child. Outside came the howls of mutants. The child trembled with fear. The mother gently stroked the child's head, softly saying, baby, don't be afraid, mommy's here. Although her voice trembled slightly, her eyes were incredibly firm. She went into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and stood guard at the door. If any mutant tried to break in, she would not hesitate to swing the cleaver, even if her strength was limited, to build a safe barrier for her child. Inside the military hospital, the doctors, disregarding their own safety, remained steadfast at their posts. A wounded soldier was carried in, and the doctor in charge immediately began a tense operation. Outside the operating room, the sounds of impact and screams were incessant, but the scalpel in his hand did not tremble at all. The doctor focused intently on stitching up the wounds, his mind preoccupied with only one thought: to help these soldiers recover quickly and defend the city. Inside the military base, Commander Zhong stood on a high platform, his gaze fixed gravely on the distant flames. The somewhat unfamiliar adjutant beside him was still muttering, Commander, for your safety, you should retreat to the underground facility first. Commander Zhong didn't respond, his gaze remained fixed on the distant sky stained red by the flames. From the direction of the safe zone, thick smoke billowed, and the sounds of explosions and screams could be faintly heard, like a nightmare from which he could not awaken. Commander. The adjutant's voice rose slightly, tinged with anxiety. The safe zone is out of control. The number of mutants far exceeds our estimates. You are in too much danger here. Commander Zhong finally turned his head and glanced at his adjutant. Withdraw? Withdraw to where? His eyes showed no fear as he slowly said, the underground shelters aren't finished yet. Our soldiers are fighting valiantly on the front lines. There are millions of survivors in the safety zone. How can I abandon them? If we really can't hold it. Commander Zhong's tone was heavy with resolve. I said I would live and die with Nanjing. Time quickly reached 9:10. With Hua Feng's assistance, a safe passage was finally cleared along the border. Xie Tu and Yun Zhao switched places. He started the tank, picked up the walkie-talkie, and ordered, sentries of Group 10, return to your vehicles immediately and follow. Roger. Xie Tu switched to the military channel. Tank units remain in place for rest. Lieutenant General Run, please guard the buffer zone. Understood. Lieutenant General Run also received the message from the safety zone. The safety zone housed over 9 million people. One could imagine how chaotic it was inside. The army couldn't use heavy weapons, and main battle tanks couldn't fire at buildings and streets, making their entry point useless. Furthermore, the troops had just engaged in combat, and many soldiers inside the vehicles had mutated. They also needed rest, and to clear out the remaining monsters. After giving instructions, Xie Tu started the vehicle and sped into the safe zone like an arrow. The 7 sentries from Group 10 followed closely behind. The sentries inside the vehicle took the opportunity to take out food to replenish their strength. I told you earlier that Captain Xie was taking care of his child, which is why his driving skills were so poor. Look how fast he is now, both fast and steady. But is Captain Xia's daughter asleep? I haven't seen her at all. Hearing the murmurs behind him, Lao Gao said irritably, asleep? Who was guiding us just now? Right, that's true. Li Yingkai couldn't help but say, but Captain Xia's daughter is really strong. This is the first time I experienced combat with a guide, and it's actually quite exhilarating. He could use his abilities with peace of mind. His spiritual body was full of energy, displaying its most courageous side. This was the first time he had experienced such a thoroughly enjoyable battle. Sun Chao chuckled, then when we get back, let Team Fu find a guide to get married and give birth to a child like this. If you really give birth to a child, you must not inherit Shui Qilin's crybaby attribute. I'm not sure. Captain Xia's daughter has a temperament that looks just like Xingwan. She scolds anyone she catches. Damn it, if the children in Team Fu were really like water unicorns, they wouldn't cry 800 times a day, right? Come on, stop talking behind my back. I don't even have a partner for the ambush team. The children have all been arranged by you. Lao Gao drove the car and kept a close eye on the infantry fighting vehicles ahead. Be careful if the ambush team finds out. They will beat you so hard that you won't be able to get out of bed for half a month. After entering the high wall of the building, the door behind you closed again. They have entered the territory of Jiangning district. The sentry shut up and took the time to eat and rest. There were very few survivors in Jiangning district, and a large number of troops were stationed here. The situation was not as chaotic as imagined. They soon met the 9 groups of sentries here. Gui Yifei, leading a group of soldiers, had already established a defensive line at the nearby quarantine point. Seeing Captain Xia and the 10th group approaching, the sentries quickly stepped forward to report the situation. Xia too opened the skylight and popped his head out, instructing the sentries behind him. You go to the villa area first and find a way to transport all the supplies we stockpiled to Zhongshan. He never doubted Yuan Zhao's abilities. Once the sun appears, there might be another turning point. In the best case scenario, the contaminated zone collapses. If it collapses, they must ensure the safe transport of the 2 batches of supplies they prepared. In the worst case scenario, they must hold Zhongshan to the death, ensuring that everyone who enters can ultimately leave alive. Chapter 470. In the pitch-black darkness, where one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face, a deathly silence reigned. Unidentified roars echoed from all directions, shattering the oppressive stillness. Zhongshan Scenic Area. A formidable defensive line had been erected at the foot of the mountain. A barrier wall, about 7 or 8 meters high, encircled the entire mountain, its barrels mounted on top, their dark muzzles pointing menacingly into the darkness. Inside the wall, several tents were pitched. 2 guides, including Zhuang Wan, remained inside, providing mental support to the sentries. Since the first day they entered this hellish place, the dark matter had been steadily increasing. Without guides, the sentries simply couldn't withstand it. Zhuang Wan had been constantly expending her mental energy these past few days. She had just finished supporting another sentry, and stood up wearily. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound in the darkness, like countless feet moving. Immediately afterwards, the corrosive sound of dripping slime filled the air. Zheng Xiao donned his night vision goggles, and nimbly scaled the top of the wall. They're here. The sentries in the camp, hearing the commotion, also donned their night vision goggles. The monsters were contorted, some running on all fours, like wild beasts, others dragging long, deformed limbs, emitting inhuman howls. All their guns were pointed outwards. Some of the inexperienced sentries had sweaty palms, constantly swallowing, trying to calm their nerves. The distance was closing. Fire! Zheng Xiao shouted, pulling the trigger first. Immediately, a dense barrage of gunfire erupted. Zhuang Wan looked up. The wall was too high, she couldn't see what was happening outside. To avoid causing trouble, she turned and went back to her tent. Sentries were stationed halfway up the mountain and at the summit. As long as the defenses at the foot of the mountain held, the monsters couldn't get up, and the ordinary people at the summit would have a chance to survive. But the pollution concentration here is too high. Even ordinary people are at risk of being corrupted. The other 2 guides stayed on the mountaintop to ensure everyone's safety. What's the situation outside? Zhuang Wan asked the sentry protecting her. The sentry instinctively replied, the sentries from the main base are fighting inside the city. Captain Xia and her daughter are stuck in the buffer zone. Just now, a message came through the walkie-talkie. You were directing the evacuation, and Deputy Battalion Commander Zheng answered. Zhuang Wan paused. I was asking about the situation in the safe zone. The sentry was taken aback. Since they came in, they've been guarding the mountain, without any contact with the natives. They didn't understand why the battalion commander was concerned about the mutants. It's probably not optimistic, the sentry said uncertainly. More than not optimistic. Fighting could be seen in every street of the safe zone. In the darkness, terrified civilians fled, howling mutants lunged forward, and army soldiers mingled together. Upon receiving orders, the soldiers shouted at the top of their lungs, "Run towards the military base, the government building, or the military hospital." Only these locations had backup power, and were still within control. But when Group 7 arrived at the military hospital, a large number of patients and medical staff had mutated. The scene was chaotic. The soldiers originally stationed there had established a defensive line outside the outpatient and inpatient buildings, clearing out the mutated monsters. The battle was extremely fierce. Of the 2 battalions, a total of 1,000 soldiers, only a few remained. Their defensive line was teetering on the brink of collapse under the frenzied attacks of the mutated creatures, but no one retreated. "Hold on. We're here." Seeing this, the sentries disregarded everything else and quickly released their spiritual entities. 7 psychic entities stormed into the building, their sharp claws tearing the mutants to shreds. A soldier, his eyes red, said, "There are still people inside. Lots of medical personnel are performing surgery on our comrades." The hospital used batteries to power its operations, keeping the operating rooms constantly energized, and the sturdy electronic doors could withstand the mutant attacks. But now, the first and second floors of the building were teeming with monsters. The mutant attacks were particularly fierce. The soldiers tried several times to enter, but were forced to retreat each time. Their company commander had already been killed in several charges. Tang Zixuan took a deep breath. "It's all right, leave it to us. You guys guard the outside. Don't let the mutants outside break through." He turned and waved to his teammates. The sentries understood, running behind the psychic entities, guns raised, and rushed into the building. Meanwhile, waves of survivors arrived outside, many armed with weapons, protecting their families, and shouting for help to the soldiers. The remaining soldiers immediately turned their guns and killed the monsters chasing after them. Soon, another team of soldiers arrived with civilians. Working together, they held the hospital. After Xia Tu and Yun Xiao separated from the sentries of Groups 9 and 10, they hadn't gone far when they encountered chaos in the street. The searchlights on the tank roofs were extremely conspicuous in the darkness. Whether they were living people or mutants, upon seeing the lights, they surged towards the vehicles like madmen. Cries for help and screams mingled together. "I go out and take a look," Xia Tu said, grabbing his gun and opening the sunroof. Yun Xiao took the driver's seat and, through the infrared screen, could clearly see many figures flashing by, their faces filled with extreme terror as they ran towards them. Gunshots rang out from behind and overhead, followed by Xia Tu's voice. "Run towards Jiangning District. There's an army there." The civilians, breathless from running, shook their heads frantically, their voices choked with sobs. "It's no use. The soldiers who were protecting us have all turned into monsters." The more people there were, the less safe it was. Xia Tu released his fire phoenix, which, while killing the monsters, said calmly, "Then find a place to hide." The civilians froze. Yun Xiao spoke from inside the vehicle, "Don't worry, it's safe here for now. Find a house to hide in, spread out, everything will be fine." The others couldn't see the spiritual entity. The fire phoenix was intercepting the pursuing monsters. Xia Tu and Yun Xiao didn't linger. After clearing the mutants from the streets, they continued forward. The car headlights attracted the mutants, and a continuous stream of monsters attacked the vehicle. Some survivors took this opportunity to escape. Now everyone was on edge, afraid to make contact with anyone, because no one knew if the person next to them would transform into a monster the next moment. Xia Tu stayed on the roof of the vehicle, responsible for clearing out the monsters and buying time for the survivors to escape. After traveling a while longer, their path was blocked by armored vehicles abandoned in the middle of the road. It wasn't just one vehicle, but an entire convoy. This army had clearly met with disaster. "We can't get through here." Yun Xiao slammed on the brakes. Xia Tu was prepared. He steadied himself by holding onto the railing, and monsters howled and attacked from all directions. The little bluebird flapped its wings, and countless strands of spiritual energy spread out in all directions. The fire phoenix happily helped with the clearing. The 2 spiritual entities worked together surprisingly well. Some of the image mutations could only be dealt with by Xia Tu. Xia Tu jumped off the vehicle. "Since we can't get through, let's just clear out all the monsters in this area first." Chapter 471. After clearing the area, hundreds of armored vehicles piled up along the entire street, impossible to move. Frustrated, the 2 could only shoulder their backpacks, grab their military walkie-talkies, and trek across the area before switching to another armored vehicle. However, The armored vehicle lacked corrosion resistance. They hadn't gone far when the vehicle was corroded by the continuous flow of slime and spontaneously combusted. Xia Tu picked up Yun Xiao and jumped out of the vehicle. The flames quickly engulfed the vehicle, illuminating the nearby streets and attracting another group of monsters. Having resolved the immediate crisis, the two had no choice but to proceed on foot. In the darkness, the mutants were extremely sensitive to light and sound. Losing their vehicle actually made them safer, allowing them to help civilians along the way. Many people were still alive in the city. Many survivors who were isolating at home were unaffected. Fearing attracting monsters, they dared not make a sound, trembling and huddled in the relatively safe bathroom, praying that the military would quickly quell the disaster outside. Yun Xiao and Xia Tu didn't speak. Yun Xiao let him lead her forward. Her stamina was poor, and Zhongshan was still a long way off. She needed to conserve her strength to avoid collapsing from exhaustion at the last moment. The Fire Phoenix scouted ahead. The little bluebird flapped its wings to illuminate the path beneath its feet, preventing her from slipping and falling. As they ventured deeper into the safe zone, the sounds of gunfire and artillery fire filled their ears. Yun Xiao kept glancing at the time. It was only midnight, yet time seemed to drag on endlessly. They walked for an unknown amount of time. Finally, they encountered a troop of soldiers still putting up a fierce resistance. Their defenses were shattered, leaving only a few scattered individuals, leaning against an armored personnel carrier, desperately holding off the ever-increasing numbers of mutants. Xia Tu, concealed in the darkness, observed for a moment before whispering to Yun Xiao, "We need a squad of natives to accompany us and deal with the image mutants. The natives could kill them directly. This would save them a lot of time." Yun Xiao nodded. Gunfire continued, preventing them from getting close. "They're probably all wearing night vision goggles. Let's use some light to alert them," she said, slightly raising her hand to help control most of the mutants. Visibility was poor in the dark. Even with night vision goggles, they couldn't see very far. Xia Tu quickly switched on his flashlight. The soldiers looked exhausted, their ammunition nearly exhausted, and even firing seemed difficult. Sweat and blood mingled, streaming down their faces as they gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with a resolute determination to die. Suddenly, the mutants rushing towards them inexplicably decreased in number. Before they could figure out what was happening, a flashlight beam appeared on the street to their right. They were startled. "Turn it off!" Someone shouted at the two men. Xia Tu and Yun Xiao emerged from the darkness and rushed forward to help kill the monster. Yun Xiao stood behind Xia Tu, poking his head out to ask, "Can the armored vehicle still be driven?" "Yes, our tires and body are coated with anti-corrosion paint." A soldier's eyes reddened. "But we can't retreat. What will happen to the people here if we retreat?" Yun Xiao pointed ahead, "But the monsters here have already been cleared out." "Nonsense." "Huh?" The young soldier was dumbfounded, turning his head to look. "Where are the monsters? They're gone?" The Fire Phoenix stood silently on the street, its huge wings slightly folded, and beneath the burning flames were piles of black slime. Yun Xiao called to them, "Get in the vehicle, we're going to provide support elsewhere." The two arrived a little late, the streets were already deserted. Those still alive must have already hidden themselves. The soldier reacted, "Wait, who are you? Why are you still wandering the streets?" Yun Xiao thought he was a bit dazed, pointing to his black combat uniform. "Your superiors told you they were assisting you in resisting the transmigrators of the apocalypse?" The young soldier's eyes showed shock, and he quickly replied dejectedly, "Our squad leader sacrificed himself to cover the civilians, and we're the only ones left." "Yun Xiao, then you're under my command now. Let's go, get in the vehicle. We're going to support our other comrades." Xia Tu, on the other end, had also revealed his identity and smoothly taken over command. This group of soldiers numbered only about 10, all young men in their early 20s. Having experienced such a drastic change, they were completely disoriented and instinctively obeyed orders to get into the vehicle. The rear compartment of the armored personnel carrier was spacious enough to comfortably seat 10 or so people. Someone helped drive. Xia Tu and Yun Xiao sat in the back of the vehicle with the other soldiers. The roar of the car engine echoed in the darkness. Yun Xiao was responsible for controlling the mutants along the way, while Fire Phoenix would handle the rest. The other soldiers helped kill the image mutants. Xia Tu finally had a moment to check on the other groups via walkie-talkie. "Tang Zixuan, Group 7 is stationed at the military hospital. They resolved the internal threats, and are currently receiving fleeing civilians and defending against mutant attacks. Lai Yanyan, Group 8 has arrived at Zhongshan. They're facing a large-scale attack here. Wang Lei, Group 11 is at the military base. Many mutants are attacking this area, And there are constant mutations within the base as well. They have enough weapons to hold them off for now. Li Yin, Group 12 is stationed at the government building. The secretary has mutated. Groups 9 and 10 have been stationed in Jiangning district, currently transferring supplies. The situation is not optimistic in any location. Xia 2 ordered, if support is needed, contact us immediately. Everyone must be at Zhongshan by 7 a.m. Yes, sir. Yuan Xiao glanced at the time again. It was past 1 a.m. There were still several hours until dawn. Xia 2 led his soldiers, scavenging ammunition and clearing out monsters along the way. The troop transport passed a quarantine point. This area had already been overrun by mutated creatures. Hearing the vehicle, a large number of monsters surged in. Another fierce battle ensued. The soldiers found it strange. Ever since encountering the two transmigrators, the monsters seemed to have suddenly become very easy to kill. Some were like targets, just waiting for bullets to come. After dealing with this area, the soldiers returned to the vehicle to rest. The soldier who had spoken to Yuan Xiao earlier, named Hong Lishuan, couldn't help but ask, "Are you really time travelers? What's the world like 200 years from now?" Yuan Xiao pulled out a bag of compressed biscuits and gave them to them, munching on some bread himself, and replied, "The population has drastically decreased, the land is covered in wasteland, and monsters and contaminated zones are everywhere." Contaminated zones? The soldiers looked up at him. Yuan Xiao lowered his eyelids and said nonchalantly, "Yes, in the contaminated zones, many monsters still retain their sanity, but they are uncontrollable and can threaten people's lives at any time. That's terrifying. No wonder you wanted to travel here," the soldiers said one after another. "Isn't there any way to make the monsters disappear completely?" Yuan Xiao looked at these young faces and quietly answered, "Not yet. They don't even know they are monsters. Perhaps at the last moment, when their obsession dissipates, they will realize it. Because the people here share the same obsession as the gatekeepers." Defending Nanjing City. Chapter 472. The troop transport vehicles moved slowly through the streets, clearing out the mutants from the city and rescuing civilians. From the government building, the 12th group was the first to report. "Li Yin, team leader Xia, we can't hold on. We're leading a breakout through the back gate, retreating towards Zhongshan." The pollution concentration was starting to rise again. Although the sentries had only recently been directing traffic, the mental strain of such a high pollution level was immense. Xia 2 gave the order, "Team 8, go and meet them immediately." Team 8, received. Xia 2 opened the map. The government building was located in Xuanwu district, very close to Zhongshan. Time was running out. He knocked on the vehicle, turn around and head to Zhongshan. "Yes, sir." The soldiers all heard the voice on the walkie-talkie. Knowing the transmigrators were saving the city, they assumed they were heading to rescue another group, and drove at breakneck speed. A sentry standing in the carriage lost his balance, and fell uncontrollably towards Yuan Xiao and Xia 2. Xia 2 caught him, raising his elbow to brace his back. "Be careful." "Sorry." The soldier quickly regained his footing using the momentum. Yuan Xiao clearly saw that the moment Xia 2 touched him, his body solidified. This soldier was also an image. Contaminated Zone 344 had existed for far too long. Countless mutants had entered and exited over the past century. Was the gatekeeper using this method to retain the city's original inhabitants? Or had some already been devoured by the mutants, existing only as images conjured by the gatekeeper, continuing to live in this city? What are these people? Is their self-awareness entirely that of the gatekeepers? If so, can they communicate with the gatekeepers through images? Yuan Xiao was lost in thought, appearing to be daydreaming again. Xia 2 was already used to her way of thinking. He remained vigilant while continuing to contact Zhongshan. The situation was dire. For some reason, a large number of mutants were attacking Zhongshan. The 7 or 8 meter high wall couldn't stop all the mutants. Many advanced mutants possessed the ability to climb and briefly fly. The entire mountain was surrounded by other mountains, covering a vast area. With only 100 sentinels, the defensive pressure was immense. Not to mention, only 4 guides had to simultaneously manage the contamination levels of the sentinels and thousands of ordinary people. Zhuangwan's voice sounded weak. The sentinels from Group 7 arrived first, bringing with them a troop of soldiers. "They're currently guarding the northern direction for us, but I can't rest easy." The army was also mutants. They had no idea when they would mutate. Zhuangwan dared not let them ascend the mountain, and could only reinforce the defensive line halfway up. "Xia 2, we be there soon." "How's the ammunition?" "Zhuangwan, the military sent a lot of ammunition earlier, but there are too many mutants. At this rate, we can only hold out for a few hours at most." Xia2 asked again, "Can we hold out until dawn?" Zhuangwan was somewhat uncertain. Given the current offensive momentum, it's hard to say. We can't be sure if there will be a large-scale attack later. Xia2 pondered for a moment. Ammunition should be sufficient. The 11th group is stationed at the military base. They can bring over the ammunition and supplies prepared by the military when they arrive. But given the situation, the later they arrived, the more dangerous it would likely be. Xia2 didn't say anything, but asked into the walkie-talkie, "We came from the south. Which way is best to break through into the mountains?" A burst of gunfire, and the howls of mutants came from the other end of the communicator. Zhuangwan's voice was intermittent. "Southeast. The east isn't a safe zone. There's no one there anymore. The pressure is slightly less." Xia2, "I understand. Keep in touch." He turned off the walkie-talkie and looked at Yun Xiao. Given the current situation, the car definitely couldn't go into the mountains, which meant Yun Xiao would be exposed. Her appearance was easy to explain. Saying he entered the contaminated area would make sense. But where was his daughter? Such a grown woman, one lie requires countless more to cover it up. Xia2's face was full of helplessness. Yun Xiao met his gaze, looking completely innocent, as if the little girl deliberately calling him daddy wasn't her. Meanwhile, news came from groups 9 and 10. Sun Chao, team leader Xia. "The supplies are ready. We're about to drive over in the supply trucks." Xia2 replied, "Take a detour, avoid the city, follow the border line into Xuanwu district, and assemble at the sports park." "Roger." Sun Chao quickly signaled his teammates to get out the map. Zhongshan was under heavy attack, with a large number of monsters nearby. Xia2 signaled the soldiers driving to detour to the sports park in the southeast. Upon arriving, they could already hear artillery fire from the other side of the mountain. The group didn't choose to go up the mountain immediately. Instead, they spent some time building a makeshift defensive line, killing monsters while remaining in place to support the sentries of groups 8 and 12. Currently, everyone except for Group 11 stationed at the military region is on their way. The military region's temporary base. Underground within the temporary base is the newly established Post-Apocalyptic Research Institute. The surrounding area is heavily fortified, originally housing over 30,000 soldiers. There are few residential areas near the base, only a military airfield. All the chaos and gunfire originate from within. Frequent mutations are causing widespread panic. The soldiers are now widely dispersed, avoiding any approach to the building unless absolutely necessary. Wang Lei and his team are stationed outside the building, frequently checking their communication devices. The contamination concentration has climbed to 92%. Dense dark matter floats in the air, causing the sentries to instinctively hold their breath. Staying in this environment makes them feel extremely uncomfortable. Yang Junyang, a sentry in their group, whispered, "If it reaches 100%, will everyone mutate? If they stay here, they might be surrounded by mutated beings." Another sentry said, "It's past 2 o'clock now. Captain Xia ordered us to be assembled at Zhongshan by 7. Should we leave now?" But they had volunteered to stay, vowing to protect this place. What excuse could they use to leave now? Would a direct retreat anger the natives and cause mutations? Before anyone could answer, footsteps sounded from inside. The door opened, casting shadows on the floor. Commander Zhong appeared in the doorway. The old man, dressed in military uniform and wearing a military cap, stood backlit. His voice, somewhat weary, said, "The situation at Zhongshan is not optimistic. Captain Xia asked me to prepare a batch of ammunition. I appreciate it if you could transport it to Zhongshan." The sentries were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. It was like a godsend. Commander Zhong took in their expressions and said calmly, "Also, Captain Xia previously asked me to help prepare a batch of supplies. I will send a team of soldiers to transport them with you." Chapter 473. Near Zhongshan. Xia2 and Yun Xiao, along with about 10 soldiers, guarded the sports park. The city below in the distance. The gunfire that had been raging for a long time in many places gradually subsided. It was unclear whether the mutants had been wiped out or had been wiped out by the mutants. The gunfire in the city gradually subsided, but the mutation never stopped. Howls echoed from all directions, and more high-level mutants appeared. At such a high concentration, these monsters evolved at an extremely fast pace. Their speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. Ordinary people could no longer outrun these monsters. Not long after, finally, the sentries from groups 12 and 8 arrived. More than 10 sentries, leading surviving soldiers and civilians, and dozens of vehicles, rushed over with great fanfare. Such a huge commotion. Not only were they followed by a large group of monsters, but they also attracted many mutants from the south. The howls of the mutants grew increasingly shrill, as if they had caught the scent of prey, and they darted out of the darkness, charging wildly towards the convoy. These reinforcement sentries, having experienced too little of the contaminated zone, couldn't bear to abandon their comrades in arms. The vehicles screeched to a halt before the defensive line. Without Sia2's orders, the sentries immediately climbed out of the windows and unleashed a hail of bullets at the monsters. Bullets rained down, splattering slime everywhere from the leading mutants. However, the monsters were simply too numerous. As soon as one fell, even more mutants surged in from all directions. Fire Phoenix appeared, standing at the forefront, intercepting the oncoming horde of mutants. Sia2 protected Yun Zhao as they retreated. "You guys go up the mountain first." Lai Yanyan heard this, turned around, and was about to say something when a pair of eyes under the night vision goggles instantly noticed Yun Zhao standing beside Sia2. He was visibly stunned. Where did this person come from? Where's Sia's daughter? Yun Zhao was completely oblivious. The light emitted by the little bluebird was limited. She couldn't see very far in the darkness. She was practically blind. Li Hongyun pulled a grenade from his waist and threw it violently at the back of the vehicle. Boom! A loud explosion followed as the grenade detonated among the mutated swarm, instantly pulverizing several monsters. "Sia, aren't you leaving, Sia?" Li Hongyun asked, taking a moment to pause. Sia2 noticed the sentry's gazes and moved to block Yun Zhao's path. "We wait for groups 9 and 10. You go in first, don't leave so many people here." He had received word that Group 11, carrying a large amount of military supplies, was also on its way. "Oh, okay." Li Hongyun glanced at the person he was blocking. Although the person was obscured, it was clearly an adult woman. He hesitated for a moment, then blurted out, "Captain Xia, where's your daughter?" Sia2 paused noticeably. He'd been thinking the whole way here, but hadn't figured out how to answer. Yun Zhao finally spoke. "She's in a safe place." Li Hongyun smiled awkwardly relieved. "That's true, it's too dangerous now. It's not safe for a child to stay outside." They assumed the child was inside Zhongshan. But who is this girl? The glowing spirit on her shoulder looked exactly like Captain Xia's daughter. The little bluebird, seeing this, arrogantly raised its head, about to utter a curse. Yun Zhao quickly scooped it up in his hands, stopping it from further revealing itself. Seeing the horde of monsters being annihilated, before the sentries could think further, Sia2 urged them on, "Go in first. Being too conspicuous will only attract more monsters." "Okay." Fire Phoenix spread its wings, its entire body ablaze with flames. Single-handedly, it held the northern defense line, quietly waiting for the other sentries to arrive. Seeing they couldn't offer much help, the two groups of sentries had no choice but to lead their men into Zhongshan. There was still a distance between the sports park and Zhongshan, outside the high walls, so there weren't many monsters there. The group drove to the outer perimeter. On the high walls, the sentries Zhuang-Wan had sent to provide backup had been waiting for a long time. Finally seeing them approaching, they quickly lowered a ladder and brought the men inside. It was 3 in the morning. The attacks from the south and north of Zhongshan intensified. More and more mutated creatures appeared, drawn by the noise. The Fire Phoenix couldn't block the images. The dozen or so soldiers fired desperately, but their aim was woefully in the darkness. Sia2's Tang sword was covered in the black slime of the mutated species. The contamination concentration had reached 93%. The Fire Phoenix was being corroded at an accelerating rate. Countless black threads wrapped around its wings and seeped into its body. The little bluebird, obeying its master's commands, cleared the contaminant every few minutes. The Fire Phoenix was secretly pleased, completely ignoring its physical discomfort, even hoping the dark matter would continue to corrode it. After receiving the other groups of sentries, the Fire Phoenix, like a peacock displaying its plumage, repeatedly swayed its wings before the Azure Phoenix. A group of well-trained sentries descended and helped clear the mutated images. The crisis was averted. Sia2 told Fire Phoenix to return to the spiritual realm. Fire Phoenix protested, "I'm not going back. Can't I just stand here among the monsters?" Sia2 didn't waste words with it, forcibly retracting it and calling everyone to go up the mountain. All the sentries noticed Yun Zhao. "Team leader Xia, your daughter." Yun Zhao didn't even wait for them to finish speaking before answering, "She's in a safe place." The sentries, Wan Lei noticed the spiritual entity on her shoulder. Wasn't it exactly the same as team leader Xia's daughter? "Are you Guide Yun? How did you get in?" Wan Lei asked tentatively, seemingly already having made a connection. Yun Zhao nodded, quietly saying, "I was worried, so I came in to check." The sentries, Someone in the contaminated zone would dare to come in on their own? The 11th group had been staying at the military base and had the least contact with Team Leader Xia's daughter. Guide Yun's spiritual entity was exactly the same as Team Leader Xia's daughter's spiritual entity. How could such a coincidence be possible? Wang Lei and Yang Junyan exchanged a glance, both gasping. Guide Yun. She's actually the mother of Captain Xia's daughter, the sentries suddenly realized. That makes sense. The child was caught in the contaminated zone, a 5-star contaminated zone where no one survived. A mother would be extremely anxious, risking her own life to come in and save her child. What a great maternal love, but Guide Yun looks so young. You can't tell she's had a child at all, and the child is already 5 or 6 years old. Yun Zhao noticed their strange expressions, and wondered how far they had gone in their imaginations. They weren't from the same base. These sentries had only heard of her name, and knew nothing about her personal life. Anyway, this couldn't be explained clearly. They might as well just let it slide for now. Over there, Xie Tu was talking with the officer sent by Commander Zhong, inspecting the supplies they had brought. We encountered 2 large-scale attacks along the way, losing some supplies and soldiers, the officer said. However, the commander said that if there's enough time, Captain Xie should just name any other supplies he needs. Xie Tu's brow twitched slightly. What did Commander Zhong mean? What did he mean by enough time? Chapter 474. But now was not the time to think about these things. The gunfire from the south was deafening, the pollution levels were still rising, and more mutants were surging in. Entering the mountain had been quite an ordeal. Under the cover of the sentries, Yun Zhao followed them across the high wall and finally stepped into Zhongshan. Deafening artillery fire came from the north and south. Below the high wall, many flashlights were strapped to the walls, all facing downwards, dispelling the darkness in the corners. Soldiers sat around taking turns resting, and civilians helped carry explosives and distribute food. Yun Zhao entered and found that there were many survivors here. She even saw doctors and nurses in white coats, bustling about, helping soldiers bandage their wounds. There's nothing we can do. Lai Yanyan arrived to provide backup. Seeing her staring intently at the survivors, he explained in a low voice, "We need soldiers to help deal with the image mutants, but these soldiers won't abandon the civilians. Without the army's help in killing the image mutants, it would be difficult for the sentries to reach this area smoothly. They had no choice but to bring everyone with them." Yun Zhao nodded. "Who's over there in the north?" Lai Yanyan glanced at Xie Tu and replied, "Groups 7 and 12 have gone over there, along with another 1,000 soldiers stationed there. We in Group 11, who just arrived, stayed in the south. Since the pollution concentration started to rise again, the number of mutants here has suddenly increased." He briefly explained the situation at Qinhuai camp. Battalion Commander Zhuang left a group of sentries stationed halfway up the mountain, and there are also people on the summit. They're short-handed. Zhongshan's geographical location is excellent. Xuanwu District, located in the center of the safe zone, has many nearby attractions but few residential areas. Only the south side is prosperous and not far from the government building, making it more risky. So from the beginning, most of the Qinhuai camp's forces were concentrated in the south. Logically, there shouldn't be so many monsters. This situation seems like they're deliberately coming for us. Lai Yanyan's expression was somewhat grave. Xie Tu stood beside Yun Zhao, head down, loading ammunition into his gun. Hearing this, he seemed thoughtful, his gaze sweeping around before landing on the distant high wall. The artillery fire outside the wall was still deafening, flames flashing constantly in the night sky. Xie Tu didn't say anything, but turned to look at the crowd busily carrying supplies behind him, and said to Guifei and the others, "Hand over the supplies to the Qinhuai camp to watch over. Groups 9 and 10, go to defend the hillside after you're done." "Yes." The sentries responded in unison. Lai Yanyan, thinking of the urgency of the situation there, picked up 2 boxes of ammunition, then, "Captain Xia, I go help first." Xie Tu nodded, "Go ahead." Lai Yanyan hurriedly ran south. Xie Tu looked around, then, without lingering, began climbing the mountain with Yun Zhao. The southeast side, located on the back of Zhongshan Mountain, was an undeveloped area. The mountain path was rugged and difficult to traverse in the pitch black. Xie Tu walked steadily, turning on his flashlight to illuminate the path for her. Many shivering people were crouching in the bushes along the way. For the first part of the journey, neither of them spoke. Yun Zhao's breathing gradually became rapid. In the darkness, her heartbeat was exceptionally clear. "Don't rush, walk slowly," Xie Tu said, supporting her. Yun Zhao looked up at him and asked, "Aren't you going to check the south side first?" "No rush, I take you up first." They can hold out for now. Sia2 gestured for her to watch her step. Watch your step. The area at the foot of the mountain was chaotic and unsafe for her to remain there. Yuan Zhao gave an "oh," then lowered her head, intently watching the path. Originally, I wasn't sure if the method of dispelling the evil spirits would work, but now it seems pretty close. Sia2 didn't speak, steadily supporting her as she walked up the path. Yuan Zhao calmed his breathing, followed his steps, and continued, after all, it has only awakened consciousness. It doesn't mean it has intelligence or thought. Nanjing City carries too many painful memories. The fall during the war, the suffering of the people. These memories are like leeches, deeply rooted in its consciousness. Yuan Zhao paused, gathering his thoughts. In its understanding, the past fall was perhaps due to external interference disrupting the original order. The powerful return of modern civilization represented by electricity makes it afraid of falling into that situation of invasion and disruption of peace again. So it tried to create chaos with pollution, building a defensive line with mutants to protect the city. Yuan Zhao paused, even in a distorted way. Sia2 had also been thinking about this issue, slowly saying, we made it feel threatened, and it chose the most extreme method, increasing the pollution concentration, turning the original inhabitants, who coexisted with the city, into monsters to drive away us outsiders. The gatekeeper's obsession is not just about protecting Nanjing, but also about protecting Nanjing in the past. It didn't want the city to be invaded by outsiders, nor did it want it to become a ghost town. It was trapped in that painful historical memory, unable to extricate itself, believing that only by returning the city to chaos could it avoid falling again. Therefore, after the power was restored, the gatekeepers didn't feel the elimination of their obsession. It was a threat. Yuan Zhao gazed at the dark sky in the distance, panting, and said, what we need to do is let the light dispel this darkness, break its cycle of despair. Let the sun shine on Nanjing again, let it see hope, let it understand that this city doesn't need to be protected by destruction. And let it understand that the world is different now. Sia2 took her hand and gently hooked her fingers. I believe you can do it. Yuan Zhao felt a tickle in her palm and scratched back in retaliation. Sia2 chuckled softly. Who's there? The sentry stationed halfway up the mountain noticed a flashlight beam coming from the southeast below. A person using a flashlight must be alive, but the battalion commander had given orders not to let any natives up the mountain. Sia2 spoke, it's me. The sentry recognized him, his voice filled with surprise and relief. Captain Xie. Sia2 hummed in agreement, and quickly led Yuan Zhao closer. The defensive line halfway up the mountain was rather rudimentary, hastily erected using abandoned vehicles, sandbags, and barbed wire. Behind the line, sentries patrolled back and forth with guns. Sia2 glanced around. There weren't many people, only about 50, and just a few sentries. The rest were almost all the stronger ordinary men from the Qin Hui camp. Sia2 didn't talk to them much. After assessing the situation, he said, I go check the south side. Call me if anything happens. The group looked slightly tense, but seeing him, they seemed to have found their pillar of support and nodded repeatedly, okay. The rest of the path was flat. Yuan Zhao felt a little better, and let him lead her forward. She glanced at the time. It's almost 5 o'clock. Hold on for another 2 hours. The further south they went, the louder the artillery fire below became. Standing halfway up the mountain, they could clearly see the battlefield below, illuminated by the light. Firelight flickered in the darkness, illuminating the surging, mutated swarm. Chapter 475. Screams echoed everywhere. The sentries atop the high walls were locked in a desperate struggle against wave after wave of mutated creatures. Bullets rained down, striking the mutated creatures' tough skin and splattering slime, yet they continued their relentless assault on the defensive line. Hold on. Don't let them break through. It was Zheng Xiao's shout. Rows of soldiers took turns firing, relentlessly sweeping the enemy's path, bombs raining down on the horde of monsters. Many strangers moved among the soldiers, helping to move ammunition and tend to the wounded. Even though they were complete strangers, even from different worlds, they shared the same goal. 2 tents stood below on the mountainside, bustling with activity. While a quiet environment was needed for evacuation, the 2 guides couldn't afford to worry about that now. Incomplete evacuation wasn't a problem. As long as their mental states were stabilized for a short time, it was fine. Yuan Zhao gripped the man's hand tightly. She couldn't see clearly, but she sensed the intensity of the battle. She slightly raised her other hand. Countless cyan green fluorescent lights instantly surged forth, rushing towards the sentries at the front. In the darkness, the shimmering green psychic threads were particularly conspicuous, like stars scattered across the night sky. The sentries at the front were engaged in fierce combat with the mutants, the whistling of bullets, the roars of monsters, and the booming of explosions intertwined, creating a chaotic battlefield. Suddenly, the sentries felt a warm power surge into their mental realm. Their previously taut nerves instantly relaxed considerably. Zheng Xiao reacted. It's Guide Yun. Guide Yun came in too? It's Guide Yun's mental guidance. Another sentinel shouted, a hint of surprise in his voice. The other sentinels also felt this power. The emerald green spiritual threads, like a gentle stream, slowly seeped into their consciousness, dispelling fatigue and fear, bringing a brief moment of peace and strength. Their mental domains, which had nearly collapsed from the prolonged battle, gradually stabilized under the soothing power. My God, this feeling is so good, a young sentinel murmured, gripping his gun even tighter. Xuan Wan, resting in her tent with her eyes closed, opened them at the sound of the shout, and saw only a sky full of twinkling stars. She quickly regained her senses. Not stars. These are the spiritual threads of an S-rank guide. Xuan Wan was somewhat bewildered. As a guide herself, she clearly understood the immense spiritual power contained within these threads. Is there really such a huge difference between S-rank and A-rank? How can someone possess such immense power? The sentries at the front rallied, their previously slightly disorganized formation, weakened by exhaustion, regaining its order. Their fire intensified, bullets raining down, sending the leading mutants flying in splattered slime. The next moment, a phoenix engulfed in flames soared from the mountainside, its head raised in a cry, flying towards the front lines. With each flap of its wings, a burst of intense heat erupted. Zheng Xiao realized then that Captain Xie and Guide Yun had arrived. Brothers, follow the fire phoenix, counterattack. Zheng Xiao's voice rang out from behind the defensive line, tinged with excitement and encouragement. The sentries responded in unison, their morale soaring. Mountside, Xie Tu led her to a large tree to rest. He took a bottle of water from his bag, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her, asking, "Want to sleep for a while?" She hadn't had a proper rest. Xie Tu was worried that if she used up too much mental energy now, she wouldn't have the strength to dispel the darkness after dawn. Yuan Zhao looked at the phoenix burning with flames. What about the fire phoenix? 2 hours left, it can hold on. Xie Tu didn't even look up, his gaze fixed on her. The fire phoenix, currently fighting on the front lines, The little bluebird let out its usual mocking laugh. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, then shook her head. Too little time, better not to sleep. I can rest sitting up. Xie Tu didn't force her. His gaze swept across the battlefield. With the fire phoenix joining the fray, the front lines were temporarily under control. He turned and sat down beside her, casually taking out his military walkie-talkie. Yuan Zhao noticed his movements. You want to contact Commander Zhong? Xie Tu nodded, fiddling with the walkie-talkie, switching to a private channel, and said directly, Commander Zhong is acting strangely. Images flashed through Yuan Zhao's mind. An old man in military uniform, seemingly stern, yet kindly telling her when she was a child that his family could serve hot pot. The signal lights flashed. The call connected quickly, but no one spoke. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, there were no gunshots, no monster roars, and eerie silence. It felt as if the chaos on the other end had abruptly ceased after the sentries left. Xie Tu spoke first, getting straight to the point. When did the commander discover this? A long silence followed. Commander Zhong finally spoke after a long pause, asking, Captain Xie, do you remember my adjutant? Not this one now, but old Su, who's been with me for 30 years. Xie Tu, momentarily unsure of his meaning, replied, I remember. I personally sent him on his way. The voice on the walkie-talkie was deeply weary. The moment I pulled the trigger, many images flashed through my mind. My consciousness told me that darkness had fallen, but back then, it wasn't this experience, and there were no transmigrators at all. Later, I had people plant listening devices in your subordinates' guns under the guise of delivering weapons. Commander Zhong, I'm sorry, I know this is wrong, but I have to find out where you came from and what your purpose is. Xie Tu instantly understood the reason. The sentries at Dawn Base possessed a sense of crisis, but this sense of crisis was only directed at the mutated monsters, not at the remaining rational natives. From beginning to end, they underestimated the natives' self-awareness. Information was extracted from fragments of conversation. There was no transmigration at all. Captain Xie and the group on Zhong Mountain came from outside the city. Military building. The office was empty, the dim yellow light flickering overhead. Commander Zhong, walkie-talkie in hand, turned to look out the window. There, the soldiers stood motionless. Since they left, The entire military base seemed frozen in time. No one moved. Commander Zhong's gaze slowly moved downwards, seeing his feet as ethereal shadows, glowing with a faint, eerie light. The ground beneath his feet was clearly visible through them. He moved his toes, but there was no tactile sensation. Those illusory feet were like blurry projections, undulating slightly with his movements, but without any tangible feedback. Commander Zhong paused for a long time. Nanjing, in the end, we couldn't hold it. The old man finished speaking, tears streaming down his face. The surrounding noise, the sounds of gunfire, the roars of the mutants, all seemed to fade away in that instant. Only Commander Zhong's aged, heavy voice echoed in his ears. Those words were too heavy. Chou Daoyunzhao's body trembled slightly, her fingers unconsciously tightening their grip on Xie hand. She couldn't help but think of Major General Qin. Back then, she hadn't felt such intense emotions. She had simply regarded herself as an observer of history. But Xietu's emotions back then had changed dramatically, that golden light that had been taken away. Chapter 476. Silence remained on the other end of the walkie-talkie for a long time. Commander Zhong had received confirmation from Xietu's silence. Tears streamed down his cheeks, dripping at his illusory feet, leaving no trace. Once, he stood on this land, full of lofty ambitions. He vowed to protect every inch of Nanjing, to protect the millions of people within its walls. Regret, resentment, and inability to let go. Not only Nanjing, but all cities have fallen. It was Yuan Zhao who spoke. She paused, then added, but this is not the end. Yuan Zhao reached out and pressed the walkie-talkie in Xietu's hand, trying to make her voice sound calm. The soldiers are still fighting, humanity is still resisting, they have never given up on this land. At the foot of the mountain, firelight and smoke mingled, dyeing the dark night sky a crimson. Although the people were afraid, no one shouted. Instead, they went to the base of the wall, spontaneously helping the soldiers move explosives and hold the line. Everyone did their utmost, protecting the city with their lives and beliefs. Yuan Zhao, true protection isn't simply about defending the land from being trampled upon, but about passing on the spirit of fighting for freedom and dignity. History cannot be changed. They must look forward. You are? Commander Zhong's hoarse voice came through. Yuan Zhao didn't want to hide anything from the old man, and softly replied, your family's hot pot is delicious. Commander Zhong smiled. It was a smile of relief. He might not fully understand Yuan Zhao's change in his current state. But children are hope. Do you want to see the sun? Yuan Zhao looked up at the dark sky and said, as a reward for that hot pot, I'd like to invite you to see the sun. The sun? Commander Zhong repeated softly, his voice hoarse and slow, as if savoring the meaning of those two words. His gaze slowly rose, and the two people in different places simultaneously looked up at the sky shrouded in darkness. Okay. A flicker of longing and nostalgia flashed in Commander Zhong's eyes. At his age, he had never imagined that one day a little girl would ask him to see the sun. Xietu sat beside her, his gaze fixed on her profile, remaining silent. Hearing this, he looked down at the communicator. 5:30 a.m. An hour and a half left. No response from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Yuan Zhao released her grip on the walkie-talkie, asking listlessly, can he hold out until dawn? A flicker of emotion crossed Xietu's dark eyes. He gently put his arm around her shoulder and replied, yes, because the gatekeeper also wants to see the sun. Not the sun of the illusion, but the real sun. The darkness before dawn is the deepest. The entire city's mutants swarmed out, densely packed, rushing towards the defensive line at the foot of Zhongshan Mountain. They seemed intent on annihilating the invaders. Howls echoed everywhere, the ground trembled. The air was thick with the stench of blood and acrid burning. Suddenly, a sharp screech echoed from the sky. The soldiers looked up and saw countless winged mutants swooping down from the darkness, their wings outstretched like bats, moving with astonishing speed. Flying mutants. Watch out overhead. A soldier shouted, his voice tinged with terror. The defensive line's firepower instantly dispersed, forcing the soldiers to direct some of their fire towards the sky. However, those flying mutants were simply too fast. Bullets struggled to hit their targets. The fire phoenix soared into the air, blocking the monsters trying to fly over the high wall. Its enormous wings unfurled, instantly engulfing its body in flames, yet countless black threads still managed to entwine its wings and gradually seep into its body. The rate of erosion was accelerating. The flames felt the pain, yet they still stood in front, single-handedly holding the southern defensive line. At that moment, movement came from the west. The pressure suddenly increased at one corner of the defensive line. There were countless monsters, but only one fire phoenix, It was simply no match for such a large swarm of mutants. A flying mutant swooped down, its sharp claws slashing viciously at a soldier's shoulder, blood gushing out instantly. "Ah!" The soldier screamed, collapsing to the ground. "Medic! Quick!" Another soldier shouted, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the roars of the others. A large number of mutants broke through the fire network and rushed into the defensive line. Zheng Xiao heard the commotion to the west and turned around abruptly. His face was covered in blood and dust, and his eyes were bloodshot. "The western defense line has collapsed. Come with me to provide support," he shouted as he sprinted towards the western defense line. Squad 8 follow. The Sentinels rushed to the front, quickly adjusting their tactics, redirecting some firepower to the west, and leaving the south to fire Phoenix and Squad 11. A huge gap had been torn in the western defense line, and a large number of mutants poured in like a flood. The soldiers guarding the walls were forced into close combat. Amidst the flashing blades and splattering blood, the Sentinels, regardless of the corrosion, unleashed their abilities. Dozens of spiritual entities, each with a unique form, appeared out of nowhere, running rampant at the foot of the mountain, roaring like wild beasts as they pounced on the mutated species. "Run! Run to the mountainside!" The soldiers below fought desperately, shouting to the civilians hiding in the bushes. The indigenous people at the foot of the mountain dared not remain where they were. Some frantically scrambled up the mountain in the dark, while others stood still. If this place fell, everyone would die. They wanted to do what they could for the warriors. Hearing the commotion coming from all directions, Yun Zhao pressed her lips tightly together. She had just raised her hand when Xia Tu grasped it. "You can't expend too much spiritual energy right now. Otherwise, how would she be able to dispel the highly polluted dark matter when dawn arrived?" Yun Zhao looked up at him, understanding his meaning perfectly. But in the current situation, if she didn't act, it would be difficult to hold out until daybreak. Xia Tu had already stood up, drawn the Tang sword from the side of his backpack, and helped Yun Zhao up from the ground. "I go down and check first. If it really can't hold out, then you can intervene." Xia Tu was worried about leaving her alone, so he led her away from under the tree towards the defensive line, halfway up the mountain where groups 9 and 10 were located. The other two groups of sentries were stationed there, anxiously watching the fierce battle below. But they couldn't leave, lest the mutants break through the last line of defense and harm the defenseless civilians on the mountaintop. Seeing Xia Tu and Yun Zhao approaching, the group quickly gathered around them. "Captain Xia, what's the next step? There's still over an hour left. At this rate of attack, can we hold out?" "We definitely can." Xia Tu left Yun Zhao behind and told the sentries, "Protect her." Yun Zhao was about to say something when Xia Tu gently squeezed her hand and handed her the walkie-talkie. "Don't let her out of your sight." She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, only nodding. Xia Tu didn't linger. He released her hand, turned, gripped his Tang sword tightly, and without hesitation ran towards the area below where the fierce battle raged. Chapter 477. Chaos reigned within the walls below the mountain. Sentries, soldiers, natives, and a large number of monsters that had breached the defensive line mingled together. Gunfire and screams mingled. A squad of sentries from the Qinhuai camp, protecting two guides, was locked in a fierce battle with the surging mutants. Firelight flickered in the darkness, illuminating faces filled with exhaustion and determination. "Don't worry about what's behind you. Get up the mountain first." The sentries knew better than anyone that the guides couldn't be harmed. Zhuangwan, pale-faced from exhaustion, was protected by the sentries as they retreated up the mountain. Suddenly, a massive mutant lunged from the side, its sharp claws slashing at a sentry's shoulder. "Watch out!" a sentry shouted, raising his gun and firing fiercely at the mutant. "Concentrate fire. Don't let it get close." The sentries quickly turned their guns and fired. The psychic entities lunged at the monster, only to find themselves attacking empty air. Confused, they quickly sensed their original consciousness and refocused their attacks. Their retreat was halted by the mutants. The number of monsters surrounding them was increasing, including several high-level mutants. At the critical moment, a black shadow swooped down from the hillside. Like a black lightning bolt, it instantly sliced into the battlefield, its Tang sword flashing with a sharp whistling sound. The massive mutant, about to strike, only saw the black shadow flash before its eyes. Before it could react, Xia Tu's Tang sword had sliced across its neck as easily as cutting tofu. Thick black slime gushed out like a fountain. The high-level mutant didn't even have time to roar before it collapsed to the ground. "Captain Xia!" A sentry recognized him and shouted with delight, their previously tense and despairing expressions instantly igniting with hope. Xia Tu's figure emerged from the darkness, a long tang sword in his hand, its blade gleaming coldly in the firelight. Without pausing, he spun around and kicked the charging monster in the chest. The immense force sent the mutated creature flying more than 10 meters away. "I cover you, you take the guides up the mountain first." The sentries knew this wasn't the time for idle chatter. With his help, they slaughtered the remaining mutated creatures and escorted the 2 guides up the mountain as quickly as possible. Bang! 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 Sia2 drew his gun in one fluid motion, clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. He scanned the battlefield, then charged towards the direction where the mutated creatures were most concentrated. Yun Xiao stood on the south side of the mountainside, the man long since out of sight. The contamination concentration had risen to 98%. 6:35 a.m. The little bluebird perched atop her head, its massive, fiery red body conspicuously visible directly in front. The powerful S-rank spiritual entity remained a constant presence at the southern defensive line. The fire phoenix was being corrupted incredibly quickly. Under such high pollution levels, dark matter was everywhere, relentlessly burrowing into its body. The little bluebird had never been corrupted before, but it knew how painful it was. It stared intently at the fire phoenix. "Are you worried about him?" Yun Xiao looked down at the foot of the mountain, searching for Sia2's figure, and truthfully replied, "Yes, I am." "Then when do we make our move?" Yun Xiao gripped the walkie-talkie in her hand. "Soon." She didn't know the sunrise times of the old era, but at 6 o'clock the sky was still hazy. What she wanted was sunlight bathing the earth. They had to strike decisively. They had no second chance. Yun Xiao murmured, "Just a little longer, just a little longer." Meanwhile, Sia2 had reached the weakest point on the west side. Zheng Xiao and the others, along with Lai Yanyan's Group 8, were leading their soldiers in a fierce resistance. The spirit beings held their ground atop the high walls, attempting to prevent more mutants from pouring in. But with little effect. Countless winged monsters continuously tried to break through the defenses, circling and swooping down, their sharp claws and fangs gleaming coldly. "Damn! It's sentinel mutants!" Atop the walls, several dark figures broke through the spirit being's defenses and pounced on the crowd below. Zheng Xiao and the others were locked in a fierce battle. The sentinels beside him were all B-rank sentinels, completely unable to withstand the onslaught. Zheng Xiao gritted his teeth, "Retreat first. They couldn't afford to die here." Hearing this, the sentries had no choice but to retreat while fighting, their faces deathly pale, large beads of sweat constantly streaming down their cheeks. Some sentries couldn't hold on any longer and, in a moment, injected themselves with an inhibitor. If it weren't for Guide Yun's earlier mental guidance, they probably wouldn't have survived. Sia2 joined the battle at this moment. Gunfire rang out, fast and accurate. "Retreat to the south." Sia2 emptied his magazine, his tang sword slashing down with all his might towards the mutant's head. The sentries were able to catch their breath, quickly retreating 5 meters to increase the distance between themselves and the mutant, firing at it as they retreated. At this moment, Sia2 sensed danger. He heard the sound of wind cutting behind him, and the image on his right was already attacking. He didn't have time to turn around, so he used his left hand to hold his long sword behind him to block. The immense impact propelled him forward several meters, carving a deep gash in the ground. The dark figure was exceptionally tall, its body oozing black slime, radiating a chilling aura. 6:49 a.m. A breach was then created in the eastern defensive line. Those halfway up the mountain heard the commotion. Old Gao, his expression grave, called to his teammates. "Let's go over there." Sun Chao followed, then, still uneasy, turned back and said, "Guide Yulin and Battalion Commander Zhuang stay here. Don't leave our sight." Yun Xiao glanced down the mountain every now and then looked down at the time, nodding obediently. Zhuang Wan, resting nearby, echoed his words. Team 10 left with peace of mind, leaving Guifei and the others to guard the area. Zhuang Wan had recovered and turned to look at Yun Xiao, who was still watching down the mountain. "Is Guy Yun worried about Captain Xie?" Both the human and the spirit entity glanced at the fire phoenix from time to time, worried that the massive creature might not be able to hold on. As much pain it was experiencing, Xie too was in just as much agony. Yun Xiao replied, "I can't see where he is." "Don't worry, Captain Xie will definitely be alright." Zhuang Wan forced a smile. "If you can get out of here alive, you'd be Qin Huai Camp's greatest benefactors." Yun Xiao suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, a strange unease creeping over her. She replied absent-mindedly, "He definitely will." Time seemed to crawl by. Finally, only 5 minutes remained. Xie too still hadn't come up. Yun Xiao couldn't worry about that now. Purification couldn't be completed in a moment. 5 more minutes wouldn't matter. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and pressed the intercom. "Commander, are you still there?" Commander Zhong's aged voice quickly came from the other end. "Yes. I said I invite you to see the sun." Yuan Zhao slightly raised her hand, pointing to the sky. The next instant, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from her body. The little bluebird glanced worriedly at the fire phoenix, flapped its wings, and flew towards the sky. Chapter 478. In an instant, the little bluebird shone brightly, a surge of immense power erupting from its body. As the light flickered, the silhouette of a colossal phoenix gradually emerged. The blue phoenix raised its head and cried out, its feathers gleaming like stars, flowing with a mysterious and holy light, illuminating the battlefield below shrouded in darkness. Greenish-blue fluorescence spilled from its wings. Spiritual threads cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly melting the dark matter like ice meeting fire. The thick, inky darkness was torn apart layer by layer by the greenish-blue light. Yuan Zhao's long hair moved without wind, her clothes fluttering, her entire being seemingly enveloped in a faint halo. The sentries guarding her side. Their hands, which had been tightly gripping their weapons, unconsciously relaxed slightly, their eyes filled with shock. Gui Fei looked up at the sky, his mouth slightly agape, and murmured to himself, This is the legendary Azure Phoenix?" His tone was filled with undisguised shock. Zhuangwan sat not far away, her gaze complex as she watched Yuan Zhao's retreating figure. It was hard to imagine that such immense power could be contained within such a slender frame. Yuan Zhao ignored the reactions of those around her. She mobilized all her spiritual energy, attempting to purify the dark matter in the sky. With her will, all the fluorescent light stopped falling to the ground. Instead, as if drawn by a force, it gradually rose, soaring straight into the heavens. The Azure Phoenix flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind, and flew towards the sky. It flew higher and higher. Soon, the enormous light became as small as the stars. The people halfway up the mountain craned their necks, their eyes fixed intently on its movements. Even now, many people still don't understand what the S-rank guide is trying to do. Zhuangwan pondered for a moment, then realized what was happening. She suddenly turned her head, looking at Yuan Zhao with a shocked expression. She wanted. Yuan Zhao kept his eyes tightly closed, still standing motionless. The great bluebird, in perfect harmony with her, let out a long cry, its light blazing brightly once more. Countless emerald green spiritual threads, like a surging torrent, rapidly spread across the sky. The purification began. Wherever the light barrier reached, the dark matter, as if encountering its natural enemy, began to dissipate on a large scale. The originally thick, inky darkness was peeled away and decomposed layer by the fluorescent light, turning into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. But it wasn't enough. Yuan Zhao continued to release his spiritual power without reservation. The dark matter began to twist and struggle, crashing against the light barrier like a tidal wave. The great bluebird coldly stared at the dying, struggling garbage, its icy blue eyes arrogant and disdainful of all living beings. It flapped its enormous wings, propelling its spiritual threads to expand and advance. The thick black curtain of the sky crumbled towards the horizon. Light tore through the darkness. The sun is rising. A soldier shouted excitedly, his voice filled with barely concealed joy. The trembling natives froze, involuntarily looking up at the dome. A small opening was torn in the black curtain of the sky, revealing a clear blue expanse. Soon, the opening widened, and golden sunlight streamed through the crack, appearing above the city. Boom! A deep rumble echoed through the sky. Like a torn curtain, vast amounts of dark matter began to dissipate, and more golden sunlight bathed the ruins of Nanjing. Soldiers and indigenous people alike forgot their fear, forgot their perilous situation, and involuntarily stopped what they were doing, slowly raising their heads. They trembled as they reached out, wanting to touch the distant sun. They remembered. Darkness descended, panic, chaos, the pitch-black underground shelter, the endless despair and waiting. They remembered it all. Military base. Outside the building, soldiers, emanating black smoke, stood motionless. The once chaotic and noisy headquarters was now deathly silent. Commander Zhong, holding a walkie-talkie, pushed open the door, staggering step by step, past the unconscious soldiers, finally reaching the parade ground. His gaze was fixed blankly on the sky. At the same time, the surrounding space suddenly distorted, light seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, winding and twisting in the air, forming eerie arcs. The mountain's outline became blurred, and the entire Zhongshan mountain was completely enveloped by a distorted curtain of shimmering light. Like a mirage. Yun Zhao slowly opened her eyes. She felt so tired, so weak, and just wanted to sleep. Where's Xie? Why hasn't he come back yet? Xuanwan got up and helped her. How are you? Yun Zhao shook her head, not speaking. Xuanwan quickly helped her to the side to rest. The surroundings distorted even more violently. Is the contaminated zone about to collapse? The sentries murmured hopefully, seeing the strange changes around them. Yun Zhao had just sat down. The walkie-talkie flickered with a weak signal. She pressed the button. The sun, so beautiful. Commander Zhong's aged voice came through, his tone full of longing. Thank you. Yun Zhao was silent for a moment, then slowly told him, the dark apocalypse lasted for 200 years. 200 years later, the world finally saw the light again. Commander Zhong was stunned, his face showing endless vicissitudes and helplessness. Is that so? It took so long. Humanity only has a few decades of life. 200 years. Many people were destined never to see the true face of the sun. They say the guide of light can end this disaster. Yun Zhao gazed at the sky gradually regaining its light, his tone firm. When that time comes, Nanjing will return. That bustling, vibrant city of Nanjing. People came and went in the streets and alleys, children's laughter echoed through the streets and alleys, and old people leisurely basked in the sun under the city walls. Commander Zhong stood alone on the playground, feeling the warmth of the sun on his body, and softly replied, I believe you, Nanjing will return. A more violent tremor occurred around them. Yun Zhao seemed to be conveying his belief to the gatekeeper through his conversation with Commander Zhong. Later generations strive for this, hoping that one day, peace will prevail, and a golden age will be restored. The words faded. The contaminated zone finally began to collapse. The sky cracked open inch by inch, revealing the true sun of the outside world. Commander Zhong's image flickered. He wanted to hold on just a little longer, to see the outside world. The sentries below noticed the anomaly. Excited and overjoyed, they shouted to their surroundings, Quick! Retreat! Everyone up the mountain! The natives and soldiers stared blankly at the sky, as if in a trance. If they didn't leave now, the soldiers and natives would be mutated if the contaminated zone collapsed. Large numbers of sentries quickly gathered and used supplies, and urged their comrades to retreat up the mountain. The blue phoenix circling in the sky flew south, its fluorescent light like a flickering ribbon, heading towards the fiery phoenix engulfed in flames. To purify the dense dark matter within its body. The sky cleared, and visibility returned. Yun Zhao disregarded everything else, and like a startled deer, abruptly stood up, his eyes darting anxiously around. He tried to search for that familiar figure in the chaotic crowd. Chapter 479. The collapse of the contaminated zone was accelerating. Zhongshan, which had only recently fallen silent, was once again filled with the howls of the mutated species. Yun Zhao ran against the frantically fleeing crowd, searched around but saw no one, then turned and ran towards the other side of the mountain. Guide Yun, where are you going? Guifei shouted. His voice was drowned out by the surrounding noise. The sentries quickly followed. They had promised Captain Xie to protect her. They couldn't let her out of their sight. Yun Zhao weaved through the panicked crowd, nearly falling over. She steadied herself and frantically searched again and again. Suddenly, she realized her foolish mistake. Yun Zhao called to the little bluebird, Ask Fire Phoenix where he is? No response was received. A familiar figure appeared and disappeared in the swirling dust. The man was tall and imposing, standing out starkly in the chaotic scene. Yun Zhao's heart clenched. Ignoring the danger around her, she ran towards him with all her might. Xie saw her at the same time and quickly ran towards her. The two drew closer. Xie opened his arms and pulled her into a tight embrace. I've been looking for you for so long, Yun Zhao said sullenly. Xie gently brushed his chin against her forehead and replied tenderly, I'm here. I always been here. The sentries following behind, seeing this scene, exclaimed, Excuse me. The collapse was intensifying, and countless mutants were swarming out. The modern tourist attractions around them were disappearing bit by bit, revealing the dilapidated scene of Qinhuai camp outside. Now was not the time to talk. Xie quickly released her and led her to the mountaintop. The reinforcements should be outside. Let's go to the mountaintop to take shelter. Okay. Yun Zhao found the person and immediately relaxed. She had just expended a great deal of mental energy, her emotions fluctuating wildly, leaving her completely exhausted. Xie simply carried her and ran up the mountain. Two phoenixes circled overhead, guiding the reinforcements. The sentinels of Group 9 stayed halfway up the mountain to cover their retreat, killing any mutants trying to rush up. After leaving the contaminated zone, All the image mutants disappeared, and the remaining monsters became easier to deal with. Xia and his men quickly reached the summit. The two deliberately avoided the sentinels outside and found a secluded corner to sit down. They couldn't leave until the area below was cleared. Xia let her rest against him, saying, "We leave once it's cleared up below." They had no choice but to leave. Everyone assumed his daughter was on the mountaintop. Staying would immediately expose their deception. Yuan Zhao was still bothered by his delayed return, which had worried her. "What were you doing just now?" she asked. "I ran into a troublesome mutant, which took some time." Xia kissed her forehead, not elaborating. Yuan Zhao asked, "Was the Fire Phoenix too badly corrupted, holding you back?" Xia, "Yeah." "Fire Phoenix, eh?" Xia clearly didn't want to continue the conversation. He took some food out of his bag, tore open the packaging, and handed it to her. "Eat something and rest for a bit." Yuan Zhao yawned and shook her head. "I don't have an appetite. I want to sleep." She was so tired. Now that she had found someone, she could finally sleep peacefully. Xia didn't force her. He quickly finished the bread and gently patted her back. "Sleep, I watch over you." Yuan Zhao hummed in agreement, nestled in his arms, closed her eyes, and fell asleep almost immediately. Contaminated Zone 344 had existed for far too long, teeming with countless mutants. Stationed on the perimeter were not only reinforcements from Dawn Base. Upon learning that two S-rank individuals had been caught in the 5-star contaminated zone, Dawn Base immediately dispatched troops to the area. The sound of artillery fire erupted from below. The group on the mountaintop, having survived the ordeal, had just escaped. The sentries collapsed onto the ground, the initial surge of energy giving way to overwhelming fatigue. They couldn't believe they had actually survived the 5-star contaminated zone. Some still didn't understand why the contaminated zone had collapsed. Because of hope. Zheng Xiao sat on the ground, gulping down water, and taking a large bite of a biscuit. The gatekeeper saw hope, so his obsession dissipated. Group 7 was resting right next to them. Tang Zixuan echoed, "The gatekeeper wants to protect Nanjing, but it only protects the Nanjing of the past. It longs to see Nanjing's future." The S-rank guide was too powerful. Single-handedly, she dispelled the dark matter in the sky. The gatekeeper saw her power, and believed she could truly restore Nanjing. Therefore, contaminated Zone 344 collapsed. Tan Wei still felt lingering fear. Thank goodness the S-rank guide came in. Anyone but an S-rank guide would probably have died in that contaminated zone. The contamination levels exceeded the Sentinel's tolerance. The gatekeeper was found but couldn't be killed. And a metropolis with tens of millions of inhabitants. If they hadn't found the military immediately, they might have faced even more mutants. Isn't Captain Xia's daughter there too? Captain Xia's daughter is amazing too. Superior genes are definitely the key to awakening. You're right. Zheng Xiao looked around but didn't see Captain Xia or Guide Yuan. He asked suspiciously, "But why didn't I see that little girl behind me? How could Captain Xia and Guide Yuan leave her alone?" "Tang Zixuan, we don't need to worry about that. Parents are definitely more concerned about their children than we are." Zheng Xiao thought about it and agreed. Groups 9 and 10 stayed halfway up the mountain to clear out the mutants. As the contaminated area completely collapsed, the monsters scattered. The contaminated area was too vast, and the number of mutants near Zhongshan was decreasing. They could handle it for the time being. Meanwhile, communication with the outside world was gradually being restored. The communicators worn by the sentries all vibrated, receiving messages from the outside world. Yuan Zhao and Xia were the same. Their communicators vibrated continuously. Xia, afraid of waking her, silenced her communicator and first checked the message from Minister Duan. "Minister Duan, after you get out, take Yuan Zhao back to base immediately." Minister Duan's tone suggested he was certain the two would be alright. Xia didn't reply, immediately checking the messages from his teammates. So many days had passed, they should have returned to base by now. The next training and follow-up arrangements needed to be made. Xia opened Song Liang's message, and his pupils constricted sharply upon reading its contents. "Song Liang, Captain! Something terrible has happened. Just a few days ago, a team of sentries at Dawn Base was controlled by a wild guide. Minister Han, who was on his way to Dawn Base, happened to witness it. Song Liang, Minister Han captured the guide alive, and the matter of the Dark Guide has been exposed. The 4 bases were in an uproar. Guides have existed for over 100 years, yet such a huge secret remained unknown. Song Liang, the base's higher-ups seem to have noticed something. Minister Duan demands you return to base immediately." Chapter 480. Song Liang didn't know the details either, By the time they returned to the base, the news had already spread. Xia2 didn't reply to any messages, immediately logging onto the Sentinel forum. The forum was in an uproar. It was entirely filled with discussion threads about dark guides. Shocking. Minister Han personally captured a wild guide. What is a dark guide? Just how powerful are dark guides? Will the appearance of dark guides change Sentinel guide relations? With the appearance of dark guides, what will become of the Sentinels? Who will guarantee the safety of the Sentinels? Guides have existed for so many years, and there's still this hidden feature? It's terrifying. From now on, Sentinels will have to be on edge whenever they go out. Who knows if the guide on the street is a dark guide? Yeah, if dark guides control Sentinels in bulk, wouldn't the world be in chaos? What are the base's higher-ups doing? Such an important matter is only being exposed now. It's terrifying to think about. Instantaneous. I feel like I lost all sense of security in life. What's the point of training if I encounter a dark guide? Can anyone analyze how to prevent being controlled by dark guides? Don't generalize and condemn all guides. Most guides are on the side of the Sentinels. Dark guides are a tiny minority. This is practically cheating. Are our Sentinels' mental barriers really that easily breached? Agreed. We Sentinels are fighting tooth and nail on the front lines, and now we have to worry about being controlled by guides? How are we supposed to fight like this? Humanity is already struggling so much. Why do dark guides still exist? Do you think there might be dark guides in the 4 major bases? As expected, the Sentinels reacted with unusual intensity. Many Sentinels began calling for collective action, demanding a clear answer and solution from the base's leadership. Meanwhile, some Sentinels even proposed a retesting of all guides across the 4 bases until the threat of the dark guides was completely eliminated. If the base leadership couldn't quell the Sentinels' emotions in time, the stability of the entire Sentinel community would face a significant challenge. Xia2 quickly browsed through the forum, then logged out and into the guide section. Ordinary Sentinels didn't have access to the guide section, but S-rank Sentinels did. In stark contrast to the heated discussions there, the guide section was quiet. No one posted anything about it. Even the usual chat threads were few and far between. A pinned announcement read, "Dear guides, in light of the recent dark guide incident, please remain calm and refrain from posting any related comments in the public forum. The base leadership has established a special investigation team, and we will resolve the issue through internal channels. Please inform each other to avoid unnecessary panic and conflict." Clearly, the guide community was not indifferent to the dark guide incident. Instead, they chose silence and internal communication. This silence could stem from instructions from the base's higher-ups, or it could be the guide's own self-protection. Xia2's gaze fell on the sleeping Yunjiao. She was nestled in his arms, fast asleep. Xia2 gently stroked her hair, unwilling to wake her. Minister Duan summoned the 2 back, perhaps to conduct a second test on Yunjiao, or to cooperate with the investigation? The strength of the dark guide is currently unknown, but being captured by Minister Han, it couldn't possibly be Yunjiao. It was unclear how much information that person had provided. Xia2 considered the base's internal attitude. He knew Base Chief Shin's character all too well, a perennial peacemaker, a master of maintaining balance, and always very easy to talk to. Guides were extremely scarce. The base chief couldn't possibly target the guide community. While Minister Duan was decisive and intolerant, he was also extremely protective of his own. Yuan Xiao should be fine going back. The core issue lay in the change in the Sentinels' attitude towards the guides after this incident. If not handled properly, the long-established trust between the Sentinels and guides would risk collapsing. The existence of the Dark Guide had touched a nerve with the Sentinels. Autonomy in the mental realm. Xia2 pondered for a moment, logged into the internal system, checked Jiang Mu's movements, and sent him a message, "Where are you?" That Dark Guide was likely being held captive at Dawn Base. As an S-rank Sentinel, Jiang Mu couldn't possibly be kept in the dark from his own base. It wouldn't be too late to go back after understanding the information provided. Of course, he could ask Minister Han directly, but that would be too conspicuous. His excessive attention would only arouse Minister Han's suspicion of Yun Xiao. Jiang Mu quickly replied, "Heh. Xia2, are you sick?" Jiang Mu, don't want to type. He had been annoyed by the small screen of the communicator for a long time. Xia2 glanced at the sleeping Yun Xiao again, thinking that she always slept soundly, and then dialed Jiang Mu's number. The call was answered instantly. Xia2 lowered his voice. "What's going on with the Dark Guide? Don't you know better than me?" Jiang Mu said lazily, "That diary passed through your hands back then, and you went to contaminated Zone 111. I don't believe you know nothing about it." Clearly Jiang Mu had already sensed it. He hadn't brought it up, probably because of the white beast. Xie didn't answer directly. It was hard to explain over the phone. He asked again, "Where are you?" "Yuan Zhao and I are coming to find you. Not too far from you, at Outpost 288. Jiang Mu was overjoyed at not having to make the trip himself to counsel the child. Xie quickly hung up, because he saw Yuan Zhao had been woken up. Usually, this kind of noise wouldn't have woken her at all. Xie suspected that her previous deep sleep was because she often unknowingly entered her own mental realm. Overall, it should be a good thing. It proves that her mental realm is becoming more and more complete. Yuan Zhao didn't open her eyes, but shifted her position in his arms, asking groggily, "Who are you talking to on the phone?" It was Jiang Mu. Xie didn't hide it from her. The Dark Guide's affair has been exposed. Yuan Zhao didn't react immediately, responding blankly, "Oh." The air seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. "What?" She suddenly opened her eyes, wondering if she was dreaming. Xie felt sorry for her not getting enough rest, but they needed to leave as soon as possible. "You wait here for me a while. I go down to find our car." Yuan Zhao nodded subconsciously, her mind still reeling from the shock of the Dark Guide's revelation. The mountain was safe now. Xie wasn't worried, and found a secluded route down the mountain to find their car. Yuan Zhao didn't come to her senses until he left, quickly checking her communicator. Sure enough, there were many messages on it. "Duanqi, my aunt actually came home today, and asked me about you. Don't worry, I didn't say anything. Just tell the captain to reduce the training. Wang Jiayu, Sister Yuan Zhao, we heard you, and the captain got caught in the contaminated area. We are very worried. Remember to let us know you're safe when you get out. By you, I met a group of middlemen on the way, and one of their guides could even control the sentries. By you, Zhao Zhao. Something's happened." Chapter 481. Baiyu said several messages in quick succession. Uncle Han said she's a dark guide. So what was said in the diary was true. She's been arrested, and no matter how I ask, Uncle Han won't tell me, saying to wait for the final results. Did you see the forum? The sentinels are arguing like crazy. We're doomed. Do they think there are dark guides among us guides? I asked my dad, and he told me not to worry. How can I not worry? By you all? I heard you and Captain Xie got caught up in the 5-star contaminated zone. Please don't get hurt. Tao Hao, I'm questioning my existence. That gatekeeper didn't lie to me after all. The dark guide wasn't made up after all. Yuan Zhao also saw a message from Cheng Dongshu. The message was from 2 days ago. Cheng Dongshu, Minister Duan met with me alone today and asked me a lot about your past. I suspect the base is suspicious of you. What do they want to do to you? Maybe you shouldn't come back. I went back and talked to the town mayor. The mayor said if we can't stay at the large base, we go out and find a safe place and live our own lives like before. Then you can lead us into the contaminated area to find supplies. Life won't be worse than it is now. For the people of Qishan town, Yuan Zhao's identity didn't matter. She had never harmed anyone. She was a part of the town. They had even planned their escape route. Yuan Zhao felt a warmth in her heart, and her mood gradually calmed down. She finished reading the messages and reported her safety to each one. She replied to Cheng Dongshu, "Don't worry, it hasn't come to that. The base needs me far more than I need the base. They won't do anything to me." To avoid being bombarded with questions, she tried to provide as much detail as possible in her replies. She also told Baiyu, "I don't know what happened either. I'll let you know later after I find out." A message came back quickly. The communicator had somehow gone into silent mode. Yuan Zhao put it back on vibrate and sat in a corner, sending messages while checking the forum. The battle down the mountain hadn't stopped. Mutants could be seen scattered everywhere. Ordinary people wouldn't dare step inside, which conveniently facilitated Xie actions. The place where the car disappeared was far from Zhongshan. Xie contacted reinforcements from the Dawn base to help find the car. He remembered the approximate location, and the car was found quickly. However, the small military vehicle was corroded by slime, and some of the supplies inside were damaged. Xie requisitioned a military vehicle from the reinforcements, transferred everything to it, and drove it halfway up the mountain. The items in the vehicle were all purchased by Yuan Zhao using points. Xie didn't want her to be upset if she saw the damage, so he simply went halfway up the mountain to repair the broken items. All the supplies he brought out from contaminated Zone 344 were piled up halfway up the mountain, including the robot he had brought out earlier. Teams 9 and 10 were still guarding that spot. Team leader Xie, are you leaving? Old Gao asked, watching him move things and calling his brothers over to help. Xie dragged 2 boxes of supplies to the vehicle and replied, Something came up. We have to get back to base immediately. The Sentinels had already learned about the Dark Guide through the forum. It had caused widespread panic. But they also knew that team leader Sia had just come from the contaminated zone, and had only recently learned the news. He certainly didn't know the specifics. By the way, Sia too turned to them, his face expressionless, and said, "Please keep my daughter's situation a secret. She needs a quiet environment to grow up in, and I don't want to publicize her situation." Guifei nodded repeatedly. "Of course, don't worry, Captain Sia. None of us will tell anyone." Everyone echoed him. They understood Captain Sia's deep love for his daughter. "We tell the others later, and we guarantee no one will mention it to anyone else." Sia too said no more after hearing this. There was actually a lot of cleanup work to be done afterward. Like this batch of supplies. He got the supplies. He was only able to survive the contaminated zone thanks to Yun Xiao. Even if Dawn Base took all the supplies, no one else would dare to object. But in this operation, both Dawn Base and Qin Huai Camp had contributed. At the last moment, if it weren't for the Qin Huai Camp's people handling the supplies, they wouldn't have been able to bring everything out. He couldn't let the reinforcements take all the supplies. Sia too glanced at the mountain of boxes. Inside were supplies, ammunition, firearms, technological data, vaccines, and a large quantity of medicine. Medicine and vaccines are extremely valuable to these refugee camps outside. The specific allocation will be discussed remotely after the mutants are cleared out. Sia too, worried that Yun Xiao would wait too long, finished moving the supplies, told the sentries, and went to the mountaintop to pick her up. When Sia too returned, Yun Xiao had already calmed down. She did indeed possess the characteristics of a dark guide, and even if she explained, others might not believe her. But at least the situation was better than she had initially anticipated. The dark guide incident wasn't caused by her. She hadn't become a common enemy of the sentries and guides. Thinking it over, Yun Xiao suddenly realized it wasn't a big deal. Just like Cheng Dongshu said, if the Sentinels were wary and afraid of her, and she couldn't stay at the main base, she could still leave with the people of the town. With her current abilities, she could live well anywhere. "Will you come with me then?" Yun Xiao suddenly asked Sia too as she got into the car. She noticed the car had changed, but didn't react much, as long as her things were still there. Sia too, unaware of her wild imagination, answered without hesitation yes. Fire Phoenix quickly moved closer to the little bluebird, declaring, "Wherever the Azure Phoenix is, I be." The little bluebird glanced at it sideways. Knowing what's good for her, Yun Xiao felt relieved. If the base didn't trust her and made excessive demands, restricting her personal freedom, then she would kidnap their S-rank sentinels. Their combined points cards had over 1,000,000 points. Before leaving, exchange all your points for supplies. Sia too briefly told her. "Go to Outpost 288 first, find Jiang Mu to get a clear picture of the situation, see how much the base knows, and then we go back to deal with it." Sia too knew Jiang Mu's personality very well. If he didn't go and guide the White Beast, Jiang Mu would probably only give vague and unclear explanations. He paused. "If you don't want to go back, I negotiate with Minister Duan. We proceed slowly along the original route." After all, she came out to find her father. The two had only just arrived in Nanjing, and there were still many planned refuge camps they hadn't visited. Yun Xiao shook her head and said, "No need to look anymore. Dad can't possibly be in a refuge camp." She already remembered Yunju's face. In the video, her father was impeccably dressed, very clean, and seemed to know how to enjoy life. He was incredibly powerful. Even the little bluebird that needed the contaminated zone to suppress her only chose the largest, most comfortable, and most luxurious environment. Such a person, even if he lost his memory, even if he encountered trouble. But his pampered nature couldn't be changed, his inherent arrogance remained. Yunju couldn't possibly endure hardship by going to a harsh refugee camp. Chapter 482. The two walked very discreetly, without alerting anyone else. Down the mountain. The familiar metropolis of yesterday was now a desolate ruin. The mutants howled and ran through the ruins, searching for any sign of life. Yun Zhao raised her hand to control the monster. She pressed her face against the car window, as if carefully identifying any mutated being she recognized. Commander Zhong was just an image. With the collapse of the contaminated zone, he ceased to exist, as if he had never existed at all, and even his name was unknown to posterity. Yun Zhao couldn't help but wonder how he died. Was he killed by his adjutant after he mutated? So when the roles reversed, and he raised his gun to kill his own family, he remembered a long-buried past. In those final moments, did Commander Zhong see the sun outside? Would he feel a pang of sorrow seeing the desolate world 200 years later, The car continued its bumpy journey along the ruined road, the surrounding stillness only amplifying the turmoil in Yun Zhao's heart. Usually, after leaving the contaminated zone, she could always quickly calm herself. She would put aside the sad scenes she had encountered and known. This time, however, it seemed difficult. Because she had made a promise. She would return to Nanjing. Yun Zhao stared at the mutant covered in black slime for a while, then found it utterly pointless. Even if she recognized it, so what? She wouldn't show mercy. Jiangmu's so-called not far was actually hundreds of kilometers away. Countless contaminated zones and mutants lay along the way. Xia Tu drove slowly, taking a day and a half to reach outpost number 288. The two arrived in the evening, just in time for dinner. Shou Tianqi, hearing the noise, emerged from the house carrying a bowl of rice and called out, "Captain Xie, Guide Yun, come and eat." Yun Zhao, having slept the whole way, was feeling a bit better. She had just gotten out of the car and asked, "Is there meat?" "Yes." Shou Tianqi pointed into the house with his chopsticks. "Braised pork with vermicelli, we brought it from the base." Yun Zhao, a little hungry, trotted over and casually asked, "Why aren't you at the base?" Shou Tianqi sighed, "Our base is building a new one on the surface. They're constantly working day and night, the captain can't stand it." Dawn Base was working day and night to move to the surface as soon as possible, and construction noise was everywhere nearby. S-rank sentinels are naturally sensitive to sound. Jiangmu had been back for 2 days, and was nearly driven mad by the noise. So he had Qingzi run off, and buy 2 large truckloads of supplies, and like moving house, he led them to the outpost without even saying goodbye. The captain didn't want to be too close, lest the minister call him back at any time, Shou Tianqi said. "We spent ages selecting our men, and finally came to outpost 288. Yun Zhao, This style of doing things is so Jiangmu. Outpost 288 is also Dawn Base territory. Living at their own outpost without spending points is definitely more comfortable than living at the construction site." Yun Zhao followed Shou Tianqi into the dining hall. Inside the dining hall, 6 round tables were neatly arranged, but only Jiangmu's team sat at one table. No sentries or logistics personnel from the outpost were seen. "Guide Yun, long time no see." The sentries greeted him as usual. Jiangmu kicked Orange's stool, his voice lazy. "Hurry up and get Guide Yun a set of chopsticks and a bowl." Yun Zhao glanced at the table full of dishes and kindly added, 2 sets of chopsticks and a bowl. "Orange, okay. Guide Yun, please sit down." Qi Jun got up and brought 2 stools from the next table. Yun Zhao came over and sat down obediently, waiting for the chopsticks and bowls to be brought so they could start eating. Jiangmu's gaze fell on her, noticing that she was enveloped in a spiritual force, and he was slightly surprised. A barrier had been erected outside? Xie Tu had parked his car and was a step late. The sentries greeted him proactively. Jiangmu's expression returned to normal, and he turned to look at Xie Tu, his tone slightly teasing. "Congratulations, you eliminated another 5-star contaminated zone." Xie Tu and Fu Imo both were locked in a life-or-death struggle. How was he supposed to live? Xie Tu sat down next to Yun Zhao without even lifting his eyelids. "Congratulations, I hope you keep up the good work." At that moment, Qingzi returned with 2 clean sets of bowls and chopsticks, placing them in front of the two. Jiangmu scoffed lightly, deliberately picking up the serving chopsticks and placing a piece of stewed meat in Yun Zhao's bowl, feigning concern. "Guide Yun, try Qi Jun's cooking." Xie Tu's expression immediately turned cold. Yun Zhao stared at the meat in his bowl, silently placing it in Xie Tu's bowl. "Don't drag me into your banter, or I raise my price next time I guide someone." Jiangmu, Xie Tu's expression softened, and he returned the used meat to Jiangmu, saying slowly, "Eat it yourself, try to complete more 4-star missions this year." He emphasized the word 4-star. Jiangmu's lips twitched slightly. The little bluebird let out a merciless laugh. Qingzi and the others didn't dare lift their heads, burying their heads in their food. When gods fight, mortals suffer. "Hurry up and eat, or we slip away." For a moment, no one picked up any food. This benefited Yun Zhao. The braised pork with vermicelli was very tender. Qi Jun had generously added seasonings, making the meat incredibly flavorful. Yun Zhao ate with great relish. Due to limited resources on the road, she hadn't eaten fresh meat for many days. Xie Tu stopped arguing and put food in Yun Zhao's bowl. This was a public place, with sentries frequently patrolling outside. It wasn't a place for serious business. Only Jiangmu sighed. In his mental realm, the white beast, discovering its good friend had arrived, became excited and howled, wanting to come out and play. Jiangmu comforted the child while feeding himself the piece of meat he had just eaten. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Zhou Tianqi and the others seized the opportunity to slip away. Jiangmu put down his chopsticks, lazily stood up, and beckoned the two to come upstairs. Only after entering the room did Xie ask, "What happened to that dark guide?" "In the 2-star contaminated zone of Route 105, we encountered a group of middlemen." Jiangmu sat down on the sofa. "They got into a conflict with a team of sentries from our base because of personal interests. One of the girls took advantage of the sentries' momentary lapse in attention and subdued them. Route 105 wasn't far from Dawn Base, and there were many refugee camps of varying sizes nearby. The 2-star contaminated zone in that area was considered low risk, so many sentries, and even ordinary people risked going in to search for supplies. It was also one of the areas where middlemen were active. Yuan Xiao had heard his teammates mention it before. Low-risk contaminated zones are often frequented by middlemen, who make a living by reselling keys and supplies at inflated prices. These people walk the line between danger and profit. Even sentinels from the main base find them a headache. They might even overcharge the sentinels because of their decent income. A few days ago, the base detected signs of spread in contaminated Zone 105 and notified nearby sentinel teams to investigate and find the gatekeeper," Jiangmu said slowly. This touched the interests of the middlemen, leading to a conflict in the contaminated zone. When the dark guide subdued the person and brought him out, he happened to run into Minister Han, who was passing by. Chapter 483. The area near the contaminated zone was deserted. The captured sentinels wouldn't remember what had happened. If they hadn't encountered Minister Han, the dark guide's secret wouldn't have been exposed. They were just unlucky, Jiangmu said. Minister Han noticed something was wrong with that group of sentinels and ordered them captured alive. Your base's leaders went on a business trip, accompanied by 100 high-ranking sentinels, each highly skilled. Those middlemen were no match for well-trained sentinels. As he spoke, Jiangmu turned to Yuan Xiao, a half-smile playing on his lips. To control sentinels through mental manipulation, one's own mental strength and the sentinel's willpower are both relevant. That dark guy clearly couldn't break through everyone's mental barriers. Yuan Xiao was puzzled. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing." Jiangmu paused, then looked away. What could he do with such a straightforward girl? Xie made no attempt to hide anything, asking directly, "What did the confession say?" Discovering that the sentinel could be controlled by the guide, Minister Han and Dawn Base would definitely investigate thoroughly. At the time, there were likely more than just personnel from the 4 major bases outside contaminated Zone 105. Other search teams were also present. With so many people around, the news spread like wildfire. The key issue was the dark guide, who leaked the information, causing such widespread panic. Jiangmu was too lazy to repeat himself. He reached for the laptop on the table, logged into the internal system's top-secret files, unlocked it, and turned the screen towards him. "See for yourself." The encrypted file originated from within Dawn Base. Yuan Xiao leaned closer upon hearing this. The confession revealed that the dark guide's name was Lin Yu, and he was the second in command of that middleman gang. Her grandmother was a hidden dark guide, capable of peering into and influencing the minds of others, especially sentinels with weak mental barriers. Lin Yu inherited her grandmother's abilities. Yuan Xiao was slightly taken aback. "So, our dark guides inherited genetically?" "She is, and so is this guide named Lin Yu." "What about Commander Shen? As a descendant of Shening, could Commander Shen also be a dark guide?" Xie had quickly finished reviewing the documents. That dark guide had never encountered anyone like her, and even believed her abilities were unique, so she used them indiscriminately, disregarding others. Xie was relieved to see this. Lin Yu seemed unaware that this ability was called mental guidance. The base had limited clues. As long as they denied everything upon returning, no one would suspect Yuan Xiao. There was only one S-rank guide. The base couldn't abandon Yuan Xiao. Regarding how the news spread, the confession also mentioned that this middleman gang consisted of dozens of people. Only a few were captured. Others, upon learning of the capture, negotiated with Dawn Base demanding the release of their companions. This was refused. The base suspects that it was this group that spread the news. The aim was to create panic and elevate the special status of the dark guides, thereby gaining benefits. After all, guides are scarce, and such a dark guide, even if dangerous, is of immense value, facilitating a deeper understanding of the guide community. The main base couldn't possibly kill her. Following this incident, to dispel the Sentinel suspicions, the base may introduce a more comprehensive guide ability detection system. Identify and guide guides with special abilities in a timely manner to prevent them from going astray. Jiang Mu had already given up on probing. This was a reminder to Yun Zhao. We're already working on a plan, and all guides will likely need to undergo retesting. Yun Zhao nodded. Retesting? An S-rank guide is naturally considered a guide with special abilities, and she's probably already on the base's radar. But the matter of the light guide can't be made public. Otherwise, it will be detected by his consciousness, bringing even greater disaster. Xie Tu hummed in agreement, calmly returning the computer to Jiang Mu. The situation isn't too bad right now. That dark guide's abilities are limited, the panic will subside quickly. It was getting late. Xie Tu and Jiang Mu exchanged a knowing glance, then Xie Tu stood up to leave. Let's go rest first, we talk about other things tomorrow. Jiang Mu gestured for them to leave. The two left Jiang Mu's room. There were only 6 rooms on the 3rd floor, just enough for Jiang Mu's team of 6. Xie Tu booked a room on the 2nd floor. The room layout was the same, with all the necessary furniture and a separate shower. Yun Zhao hadn't slept in a bed for a long time. She couldn't sleep well in the contaminated area, and after leaving, she had to sleep in the car because of the travel rush, and was constantly woken up by the noise of the mutants. She hadn't had a good night's sleep for several days. Now, seeing the bed, she just wanted to lie down immediately. The bed isn't made yet, go take a shower first. Xie Tu rummaged through his bag for her change of clothes and pushed her into the bathroom. He went downstairs to the car to get his own clean 4-piece bedding set. By the time Yun Zhao finished showering, the bed was already made. She had eaten a lot of meat that night, and fearing she might be thirsty in the middle of the night, Xie Tu poured a glass of water and placed it on the bedside table before going into the bathroom to shower. Yun Zhao lay on the comfortable bed, drowsy, and fell asleep before Xie Tu could even come out. The sentry post was shrouded in silence in the dead of night. The entire floor was so quiet that the faint hum of the ventilation system could be heard. The door to the 2nd floor room opened quietly. Xie Tu, without disturbing her deep sleep, went up to the 3rd floor again. The door was ajar, letting in a sliver of light. Come in, came Jiang Mu's lazy voice from inside. Xie Tu pushed the door open and saw Jiang Mu sitting at his desk, the computer on, a familiar metal box beside him. Inside that box was a worn-out diary. Although Xie Tu hadn't read it, he already guessed the diary's owner. Why did you bring this with you? Xie Tu asked. Jiang Mu raised an eyebrow. I thought you came up here in the middle of the night to talk to me about Yun Zhao. She's a dark guide. How long can you keep this a secret for her? The dark guide's abilities were too obvious. Once a detection method is found, it can't be hidden any longer. Jiang Mu sensed something was wrong as soon as she started paying attention to contaminated Zone 111. Afterwards, he specifically asked Zhou Tianqi how he had re-established his connection with the Black Panther. According to Zhou Tianqi, he felt a guiding force helping him to forge a closer connection with his spiritual entity. Although Jiang Mu knew the truth, he pretended nothing had happened. Since receiving guidance, the white beast was noticeably more lively than before. After all, there was only one S-rank guide in the world. Without her, where would the child find guidance? But who would have thought that the S-rank sentinel, who always kept public and private matters separate and adhered to discipline, would be so biased? Xie Tu took the diary. Things aren't as you think. Abilities themselves aren't good or bad, it's all about how they're used. The matter of the light guide couldn't be explained. At least not now. Humanity wasn't ready. Jiang Mu remained noncommittal. Then what were you doing coming over in the middle of the night? Chapter 484. 2 things. Xie Tu casually found a place to sit down. Yun Zhao has absolutely no ill intentions. She understands better than anyone what her power means, and she knows better than anyone how to restrain herself. The diary belonged to Jiang Mu, and the information about contaminated Zone 111 was also provided by Jiang Mu. Xie Tu knew he had already suspected something. As an S-rank sentinel, Jiang Mu would only put the safety of humanity first, and had a responsibility to maintain the peace of his respective base. He could temporarily turn a blind eye for the sake of the White Dawn beast, but as the matter of the Dark Guide was revealed, research into its dangers would become increasingly in-depth. Once the danger level was confirmed to be too high, Jiang Mu might truthfully recount Yun Zhao's situation to the base. His understanding was not comprehensive. Xie Tu felt it necessary to clarify things first. She first used her ability in contaminated Zone 88. Xie Tu quickly realized this. I'm quite certain that before that, she wasn't aware of her own strength. Jiang Mu leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table. You seem to know her quite well. So what do you want me to do? Xie Tu, keep quiet. Jiang Mu shrugged and started negotiating. 5 free sessions of guidance? Xie Tu gave him a cold look. You're short of those points? Yes, I am. Jiang Mu sighed. Raising a child is too expensive. You don't need to spend any money, so you don't understand the hardship we feel, like we're working for her every time we go on a mission. Since the S-rank guide appeared, his bank account balance had shrunk drastically. Xie was too lazy to argue with him. He opened his communicator. I transferred the money to you. Don't let her know. Jiang Mu readily accepted. Last time, Yun Xiao used Fu Mu as an excuse to demand a price increase, and Jiang Mu transferred 5,000 each time. 5 times would be 25,000, ridiculously expensive, equivalent to 2 missions. If he had known Xie would be so agreeable, he should have asked 10 or 20 times. Jiang Mu felt a little regretful, even feeling he had lost out. Another matter, you be coming with us tomorrow. Xie, I just received news that the Bishi from Hope Base is already on his way to our base. Let's go meet him. Hope Base values this newly awakened S-rank highly. It's said that after Yun Xiao came out, he discussed with the base leadership about staying at Dawn Base for 2 months. Firstly, he wanted to see if Yun Xiao could guide and purify his mental realm. Secondly, he wanted Xie to guide him to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Of course, it would be for a fee. Hope Base has gone all out, providing Dawn Base with 2 newly developed technologies free of charge. The hydroponics culture medium formula, and the space station construction blueprints, along with some materials. These 2 technologies are exactly what the Dawn Base needs. The satellite base is already under construction, and the research institute is in the midst of intensive research and development. If they can't develop them by then, they have to pay a high price to exchange resources from the Hope Base. Base Commander Shen, upon learning this, sent a message late at night asking for his opinion. Xie hasn't responded yet. Since leaving the contaminated area, he hasn't replied to a single message. He discuss everything when he gets back. I don't want to run away, but I still have to carry out the mission, Jiang Mu refused. Xie, didn't you just come out of contaminated zone 42? Can't you keep things a secret? Jiang Mu was speechless. Didn't you say you complete several more 4-star missions? Xie said calmly, I take back that. Jiang Mu, heh. He picked up his communicator, looking at the newly arrived 25,000 points. He spoke softly, that Bishi, I heard he's the grandson of the Hope Base commander, and only child. He sounds like a spoiled brat. Are you sure you want to train him? Xie turned to him. We haven't even met him yet. That's a stereotype. What stereotype? Otherwise, why do you think we send him to your base? Jiang Mu silently grinned. A distinguished young master, and an S rank at that. Which one of those people at Hope Base would dare to train him? They're having a headache finding an instructor, so they're offering some benefits to send him to you. Among the 3 S-rank sentinels, Jiang Mu was lazy, usually indifferent to everything. Except for missions, he spent his time running around the map, just to find peace and quiet. Fu Yu, on the other hand, was fiercely competitive. She looked down on those weaker than her, and insisted on winning against those stronger than her, and she didn't know her own strength. If he were really sent there, he might get beaten half to death. After comparing them, only Xie seemed reliable and responsible. He even personally supervised the annual recruit training at Dawn Base. Plus, an S-rank guide was also at Dawn Base. Wasn't he the perfect candidate? Xie, of course, knew all this, and casually said, so what if he is? It's just taking care of kids. Taking care of one is the same as taking care of a group. It doesn't matter if he's one more. Jiang Mu was speechless. Fine, let's go together then. Anyway, it's pretty boring here. He twirled the pen in his hand, however. Instead of focusing on that Bishi, you should think about how to help Yun Xiao avoid inspection when we get back. Xie had his own plans. Avoiding will only arouse suspicion. I go see Base Commander Shen when we get back. The diary's owner is a red-crowned crane. As its descendant, Base Chief Shen should know something. Perhaps we should sit down and have a proper talk. The importance of these 2 S-rank individuals is undeniable. The base won't resort to force. Seeing that it was getting late, Xie didn't intend to stay any longer and stood up to leave. As he reached the door, he paused, then suddenly said, the contaminated zone has seen frequent activity in recent years. It's unlikely to be peaceful in the future. Have your base prepare for war as soon as possible. Without waiting for Jiang Mu's reply, Xie closed the door. 9 o'clock in the morning. Yun Xiao slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling for a moment. Her consciousness gradually returned, and she turned over, reluctant to get out of bed. Having not slept in a bed for so long, she suddenly felt a strange longing for her home at the base. The bed at the sentry post was so hard, Her princess bed was much more comfortable. Awake? Xie heard the movement, walked into the room from the balcony, and drew back the curtains. Blinding sunlight instantly flooded in. He was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, seemingly just finished exercising. The fabric was soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his body and outlining the clearly defined muscles of his back. Turning around, one could see his broad shoulders and the faint outline of his abdominal muscles. Yuan Zhao squinted, blinded by the sudden influx of sunlight, raising her hand to shield her eyes, her voice still languid from sleep. "Captain." Did you say Commander Zhong saw the sun outside for the last time? Xie hadn't expected her to still be thinking about that. He turned around and saw Yuan Zhao still curled up in bed, her hand covering her eyes, so he couldn't see her expression. There was an unwritten rule in the operations department. Those who came out of the contaminated zone, aside from submitting mission reports, tacitly agreed not to discuss what happened inside. After all, history cannot be changed, and dwelling too much on it would only leave humanity affected by those heavy past events, making it difficult to fully dedicate themselves to the present battle and the hope for the future. The past is history. Don't let memories hinder your progress. Xie, however, couldn't bear to speak harshly to her, and instead comforted her, saying, "You should have seen it." Chapter 485. Yuan Zhao agreed. After adjusting to the light, she lowered her arms and propped herself up to sit up. Xie was facing away from her, having just taken off his sweat-soaked shirt and bending down to take clean clothes from his bag. The man looked lean in clothes, but muscular underneath. With his movements, his muscles rippled smoothly, displaying immense strength. Yuan Zhao's mind immediately wandered. She felt he was definitely doing this on purpose, trying to seduce her so early in the morning. "I cooked porridge. Wait until I take a shower, then we go downstairs for breakfast." Xie then took a towel from his backpack. Yuan Zhao couldn't help but ask, "When are we leaving?" "At noon, Jiang Mu is leaving with us." Seeing her expression, Xie knew she didn't know he had gone out last night, so he told her about the bishi. Yuan Zhao's first reaction was, "Another chance to earn some extra money?" Xie looked somewhat helpless. "More importantly, let's think about how to explain things to the base when we get back. Let's go directly to Base Chief Shen. I want to talk to him face-to-face about the Red Crown cranes." Yuan Zhao and Xie were on the same page. Assuming she hadn't done anything detrimental to the base, even if they discovered she was a dark guide, the base wouldn't do anything to her. Yuan Zhao said, "Instead of running away and trying to deceive with countless lies, it's better to be open and honest, proactively explain the situation to the base, and strive for their understanding and support." After all, she quite liked the base's leaders. The chubby base chief Shen, the gentle Minister Bai, and Minister Duan, who seemed strict but took great care of her. From the beginning, they had given her respect and a high degree of freedom. Yuan Zhao believed that respect was mutual. Perhaps once she spoke, she would face countless questions, suspicion, and even hostility. But if she couldn't even admit her own identity, how could she be worthy of this power? "Have you thought it through?" He walked to her side, his voice low. "Once you take this step, there's no turning back. The base's current attitude is unclear. Minister Duan hasn't sent any more messages yet, and Base Chief Shen might take other actions to protect the reputation of the Red Crown cranes." Yuan Zhao turned her head. "Afraid I implicate you?" Xie chuckled and reached out to touch her forehead. "I'm afraid you regret it. I'm going to take a shower first. She'd be covered in sweat if she didn't." "Yuan Zhao, go ahead." She got off the bed after the other person went into the bathroom. Yuan Zhao didn't see the little bluebird. After sensing for a while, she realized the little guy was playing outside with the fire phoenix. The two spiritual beings had become much closer since this trip. Although the little bluebird still glanced at people sideways as before, it gradually stopped rejecting the fire phoenix. In the contaminated zone, it even proactively helped the fire phoenix purify its dark matter without Yuan Zhao's prompting. Yuan Zhao checked his communicator. It was another message from 99+. Her teammates were constantly concerned about her situation, and the group chat was buzzing with messages. Yuan Zhao popped up in the group chat, indicating he'd be back soon. Bai Yu had been at the Dawn base for several days. Because of the Dark Guide incident, she wasn't in the mood for sightseeing, and their conversations almost entirely revolved around it. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, and decided to subtly inform Bai Yu of yesterday's confession, to avoid letting the little girl's rare trip be affected by this. After lunch, Jiang Mu's team left with him. Upon learning they were going to see the bishi, a mythical creature, the team members were all very curious. They packed their things early in the morning, dragging 2 large carts of supplies away from Outpost 288. There wasn't much to say along the way. With Jiang Mu's team traveling with them, they finally had someone to help clear the monsters on the road, and their travel speed increased significantly. A few days later, Yun Zhao entered the familiar mountains and forests. From a distance, she saw the framework of two towering buildings not far from the base. It took Yun Zhao a while to realize that they were the White Tower and the Black Tower, which had been discussed at the annual meeting. A mountain separated the two towers. The White Tower was located to the east, facing the sunrise, while the Black Tower was located to the west, facing the sunset, facing each other, yet clearly distinct. Like two unknown symbols, foreshadowing a major change about to occur for the sentinels and guides. The towers were only half built, covered with dense scaffolding, where workers scurried about like busy ants. Judging by their outline, each floor seemed capable of holding hundreds, even thousands of people. It was midday. The shadows of the two towers strangely converged on the ridge, forming a clear boundary. Like the eternal struggle between light and darkness, both repelling and interdependent. Yun Zhao gazed at the two unfinished towers, a strange resonance rising within her, as if something deep within was calling to her. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Who designed the blueprints for the White and Black Towers? Yun Zhao couldn't help but ask. Xie assumed she was marveling at the base's construction technology. I'm not sure, but I heard it was base chief Shen who spearheaded the project, and the other ministers provided the blueprints. Ministers? Judging from the materials, it doesn't look like something we have now. Yun Zhao asked again, did other teammates from the operations department bring it out from the contaminated zone? Xie drove along the winding mountain road. Yes, all the technology comes from the contaminated zone. We used almost all the technology and materials collected over the years. The technology is still not perfect. It will probably take several more years to fully repair it. The facilities inside are all built specifically for guides and sentinels. They correspond to the abilities of guides and sentinels respectively. Guide Ability Assessment Center, including mental stability testing, Sentinel Guide Matching Database, which will store the genetic map of sentinels nationwide. Mental Counseling and Treatment Room, Out-of-Control Sentinel Containment, Noise Reduction Room, and Sentinel and Guide Academy, including the outer perimeter. The importance of sentinels and guides is self-evident. Previously, limited resources prevented the full functionality and facilities from being completed. The construction of the two towers is a new milestone. Yun Zhao gazed at the tower and asked, can I visit it after I finish talking with the base commander? Xie reminded her, it's not finished yet. According to the previous meeting, the tower should be about 333 meters high. It's only a few dozen meters high so far. The construction site is very dangerous. Let's go see it later. Okay. Yun Zhao didn't say anything after hearing this. The two towers stood there. It didn't really matter when they went to see them. There was no need to risk going now. During their casual conversation, the base's majestic and massive structure came into view. Passing the familiar training ground halfway up the mountain, the car didn't slow down, heading towards the special mission passage in the inner city. The sentry on duty at the gate, seeing two S-ranks returning to the base, quickly opened the gate. Have the people from Hope Base arrived yet? Xie asked as they entered. The sentry on duty replied, not yet. Xie nodded, said something to Jiang Mu behind him, and drove Yun Zhao to Base Commander Shen's house. Chapter 486. At this time, Base Commander Shen was in the office building, not at home. He rushed back after receiving the message. Surprisingly, Minister Bai was also with Base Commander Shen. After not seeing him for many days, Minister Bai was still the same. Wearing a crisp uniform, with a refined and gentle demeanor, his first concern upon meeting was for Yun Zhao's condition. Finally back. I was shocked to hear you were caught in a 5-star contaminated zone. For guides, contaminated zones were extremely dangerous. You two acted alone, without your team members and armored vehicles, and you didn't bring much equipment. Minister Bai looked at Xie, his gentle tone carrying a hint of reproach. Upon receiving the news from Dawn Base, everyone at the base was worried, and Minister Duan even dispatched reinforcements overnight. That was a 5-star contaminated zone. Everyone was afraid that 2 S-ranks would perish there. Minister Bai's tone and expression implied that he felt Xie hadn't taken good care of her. Xie's expression remained unchanged, accepting all the accusations. Yun Zhao subconsciously glanced at the person beside him and replied, thank you for your concern, Minister Bai. We're fine. We successfully eliminated contaminated zone 344. Good. Base Commander Shen glanced at Xie and said with a smile, don't just stand there like idiots, come inside and talk. The guard at the door helped open the villa gate. The four of them went inside. Base Commander Shin had some vague suspicions regarding the two of them returning and not going back to the operations department or the office building, but instead coming to his house to find him. What they could talk about at home was probably related to personal matters. He led them upstairs to the study. As soon as they entered the room, the atmosphere seemed to suddenly become heavy. Base Chief Shin checked the doors and windows and closed them all. Yun Zhao glanced around, getting a general idea of what was going on, and then sat down on the sofa with Xia Tu. Minister Bai seemed to be a regular here, very familiar with the base chief's study. He opened the tea cabinet and personally poured a cup of hot tea for each person. The steaming tea filled the room. Regarding the dark guides, I presume you already received the news, Minister Bai said, sitting down opposite her and getting straight to the point. This matter has caused widespread panic. The base has decided to conduct a second round of testing on all guides and re-examine their identities and backgrounds. Yun Xiao understood perfectly. Minister Bai's words were specifically directed at her, implying that she would soon face even stricter scrutiny. And the so-called all guides certainly didn't include Base Chief Shin. He was a descendant of the Red Crown Crane and the highest leader of the base. No one dared to demand that the base chief be tested. It might even exclude Minister Bai. Since Minister Bai had come along, it meant he was also in the know. He's a descendant of old Bai. Xia Tu sat beside her, motionless, and asked calmly, "Will the investigation results be released?" "No, we will protect the guide's privacy to the greatest extent possible. Only a few people will have access to view them," Minister Bai said. "But oversight may be unavoidable." This meant the guides would be under surveillance for a long time. Yun Xiaoguang felt suffocated just thinking about it. Before returning, she had already planned an open and honest negotiation. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Xia Tu pull a familiar metal box from his bag. Xia Tu entered the password and opened the box, revealing a worn-out diary. The base commander and Minister Bai can take a look at this first. Xia Tu gently squeezed her hand. Negotiations require leverage. Before formal talks, it was necessary to ascertain exactly how much the two leaders knew about the Red Crown Cranes. Did they already know of the existence of the Dark Guide? Base Chief Shin, his portly frame barely settled down before accepting the diary Xia Tu handed him, then rose again to return to his desk and turn on the lamp. The diary was too worn, the handwriting was barely legible. But Base Chief Shin's expression changed the moment he opened the first page. Xia Tu understood. The item was obtained unintentionally, its origin is untraceable, but it explicitly mentions the Dark Guide. We have suspicions but no evidence, so we haven't handed the diary over. He didn't implicate Jiang Mu. Commander Shin asked, "Besides you, who else has read the diary?" Yun Zhao glanced at Minister Bai. "The captain hasn't read it, only Bai Yu and I have." Minister Bai, Xia Tu, seeing he had the upper hand, said calmly, "Dark guides are highly aggressive, capable of forcibly invading others' consciousness, manipulating thoughts, distorting memories, or implanting mental suggestions. They can even directly disrupt the mental landscape of others, especially sentinels, causing permanent damage." Xia Tu continued slowly, "But the ability itself is neither good nor evil, the key lies in the user. With proper guidance and control, it can be transformed into a force to protect others. The appearance of dark guides isn't necessarily a bad thing, on the contrary, it can become the sharpest sword protecting the base." He stated bluntly, "The Red Crown Crane is the best example." The two leaders stared intently at the diary. For a moment, the atmosphere in the study fell silent. "We came here precisely for this matter," Yun Zhao said at the opportune moment. "Dark guides appeared over 100 years ago. Rather than being wary, I think the base should consider how to utilize this power." Their attitudes were clear. They said nothing, yet said everything. Holding Shen Ying's diary, they tacitly chose to strike first. Yun Zhao followed up with another bombshell. "I already met Ding Lang and Han Dedeo." She didn't finish her sentence. The teacup in Minister Bai's hand suddenly tilted, scalding tea spilling onto the carpet, the brown stain quickly spreading. A crack appeared in his usually composed expression. His pupils behind his glasses contracted sharply. Base Commander Shin froze, as if struck by lightning, his round face twitching. You really saw them?" Yun Zhao nodded. "They all become gatekeepers." Minister Bai slowly removed his slipping glasses and gently wiped the lenses with a silk handkerchief. His overly cautious movements betrayed his inner turmoil. Old Han left at the worst possible time. "I was born on the day darkness ended." Yun Zhao gazed at the diary in Commander Shin's hand, the yellowed pages, bearing the marks of history, recorded Shen Ying's former brilliance. Ding Lang and Han Dedeo both said that light is born from darkness. She thought her hints had been clear enough. If Commander Shen and Minister Bai truly knew something, they should understand her words. As a child, her birthday was cold and lonely. She repeatedly watched the videos her father had left behind. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and decided to go out and find her father. She probably lost her memory when breaking through the barrier her father left behind, forgetting the monotonous past of living in the polluted area, and then was found by the uncles. Yun Zhao fell silent, inexplicably recalling her days in Qingshan town. Those were very difficult times. She struggled to adjust after leaving the contaminated area. The rice was barely edible, the housing was rudimentary, and even slightly rough clothing caused rashes. But her uncles did everything in their power to provide her with a good life. They tried every means to procure supplies, buying good rice and new clothes from the larger base. Life was simple, but she was happy during that time. Her uncles often made time to be with her and tell her stories. The real hardship began after her uncles passed away. She became silent and quiet. Although the townspeople were kind to her, she was afraid of being accused of freeloading and always tried to help, but she always ended up messing things up. Chapter 487. The sunlight was scorching. Bright patches of light dappled the wooden floor of the study. The light was so intense that everything in the room was bathed in a blinding halo. The study was eerily quiet. The four men were lost in their own thoughts, and no one spoke for a moment. Light is born from darkness. Minister Bai's expression faltered slightly, as if he had finally understood the true meaning of this phrase. He had always thought that his ancestors had recorded this saying to encourage future generations to turn towards the light, and not give up hope. So that's it. Base Commander Shen held the diary, as if it were a precious treasure. The untouched cup of Bilyukan tea on the coffee table had gone cold, the tea leaves sinking to the bottom like tiny corpses. He seemed surprised that the matter of the dark guide would lead Yun Zhao to come forward and confess. Base Commander Shen sighed, carefully placing the diary back in its box. He awkwardly bent down and opened the bottom drawer. Inside was a safe. Commander Shen entered the password, opened the cabinet, and took out a stack of sealed document bags. As he opened the bags, he said, "When Minister Han sent back the message that day, we were wondering if the dark guide, being a special guide, might be involved in this matter." Yun Zhao didn't understand what he meant, until Commander Shen handed her the contents of the document bags. The handwriting on them had been traced, laminated, and perfectly preserved. Yun Zhao recognized Shen Ying's handwriting almost immediately. The tone between the lines, compared to the carefree attitude in the diary, clearly showed that Shen Ying's state of mind had changed. "When you see this notebook, I may already be gone. I must be honest with you, I am not the savior you believe me to be. The darkness of the apocalypse far exceeded my imagination. Countless times, I struggled in despair, trying to find a glimmer of light. During my exploration, I heard of a guide with special attributes, capable of bringing true light to this dark world. My companions and I searched everywhere for his traces, but to no avail. Faced with the ever-encroaching darkness, we decided to fight to the death. Even if hope was slim, we wanted to buy more time and opportunities for future generations. We were not afraid of death. We only wished to exchange our sacrifice for the hope of humanity. The dark apocalypse was like a surging tide, pushing us towards the abyss time and time again. But please believe that light will eventually dispel darkness. As long as you do not give up, there is still hope for the future. In the days to come, do not waste your energy searching for our traces. Defend the base, defend the flame of humanity's survival." The handwriting was clear and powerful, yet a slight tremor lingered at the turns, as if the writer was enduring some kind of excruciating pain. Spanning countless years, the image of Shen Ying and her companion's unwavering resolve to die rushed towards them. Yun Zhao's hands trembled slightly. "I am ultimately not the savior." Discovering she couldn't save the world, Shen Ying must have been filled with despair. Minister Bai put his glasses back on, sighed. Now it seemed the exposure of the dark guide wasn't such a bad thing. But as with countless times before, there was this agonizing dilemma. The people have been found. And then, what should they do to find the source of the disaster and end this world, on the other side? Team Zero had received news of their captain and Yun Zhao's return. The group rushed over, just in time to encounter Jiang Mu and his group in the inner city. Everyone welcomed Jiang Mu and his group's return to their base, greeting them warmly. "Where are the captain and Yun Zhao?" Tao Haohao looked around but couldn't see them. Zhou Tianqi poked his head out of the car, pointing towards the villa area. "They went to find your base leader. Let's go check it out first. We have a get-together tomorrow." Wang Jiayu called to her companions to follow. They were all so familiar with each other, there was no need for excessive formalities. They had traveled a long way, and considering Yun Zhao needed rest, They decided to postpone the get-together until tomorrow. Anyway, for the team members, they ate together all the time, and were always having get-togethers. Okay, see you tomorrow. Zhou Tianqi didn't mind, driving familiarly to the previously arranged accommodations, feeling even more comfortable than at their own base. The four of them headed towards the villa area. Along the way, Duanqi was a little uneasy. Won't the captain check the training as soon as he gets back? Taking advantage of the captain's absence and Minister Duan's busy schedule, the four of them hadn't been paying much attention to training lately, and they were afraid the captain would find out. Song Liang said calmly, "Who knows? Anyway, if the captain asks, I tell him the truth." Old Song. How could you do this? Tao Haohao complained. Wang Jiaoyu. Exactly. Song Liang rolled his eyes at the three of them. Even Qi Ling knows to get up early every day for target practice, while you three only arrive when the sun is high in the sky. Duanqi couldn't help but retort, that's because he still owes the captain money, and wants to pay it off as soon as possible. It's not the same thing. They failed to kill the gatekeepers in 2 consecutive contaminated zones. The only valuable thing they had were the dozens of robots they brought out from Unit 320. The mission points were practically non-existent, not even enough for Qi Ling's daily meals. You're not allowed to tell on me, okay? I treat you to dinner if necessary. Duanqi patted Song Liang on the shoulder. Or we can go to the shopping mall later, and buy your niece something? Song Liang's expression softened slightly upon hearing the mention of his niece, but he said, it depends on how you behave. The four walked towards the villa area gate. Duanqi pointed to a gate not far away. The captain and the others are definitely talking. Want to come to my place for a bit? Wang Jiaoyu suddenly realized. Duanqi spent all his time hanging out with them, living in the sentry's assigned quarters, and had almost forgotten that his home was also in the villa area. Sure, anyway, Minister Duan is definitely not home right now, Tao Haohao replied casually. The group walked in, playfully bickering. Before they even reached the Duan family's door, they caught sight of 2 familiar figures emerging. Wang Jiaoyu's spirits lifted, and she waved frantically, Sister Yun Zhao. Captain! We're over here. The group jogged over. Seeing this, Yun Zhao greeted her teammates one by one. She seemed downcast, and everyone assumed she was exhausted. Song Liang, quite understanding, suggested, why don't you go back and rest? After all, she's back, and they see her every day. Yun Zhao shook her head. We still need to go to the operations department to report to Minister Duan. Chapter 488. Upon hearing this, Duanqi quickly replied, I'm not going to see my aunt. Going there would be suicide. Asking for trouble. Xie gaze lightly fell on him. Didn't finish training? Duanqi, Xie knew what was going on from their reactions. He said calmly, I deal with you guys after I'm done. Duanqi, Wang Jiaoyu, and Tao Haohao, That's it. Song Liang, helpless, quickly changed the subject. Captain, the supplies have been brought back. Our armored vehicles are badly damaged, and have been sent to the logistics department for repairs. They probably need to be completely refurbished. Duanqi realized his mistake and, wanting to redeem himself, quickly reported, the base hasn't been very active lately. I subtly inquired with my aunt, they held 2 high-level meetings, but haven't reached a conclusion yet. He was referring to the Dark Guide. Xie hummed in agreement. I go to the operations department first. We talk about the rest tomorrow. The team members replied, okay. They figured the training would have to be increased again. The 4 of them became dejected, they wouldn't have a good time before the next mission. Yun Zhao didn't say much. After saying goodbye to her teammates, she got into the car and headed to the operations department. Xie started the car, turning his head to look at her face, noticing her silence. The 2 spent several hours in the study. He recounted the events surrounding contaminated zones 111 and 320 to Base Commander Shen and Minister Bai. Both sides left room for maneuver in their conversation. The original purpose of this trip was to negotiate with the base, to openly discuss some discoveries, and to gauge the base's attitude. Unexpectedly, they learned that they had been following ancestral teachings to search for the Guide of Light. Although the descendants of the Red-Crowned Cranes only knew a little about them, and didn't know they were Guides of Light, Xie was still surprised. However, right now, these weren't the most important things. The person beside him had her head slightly lowered, her loose hair casually tied back, a few strands falling onto her slender white neck. Her thoughts were written all over her face. Thinking about Shening? Xie asked. Yun Zhao nodded listlessly, not hiding anything. I was thinking about what she was feeling when she wrote those words back then. Xie, one hand on the steering wheel, reached out his other hand, his fingers closing, and clasped her hand in his palm. In that era, many people sacrificed themselves for their beliefs. What they did back then is what we are doing now. So don't be sad. Xie slowly said, every victory in history is accompanied by sacrifice. It's unavoidable. Is that how you comfort people? Yunxiao said, dissatisfied. It's as if they would also sacrifice themselves. Yunxiao thought of that scene, the roles reversed, the red-crowned crane team becoming Team Zero. She abruptly pulled her hand away, tilting her small face up, her fair cheeks flushed with sadness. The scenery outside the car window was nearing dusk. Her small face was slightly flushed, whether from the heat or anger, like the color of the sunset. Xie swallowed hard. Pretending to be thirsty, he picked up a bottle of mineral water and coaxed softly, I misspoke. He was just telling the truth. He didn't expect her to react so strongly. Yunxiao glared at him, then turned her head back to her thoughts. Xie, however, didn't want her to remain downcast, and decided to make amends. He turned the steering wheel, and the car veered in the opposite direction from the operations department. Where to? Yunxiao realized the road was wrong. Xie's long fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, going to the shopping center to buy meat. We're making sweet and sour pork ribs tonight. He had plenty of recipes. No problem could be solved with a good meal of meat. Upon hearing pork ribs, Yunxiao's temper flared up quickly but subsided just as fast. But I have to go home tonight. Xie, it's okay, I cook at your place. Yunxiao realized that he'd become more shameless after going out. Everyone in her building knew her. Wouldn't he feel a little awkward about openly cooking at her place? Yunxiao subtly suggested, Minister Duan is still waiting for us. Xie seemed oblivious. It's still early, we can go later. Still early? They'd been at Commander Shen's house for hours. It was already past closing time. But humans are strange creatures. One moment, she was feeling a sense of shared sorrow. The next, his interruption had inexplicably brightened her mood. Yunxiao had eaten his braised pork ribs with potatoes and steamed pork ribs before, and now he made sweet and sour pork ribs. She couldn't bring herself to refuse. The villa area was only a few minutes' drive from the shopping center. Yunxiao watched him enter, expertly fetch a shopping cart, then turn and look at her, standing there waiting. The man was tall and long-legged, wearing a simple white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers, his neat short hair slightly tousled, his dark eyes like deep pools when he looked at her. Yunxiao followed him. Thinking back, the last time they went shopping together was over a month ago. It was rush hour in the inner city. The bright lights illuminated the shopping center like daytime, the bustling crowds making them seem like mere background scenery. Xie pushed the cart, turning to Yunxiao to ask, Is there anything else you like to eat? Yunxiao's mind flashed back to the days he fed her, carefully recalling the delicious dishes she'd eaten. Steamed pork with rice flour, braised pork, and the pork bone soup from last time. The sweet potatoes were good too. With so many people at home, since he was going to cook, he sent some to Aunt Zhao, the town mayor, Chung Dongshu Xiang, and his uncles. They probably hadn't tasted such delicious food before. Let everyone enjoy this heavenly delicacy. Xie seriously considered the workload, thinking it might keep him busy until late at night, and if she stayed overnight, that wouldn't be out of the question. The two of them had been sleeping together recently, and the thought of possibly sleeping alone tonight made Xie not want to go home at all. How many kilograms of meat should we buy? Yunxiao, unaware of his thoughts, mimicked his usual manner as she selected meat from the freezer. Xie walked over and started picking out meat, 10 pounds of pork belly, 5 pounds of ribs, and some pork bones. We can put any leftovers in the fridge. Yunxiao thought of Qi Ling. Should we get some for Qi Ling? Xie carefully selected the meat. No need. I buy it for him tomorrow. He didn't plan to go back tonight. Okay. Yunxiao was unaware of his little scheme. She also didn't know Xie had prepared an extra gift for Qi Ling. Hearing this, she simply started picking out meat too. After buying the meat, the two pushed the cart to the condiments section. Her kitchen was practically empty. She probably didn't have much of the condiments she brought home last time. Xie was too lazy to go to the storeroom, so he simply bought what he needed. Should we buy some bowls and chopsticks? Xie pointed to another shelf of pots and pans, among which a set of ceramic dishes printed with strawberries stood out. Yunxiao followed his gaze, immediately taking a liking to it, and put the strawberry ceramic set into the cart. We can use this set of bowls and chopsticks from now on. Seeing this, Xie casually placed another set of lemon-themed ceramic bowls inside. Both sets featured cartoon fruit designs, one yellow and one red. They matched perfectly. The two walked side by side among the shelves, occasionally stopping to discuss displaying a domestic, everyday demeanor, full of warmth and life. Chapter 489. Emerging from the shopping mall, the city lights were just coming on. The streetlights illuminated the base, bathing it in a warm yellow glow, the building outlines appearing and disappearing in the halo. The two had bought a lot of things: groceries, seasonings, fruit, clothes and stationery for the children, and new Phoenix toys for the two Phoenixes. Xia put the purchases in the trunk, and he and Yun Zhao drove to the operations department. Passing the building's entrance, Yun Zhao deliberately rolled down the window to look for Chung Dong-shu, but didn't see him. Was he on leave today? Or on a day shift? Or was he on duty elsewhere? Before going upstairs, Yun Zhao asked somewhat nervously, "Do you think Minister Duan knows about these things?" Xia pressed his fingerprint to open the door. "He probably knows a little, but not for very long, probably before we left last time." Minister Duan's attitude had changed drastically then. As one of the most important departments in the base, there was no reason for Base Chief Shin to keep everything from anyone. Yun Zhao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Knowing is good, she won't pry, nor will she be unhappy that the two bypassed her to see Commander Shin. The two arrived at Minister Duan's office. Just as Xia had said, Minister Duan didn't ask many questions, but glared at Xia as he entered the office. "You finally decided to come back. You ran off to Nanjing without a word, didn't reply to messages on the way, and even got involved in the 5-star contaminated zone, knowing full well that the reinforcements were short-staffed." A slender figure flashed behind Xia. Upon seeing Yun Zhao enter, Minister Duan's scolding paused, seemingly surprised that Yun Zhao had come so late. Her tone suddenly softened as she said to Yun Zhao, "You're back. After encountering such a dangerous situation, why didn't you go home and rest earlier?" Xia didn't even blink at the minister's double standards. Yun Zhao, however, felt he had implicated Xia and truthfully said, "Minister, it was I who wanted to find my family, so I dragged the captain along." "I see." Minister Duan's gaze flickered between the two for a brief but meaningful second. Regarding the recent uproar about the Dark Guide incident, Minister Duan didn't dwell on Xia, turning to the main topic. To Yun Zhao he said, "The opinions at the meeting were not unified. We need to wait for Minister Han to announce the final investigation results, and then the 4 bases will formulate a unified plan. Until then, all guides will continue as usual, but a monitoring system has been installed in the evacuation room for supervision, and to await the subsequent secondary testing plan." Yun Zhao felt somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing this. The Sentinels couldn't do without guides, yet they were wary of the power of the Dark Guides. The guide community had done nothing wrong. They were only brought into this mess because of the exposure of a wild guide. From now on, all her work will be done under someone else's watchful eye, making her constantly at the mercy of others. Yun Zhao knew this matter was actually unrelated to the operations department. She was the only guide in the entire operations department, and an S-rank one at that. If it weren't for her, the department head could have easily ignored it. Yun Zhao simply asked, "May I attend the planning meeting?" Department head Duan was somewhat surprised to hear this. The person who didn't even want to show up at the annual meeting was now voluntarily requesting to attend the meeting of the 4 major bases. Willing to step out of her comfort zone was a good thing. Department head Duan nodded in agreement. "The meeting definitely needs a guide representative, and you're the most suitable." Yun Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him. Xia gaze remained fixed on her for a moment before finally looking away. Did the department head urgently call us back because of this? Minister Duan turned his head and glared at him. Did she really think he was blind? Xia understood and continued, "Because of that Bishi?" Minister Duan picked up the documents on the table and put them in a locked drawer, tacitly agreeing, "They're in a hurry over there. I heard they're not getting along well with the spirit form, and are getting beaten up all the time." Beaten up by a spirit form? Yun Zhao was slightly surprised, his eyes widening in astonishment. Although Little Bluebird curses and beats people, that's when she curses and beats others. When it comes to her physical body, Little Bluebird always has a double standard, always protecting her. And a spirit form that beats up its own physical body? Xia was somewhat surprised, but said, "I can't help with that. Does the minister think I get along well with the spirit form?" His rebellious son wanted to be glued to Little Bluebird all day, constantly thinking about getting a new physical body for himself. Huafeng exclaimed excitedly, "Yes." Yun Zhao quietly interjected, "I probably can't do anything about it either." Xia said that Bishi looked like a tortoise, so its shell must be very thick, and its defensive attributes were too strong. It might not be afraid of the Little Bluebird beating it up at all. The Little Bluebird was dissatisfied with the main body's thoughts. It was the most powerful spiritual entity. Minister Duan's expression remained unchanged. It's alright. Just teach it a bit. We talk about it after we get the resources from Hope Base. It was getting late. Xie nodded. He was waiting to go back and cook, not wanting to delay any longer. I came here to talk about contaminated Zone 344. Xie, regarding the later distribution of supplies, I already informed the reinforcements to leave 20% for the Qin Huai Battalion and 20% for the 6 groups of Dawn Base Sentinels, who are carrying out the mission together. Also, I suspect that all the contaminated zones are in the same spacetime. Upon hearing this discovery, Minister Duan's expression changed slightly. Although they were accidentally caught in the contaminated area, the gains were substantial. Eliminating the gatekeeper still yielded points. And it was only Yun Zhao and Xie involved. The points reward would exceed any previous instance. However, a mission report still needed to be written. Yun Zhao had never written one before, so Xie had to do it. He first briefly explained the situation in contaminated Area 344 to Minister Duan for later review. After the two emerged from the operations building, it was completely dark outside. Yun Zhao was eager to return home, missing her family and the people in her town terribly. Xie was still driving the huge military transport vehicle, taking her to the parking lot behind number 128 Dongshan Street. Only then, Yun Zhao remembered the trunk was full of supplies. What to do with all this stuff? She had bought so much, and 2/3 of it was still left. Xie opened the car door and glanced inside. It was mostly daily necessities and wilderness survival gear. It would take up space at home. Her small home definitely couldn't hold it all. Take the food that can't be stored for long back first, put the rest in the car, and we drive to the training ground tomorrow to store it temporarily. Xie first put the groceries he bought on the ground and began to check the supplies in the car. This was the outer city area. Leaving a car full of supplies overnight was a bit dangerous. He was pondering how to stay quietly tonight when he caught sight of 2 people peeking around in the distance. Sister Yun Zhao, Brother Xia, you're back. He Xiang and Cheng Dongqing, seeing they'd been discovered, emerged from the shadows with sheepish smiles. Xie nodded. Perfect timing, came to help move things. Yun Zhao gave him a strange look. He, however, was completely unfazed. The 2 clueless young men didn't realize anything was amiss. Seeing so much stuff, He Xiang quickly ran back to get help. Xie handed her the lighter bags. You go upstairs first. I watch over things here. Okay. Yun Zhao was eager to get home, took the things, and left first. Xie unloaded some open containers of rice, noodles, and other perishable foods from the car first. The securely packaged robot lay conspicuously in the car. He watched it disappear among the buildings. Xie calmly took out the car keys and handed them to Cheng Dongqing. I'm giving you 2 boxes of ammunition. Please drive the car to the operations department later. 2 boxes of ammunition? Cheng Dongqing was overjoyed. Okay. Chapter 490. Hearing the car noise downstairs, Zhao Yin had a premonition that Zhao Zhao had returned and waited early at the elevator door. The elevator stopped on the 12th floor. When the doors opened, Yun Zhao indeed came out. She carried a large backpack on her back and wore a loose-fitting sky-blue tracksuit, the neckline slightly open, revealing her slender neck. Her face had filled out a bit. She was no longer as thin as when she first arrived at the base. Seeing that she was safe and sound, Zhao Yin was relieved and quickly went up to her. Zhao Zhao is back. Have you eaten? Yun Zhao had been away for a long time and missed everyone. She jogged over. No, but someone will cook later. And Zhao, have you eaten? Someone will cook. Who? We eaten. Zhao Yin was a little puzzled but didn't ask further. She took the key from under the meter box and helped open the door. Work must be tough, right? Are you tired? Household expenses aren't high. You don't need to earn too many points. Your health is the most important thing. Yun Zhao felt a sense of warmth listening to Aunt Zhao's concerned, nagging voice, and handed her one of the bags she was carrying. Inside were stationery items bought for the children. Where are Ping Ping and Inen? Yun Zhao interrupted her. Zhao Yin seemed used to her coming back with bags of things, taking the bags and carrying them. They're queuing to shower. They have school tomorrow. There weren't many recreational activities at the base. Recently, there wasn't a busy farming season, and everyone in town except the sentries went to bed early. Zhao Yin only came out to check after hearing the car noise downstairs. Yun Zhao paused. Summer days are long, and having been delayed at the operations department, she had almost forgotten the town's schedule. It seemed they wouldn't be able to eat Xie cooking tonight. Thinking of the children's school tomorrow, she didn't go over to disturb them. I have to wait for He Xiang and the others to bring their things up. Aunt Zhao, you go back first, don't worry about me. Yun Zhao stood at the door changing her shoes. Zhao Yun thought she must be exhausted from just getting back, and didn't want to disturb her rest. Okay, tomorrow. Are you having dinner at home? Yun Zhao thought for a moment. We might have a dinner party tonight, so I should be home for lunch. Zhao Yun readily agreed, watching her go inside before returning home. Yun Zhao didn't close the door after entering the house. She walked around inside and out, putting the newly bought toys from the bag into the little bluebird's toy room. The little bluebird returned to its familiar territory, flapping its wings and flying into the room to play. The fire phoenix followed eagerly. The new toys were two little yellow ducks. Squeezing them slightly produced a series of squeals from their bellies. Chirp, 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 chirp. Sound soon came from the toy room. Yun Zhao walked to her soft sofa and sat down, relaxing completely. Her tense nerves, like tea leaves steeped in warm water, slowly unfurled. Home is best. Her voice was filled with the ease of a burden lifted. A short while later, He Xiong and his men brought things upstairs. The items were neatly piled at the door. Several strong sentries worked together, finishing in 2 trips. Yun Zhao didn't see Cheng Dongqing, but didn't think much of it. She gave each of them an apple as a thank you gift. The sentries happily accepted them. Sister Yun Zhao, why were you gone for so long again this time? Chirp, chirp. A sound came from the toy room. He Xiong had a lot to say to her. The other day I asked Brother Dong Shu for your number, but he was vague and wouldn't give it to me, telling us we shouldn't disturb your work. What job can't be contacted? He Xiong vaguely sensed something was amiss. That day, he saw Dong Shu run to the town mayor in a panic, and stay in the mayor's house for a long time without coming out. The search team now had communicators, and the incident on the forum was causing quite a stir. He Xiong hadn't thought that far ahead. Chirp, chirp. Sister Yun Zhao was kind-hearted, understanding, gentle, and lacked any fighting skills. She needed protection and couldn't possibly be a dark guide. This matter had nothing to do with them. He was just watching the show. He had to admit, He Xiong's feelings for Sister Yun Zhao were exceptionally strong. Chirp, chirp. Hearing this, Yun Zhao felt Cheng Dong Shu was being overly cautious. There's nothing that can't be contacted. When she gave them the communicator, He Xiong hadn't had time to get a SIM card, so Yun Zhao hadn't given them a number. She held up the communicator. What's your number? I add you. He Xiong recited a string of numbers. Yun Zhao and He Xiong exchanged numbers, and Yun Zhao said, contact me directly if anything comes up. Outside, the elevator doors opened again, and Xie came up carrying groceries. Okay. He Xiong replied quickly. Knowing the two hadn't eaten dinner and not wanting to disturb them, he contentedly took the communicator and went downstairs. Sister Yun Zhao, Brother Xia, we be going now. The town sentry echoed He Xiong's greeting. Xie entered, carrying the groceries, and closed the door behind him. There was no one else around. Yun Zhao could finally lie down and rest, sprawled on the sofa, unwilling to move. Xie stood in the entryway, bent down, and took out newly bought, his own, slippers from a bag to put on. Her home was just as cozy and clean as when she last visited. Aunt Zhao had washed the carpet and curtains. Xie changed into slippers, picked up his shopping bags, and walked into the living room. His gaze fell on Yun Zhao, who was sprawled on the sofa, and a slight, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. Tired? He asked in a deep voice. Yun Zhao buried her face in a cushion and gave a muffled She had returned to the base at noon and was busy until now. Xie didn't rush her. He simply put the groceries into the refrigerator one by one, moving gently and quietly, so as not to disturb her rare moment of relaxation. Yun Zhao tilted her head slightly, looking at him through the gap in the cushion. His arms, with their sleeves rolled up, had sharp lines and long, slender fingers. The warm kitchen light illuminated his profile, softening his features. What would you like to drink? He asked without turning his head, as if sensing her gaze. Yun Zhao mumbled, iced. Xie chuckled, pulled a can of her usual fruit tea from the refrigerator, unzipped it with one hand, and handed it to her on the sofa. Yun Zhao slowly sat up, reaching out to take it, then belatedly realized she was in her own home. How could someone so naturally take over as her guest? Xie had already taken the groceries into the kitchen. Squeak, squeak. The toy's pitiful screams came from the next room again. Xie ignored it. He glanced around. The kitchen was empty, not even a pot. No, not even a pot. Not even the briquettes for the fire or the cutting board. Xie rubbed his temples, turned, and walked to the entryway. I go borrow something from next door. Yuan Zhao hurriedly put down her drink. What do you need? I go. If he went out and knocked on every door, the whole building would know by tomorrow. Xie paused, his gaze falling on her. I need honeycomb briquettes and a cutting board, a wok, and a rice cooker for soup. The stuff is heavy, you can't carry it yourself. This wouldn't stump Yuan Zhao. The number she just added came in handy. 10 minutes later, the sentries returned, carrying a pile of things she needed, and knocked on the door. They were currently in the honeycomb briquette business. The town had everything except honeycomb briquettes. He Xian even brought an extra coal stove. The goods were delivered, and the group quickly left again. Xie went into the kitchen to busy himself. Chirp, chirp. Yuan Zhao came over and stood at the kitchen door. Aunt Zhao and the others have already eaten. The children have school tomorrow, so it'd just be us eating tonight. We can cook less. Simmering soup takes too long. Who knows when we'll be able to eat? Okay. Xie listened to her and put the extra ingredients in the refrigerator. The kitchen wasn't large. She couldn't be of much help here, so Xie told her to go back to the living room. The man was busy in the kitchen. She usually lived alone, and the only sound in the house was her own footsteps. The refrigerator was always stuffed with instant food and snacks. But now, the sound of running water filled the kitchen, and Xie stood there skillfully rinsing rice and washing vegetables. The whole space suddenly felt crowded, yet strangely reassuring. Chapter 491. Yuan Zhao laid down on the sofa in the living room. With nothing to do, she turned on her communicator and chatted with Baiyu. Baiyu hadn't heard from the base for several days. She stopped worrying about the dark guide and shared her experiences along the way. I saw the legendary sentry post for the first time. The conditions weren't as bad as I imagined. There was electricity and water, and the rooms were quite clean. Baiyu, it's just that in some places, the sentries aren't in good condition. They can only rotate back to base once every 2 months, and they rely on willpower to get by. I provided psychological counseling to the sentries there. This is something I always wanted to do. Yuan Zhao, that's great. They'd definitely be very grateful to you. Baiyu felt a sense of accomplishment. You guessed right. When we left, one of the sentries went hunting a mutated rabbit as a thank you gift. Specifically, targeted for me. Yuan Zhao could feel her happiness even on the screen next to her. Baiyu, actually, I've seen many of the sentinels in the evacuation room. Their mindset is completely different in a different environment. They're not as reserved as they were in the evacuation room. Yuan Zhao was about to reply. Squeak, squeak. The screams from the toy room continued, accompanied by the sound of running water from the kitchen. Yuan Zhao suddenly regretted buying that little yellow duck. It was too noisy. Yuan Zhao tried to block out the noise and lay on the sofa, replying, Did you see the mutant? Were you scared? Just thinking about it makes me angry. Uncle Han tries to scare me on purpose. Every time the monster gets close, he waits until I can see it clearly before letting the sentinels attack. Baiyu, it must be my dad's idea, trying to scare me back to base. I'm not going to let them have their way. Yuan Zhao, you weren't scared at all? Baiyu answered honestly, I was really scared at first, but after seeing so many, I became immune. She probably knew deep down that the monster couldn't hurt her. If she encountered it alone, she would definitely be terrified. You know, seeing the turbulent mental domains of the sentinels outside, the barren wasteland, it felt like a fire was burning inside me. Baiyu, I want to use my abilities, choose my own way, and do my part for this world. Yuan Zhao, I want to choose my own path. Chirp, chirp. Baiyu seemed to have grown a lot after this trip, seeing the outside world. Yuan Zhao was happy for her, and fully supported her decision. The two talked about what they had seen on the road, and then about Dawn Base. Yuan Zhao had never been there, but the sentinels in the town were very familiar with Dawn Base. She had heard a lot about that base before. Time passed quickly as they chatted. Get ready to eat. Xie voice came from the kitchen. Yuan Zhao, still savoring the meal, told Baiyu, let's chat another day, and got up to run into the kitchen to get the bowls and chopsticks. As soon as she stepped into the kitchen, she was enveloped by a mouthful of delicious aroma. Xie stood with his back to her, his shoulders appearing exceptionally broad in the rising steam. His muscular forearms were visible as he tasted the soup with a spoon, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. The strawberry and lemon bowls he had bought had already been washed. They sat beside the rice cooker, glistening with water droplets, their colors even more vibrant. Such beautiful bowls would make you want to eat 2 more bowls of rice. Yuan Zhao held the bowls and opened the rice cooker to scoop out rice. Be careful, it's hot. Xie glanced at her, then came over and unplugged the rice cooker, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of her hand, feeling its warmth. Yuan Zhao subconsciously curled her fingers, but saw Xie expression remained unchanged as he turned to serve the dishes. She suspected he was doing it on purpose. Yuan Zhao carried her rice bowl to the table. Behind her, Xie followed with his dishes, his footsteps neither hurried nor slow. 2 dishes were already laid out on the table, the warm light casting their shadows close together on the wall. The plates also included matching strawberries and lemons. Considering it was late, it was a simple meal of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, including the sweet and sour pork ribs he had mentioned. The ribs were coated in a rich, dark sauce, glistening with a reddish-brown color, sprinkled with white sesame seeds. The unique sour and sweet flavors of the aged vinegar intertwined, creating delicate and lingering notes. It instantly awakened her taste buds, causing her saliva to flow uncontrollably. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, and after Xie sat down, she picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib and put it in his bowl. You worked hard cooking. Xie looked at the tempting sweet and sour pork rib in his bowl, and after several seconds, he slowly raised his head to look at Yuan Zhao. His eyes sparkled with tiny lights, as if they held a sky full of stars. Yuan Zhao's attention was on the sweet and sour pork rib, and she was just about to bite into it, so she didn't see the expression on his face. Neither of them spoke during the meal. They only ate bread for lunch. In the last few days of the journey, the meat that Jiang Mu and the others had brought was gone, and she hadn't eaten meat for 3 days. The aroma of the meat, mixed with sweet and sour, became more and more fragrant with each chew. Even the bones were cooked until they were soft, making one want to lick their fingers and savor the taste. It was so delicious that she couldn't stop eating. Xietu's lips curved into a smile. He ate quietly, his movements efficient but not hurried, occasionally glancing at her with a calm gaze. In the end, most of the sweet and sour pork rib was gone. A gentle night breeze rustled the leaves of the trees in the mountains. The balcony window was open, letting in a gust of wind that whipped the curtains into a fluttering motion. Outside, all was quiet. Most people had already turned off their lights and gone to bed, with only a few windows still lit. Having eaten and drunk her fill, drowsiness crept in. Yuan Zhao looked at the mess on the table and in the kitchen, thinking it was too late to keep him from going home to rest. Leave the dishes here, I wash them. Xie glanced at the time. If you don't clean them up properly, I do it later, he said, but didn't move. Yuan Zhao looked at him strangely for a few moments, finally understanding. You don't want to leave? Her expression was serious, her loose bun making her look cute, but her words could be deadly. Xie was already used to her occasional surprising remarks, replying, I was afraid you wouldn't be comfortable tonight. There was no guilt, no embarrassment. He simply turned his head away from her. Yuan Zhao, ? What's there to be uncomfortable about in your own home? It's not safe to park downstairs, so I had someone drive it to the operations department to park for the night. Xie stood up, picked up an empty shopping bag, and swept all the trash on the table into it. His expression was normal. Without a car, it's inconvenient to go back. Yuan Zhao, So it was all premeditated. After clearing the table, Xie neatly put the dishes in the kitchen, turned on the tap, and the sound of running water came from inside. Yuan Zhao followed him, standing in the kitchen doorway. The man was washing dishes with his back to her. The warm yellow light outlined his broad back. Yuan Zhao stared for a while, then silently said, Your excuse isn't very good. It was too obvious. Xie paused, but didn't turn around, only a slight smile playing on his lips. As long as it works. His voice was deep, carrying a barely perceptible chuckle. Water droplets splashed on the back of his hand, sliding down his well-defined fingers, shimmering under the lamplight. Yuan Zhao opened her mouth, wanting to say something but swallowing it back. She walked over and poked his back. Where's the rag? I go wipe the table. This was tantamount to agreeing to let him stay overnight. She couldn't just kick him out. Chapter 492. Yuan Zhao finished wiping the table and went into her room, taking out her pajamas to shower. When she came out of the bathroom, Xie had just finished tidying up the house and was standing sideways in the doorway. A dozen large boxes were piled up by the door, containing not only food but also some of her personal belongings. Yuan Zhao was a little sleepy and glanced at them. I do it tomorrow. It was too late now. She didn't have the energy. Her princess bed was waiting for her pampering. Xie turned his head. She had just come out of the shower, her soft cheeks flushed. Okay, I'm getting some things. Xie squatted down, opened one of the boxes, and took out toiletries, towels, and a change of clothes. He even brought his own things upstairs. Sietu took out a change of underwear in front of her, then got up and went into her bathroom. Yuan Zhao didn't care anymore. They had done what they should and shouldn't have done. There was no need to be coy. Perhaps once she found her father, she could give him a proper status. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. She wanted her father present, so Yunju could see that she had grown up. But if she couldn't find him, Yuan Zhao didn't dwell on it. She walked into her room, climbed onto her princess bed, and closed her eyes to sleep. She didn't know how much time had passed. She was half asleep when she suddenly felt the bed beside her sink in. The man was still damp. He held her waist tightly, and couldn't resist kissing her eyelids. Good night. Yuan Zhao was too sleepy to respond. The man had a familiar scent, the fragrance of her shampoo and shower gel. The screams from the toy room had stopped sometime earlier. Fire Phoenix was overjoyed to learn that she wouldn't be separated from Little Bluebird tonight. The Little Bluebird was used to the two sleeping together. It hadn't been home in a while, and was having a great time. The two phoenixes were in the toy room. As long as their spiritual energy didn't run out, they had plenty of energy to play. Morning. People gradually woke up from their sleep. Zhao Yin saw the two children out the door, and came to bring breakfast to Zhao Zhao. She had just opened the door when she caught a glimpse of unfamiliar boots on the floor. The size was clearly men's, and she was so startled that her hand trembled, almost dropping the breakfast. The bedroom curtains were drawn, making it somewhat dark. Sietu heard the noise, and suddenly opened his eyes. The person in his arms was sleeping soundly, her eyelashes casting faint shadows on her eyelids, trembling slightly with her breath, like a kitten burying its head in his neck. The blanket only covered her chest, revealing slender, white arms. Sietu reached out, and pulled the blanket up a little, his movements as gentle as if handling a rare treasure. Back at base, there was no need to be constantly on guard. Sietu, unusually, didn't get up early. He knew Aunt Zhao was outside, and was considering whether to go out and greet her, to make an appearance before her elders. However, going out now might wake her. Sietu pretended not to notice, and closed his eyes again. Yuan Zhao snuggled closer to him, finding a more comfortable position. They slept until almost noon. Even the Little Bluebird couldn't stand it anymore, jumping onto the bed, and stomping all over them. The cook has become lazy. How is he supposed to take care of the main body now? Get up and cook. The Little Bluebird glanced sideways at the man pretending to sleep. The Fire Phoenix translated, yelling at the main body, get up and cook. Little Bluebird, do chores. Fire Phoenix, do chores. Sietu silently threatened Huafeng, trying to bring his noisy, mimicking son back into his mental domain. It was raining outside. Summer downpours are heavy, raindrops pelt down, splashing against the windowpane. The first heavy rain of summer fell without warning. Good. The mountain road outside the base is muddy, another excuse. The person in his arms stirred. Yuan Zhao nuzzled against his neck, slowly opening her eyes, unfocused, still hazy from just waking up. Sietu felt something gently swell in his chest, warm and comforting. He really wanted to live like this forever. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I get up and make it, Sietu asked softly. The sound of rain filled his ears. Yuan Zhao snapped back to reality, her voice still a little hoarse from just waking up. Is it raining outside? Sietu, yeah. Yuan Zhao glanced at the drawn curtains. Are we still having a get-together on a rainy day? If you don't want to go, we can reschedule for tomorrow. Sietu got up and dressed. Everyone's at the base. We can have the get-together anytime. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, then decided to go today. It's been so long since she eaten with her teammates, she really missed them. And Qi Ling? He can't go into the city. He must be so bored alone on the mountain. You should go back to your place tomorrow. Yuan Zhao said whatever came to mind, that way Qi Ling will at least have company. Sietu paused, fastening his belt, and looked at her with his dark eyes. After a long while, Sietu finished dressing and said slowly, I really should go back and check on it. Little Bluebird's big shelf is probably covered in dust. Little Bluebird, who was watching the rain from the window, suddenly remembered its forgotten toy when it heard shelf. The 8-tiered bird perch it had personally overseen, the construction of had only been used twice. The Little Bluebird couldn't contain itself. Let's go too. Yuan Zhao, Aunt Zhao came by this morning, but didn't come in. She just stood at the door for a while. Sietu, seeing this, decided to stop and turned to open the door. I go make breakfast. Because of the heavy rain, the living room was somewhat dim. He turned on the light, and immediately saw the breakfast laid out on the table. Yuan Zhao had a small appetite. The breakfast consisted of only a small bowl of white porridge, 2 steamed buns, an egg, and 2 small dishes of side dishes. Clearly, it wasn't enough for 2 people. Sia-Tu went into the kitchen and lit the honeycomb briquettes first. He turned and opened the refrigerator, took out the pork bones he had bought yesterday, and started simmering the soup. On such a rainy day, everyone in town except those who had to work was at home, visiting each other and wandering around. Zhao Yan guessed that Zhao Zhao should be up by now. After hesitating for a while at the door, she knocked. She had a key to Zhao Zhao's house, but considering Zhao Zhao had brought someone home to spend the night, she couldn't just open the door herself. The door opened quickly. Zhao Yan gasped when she saw who it was. Sia-Tu greeted her politely. "Good morning, Aunt Zhao." "Zhao Yan, eh?" Sia-Tu stepped aside and asked familiarly, "Zhao Zhao is still in her room. Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Zhao Yan realized what he meant and shook her head violently, stammering, "No, I just came to see." She should have guessed who it was. If there wasn't some connection, why would Zhao Zhao have brought him to town for the new year? But wasn't this a bit too fast? Sia-Tu didn't insist, taking the initiative quite naturally. "We made soup at home for lunch. Aunt Zhao, come over here to eat later." Zhao Yan was tongue-tied, and her words left her speechless, unsure how to respond. At that moment, there was movement inside. Yuan Xiao, her hair disheveled, came out of the room. Her pajamas were loose, with 2 buttons undone, revealing a large expanse of skin. She looked up and met the eyes of the person in the doorway. Chapter 493. Yuan Xiao didn't know how to react, so she feigned composure and asked, "What were you talking about?" Sia-Tu replied in a familiar tone, "Nothing, just asked Aunt Zhao to come over for lunch." "Home? Who's home?" Yuan Zhao suddenly found herself speechless. Zhao Yan looked at her hesitantly, unable to ask further in front of Sia-Tu. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Then I come over later." With that, Zhao Yan quickly left. Yuan Zhao watched her hastily fleeing figure, somewhat speechless. He almost forgot that Aunt Zhao would come over to bring breakfast in the morning. He hadn't informed her beforehand, and his aunt was probably terrified. The culprit, however, acted as if nothing had happened, closing the door and turning back. "Aren't you busy today?" Yuan Zhao couldn't help but ask. Every time he came back before, he was always incredibly busy. "Why are you so free this time?" Sia-Tu walked up to her and smoothed the stray hairs that were sticking up on her forehead. "No rush, things can be dealt with tomorrow." He had to write the mission report for Contaminated Zone 344. The general situation had already been explained to the minister, and the operations department was aware of it, so there was no need to rush. It's good to take a day off now and then. Sia-Tu leaned down and kissed her, then pushed her into the bathroom. "I cook a couple more dishes. You can't just have soup when you're entertaining elders." He really didn't treat her like an outsider. Yuan Zhao was still a bit dazed and didn't struggle, entering the bathroom. Her bathroom was smaller than Sia-Tu's. Without any partitions, the entire space was open. Yuan Zhao saw the clothes drying in the bathroom. It was the tracksuit she had changed out of after showering last night, her underwear, and the man's clothes. She hadn't had time to wash last night, so it was obvious who had. Yuan Zhao was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. She always washed her own underwear. Even Aunt Zhao felt embarrassed when she saw it. How could he wash things so easily, thinking of his always empty laundry basket? Did he not like having dirty clothes? Yuan Zhao stood by the sink, looking down at the unfamiliar mouthwash cup, toothbrush, and razor. She finally understood what territorial intrusion meant. Would he be planning to stay at her house forever? What difference did it make whether he gave her a title or not? He had already made it clear to Aunt Zhao. Outside, the rain poured down, blurring the glass, and water cascaded down the window frame. Yuan Zhao brushed her teeth, thinking in front of the mirror. She had already considered agreeing to let him stay last night, and she had no intention of hiding it. They weren't in any shady relationship. Sia-Tu is handsome, capable, and caring, oh, and rich too. No one should object. She inexplicably found herself with only one bottom line. She absolutely had to find her father before getting married. Yuan Zhao finished washing up and came out. Sia-Tu was still busy in the kitchen. She went into her room to change out of her pajamas and said to him, "I'm going downstairs for a walk." Sia-Tu knew she was going out to visit someone. "Go ahead, be back for lunch in half an hour." He spoke as casually as if instructing his wife. "Okay." Yuan Zhao bent down to change her shoes. Yuan Zhao took the elevator to the 8th floor first. The rain was too heavy. People who didn't need to go to work stayed home. It was lunchtime, and most doors were open, the aroma of food filling the air. As soon as the elevator doors opened, someone spotted her. They greeted her warmly. Zhao Zhao's back. Have you eaten? I heard a car downstairs last night, so I guessed it was you coming back. Hearing the sound, Yao Qian ran to the door with a shovel. Zhao Zhao, come in and sit for a while. Why don't you have lunch at my place? The neighbor lady said, come to my place, I cook another dish. No need. Yun Zhao pointed upstairs, it's cooking at home. I just go downstairs for a quick look, and then go back for lunch. Yao Qian assumed she was referring to Zhao Yan's house, turned around, went inside, filled a bowl with some fried pork cracklings, sprinkled it with sugar, and then forcefully shoved it into Yun Zhao's arms. I just fried them, they're still warm. Take them home as a snack. Yun Zhao looked at the fragrant, crispy fried pork cracklings, her mouth watering. Then I bring you the bowl later. No need for you to go. Have Zhao Yan bring it over when she comes down later. Yao Qian saw her walk to the right and laughed. Are you looking for Xiangzi? Xiangzi went out this morning, and Aunt Lu is visiting somewhere. No one's home at his house. The search team wouldn't rest just because of the rain. With such a heavy downpour, the stored coal couldn't get wet. The sentries, worried about their profits, had left as soon as the rain started. Okay, I understand. Yun Zhao turned a corner, preparing to leave. Just then, the aunt next door came out, holding 2 pancakes on her chopsticks, and put them into the bowl of fried pork cracklings. These are wild vegetable pancakes I just made at home, have a taste. Yun Zhao couldn't refuse, thank you, auntie. She simply went down the stairs. There were many people sitting in the stairwell on the 7th floor, and they all greeted her warmly when they saw her return. They also gave her some snacks from their own homes. Yun Zhao was given things as she walked. When she reached the 5th floor, she encountered the enthusiastic Uncle Lu again, who had so many things he could hardly carry them all. The old town mayor came out upon hearing the commotion. His eyesight wasn't very good, and seeing Yun Zhao carrying things, he assumed it was another gift. The old mayor glared at her. Yun Zhao quickly explained, people in town gave them to me. Visiting during mealtimes didn't seem appropriate. But everyone was home, and she had to go out in the afternoon. She wasn't sure if she'd have time later. The old mayor's expression softened. Come in and sit down. Yun Zhao stepped inside, and immediately noticed the stark contrast to the quiet in the hallway. It was midday. The aroma of food wafted from the open doors of other houses, mingled with the lively laughter of neighbors, a warm and inviting atmosphere. But in the mayor's house, his grandson was at school, he was alone. It was cold and quiet. The stove hasn't been lit yet, aren't you planning on having lunch? Yun Zhao glanced at the kitchen, the pots and pans cold, and couldn't help but say, Grandpa Mayor, why don't you come to my house for lunch? No need, I'm too lazy to bother Zhao Yan. The old mayor took the thermos and poured her a cup of hot water. He leaned on his cane and sat down, probably worried she'd worry, and added, we steamed some buns this morning, you can heat them up in the rice cooker when you're hungry. Yun Zhao said quietly, let's eat upstairs, Aunt Zhao isn't cooking lunch today. Are you going to cook? The old mayor looked her up and down, then I definitely can't go, I'm too old to handle the hassle, I don't want to get food poisoning. Yun Zhao picked up her teacup and drank, trying to hide her embarrassment. That day Dong Shu came to me in a hurry, saying something big had happened outside, it might involve you. The old mayor hesitated for a moment, about to continue. Yun Zhao quickly interrupted, I came down here to talk about this. It's not that serious, we don't need to move. The townspeople had finally adapted to life at the base. Seeing everyone's lives improving, she didn't want to burden them unless absolutely necessary. Is this really related to you? The old town mayor stared at her, his expression serious. Tell me honestly, what kind of work is at the base that keeps you from going home for 10 days or half a month? Chapter 494. Upstairs. Xia finished preparing the meal, went over to open the door, and waited for the people who had gone out to visit to return for dinner. Tao Haohao sent a message. Captain, it's raining heavily outside. How about we go pick up Yun Zhao this afternoon? You won't have to go. Xia replied, okay, go to the operations department and drive the car over. Come downstairs to pick us up later. Suddenly, there was silence on the other end. Turning his head, the group chat was flashing. Tao Haohao, damn, what does pick us up mean, Captain? Wang Jiaoyu, is the captain at Yun Zhao's house? Did he go there this morning? Tao Haohao, the car is parked at the operations department. Duanxi, the captain has already made his way into the house. Xia, question mark. Tao Haohao, damn. I forgot the captain was in the group chat. Duanxi, Tao Haohao, you troublemaker. Xia was too lazy to pay attention to them, and sent a message to Yun Zhao, urging her to come back for dinner. Noises wafted from the toy room next door. Little Bluebird and Fire Phoenix were playing on the carpet, kicking two little yellow ducks like balls, occasionally stomping on them, causing the ducks to squeal in pain again. Chirp, chirp. Xie stood tall by the door. The toys he bought this time weren't good, they were indeed quite noisy. Outside, large raindrops, accompanied by a strong wind, lashed against the base's exterior walls, making dull, rapid thuds. He glanced at the elevator entrance every now and then. Finally, the elevator started moving, slowly ascending. Xie went to the door to greet someone. The elevator doors opened, and he stopped. He saw Yun Zhao and an elderly man with graying temples, leaning on a cane, emerge from the elevator. The old mayor of Qishan town. He had met him during the new year. Xie greeted her politely. "Old mayor, please come in and have a seat." The old mayor, seeing the man he met before, turned and glared at Yun Zhao. Knowing she was in the wrong, Yun Zhao, receiving the reproachful look, took 2 steps back and ran towards room 1201. "I go call Aunt Zhao." Xie watched her retreating figure, his dark eyes flickering, then calmly invited the old mayor inside. This hurdle had to be overcome eventually. The meal was incredibly awkward. At the table, Yun Zhao didn't even look up, silently eating her food. Zhao Yin sat stiffly, wanting to inquire more about Xie, but unable to get a word in edgewise. The old mayor picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and slowly asked, "I heard your home is outside the base." "Yes." Xie placed a piece of meat in Yun Zhao's bowl and replied politely. "I heard from those people that S-rank sentinels have extremely heightened senses and can't stay in crowded places for long," the old mayor said. "Won't living here be too much of a burden for you?" Xie, of course, understood the implication in the old mayor's words. He continued picking up food. "Thank you for your concern, Mayor. I couldn't before, but since Zhao came, I built up a mental barrier, and going to crowded places occasionally isn't a big problem anymore." "I see." The old mayor looked at the table full of food and asked again, "You work in the operations department?" Xie nodded. The old mayor narrowed his eyes. "Then you must often be on dangerous missions?" "There are certainly some risks, but it's my duty," Xie answered fluently, calmly and politely, "but please rest assured, I will do my best to ensure my own safety." Without the old town mayor even asking, he began to proactively explain his situation. His parents had died early, his age and occupation had been explained during the new year. Hearing that he earned tens of thousands from a single mission. Clatter. Zhao Yan's chopsticks fell to the ground, and she hurriedly bent down to pick them up. Then she heard him mention the 7-figure points in his account. Zhao Yan gasped. Yun Zhao focused on her meal. Luckily, Xie hadn't mentioned that the points card was with her, otherwise the town mayor would definitely have scolded her for taking someone else's things. The old town mayor couldn't say anything more. As an S-rank sentinel, he held a crucial position in the base. His appearance and family background were impeccable. Not to mention this meal, he was a caring and capable person. Now, Xie had completely gained acceptance in Qishan town. After the meal, Xie packed up the remaining soup and food and offered to take the old town mayor home. Zhao Yin stayed to help clean up. Seeing the person walk away, she hesitated for a moment and asked Yun Zhao, "Do you like him?" Yun Zhao felt that Aunt Zhao's question was inappropriate. If she didn't like him, how could she allow him to get close? She answered, "I like him." Zhao Yin wiped the table with a rag, without looking up, and asked softly again, "When do you plan to register?" "I heard that the large base requires marriage registration." Yun Zhao shook her head. "No rush." Zhao Yan's expression changed slightly. "No rush. Doesn't he plan to get married?" "That's an S-class sentinel. If Xiao Zhao suffers a loss, how can they stand up for her?" Yun Zhao quickly reassured her. "It's not his fault. It's just that I don't plan to." Zhao Yin became anxious, thinking that Zhao had concerns. "Do you think his job is too dangerous? If he really wants to spend his life with you, why don't you persuade him to change jobs?" Zhao Yin, having been through it all, knew how difficult it was for a woman who had lost her husband. She didn't have grand ambitions, nor did she understand the responsibilities of an S-rank sentinel. She simply didn't want Zhao to have a hard life in the future. No, Yun Zhao knew that if she didn't explain clearly, Aunt Zhao might overthink it, so she told the truth. "I just remembered something from my childhood. My father seems to still be alive, and I want to find him first." Zhao Yan's expression faltered slightly. "Still alive? Was Zhao's closest relative still alive?" "That's right." Yun Zhao nodded emphatically. "Yunju must still be alive. Xie Tu had been talking to the old town mayor again, and didn't return for half an hour. By then, Aunt Zhao had already cleaned up the kitchen and gone home. Only Yun Zhao was in the house. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, head down, browsing the forum. The Dark Guide's popularity continued, and the base hadn't yet announced the final results. Someone leaked information on the forum. A special meeting of the 4 major bases would be held later to discuss the matter, which was a temporary measure to appease the Sentinel's emotions. "You're back." Yun Zhao stood up to greet him as he entered the house, readily admitting, "I was the one who told the mayor." He was probably worried, so he came upstairs with me. Xie Tu's constant comings and goings in and out of the building couldn't be kept secret from the people living on the first floor. She thought that rather than waiting for the old mayor to find out and interrogate her, it was better to bring it up herself. It concerned her life's most important matter. The people in town would definitely be very concerned. Sure enough, after she spoke up, the mayor grandfather no longer cared about her work. This was called shifting the blame. Xie Tu ruffled her hair and pulled her back to sit down. "It's all right. This was bound to happen sooner or later." He wasn't forcing her at all. In fact, he was extremely happy about it. After revealing his true identity to the people of Qishan Town, his status had finally changed from team leader to boyfriend. Now he had a perfectly legitimate reason to come over. Chapter 495. Afternoon. The wind subsided, and the heavy rain turned into a light drizzle. After the teammates finished shopping for groceries at the mall, Song Liang messaged, "We be there in 5 minutes." Yun Zhao and Xie Tu tidied up and summoned 2 phoenixes to go outside. The little bluebird, knowing it could play on the 8-tiered bird perch, flapped its wings and flew to Yun Zhao's shoulder. They went downstairs. The cars arrived just then. 3 vehicles in total. A military transport vehicle driven back by Xie Tu, a small car driven by Song Liang, and an armored vehicle with a unicorn emblem. The observation window of the armored vehicle opened, revealing Jiang Mu's irritating face. He surveyed the residential area, then looked at the 2 of them with an ambiguous expression. He knew his place, and didn't say anything in front of so many people. Yun Zhao waved, as if to say hello. The military transport vehicle had only 2 seats in the front, with the back crammed with supplies. 2 people boarded Song Liang's vehicle. Only Wang Jiayu sat in the back. Upon seeing them, she couldn't help but complain. Tao Haohao and Duan Shi are in the front vehicle. They're afraid of being scolded by the captain on the way, so they didn't dare come over. Yun Zhao had already seen the message in the group chat and muttered, "They can dodge the first day of the month. They can't dodge the 15th. Wang Jiayu immediately chimed in. Song Liang turned his head. "The captain can punish them severely, but it has nothing to do with us." Wang Jiayu nodded vigorously. Xie Tu shook the rain off his umbrella and placed it at his feet. "There will be a pop quiz tomorrow. We see how you perform." Song Liang and Wang Jiayu froze. Yun Zhao asked, "Should I participate?" Xie Tu's tone softened. "You be the referee." Wang Jiayu finally noticed that the captain and Yun Zhao spoke in completely different tones compared to them. Xie Tu had already inquired about the training during his absence. Song Liang, always reliable, naturally wouldn't cover for anyone else. The captain had originally said training would be conducted online, but after they separated, there was no further communication. To avoid unnecessarily increasing training, they weren't foolish enough to inquire. After a few days of rest, Minister Duan told them to get back to training. But Minister Duan was too busy to supervise every day. The team members followed their original training schedule, only arriving late each day and occasionally slacking off. Minister Duan was initially very angry when he found out you hadn't returned, Song Liang said, surprised. He had assumed the captain had given prior notice, but it turned out the minister was completely unaware. Later, the minister somehow changed his mind, and even said it might be a good thing, Xie Tu said, knowing the reason. Minister Duan had always hoped the two could get married soon and have outstanding children. This was a rare opportunity to get rid of a bunch of third wheels. The minister probably thought afterward that being alone would foster feelings, so he simply let things be. The vehicles had left the base and started heading uphill. A morning of torrential rain had turned the dirt road into a mess, filled with murky puddles, some deep enough to reach halfway up the tires. Water splashed everywhere as the vehicles drove by. The three vehicles slowly made their way to the training ground, halfway up the mountain. Qi Ling heard the commotion and emerged from his metal hut. After a long absence, he was still wearing a black cloak, completely concealing his body. Yun Zhao rolled down the window and greeted him. "You're finally back." Qi Ling jogged over, looking somewhat pleased. With Yun Zhao gone, and no one to help him build a barrier, he had been living a miserable life, catching slime in basins every day. Heaven knows how much he missed Yun Xiao. Xia Tu opened the car door, glanced at him, and said, "Go help unload the things first." Okay. The creditor and team leader spoke up. Qi Ling didn't dare disobey and turned to help. Tao Haohao and Duanqi parked the transport truck at the warehouse entrance, temporarily storing the supplies in the cargo boxes inside. Song Liang and Wang Jiayu were carrying the groceries they bought into the kitchen. It wasn't good for him to handle the ingredients like this. With Jiang Mu's team around, who knew if others would mind? Although he was wearing gloves, it was still food. Qi Ling thought for a moment, and decided it was safer to help unload the goods. He ran over in the rain, only to bump into Duanqi carrying a familiar large box out of the truck. The box, easily 2 meters tall, was tightly sealed and had a familiar logo printed on it. Qi Ling froze on the spot. His heart began to tremble, his eyes fixed on the box, yet he dared not take another step closer, like someone approaching home with trepidation. Saw it in contaminated zone 344, and brought it along. Xia Tu held an umbrella over Yun Xiao, glanced at him, and casually said, "I have no use for it, so it's yours." Duanqi, help carry it to Qi Ling's room. Understood. Duanqi didn't ask why, turned around, and carried the box to the door of the metal hut. After thinking for a moment, he simply carried it inside. It was raining outside, and if it got soaked and damaged by the rain, he'd be punished by the captain for incompetence. Qi Ling stood blankly in the rain, momentarily unresponsive. "Qinzi, come and help!" Tao Haohao shouted at the top of his lungs. Jiang Mu and the other 6 had already gotten out of the car. Zhou Tianqi gloated, Come on. Let's go inside first." He only called Qinzi. Qinzi grabbed him, gritting her teeth, trying to slack off. "Didn't you hear you all behind you?" Zhou Tianqi, Jiang Mu raised an eyelid. "Go, everyone. Finish quickly so we can eat." Zhou Tianqi, ever the troublemaker, asked, "What about you, Captain?" "Of course, I'm going inside to rest." Jiang Mu strode towards the training room. Zhou Tianqi, A light drizzle fell. The sentries were physically strong and didn't have the habit of using umbrellas. A little rain in the summer was no big deal. Yun Xiao, the only one carrying an umbrella, looked somewhat out of place. She followed Jiang Mu, entering the training room one after the other. The little bluebird was clamoring to play on its 8-tiered bird perch. As soon as it started clamoring, the fire phoenix joined in. Yun Xiao folded the umbrella and placed it by the door. "His house is dusty, covered with dust covers everywhere. You won't be able to play there. Little bluebird, let him go home and clean up." Yun Xiao, "Cleaning up takes time, let him play nearby first." As she spoke, Yun Xiao looked at Jiang Mu. "Would you like to let the child out to play for a while?" The sentry's hearing was sharp, and Xia Tu, standing outside, paused. She called the white she beast so affectionately. From inside, Jiang Mu lazily replied, "Sure." Yun Xiao was still coaxing the little bluebird. "You can play with the perch anytime. The white she beast rarely comes. Why don't you take it to play first?" The little bluebird wasn't happy. "I want to play with the perch right now." Xia Tu entered the house at this moment. Jiang Mu was standing by the window, his child with a round head, his massive body gradually materializing in the training field outside. The white-haired beast seemed to love rainy days. It was incredibly excited as soon as it came out, its long, thin tail swishing back and forth, almost hitting a passing orange. Jiang Mu said with a loving expression, "Look how happy the child is." Yun Xiao nodded. She had never seen the white-haired beast unhappy. Xia Tu watched, while the unruly fire phoenix continued to jump around, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. The little bluebird was eager to try, its resolve clearly wavering. Xia Tu walked to Yun Xiao's side and said calmly, "I'm going home for a bit." Without waiting for Yun Xiao's reply, he added casually, "Going back to tidy up the house." Chapter 496. Xia Tu went back to tidy up the house, and in the process, successfully abducted little bluebird. The little guy wanted to play on the 8-tiered bird perch and eagerly followed along to supervise. Yun Xiao didn't go. Fine rain outside the window shrouded the training ground in a hazy veil, the raindrops dripping rhythmically along the camouflage netting. The sentries were noisily making their way over. Tonight's meal was to be cooked by Song Liang and Qi Jun. The sentries decided to draw lots. Whoever lost would stay to help prepare the food. Duanqi and Zhou Tianqi from Jiang Mu's team, and Wenla were among those chosen. And Wenla exclaimed in despair, "Little Qi, your luck is really bad. You must have passed on your bad luck to me." Zhou Tianqi, "What do I care? Is there no justice in this world? Everyone else goes to rest. but I have to stay here peeling garlic and chopping onions. Duanqi's wailing could be heard from a great distance. Misty rain. Yuan Zhao stood by the window and looked around, but didn't see Qi Ling. Thinking that Qi Ling couldn't move around easily and was dripping with slime, it was best to build a barrier for him as soon as possible, so he could be more comfortable. Yuan Zhao then told Jiang Mu, "I go check out the metal hut." Jiang Mu was busy comforting the child. The little bluebird and fire phoenix left, and the white unicorn wanted to go down into the valley to play. But it was too big to fit in Xie2's yard. If it broke anything, knowing Xie2's personality, he would definitely demand a high price in compensation. He had only gotten 25,000 points for free. He couldn't bear to spend them. Jiang Mu had the newly arrived team members release their spiritual forms to distract the child. With other playmates, the child finally calmed down a bit. Yuan Zhao had already taken his umbrella and left the training room. It was incredibly lively outside. The rain wasn't heavy, but it was persistent and fine, carrying a slight chill and the fresh scent of earth. The training ground was already soaked, puddles had formed in the low-lying areas, and raindrops created tiny ripples on the surface. 7 or 8 spirit beings were frolicking in the rain. When the white-haired beast saw her come out, it excitedly raised its tail, its silvery white body meandering through the puddles, its tail tip whipping up sparkling waves. Yuan Zhao was prepared and quickly held her umbrella in front of her, soothingly saying, "I have things to do. Why don't you play by yourself for a while?" This big guy absolutely loves pouncing on people. She didn't want to get soaked. The white-haired beast seemed to understand, its cute big eyes blinking, obediently stopping itself from approaching. Yuan Zhao raised the umbrella over her head again and walked past it. Taking advantage of the little bluebird's absence, she stroked the scales of the white beast. "Good boy." The white beast loved being close to her, and happily nuzzled its large head closer. It seemed to want her to continue stroking its head. Yuan Zhao then stroked its horns. Such a well-behaved child. Not only Jiang Mu liked it, but she liked it too. Yuan Zhao quickly stopped herself, lest the little bluebird detect it through the mental link. She coaxed the white beast away from it and, holding the umbrella, went to the door of the metal hut. The door wasn't closed. Qi Ling stood by the door, his back to her, staring blankly at the large box in the center of the room. His cloak was made of a special material. Because he had just been rained on, water droplets slowly rolled down the folds, spreading a small, dark puddle on the ground. At the hem of the cloak, a small puddle of black slime had accumulated, bubbling and hissing. "Why aren't you going in?" Yuan Zhao asked, closing his umbrella. Qi Ling snapped out of his daze, his eyes red-rimmed. "I'm afraid I break things." No, not to mention the contents, he wouldn't bear to damage even the cardboard box. Yuan Zhao gestured for him to come inside. "I came here for this, to build a barrier for you." Building the barrier was painful. The moment they touched, Qi Ling's back tensed, his knuckles clenched white. The black liquid was already a part of his body. Peeling it away was like tearing flesh. But Qi Ling felt exhilarated. After the barrier was built, he picked up the black gloves from the metal counter, put them on, and carefully approached the box. He had a dagger on him, a weapon the captain had given him for self-defense. Qi Ling drew the dagger and, trembling, cut open the seal. Inside the box stood a brand new robot, exactly the same as the one that had guarded him. The matte-painted body gleamed a cold, hard bluish-gray under the lights. The seams were perfectly fitted, and the joint bearings still reflected the lubricant from when it left the factory. The logo on its chest was blindingly bright. This robot carried the weight of his family's tech company's past glory, and even more so, his deep longing for his family. The captain had brought it out of the contaminated zone. This gift weighed a ton. Qi Ling reached out and touched the logo, then suddenly hugged the robot and cried like a child. He missed home. Yuan Zhao silently retreated to the door, not wanting to disturb him. She opened her umbrella, but paused before leaving, saying, "From now on, we're all your family. People cherish the past because it's gone, never to be retrieved. Always look forward." That's how she comforted herself when her uncle suddenly passed away. Not far away. The sentinels had already entered the training room, their noise quite lively. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. All she could do was not disturb them. Yuan Zhao left the metal hut with her umbrella. 2 hours later. Xie2 returned after tidying up the hut, but the 2 phoenixes were nowhere to be seen. "They're playing downstairs, and don't want to come up," Xie2 said to Yuan Zhao. Yuan Zhao and Wang Jiayu were chatting and browsing forums together, and nodded upon hearing this. If they don't want to come back, they don't want to come back. The little guy was engrossed in the toys Xie2 had made. Xie2 glanced around, Jiang Mu was lying in a chair resting with his eyes closed. The sentinels were playing cards, but he didn't see Qi Ling. He sat down next to Yun Zhao and checked the messages on his communicator. This peaceful day was probably the only one he could enjoy. Starting tonight, he had to write mission reports, attend meetings at the operations department, select the next mission, arrange the team's training, and that Bishi should be arriving soon. Until Song Liang announced dinner was served. Qi Ling finally emerged from the small house. His entire face was hidden under his cloak, only half his chin showing. He walked to Xie-Tu's side and bowed in thanks. He was silent for a few seconds, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice hoarse as if sanded. "Thank you for the gift, Captain. I really like it." The captain said it was just a casual gesture. But Qi Ling knew in his heart that the 5-star contaminated zone was extremely dangerous, and the robot was heavy and difficult to move. It was clearly a gift specially brought back for him. Xie-Tu hummed in response, but then asked, "How many points do you still owe me?" Qi Ling, Yun Zhao and Wang Jiayu couldn't help but look up. Qi Ling forced a smile and replied, "A little over 10,000. He saved the points he earned from the last mission for living expenses. His account was untouched." Xie-Tu nodded. "Train hard and try to pay it off as soon as possible." Qi Ling, "Okay." Qi Ling then turned to thank Yun Zhao. When he was lost and filled with pain, his teammates were there for him. Yun Zhao's words made him realize that he wasn't truly alone here. Everyone was his family. And, in fact, he still had a living relative. Chapter 497. At this moment, Duanqi carried in 2 dishes, shouting loudly, "Dinner's ready. Come help serve the food." Zhou Tianqi followed in, immediately noticing the group of people sitting around the cushions, and angrily said, "Damn it, you guys still have time to play cards? You be washing the dishes later." Qingzi's hand holding the playing cards didn't budge. "Wash the dishes? Then let's continue drawing lots, and see who's the unluckiest." "Ha ha ha, it definitely be Xiao Qizi again. Get lost." Zhou Tianqi, enraged, walked over, intending to kick over the cushions. Tao Haohao quickly protected his cards. "No, no, don't do it. This round is a sure win." Jiang Mu, lying to the side, finally opened his eyes when he heard dinner was served, glancing at Xie-Tu and clicking his tongue softly. He's back and already standing next to Yun Zhao again. "It's only been 2 hours since we separated. Is it really necessary? How come I never noticed before that Xie-Tu is such a clingy person?" The meal was extremely lively. A light rain was falling outside, but the atmosphere inside was lively. Seeing this, the sentries brought out several cases of beer. Xie-Tu declined to join, citing a report he needed to write that evening. Duanqi and the others dared not join Qingzi and the others in their commotion. With training resuming tomorrow, and their petty and vengeful captain, they absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. Yun Zhao, however, after seeing Qi Ling's change of heart, drank 2 glasses amidst everyone's urging. Xie-Tu, unusually, remained silent. Yun Zhao didn't particularly like the taste of beer, and after 2 glasses, he put down his glass and focused on eating meat. The table was filled with the clinking of glasses. The meal lasted a lively 2 hours. Towards the end, the sentries, in high spirits, prepared to draw lots to see which 3 unlucky ones would stay to wash the dishes and clean up the mess. Zhou Tianqi, his face flushed from drinking, sobered up at the mention of drawing lots, and took 2 steps back with lingering fear. "You guys draw first, and I take the last one." This unlucky kid, he already felt it was him again before even starting. "It's better to let others choose first." Song Liang said, "Qi Jun and I won't draw. Should the cook also be responsible for washing dishes?" Qi Jun immediately echoed. Duanqi, never missing an opportunity to sabotage his teammates, said, "Let's play rock paper scissors first. The winner gets to skip drawing, the loser has to join." "That's a good idea. Everyone should feel involved." "That's right. The 2 captains should join too." A group of people joined in the commotion, and the scene was getting a little out of control. Having said all that, Song Liang didn't refuse. He rolled up his sleeves and asked, "Who's going?" Duanqi looked around and his gaze fell on Yun Zhao. "Yun Zhao, you go?" Yun Zhao, suddenly called upon, slightly raised her head. She had just drunk some wine, and a thin layer of rosy blush rose to her cheeks. "Haha, that's right, let the guide go first. Do you know rock paper scissors?" Wang Jiayu asked cautiously. Yun Zhao, "Yes. This is so easy. Rock, paper, scissors." Song Liang chose paper, Qi Jun chose paper, and Yun Zhao steadily chose scissors. "Ha ha." A group of people slapped the table and laughed loudly. Xie2's lips curled up, while Song Liang and Qi Jun sighed. Tao Haohao quickly found several sheets of A4 paper, tore them into strips, marked the bottom with a red pen, shuffled the order, and tucked them into a book, leaving only the top sticking out, signaling everyone to draw quickly. The guide goes first. Thinking she was lucky, and wanting to help the girls, the sentry said, Rabbit second, Qi Ling third. Hearing the familiar nickname, Wang Jiayu looked up without objecting. A dozen or so people formed a circle, the atmosphere tense as if they were about to go to war. Yun Xiao quite liked this game, eagerly reaching out and randomly picking a strip of paper to pull out. She pulled it slowly, inching it out. The group around her stared intently at the strip, then, a faint red glint appeared. His. A collective gasp filled the air. Yun Xiao, she's washing dishes? The group around her stifled laughter. Duanqi whispered to Wang Jiayu, will we still have bowls at the training ground tomorrow? If Yun Xiao washes dishes, she'd probably drop them one by one. It's not that dramatic. Wang Jiayu glared at him, thinking to herself, at worst, everyone can stay and help. Besides, the captain is there, how could they let Sister Yun Xiao wash dishes? Xie2 pulled her over, making room for her in the middle to draw lots, and leaned down to whisper, it's all right. Yun Xiao nodded slightly, her gaze still fixed on the slip of paper in her hand, utterly perplexed. 13 slips of paper, a 3-13 chance. How did she manage to draw it first? She won rock paper scissors. Why did she lose here? Rabbit and Qi Ling quickly finished drawing, both getting blank slips, no need to wash dishes. Qi Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He had never washed dishes in his life. If he really had to, he probably wouldn't be much different from Yun Xiao. The sentries drew one after another, each carefully selecting from the remaining slips, thinking about the 2 red slips left, practically tearing holes in the pages. Fortunately, no more red slips appeared. Finally, only 3 slips remained, and Xie2, Jiang Mu, and Zhou Tianqi were the only ones who hadn't drawn yet. Zhou Tianqi, at the back of the line, Jiang Mu sighed helplessly, and looked at Xie2, who draws first. Xie2 casually picked a stick. With a 2/3 chance of winning, he didn't care. If Yun Xiao drew it, he'd definitely stay. He drew a blank stick. Zhou Tianqi, at the back of the line, The surrounding sentries suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the remaining 2 are red. Little Qi, you think being last in line will save you? Captain Jiang, don't run away. Have some sportsmanship. Jiang Mu facepalmed. He should have known he'd draw first. Why did he have to ask? Xie2, who was supposed to stay and help with the dishes, drew a blank stick. Wasn't that a waste of his spot? He hesitated for a second between pretending to be drunk and doing the dishes. But his alcohol tolerance was always excellent. He was known as someone who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. He figured his teammates would immediately see through his act, making him even more embarrassed. Tao Haohao, gloating, grabbed his coat and ran off quickly. Captain, we're leaving first. What if the captain made them stay and help if they didn't run? After all, Yun Xiao was the one washing the dishes. They couldn't refuse. Duanqi realized this too, and pulled Song Liang away quickly. Wang Jiayu asked, Sister Yun Xiao, can I stay and help you clean up? Yun Xiao, still clutching the red slip of paper, waved her hand, no need. We have training tomorrow, go back and rest early. They only had 1 car to get back. If Jiayu stayed, the others would be forced to stay and wait. That wouldn't be appropriate. She had to maintain a sense of humor. Thinking of the captain's presence, Wang Jiayu finally left. Soon, only the 4 of them remained in the training room. Plates piled on the table, grease stains forming dark marks on the metal surface, empty bottles rolled haphazardly in the corner, some still dripping with unfinished wine. Zhou Tianqi stared at the mess in the room, rubbing his throbbing temples. Left with him were his team leader and Yun Xiao. The team leader, needless to say, would definitely slack off. Yun Xiao, a girl, and a delicate guide at that. The dirty and hard work would undoubtedly fall on him. Zhou Tianqi turned to face the wall, utterly dejected. How could someone be so unlucky? Chapter 498. Seeing that Jiang Mu and Zhou Tianqi hadn't moved, Xie2 said, finish this quickly so you can rest. You 2 go to the kitchen, leave this to Yun Xiao. Zhou Tianqi had no objections. After all, he was a physically strong sentinel. He couldn't very well let the guide wash the dishes in the kitchen. Jiang Mu turned around, hands in his pockets, his gaze shifting between the 2. Leave it to Yun Xiao? Jiang Mu knew perfectly well what was going on, and said casually, okay, we take care of the kitchen. Anyway, little Cheesy already knew what was going on, and had already volunteered to wash the dishes. Once the two left, Xia2 grabbed a bag, packed the dirty dishes inside, and prepared to carry them to the kitchen. Otherwise, running back and forth would be too much trouble. Yuan Zhao came over to clear the dishes. "I'd do it." She was the one who lost the bet. She had to maintain a sense of sportsmanship. Xia2 didn't stop, his voice steady. "You can't lift them. Go pick up the bottles first and put them in the beer crate." Yuan Zhao had no choice but to get the bottles, one empty in each hand, and started putting them in the crate. Xia2 took the dirty dishes to the kitchen and handed them to Zhou Tianqi, also grabbing a basin filled with dish soap and some water, along with 2 rags. He quickly wiped the table clean, put it away against the wall, then grabbed a broom from next door and started sweeping. After picking up all the beer bottles, Yuan Zhao turned around and fell silent. It was such a waste that he got a blank check. Give her the blank check, then she could slack off without a care in the world. Xia2 worked quickly, cleaning up the messy floor in a few moments. Yuan Zhao looked around, then went to get stools, stacking them all against the wall. Outside the window, the white-haired beast and the black panther pressed themselves against the glass, howling and barking, trying to get Yuan Zhao's attention. Yuan Zhao stood up, stopped what she was doing, and slightly raised her hand, releasing wisps of spiritual energy that drifted through the window cracks to play with them. The fluorescent lights, like fireflies, flickered and danced in the rain. The 2 spiritual beings tilted their heads back to watch, then jumped in to catch the swirling lights. Each time they caught a light, the spiritual energy threads seeped into their bodies, purifying the violent elements within. The white-haired beast and the black panther wagged their tails contentedly, thoroughly enjoying themselves. "Let's go. Little Bluebird is still waiting downstairs." Xia2, seeing that the cleaning was finished, stood by the door waiting for her. Yuan Zhao didn't move, instantly recognizing his intention. "You want me to stay again?" Perhaps because she had been drinking, her voice was softer than usual. Xia2's gaze softened as well, and he readily admitted, the mountain roads are difficult to navigate in the rain. But Jiang Mu and the others all drove back. Yuan Zhao pointed towards the kitchen. Xia2 bent down to pick up her umbrella, replying without batting an eye, "My driving skills aren't very good." Yuan Zhao's almond-shaped eyes widened. "You're a bad driver?" She was blatantly lying. "Sometimes good, sometimes bad." Xia2 stood sideways in the doorway, chuckling softly, "Like tonight, I felt my driving skills weren't very good." Yuan Zhao, Her skin was getting thicker and thicker. "You might as well say you're afraid of the dark, afraid to sleep alone. Use that excuse next time." Yuan Zhao realized she couldn't argue with him, and glared at him. Xia2 remained silent, turning to look at her, his eyes full of amusement. The little bluebird was still at his house, calling for a long time, but refusing to leave, and hadn't come up yet. Yuan Zhao had no choice but to walk towards him. She seemed to be getting more and more used to him being around all the time. Xia2 succeeded again. He turned and turned off the training room light, then opened an umbrella for her. The white mythical beast and the black panther were still chasing each other in the rain, playing with fluorescent lights. The kitchen light was on. Jiang Mu stood leisurely in the doorway, glancing at the two who came out of the training room. Xia2 held the umbrella, its angle slightly tilted, shielding the guide from the wind and rain, half of his broad figure exposed to the downpour. The two walked along the eaves, but didn't head towards the car. Jiang Mu wanted to tease Xia2 a bit, but thought that if he dared to say it, the guide's price might go up again next time. So annoying. When will the base pass an anti-monopoly law, or let her set clear prices, instead of threatening people with price increases all the time? Jiang Mu sighed and said, "Let's come over and train together tomorrow." He agreed to come to the Dawn base not only to see the Bishi, but also because the sentry post was too remote and inconvenient for training. The contaminated zone is unpredictable. With only one life, he can do as he pleases, but he can't abandon his team. Xia2 remained expressionless. 500 a day for the site. Jiang Mu didn't say a word, turning around and slamming the kitchen door shut. Out of sight, out of mind. Paying him is out of the question. Come directly tomorrow. Xia2 can't kick him out, can he? At worst, we fight. Yuan Zhao watched, somewhat speechless. Aren't you too childish? Xia2 said to the kitchen door. Just looking at his face annoys me. Yuan Zhao. So, when you went on joint missions before, who listened to whom? Xia2. We each did our own thing. There was only one joint mission involving the 3 S ranks. The large base entered a 4-star contaminated zone collectively for the first time. The 3 disagreed, all were S rank, and none could command the others, so they split up shortly after entering. After being reprimanded severely by her superiors, the base never again proactively requested an S-class alliance. Yuan Zhao, weren't you afraid the base would be wiped out back then? There was nothing we could do. Xie Tu said, back then, when the salvation plan was first established, we had to win the first battle. Yuan Zhao was stunned. In the end, she didn't say anything. The door of the metal hut opposite was tightly closed, with dim yellow light shining through the cracks. Qi Ling went back after finishing his meal, seemingly in a hurry to debug his robot. The rain obscured the moonlight, making the mountain path dark and slippery. Yuan Zhao subconsciously reached behind her to touch the flashlight in her backpack, only to find she hadn't brought it. Xie Tu took her hand and said lightly, I forgot my backpack at your house. Yuan Zhao now felt everything he did was intentional. She focused on the path beneath her feet, and didn't reply. The two walked into the valley. The familiar courtyard, empty for over a month, finally awaited the return of its owner. Upon entering, the first floor was lit, and the little bluebird was playing hide-and-seek with the fire phoenix. But no matter where it hid, the fire phoenix could find it quickly, making the little bluebird stomp its feet in frustration. The fire phoenix quickly flew over, circling the little bluebird in a fawning manner. They were whispering something to each other. The little bluebird shooed the fire phoenix away. The fire phoenix wasn't annoyed. Instead, it happily circled the little bluebird, occasionally brushing it lightly with its tail feathers, which only made the little bluebird more agitated, chasing and pecking at it. Yuan Zhao, observing the interaction between the two spiritual beings, felt increasingly uneasy. Why don't you go inside? Xie Tu bent down to take her slippers from the cabinet, interrupting her thoughts. He watched the two spiritual beings playing, a slight smile playing on his lips. Clearly, he was in a very good mood. The little bluebird beat up the fire phoenix and flew towards Yuan Zhao. Yuan Zhao caught it and turned to ask, weren't you supposed to be writing a report? Xie Tu pointed to the stairs. Go upstairs, change your clothes, and then you can write it. Yuan Zhao then noticed that half of his clothes were soaked by the rain. She pursed her lips, then hurry up, don't get sick. Okay. Xie Tu clearly enjoyed her concern, a slight smile playing on his lips. The man turned and went upstairs. Yuan Zhao changed into slippers, picked up the little bluebird, and sat down on the sofa, listening to the little creature complain to her. The fire phoenix came over, and stood obediently in front of her. Spiritual beings don't know how to hide their thoughts. The fire phoenix's actions have always been very straightforward. But Yuan Zhao couldn't take sides, so she comforted the little bluebird. Do you want to go back to the spiritual realm? The little bluebird hadn't been back for many days, but it could sense changes within. It started after its juvenile form appeared. Chapter 499. The little bluebird's figure gradually disappeared from the spot, and the fire phoenix paced anxiously in circles. I want to go in and play too. Yuan Zhao understood its meaning, pursing her lips and saying, you can't just go in. Only when she and Xie Tu achieved a deep union could the fire phoenix enter her domain. For some reason, she suddenly felt shy. Yuan Zhao had already noticed that as her spiritual domain became more complete, her emotional perception seemed to become richer, and her physical coordination was much better than before. The aftereffects of the seal were disappearing. The fire phoenix dared not be presumptuous in front of her. The little bluebird would be angry, so it sullenly stayed with her. Yuan Zhao sat quietly on the sofa, lost in thought. A transparent spiritual barrier surrounded her, capable of blocking some prying eyes. This was a habit she had developed since learning part of the truth about the disaster. As long as she wasn't in the contaminated area, she would activate the barrier at any time to protect herself. She also left a barrier on Xie Tu, which was why she allowed Xie Tu to stay by her side. It was uncertain whether, once the distance grew too great, the omnipresent will described by Han Dideo would detect the truth through Xie Tu. The golden age was over, darkness descended. It appeared from the sky, omnipresent, spreading corpses wherever it went, devouring and consuming. Unfathomable, indescribable, lest it be severely contaminated. From above the sky. What exactly is that thing? Yuan Zhao thought of the two satellite bases under construction. Once completed, would they be able to detect its existence? She longed for the brief peace, yet felt a strange unease. Yuan Zhao disliked being passive. Finding her father was crucial to understanding how the light guide should deal with him. However, with over 300 polluted areas across the country, constantly changing, finding a lone human was incredibly difficult. Dispelling the white mist as quickly as possible would accelerate the awakening of her complete domain. Yuan Zhao didn't stay on the first floor for long. She sighed and got up, calling Fire Phoenix to come upstairs with her. Upstairs. Xie Tu had already changed his clothes and replaced the water bottle in the water dispenser. He was about to come downstairs to call her, when he heard movement on the stairs. Yun Xiao appeared at the top of the stairs. The drizzle continued to fall. Although Xie Tu had protected her well, keeping her hair and clothes dry, her trouser legs inevitably got a little damp. Xie Tu pulled her into the room. Take a hot shower. Don't catch a cold. The light guide was frail, and Xie Tu still harbored resentment about her illness last year. His room was still the same, clean and tidy, the blankets on the bed folded into neat squares. I'm not a child. I know what I'm doing, Yun Xiao nudged him. Go write your report. Xie Tu didn't want to stay up late either. Okay, I get you a glass of water. He had wanted her to have a glass of milk before bed. But that batch of strawberry milk was already finished. They had to wait for the supply truck to return in a few days. Some of the supplies from Nanjing were prepared by them, including snacks and milk, which they could use to replenish the warehouse. Xie Tu quickly returned with a glass of water, placed it on the bedside table, said goodbye, and went to the study to write his report. Yun Xiao watched him leave, and was about to go take a shower when her wrist communicator vibrated. She initially thought Bai Yu was chatting with her, because she couldn't sleep. But when she opened the message, it was from Minister Duan. Minister Duan, the final investigation results regarding that dark guide have been confirmed. The online meeting of the 4 bases has just been scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. sharp. Yun Xiao quickly replied, okay, I'll be there on time. This was the first time Minister Duan had sent her anything related to official business since she joined the base. And it was her own suggestion. Just as the minister said, she couldn't stay in her comfort zone forever. To change the status quo, to change the guide's situation, she had to stand up and influence the decisions made above. Yun Xiao didn't receive a reply. As she prepared to go to the bathroom to shower, her peripheral vision caught sight of the tightly closed door across the hall, and she stopped again. She had seen it in the contaminated zone. It was Xie Tu's walk-in closet. There were dozens of boxes of princess dresses inside. The outfit she had left behind during her last stay should also be stored there. Her trouser legs were a little wet. She needed a change of clothes. Thinking this, Yun Xiao turned and headed towards the walk-in closet. The door opened gently with a push. The layout of the walk-in closet was exactly the same as what she had seen in the mirror world. A large trunk filled with princess dresses took up a third of the space, and on the left cabinet were several pairs of children's shoes covered with dust covers. Yun Xiao didn't really understand why he kept these things at home. The clothes were children's sizes. She couldn't wear them, and they were useless except for taking up space. Yun Xiao opened the wardrobe. Xie Tu's clothes were pitifully few, rows of short-sleeved shirts and jackets, all in very simple colors, either black or white. There was almost no third color to be found. Her sky-blue tracksuit stood out conspicuously among the others. Then Yun Xiao fell silent. She almost forgotten that the last time she stayed overnight was in winter. Thick winter tracksuits. Although it was raining outside today, and the temperature had dropped, these clothes still didn't seem suitable for sleeping in. She stared at a closet full of black and white outfits, hesitated for a moment, and then picked up Xie Tu's white t-shirt. Given their height difference, the oversized short-sleeved shirt could easily be worn as a dress. Perfect as pajamas. After showering, Yun Xiao scrambled into the neatly folded blankets on the bed and snuggled under the covers. Given the complexity of Nanjing, Xie Tu's report wouldn't be finished anytime soon. She decided to explore the spiritual realm. Blue sky and white clouds, crystal clear lake water. Around the lake stood an amusement park, a manor castle, and a newly appeared circus. Yun Xiao vaguely remembered something she had said as a child. She said that Zone 6, the contaminated area, was vast, and she was sealed within a small section by her father. The manor castle was where she lived, surrounded by amusement parks, food streets, schools, a circus. This central lake was perhaps part of the park. All the buildings formed around the park. From this, one could deduce what kind of scenes remained in the areas where the white mist hadn't dissipated. Yun Xiao recalled the cause and effect of each instance of the white mist dissipating. In Nanjing, she expended her mental energy to dispel the dark matter in the sky. The white mist in her mental realm surged and quickly dispersed. This was different from the previous 2 times. The previous 2 times, the white mist dissipated automatically because she remembered something. But this time, the circus seemed to be automatically providing her with energy. Nanjing was too vast. At the time, she wasn't sure if she could purify all the dark matter with her abilities. After all, Yun Xiao had never tested the limits of her mental power. Chapter 500. Yun Xiao walked along the lakeside, his footsteps landing on the wooden steps, stepping into his own private circus. The vermilion iron gate swayed gently in the breeze, its hinges emitting a pleasant tinkling sound. The interior was vast. Colorful flags fluttered at the entrance without wind, and a dozen red and white striped tents stretched out under the clear sky. The central performance area was covered with fine, silky white sand, and the edges of the massive circular stage were inlaid with luminous silver lines, outlining the entire space with a dreamlike clarity. The red velvet seats in the audience were neatly arranged, brand new as if just unpacked. The armrests gleamed like mirrors, reflecting the empty stage. No audience, no music. Like a meticulously preserved specimen, every detail was breathtakingly perfect, yet the emptiness was unsettling. Yuan Zhao looked around. He didn't quite understand the purpose of the circus's existence. Castles and amusement parks are at least places to live and play, but a circus without any living creatures means there are no performances. She felt completely unfamiliar with this place deep in her memory. This suggests that she didn't particularly like empty circuses as a child and rarely went to play there. Its overly useless existence seemed rather strange. Before Yuan Zhao could figure it out, a noise suddenly came from the room. Xie Tu had been busy until 11 o'clock, finally finishing his report. He slowed his pace and entered the room. A bedside lamp was on, emitting a soft, dim light that cast a warm halo around the corner. Yuan Zhao lay on her side on the bed. Her cheeks, flushed from drinking, had returned to their usual pale color. Half of her face was sunken in the pillow, her eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyes, trembling slightly with her breath, her chest rising and falling gently. Xie Tu leaned down, gently brushing aside the stray hairs beside her cheek. His gaze shifted downwards, landing on her exposed pajamas. A white short-sleeved shirt, the neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone, the wide sleeves draped over her slender arms. It was his short-sleeved shirt. Xie Tu's eyes darkened, his Adam's apple bobbing. He felt a tingling, numbing sensation, as if a feather had tickled his heart. He felt he should take a cold shower. Training started tomorrow, and he had a meeting in the inner city. A mountain of things awaited him. He couldn't let her stay up. Just as Xie Tu sat up, a hand grabbed the hem of his shirt at the back of his shirt. Yuan Zhao had woken up some time earlier. She lay in bed, her eyes clear, not like someone who had just woken up. I just entered the spiritual realm and took a look. Yuan Zhao's hand, still clutching his sleeve, remained steady as she softly said, the extra circus is very abrupt. I think it might be related to Dad. In the place where she grew up, there existed a circus that served no purpose. That place was completely unnecessary for little Yuan Zhao. Why did Yun Ju construct such a scene back then? Yuan Zhao wasn't very familiar with the relics of the old era, and she looked up at him, asking, what exactly does a circus do? Do you want to help me analyze it? Her words instantly stirred Xie Tu's heart. Was she inviting him to a spiritual connection? Perhaps that wasn't what she meant. But her words were like hooks, drawing his thoughts uncontrollably away. His pride and self-control, like thin ice in spring, crumbled before her. Seeing that he didn't respond, Yuan Zhao was about to describe the circus scene to him. The next moment, she felt a tightness around her waist. Xie Tu was already on the bed, leaning over her head. His eyes darkened slightly, his long, slender fingers brushing against her earlobe, carrying an unusual warmth. He shamelessly whispered in her ear, I analyze it for you afterward. The meeting was in the afternoon. She should be able to get up. Yuan Zhao's breath hitched slightly. What for? Mental counseling or? Xie Tu's aura enveloped her, like a mist suddenly rising from the edge of a forest, clear and irresistible. Their spiritual energies intertwined with each breath. Like two streams merging into the same river, inseparable. The moment their spiritual realms touched, they were like two nebulae drawn together, merging seamlessly. At the edge of the forest, they once again connected to that vast region. The edges spread in, vines climbing the carousel pillars, branches entwining the ropes of the high-altitude swing. The dampness of the forest mingled with the sweet scent of candy, creating a strange aroma unique to the two of them. It wasn't an invasion, but a resonance. There was no rejection, no resistance, only an almost fateful harmony. The silence of the circus was permeated by the vitality of the forest, and the depth of the forest was illuminated by the splendor of the castle. The carousel in the amusement park began to turn silently, the spots of light cast by the colored lights overlapping with the moonlight filtering through the forest, drawing flowing patterns on the ground. It didn't dissipate all night. A clear morning after the rain in the mountains. A sliver of light peeked through the misty sky, the wind rustling through the lush trees, their shadows dancing. Xie Tu, shirtless, entered the dressing room, his physique sculpted with fluid lines, his waist lean and his abs taut. He casually picked out some clothes, slipped them on, and quickly tidied himself up in the bathroom. The person in bed was fast asleep. Xie Tu didn't wake her, and quietly left the room. The morning mist hadn't yet dissipated, and a fine layer of dew clung to the ground, leaving clear wet trails as he stepped on them. Team Zero's training usually started at 8 o'clock. It was only 7 o'clock now. Usually, the training ground was deserted at this time. Sietu walked up the path. But he saw a busy figure in training ground too. A huge robot stood in the center of the field, its metal shell reflecting a cold light in the morning glow. Qi Ling had her back to him, operating the remote control in her hand. The robot then emitted a deep hum, its mechanical arm slowly rising, the joints making a slight turning sound as it moved slowly in the center of the field. Qi Ling ran after the robot around the field, then turned around and saw Sietu. "Good morning, Captain." Sietu glanced at the robots circling the area and nodded slightly. "I go to the inner city for a meeting first. When they arrive, have everyone do some warm-up exercises." Qi Ling replied, "Okay." Sietu drove into the inner city. He went to the operations department building to submit the mission report and also participated in an internal meeting regarding contaminated zone 344. This contaminated zone had taken everyone by surprise. The gatekeeper was the entire city. If the gatekeeper couldn't be killed, how would the combat personnel caught in it survive? This was a question that needed serious discussion. This meeting was just an internal discussion based on the report. It wasn't a formal meeting. After all, there were also sentries from the Dawn base participating. Once their report was ready, both bases would conduct a formal analysis based on the mission's movement trajectory. Minister Duan entered the meeting room carrying documents and looked around, only to find him alone. "Where's Yun Zhao?" Sietu replied calmly, "Resting at home." Chapter 501. Minister Duan didn't think much of it. She was busy all day and didn't have time to constantly monitor the team members' movements. These small meetings were usually only attended by the team leader and logistics personnel. Full attendance was only required if there were problems with the report or a major blunder in the operation. Minister Duan placed the documents on the table and notified the intelligence team, the calculation team, and relevant researchers to come to the meeting. Sietu sat alone at the conference table. "The report was just sent to your account." Minister Duan nodded, and before everyone arrived, she turned to the computer to review the documents. The report was very detailed. Every decisive action from entering the contaminated zone to its exit was recorded, except for the matter of concealing Yun Zhao. Minister Duan quickly skimmed through it. She picked up her teacup and calmly said, "We probably underestimated the capabilities of S-rank guides." It was hard to believe that Team Zero had managed to escape unscathed from several 5-star contaminated zones. And in the nearly impossible task of contaminated Zone 344, she led thousands to survival and ultimately eliminated the contaminated area. Sietu lowered his eyes slightly, leaning back in his chair, remaining silent. "There are some things I wanted to say before," Minister Duan continued. "The last 2 missions showed that her mental power is far too strong, even exceeding our understanding of guide abilities." Sietu's fingertips paused slightly on the table, his expression remaining calm. "Her mental power is indeed special, but still within a controllable range." Minister Duan looked at him sharply. "Especially this time, the contamination concentration in contaminated Zone 344 was approaching the critical threshold, and she alone stabilized the entire area. Is that what you call controllable?" Sietu paused for a moment, then slowly said, "She knows her limits." Minister Duan was speechless at his mindless defense. "Yun Zhao is from the operations department, of course I trust her." Minister Duan softened his tone, but the Dark Guide's affair was revealed at this time. As the only S-rank guide, she's too dazzling, countless eyes are watching her. The minister's words were loaded with meaning. Sietu didn't show it, changing the subject. "When will that Bishi arrive?" Minister Duan glared at him, replying, "He has a name, Xia Mingong." "Don't keep calling him Bishi, it offend people." Sietu hummed in agreement. "The grandson of Base Commander Xia from Hope Base?" Minister Duan, "That's right, probably tomorrow or the day after. Just keep that in mind." At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the conference room door, and people began to enter. Minister Duan and Sietu immediately stopped talking. A small meeting about contaminated Zone 344 soon began. After the meeting, Sietu went to the logistics department. He checked their armored vehicles, and the robots brought out from contaminated Zone 320. He didn't stay long. After reviewing the progress, he went to the shopping mall to buy groceries, and then drove back to the training ground. The team members and Jiang Mu's squad had already arrived. A group of people surrounded Qi Ling's robot, chattering away. "A combat robot? Can we bring it into the contaminated zone? It's rechargeable, right?" Look at its back, such a huge battery. What if there's nowhere to charge it? Are we supposed to carry it around? Don't we have a vehicle? Put it on the roof, or send it to your base's logistics department for modification. Duanji perked up immediately. Can we change it to be controlled by a mental link? Like the mechs in the movies? Wang Jiayu slapped him. Is it your robot or Qi Ling's? How can Qi Ling use it if it's controlled by a mental link? A gentleman uses words, not fists. Wang Jiayu, are you itching for a beating? Come on, there's definitely going to be a training match today. Tao Hao turned around, saw the car driving up the mountain, and shouted loudly, the captain's here. The group quickly scattered and ran to field number 1 to warm up. Jiangmu moved a chair and sat under the eaves, looking half asleep, lazily glancing at the people getting out of the car carrying a bunch of ingredients. Xie walked over, scanning the team members warming up with their backs to him on the training field. He said to Jiangmu, I won't charge you for the field, but help keep an eye on these lazy guys. Each time they slack off, they be fined 500 points, which we split. Jiangmu remained non-committal. Duanxi, Tao Hao, Wang Jiayu, and Qi Ling and Song Liang, who suffered an undeserved misfortune. How outrageous. The captain is so rich, yet he doesn't even spare the points in their cards. Qingzi and the others took the opportunity to cause trouble. Captain Xie. I snitched they. Before he could finish speaking, Tao Hao rushed over and covered his mouth. Qi Ling silently controlled the robot to the door of the metal hut, and quickly went to the next field to run. Jiangmu looked at his team members with a half smile. I must say, this method is not bad. We must treat everyone equally. Zhou Tianqi and the others already had a premonition of trouble. Sure enough, Jiangmu continued, you guys are the same. If you dare to slack off, you be fined 500 each time. Try to find enough to pay for the children's counseling next time. The sentries? Sure. Now everyone was in the same boat, and they hurriedly ran into the training field. Xie didn't participate in their antics. He went into the training room, printed out the training plan he had prepared the night before, handed it to Song Liang, and then took the ingredients back to his home in the valley. Xie entered the house. The two phoenixes had somehow run downstairs, and were playing around on the first floor. The little bluebird saw him, and gave him a cold, arrogant glance, its eyes clearly cursing him. I told you last time, what she had wasn't an injury, Xie said calmly, as he bent down to change his shoes. It's a very common mark, you get used to it. The little bluebird couldn't understand, and couldn't comprehend it. That didn't stop it from grumbling. Xie forbade the phoenixes to translate, went to the kitchen to wash the rice, and put it in the rice cooker, then quietly went upstairs to check. Yun Xiao was still asleep, and didn't even know he had been out. She slept with a touch of innocent charm, clearly exhausted from the previous night. His gaze lowered, a deep, lingering infatuation in his eyes. Xie sat by the bed, watching her sleeping face for a while, before finally getting up and closing the door behind him to go to the study. Last night, he had glimpsed an extra part of her mental realm. That circus didn't seem like a product of the old era. The old era had highly advanced technology and well-established animal protection laws. Circuses had long since abandoned animal performances, evolving into theatrical performances of acrobatics, drama, dance, clowns, and other forms of entertainment. The tents in her mental realm, however, resembled a style popular in an earlier era. Xie consulted relevant materials in the study. According to the materials, circuses originated in the gladiatorial arenas of ancient Rome, gradually evolving from arenas until their decline. The colorful tents and architecture of her mental realm were something Xie couldn't find in any of the materials. Perhaps it was because the materials were incomplete. Much information circulated in the Wasteland era in written form, images were scarce, and their origins were uncertain. Or perhaps, Xie lowered her eyes and thought, could Yunju building a circus in her living area be a hint? Chapter 502. Yun Zhao was awakened by the continuous vibrations of her communicator. She hadn't slept well because she was scheduled to attend a meeting that afternoon. Opening her eyes, she reached under her pillow for her communicator and curled up to check the messages. Minister Bai, are you free now? The guides learned you're attending the 4 major bases meeting this afternoon and would like to speak with you in person. Since the Dark Guide's affair was revealed, the entire guide community had fallen silent. While the sentinels next door were arguing heatedly, the guides were completely silent. No one stood up to speak. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they dared not. They dared not escalate the conflict, dared not shift the sentinels' attention to the entire guide community, and then try to prove their innocence for that fabricated charge. Although Minister Bai repeatedly reassured everyone that everything was alright, the day after the news broke, surveillance equipment was installed in the evacuation rooms both inside and outside the city. From the guides' perspective, they had always followed the base's arrangements, complementing the sentinels and guiding and sorting out their mental state. The existence of the dark guides completely shattered their long-held perception of their group. It was a shock of collapsing faith. Yuan Zhao was currently a key member of the combat department's force eliminating contaminated zones, but she was a guide, and currently the only S-rank guide. When the guides learned that she would be attending the meeting as a representative, they wanted to convey their thoughts to her. Yuan Zhao had no reason to refuse. She propped herself up, took a sip of water, and quickly replied, "Okay, I'll be there in an hour." Since the windows were installed, the lighting in the second-floor room had greatly improved. Yuan Zhao got out of bed barefoot, feeling somewhat weak, and went into the bathroom to tidy herself up. Having no clothes to change into, she wore the same loose casual clothes she'd worn yesterday. The afternoon meeting was formal. She'd probably have to show her face, and she'd need to go home later. Yuan Zhao went downstairs. Xie Tu was turning over the soil in the backyard, planning to go to the Agricultural Research Institute to get some watermelon seedlings to plant. Hearing movement inside, he washed his hands and went inside. Yuan Zhao was squatting in the entryway putting on her shoes. Seeing him approach, she said, "I have to go to the guidance center in the city." Xie Tu was a little surprised, glancing down at his communicator. "It's only 10 o'clock, there's still plenty of time. Why don't you eat first and then go?" Yuan Zhao shook her head. "I have an appointment with Minister Bai." Xie Tu sighed, squatting down to help her put on her shoes. "I take you there, and while I'm at it, I buy a shoe-changing stool in the city." He didn't mention the meat stewing in the pot. Yuan Zhao put on her shoes, supporting herself on his waist as she stood up. "Can I skip training?" Xie Tu pinched her cheek. "Didn't you say you didn't have time?" Yuan Zhao felt relieved. Her training progress was extremely slow. She really didn't want to climb mountains, run, or play tag with a group of sentries. She couldn't catch a single one. Xie Tu brought her 2 bags of bread and a carton of milk for breakfast. She already finished the strawberry milk, and fearing she might be lactose intolerant, he brought yogurt. The two went out together. The rain had stopped in the middle of the night, leaving the path damp and muddy. The training ground above was bustling with activity. Jiang Mu had somehow obtained a laser pointer and shown it on the bunker wall. The sentries followed the moving red dot, firing. The last 3 were assigned the dishwashing duty for the day. The red dot moved erratically, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, drawing random trajectories on the wall, prompting the sentries to curse and chase after it, firing their guns. "I absolutely can't be in the bottom 3. It's too embarrassing. Captain Jiang. Don't sway so fast. Damn it, my perfect marksman persona is about to crumble." The sentries wailed in unison. Wang Jiayu stood relaxed, moving effortlessly with the red dot. Her King Chameleon sniper rifle was perched on its sniper rifle, sharing the same view, and almost every shot hit its mark. "Wang Jiayu, you're cheating." Duanqi started yelling, but suddenly heard footsteps coming from the path behind the training room. He quickly shut up and focused on shooting. But the captain didn't even look at them. Yuan Zhao didn't disturb the people on the training field. He greeted Jiang Mu, who was sitting under the eaves, and got into the car to go into the city. Upon arriving at the evacuation room, Yuan Zhao wouldn't let him go in. "This is the guide's business. It's not appropriate for you to be there." Xie Tu was helpless against her crossing the river and burning the bridge behavior. "Okay, go back for lunch, or should I bring you food?" Yuan Zhao got out of the car, supporting herself on the door, and replied, "I eat at home and change my clothes. Aunt Zhao probably doesn't know you be going back for lunch. I pick you up and bring your food to your house," Xie Tu said through the car window. Yuan Zhao waved at him. "Okay, you go ahead and get busy." Since they confirmed their relationship, he seemed even more clingy. Before, if someone told her that an S-rank sentinel was a clingy person, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. Yuan Zhao stepped into the guidance room under his gaze. The lobby was deserted, with no one waiting. When she worked part-time here during the new year, the guidance room was always packed, with a huge number of sentinels queuing up for appointments, and the guides were busy all day long. Yuan Zhao didn't seem to care. In the relationship between guides and sentries, it's always been the sentries who can't live without guides. They have no choice but to rely on them. When they can't hold back any longer, or when a riot breaks out, they come sooner or later. That's probably why Minister Bai isn't in a hurry. She hadn't taken 2 steps when a figure in a blue uniform approached her. Yuan Zhao recognized him. "Xiang Mingjie, the guide receptionist from the Special Abilities Department. He was the young man who had greeted her when she first arrived at the base. Guide Yun, long time no see, Xiang Mingjie greeted her with a smile. Yun Xiao nodded, long time no see. Xiang Mingjie led the way. Minister Bai and the others are in the conference room. I take you there. Yun Xiao followed behind him and asked, did you transfer to the inner city? Xiang Mingjie smiled as he walked and replied, yes, I was transferred here last month. There are quite a few new guides joining this year, and someone needs to guide them through the inner city's affairs. You may have heard that since the forum went online, the number of wild guides registering and residing here has been increasing daily. Xiang Mingjie paused. Who knew I encountered this so soon after arriving? Yun Xiao nodded knowingly. Knowing her reserved nature, Xiang Mingjie led her to the conference room door. Minister Bai and the others are inside. Yun Xiao thanked him and pushed open the door to go inside. The meeting room in the guidance center wasn't large, but it was almost full of people, including all 4 A-level guides. Minister Bai, seated at the head of the table, rose. You're here. Please, have a seat. A seat was left empty on the left side of the long conference table. Yun Xiao nodded to everyone and sat down. The conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Yun Xiao could feel everyone's eyes focused on her, those gazes a mixture of expectation, trepidation, and even a hint of awe. Her gaze met that of the gentle, long-haired guide. Yun Xiao recognized her. Her spiritual form was a lop-eared rabbit, an A-rank guide named Yuan Lan. Yuan Lan paused for a moment, then smiled at her. Chapter 503. The conversations during the meeting felt less like a formal meeting and more like the guides finally having a chance to confide in each other and express their opinions. Initially, when the Dark Guides' evil deeds were exposed, most of them were incredulous and shocked. As guides, they had never known they could control sentinels. Behind the beautiful ideals they had always believed in lay a chilling darkness. This was followed by a deep sense of fear and unease. They feared that the Dark Guides' actions would lead to questioning and rejection of the entire guide community, and worried that the sentinels would become alienated and distrustful of them. Walking through the base, when their eyes met those of the sentinels, they couldn't help but wonder if there was suspicion in their eyes. This unfounded speculation made the guides extremely cautious in their daily interactions. The tacit understanding between them and the sentinels was now shrouded in shadow. Unable to prove their innocence, they simply remained silent, waiting for a solution from above. Contacting Yun Xiao was driven by a sliver of hope and expectation. They hoped Yun Xiao would speak up for the guides at the 4 bases meeting. They also hoped to find a solution to the current predicament through this meeting, to restore the relationship between guides and sentinels to normalcy, so they could work together to protect the bases. Everyone chimed in with their opinions. Yun Xiao listened quietly, finally speaking, "Thank you for your trust. I actually intended to do this all along." The older guide sitting opposite him adjusted his glasses. "We just want fair treatment. The existence of Dark Guides shouldn't be a reason to question the entire guide community." "That's right." Fong Qingye chimed in. "If we have to monitor everyone because of one exception, then can we also demand monitoring of the entire sentinel community every time a sentinel goes berserk?" This sharp analogy instantly turned Minister Bai's expression serious. Doing so would only exacerbate the conflict between the two sides. Yuan Lan spoke softly. "Surveillance isn't the core issue. The real problem is whether we can prove the entire guide group is trustworthy. Has anyone considered why the appearance of a single dark guide could shake the entire group's standing?" A silence fell over the meeting room, including Minister Bai's. Yun Xiao knew perfectly well what was going on, but knew he couldn't directly confront them now, because the guides were too weak. The guides of the Wasteland era, confined to the base, had lost their fighting spirit. For a long time, they had relied on a symbiotic relationship with the sentinels, gradually losing their drive and ambition in the comfort of their newfound stability. When crisis struck, they were powerless to assert themselves forcefully, and could only sink into a passive quagmire. Seeing no one answer, Yuan Lan sighed softly and continued, "We always say we're the guardians of the Sentinel's spiritual world, but now, even our own position is precarious. We become accustomed to following the rules, accustomed to working under the base's protection, but we've forgotten to improve our ability to cope with crisis." These words brought a deathly silence to the entire conference room. Minister Bai frowned slightly, hesitated, and finally spoke slowly, "Everyone, don't worry too much. The meeting results will be announced this afternoon. Also, the White Tower is under construction. Once completed, a comprehensive guide training system will be established. If you have any suggestions or opinions, you can talk to me privately." As a leader, Minister Bai was always gentle and easy to talk to. Concerning the reputation of the entire Special Abilities Department, he would naturally do his best to advocate for it at the afternoon meeting. But at this critical juncture, he didn't want the guides to have any other ideas. At least not now. Okay. Yuan Lan was very clever. She stopped short of probing further. Yuan Zhao listened in on the whole thing and developed a good impression of this guide she rarely interacted with. Lop-eared rabbit, very insightful. This incident might not be a bad thing. It made the guides realize their limitations and crisis. It might be the beginning of change. The guide's demands were very clear. It was hard to describe the feeling. Thinking back to the time when things went out of control at the farmer's market, she actually possessed some of the traits of a dark guide. Sitting here as a dark guide, discussing the impact of dark guides with everyone, she wasn't truly at peace. At the afternoon meeting, she wasn't just fighting for the interests of the entire guide community, but also for herself. At the end of the conversation, Yuan Zhao said softly, "I understand." The conversation actually didn't last long, less than an hour in total. Xie was probably still at home cooking. Yuan Zhao didn't message him. She remembered she only had casual clothes at home, and after a moment's thought, decided she should go to the shopping mall and buy a new outfit. She should dress more formally for the meeting. Anyway, she didn't need the points. Minister Bai was the last to leave the meeting room. He walked with her and offered to take her home. There were no bus stops outside. Yuan Zhao didn't refuse, thanked him, and got into Minister Bai's car. As the head of the Special Abilities Department, he would naturally attend the afternoon meeting. But the two didn't talk about these things. Instead, they talked about Bai Yu. Minister Bai sighed. Since Xiao Yu went out, she only sends a message every few days to let us know she's safe. The old father's tone held a hint of resentment. His daughter had grown up. She was no longer the little darling who used to cling to him and shower him with affection. Yuan Zhao. She texts me every day, telling me about the interesting things she's encountered. Minister Bai, Yuan Zhao paused, then added, she gained a lot from this trip, witnessing the harsh realities of the outside world and finding her direction in life. Minister Bai understood what she meant. Bai Yu's lack of contact didn't mean he, as her father, wouldn't reach out to others. Old Han praised her endlessly, saying she remained calm in the face of adversity and possessed a strong sense of justice, but Minister Bai had his own concerns. I only have this one daughter. Bai Yu would one day succeed him, entering the core of the base to manage all the guides. The base's leadership team all knew each other well, having been rooted here for generations. Not to mention the centuries-old friendship between the Bai family and the Shin and Han families. How could he bear to let his pampered daughter venture out into the unknown, enduring hardships and dangers that most people wouldn't even dare to imagine? Because she simply didn't need to. Bai Yu's birth destined her to possess resources unavailable to ordinary people. She didn't need to work hard. But that doesn't conflict with what she's doing. Yuan Zhao naturally sided with her friend. Experience is what helps you grow. She's first and foremost herself, and only secondly your daughter. You should try to understand her. Bai Yu has seen many things outside the base that we can't see inside, the dangers of the contaminated zone, the suffering of the people. She didn't act impulsively. She genuinely wanted to do something for the base and for everyone. You can't raise a towering tree in a greenhouse. Gaining experience and a deeper understanding of the outside world will only benefit her in the future. Minister Bai naturally understood this. A young person's passion isn't a bad thing. He was worried about his daughter's safety. Yuan Zhao also worried about this and offered, why don't you arrange a time with her? They couldn't just leave her outside all the time. If it was just going to the outposts, she could go with the changing shifts and return. Her safety would be guaranteed. Minister Bai rubbed his temples. Let me think about it some more. Chapter 504. The shopping mall has arrived. Yuan Zhao thanked Minister Bai again before getting out of the car and heading straight to the second floor. She bought a slightly formal white shirt, the kind with a bow tie at the collar. The sales assistant recommended a pair of easy-to-match black suit pants, but she refused. She didn't like black. Yuan Zhao chose a pair of burgundy pants herself. The color was a bit dark, and the red pants paired with the white shirt looked quite good. After shopping, Yuan Zhao sent Xie a message and took the bus home. The shooting lesson at the training ground had also ended. Jiang Mu put away his laser pointer and said lazily, Qi Ling, help me tally the rankings. Qi Ling replied, okay, Captain Jiang. Although he said that, the sentry shooting speed was too fast. With a dozen or so people, how could he see who hit how many? Seeing this, the sentries took the initiative to report their numbers. I dare not exaggerate. Don't be fooled by Zhang's feigned indifference. He's definitely aware of everything. If they get caught, what about their reputation? Zhou Tianqi nervously came over to check, and upon discovering he wasn't there, he burst out laughing and Wenla, last place. Serves you right for laughing at me yesterday, ha ha ha. And Wenla, upon hearing Zhou Tianqi's mockery, instantly bristled, retorting with a stiff neck, if you're so capable, let's have a physical competition. Shooting wasn't his strong suit. Tao Hao was third from last. He muttered in defense, I'm a heavy weapons operator, I usually use cannons. This shooting rifle is too light, it's not my fault. Finally, Tao Hao got to the point, old song, don't tell the captain. Song Liang sighed, when he sees you washing the dishes later, do you think the captain won't know? Tao Hao, Wang Jiaoyu, having won first place, was mocking Duanxi. Just one shooting practice, Wang Jiaoyu, you're getting all cocky. Not convinced? Let's have a one-on-one match in physical education this afternoon. Heh, I always let you win in physical education. Don't cry if you lose. You think I'm afraid of you? If I lose, I do your laundry for a week. Duanxi flicked her forehead and said nonchalantly sure. Their daily banter was nothing new to everyone. Jiangmu leaned against a large tree and said slowly, all right, go cook. Let's cook rice noodles, Qi Jun suggested. Song Liang chimed in, okay, that's easy. The two in charge of cooking agreed immediately. Rice noodles are so simple, just soak them, throw them in the pot, and you're good to go. Those who don't cook understand the daily struggles they face. Qingzi looked around. Our team leader Xia and Guide Yun coming over for lunch? Song Liang went to the warehouse to get ingredients, then turned back and said, I sent a message to ask. The others, arms around each other, their backs soaked with sweat, chatted and laughed as they entered the training room to rest. After the rain stopped, the temperature soared. In the distance, the half-built twin towers, one on each side, swayed slightly in the heat, like a mirage. Jiangmu looked around carefully for a while, then stepped inside to enjoy the air conditioning, only to see Xie Tu carrying a lunchbox and rice cooker coming up the path. Not coming back for lunch? Jiangmu raised an eyebrow. Xie Tu hummed in agreement, stopping as he passed Jiangmu, pointing to the lunchbox in his hand, and forcibly sharing it, bringing lunch to my girlfriend. Jiangmu, ? Xie Tu stopped there, picked up the food, and turned to walk towards the car. Jiangmu realized what was happening, his tone languid. Last night at the dinner party, I heard her call him Captain, huh? They're officially confirmed boyfriend and girlfriend. Such a distant address. How could she dare show off in front of him? Xie Tu paused in closing the door, then started the car expressionlessly. With Yun Zhao gone, Jiangmu temporarily won, leisurely turning and stepping into the training room. Outer City District. Xie Tu entered the residential area and bumped into Cheng Dongqing on the first floor. Cheng Dongqing had helped drive the car to the operations department that night and chatted with his brother for a while, only realizing what was going on when he got back. How was brother Xie going to get home without a car? He went home and asked the other people living on the first floor, and they all said he was still upstairs. Cheng Dongqing thought, since he'd taken 2 boxes of ammunition, he'd drive brother Xie home later. But he waited and waited, and the guy didn't come down all night. Cheng Dongqing finally understood. Good grief. Although he already knew Yun Zhao was in a relationship, this was the first time he openly let her stay overnight. Did Aunt Zhao and the town mayor know? Cheng Dongqing was afraid of being scolded and didn't dare ask, nor did he dare tell He Xiang. Seeing someone approaching with a lunchbox, he awkwardly greeted them. Brother Xia, are you bringing food to Yun Zhao? Xie Tu nodded, she's back? Cheng Dongqing pointed to the ceiling. She just got back a little while ago, upstairs. Xie Tu went over and pressed the elevator button, casually asking, do you have enough bullets? I bring you 2 more boxes another day. Cheng Dongqing waved his hands repeatedly, enough. We haven't been hunting much lately, we've been using traps more. Even if they really became brother-in-law, he couldn't keep taking advantage of her. What if this S-rank sentry looked down on Yun Zhao? The elevator arrived. Xie Tu, unaware of his thoughts, didn't chat much and simply said he was going to enter. They arrived at the 12th floor. Xie Tu retrieved the key from under the electrical panel and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Yun Zhao was nestled on the sofa with her laptop. Hearing the door open, she turned her head and looked at him. You even brought the rice cooker? It's more convenient to carry it, otherwise, I have to carry 2 more lunch boxes for rice. Xie Tu calmly placed the things on the table and walked towards her. Yun Zhao was researching the Red Crown Crane team when she felt a shadow fall over her. He suddenly kissed her, pausing for several kisses before releasing her. Eat first. Yun Zhao touched her kissed lips, feeling that Xie Tu was acting a little strange. She didn't think much of it, assuming it was separation anxiety. At the dining table, Yun Zhao recounted the message Commander Shen had sent her. The Red Crown Crane team consists of 5 people: Shen Ying, Lao Bai, De Dao, Ding Lang, and a female sentinel named Xing Nandai. They all grown up together. She then asked with some confusion, since they're all together, why hasn't the base publicized their deeds? Xia Tu picked up some food for her and replied, because only one spiritual totem is needed. Too much dispersed power is detrimental to the base's development. This is to avoid future infighting that could lead to the base's demise. In the apocalypse, centralized power is essential. For example, right now, if someone in the higher-ups felt that Commander Shen was incompetent and wanted to seize power, the sentinels who see the Red Crown Crane as their spiritual totem, and the ordinary people living on the base, would not agree. The people of the base would resolutely uphold the Red Crown Crane's status. In the eyes of the world, the Red Crown Crane represents Dawn Base. Without the Red Crown Crane, there is no Dawn Base. Even if Commander Shen is mediocre, his position will not be shaken by anyone. Chapter 505. There's a folktale you definitely don't know. Spreading gossip was something he would never normally do. Xia Tu paused before saying, the father of Shen Ying's child is a mystery. Rumor has it it's old Bai's. Clatter. Yun Zhao's chopsticks fell on the table. She gasped, 2 guides? Xia Tu slowly said, the folk belief is that because both were guides, it's inappropriate, so they don't reveal the father. Yun Zhao pressed, what about the descendants of the Bai family? Old Bai was the ancestor of the Baiyu family. That's even more outrageous. Xia Tu picked up her chopsticks and wiped them. The rumor is that the twins born to the Red Crown Crane took one father's surname, and the other mother's. The folk's self-proclaimed evidence is that the Bai and Shen families never intermarried. Xia Tu, these rumors were quite detailed a few years ago, but they gradually subsided after the Dark Ages ended. Yun Zhao had just eaten a huge juicy piece of gossip. Even meat didn't seem so appealing to her anymore. Then why didn't you say so sooner? Xia Tu sighed helplessly. These are just rumors, unverified, and they're of no help to the mission. Even if they were true, it wouldn't concern them. Han Dao made it very clear that not everyone can become a gatekeeper. It requires a strong will to break free from constraints. Xia Tu said, he and Ding Lang didn't see the final outcome, didn't receive their companion's last news, so it's understandable that they feel resentful. The first 2 to sacrifice themselves were probably the ones with the strongest will. What about later? Who knows? After finishing their meal, the 2 rested at home for a while before preparing to go out early. Yun Zhao changed into a newly bought white shirt, paired with burgundy trousers. She lowered her head and tugged at the ribbon of her bow, her eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. Feeling pleased with herself, she said, I think it's quite formal. Xia Tu turned around. Sunlight streamed in obliquely from the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting soft shadows on her. The soft white shirt clung perfectly to her figure, and the burgundy slim-fit trousers accentuated her long legs. Xia Tu's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Beautiful. This ingenious way of dressing was suitable for formal occasions yet retained a casual, everyday ease. Just like Yun Zhao's unique personality. A calm and reserved exterior concealing a playful and passionate spirit. Yun Zhao was satisfied. Then let's go. The 2 went out and drove towards the inner city. Stepping into the conference room, it was only 1:40. 2 or 3 people were scattered inside, seemingly chatting, turning their heads at the sound. Minister Xiao of the logistics department was among them, smiling and waving to Yun Zhao, long time no see. Come sit down. Minister Xiao, long time no see. Yun Zhao, dressed in a new outfit different from his usual style, walked lightly to sit opposite him. Xia Tu lagged 2 steps behind, nodding to Minister Xiao. The other 2 seated men were the commander of the reinforcement force and Jean, the adjutant from the security department. They all greeted him. The Dark Guide incident had a significant impact, but it had little effect on Yun Zhao. The base personnel's attitude towards Yun Zhao remained unchanged. Minister Duan was nowhere to be seen. He was probably still busy. After exchanging pleasantries, Minister Xiao and Yun Zhao began chatting. Minister Xiao did most of the talking, while Yun Zhao listened. The last time I saw you was during the new year. Don't just bury yourself in work all the time. Come and visit the inner city more often. Today's meeting had nothing to do with the logistics department and wouldn't affect its internal operations. Minister Xiao was very calm. Getting to know more people and broadening your horizons will benefit you in the future. The rarity of an S-rank guide was self-evident. But her personality was too introverted. She focused solely on missions and training. Having been here for so long, she didn't know many people, and her relationships with other sentinels and guides were only SOSO. I understand. I come often in the future. Yun Zhao was too embarrassed to admit it was because she was lazy. Training was already tiring enough. She didn't have the energy to run to the inner city. It would be much better to stay home and rest. She responded, her gaze unintentionally falling on the engineering blueprints in front of Minister Xiao. The intersecting lines on the cover formed the outlines of two towers, one painted black, the other blank. These were the design drawings for the twin towers. Did Minister Xiao create these drawings? Minister Xiao paused in his tea drinking. Why are you suddenly interested in this? Curious. Yun Zhao lowered her eyes. Xie turned to look at her, his brow twitching slightly. She had asked the same question the day he returned. I don't have that ability. Minister Xiao put away the document. Last year, we decided to build professional housing for sentries and guides. Base Commander Shen remembered there was a blueprint in the archives, so he took it out. At the time, it was only a semi-finished product. We discussed and revised it together. Oh, I see. Yun Zhao stared at the cover. It doesn't look like a building from the old era. In those days, no one would build such a large tower for living. Comfort level is unknown. But the population density would be too high, evacuation would be extremely difficult in an emergency, and the practicality of such a towering and unique building in the old era is truly questionable. Minister Xiao chuckled. The architectural styles of the old era were diverse. Each country and ethnic group had its own unique characteristics. Perhaps these are blueprints left behind by some country. At that moment, several more people entered the conference room. The logistics personnel had already connected and logged into the online meeting. Yun Zhao saw Base Chief Shen and Minister Bai, with Minister Duan following closely behind. Base Chief Shen greeted her, inquiring about her recent situation. Yun Zhao had to stop talking. Xie sat beside her, looking up at the projection on the screen. The screen was divided into 4 sections, projecting the 4 conference rooms of the 4 major bases, clearly showing everyone inside. Next to it was the list of people logged into the system. Fu Yu's name flashed by. Jiangmu wasn't there, so he'd probably be logging in again. Yun Zhao saw Minister Han and Bai Yu on the screen. They were sitting in the Dawn Base's conference room. The little girl secretly waved to her, then buried her head in a message. Yun Zhao opened it. Bai Yu, you scared me. You actually agreed to show your face. Yun Zhao, it's not like I'm ashamed. I definitely come to a meeting like this that concerns the entire guy community. Bai Yu, oh dear, that's not what I meant. I thought you didn't want to. I begged Uncle Han for ages before he finally agreed to take me. I was planning to let you know immediately if anything happened. Yun Zhao, I listen, and even if I don't show my face. Bai Yu, I forgot. At the last minute, the chubby girl with the big head logged into the online system just in time. Yun Zhao put away her communicator, tugged at Xie arm, and whispered, which one is Bishi? There should be a signal on the road. As an S rank, he's qualified to attend the meeting. Yun Zhao was very curious about the spiritual entity that could beat up the main body. After all, even if the Fire Phoenix was rebellious, it wouldn't dare beat up Xie Tuesday. It actually beat up the main body so badly that it had to seek help from the Dawn base. Xie knew she meant nothing by it, so he glanced around and pointed to someone, Xia Mingong. Which one? The text below the profile pictures was very small, and Yun Zhao couldn't quite make it out. Xie, the one with the most flamboyant profile picture. Chapter 506. Show off? This was the first time Yun Zhao had heard Xie use that word to describe someone's avatar. But among the hundreds of small avatars on the right side of the screen, she couldn't immediately place which one it was. The meeting had officially begun. Yun Zhao temporarily put aside her chaotic thoughts. To be honest, she felt both apprehensive and somewhat expectant about this meeting. On one hand, she worried that the decisions made above would be detrimental to her. On the other hand, she hoped that the entire guy community could truly stand up. Gentlemen, the investigation meeting regarding the recent Dark Guide incident is now beginning. The voice resounded throughout the conference hall through the loudspeaker system. We have the final investigation results. The speaker was Su Chuan, the head of the security department from the Dawn base. His expression was solemn, and his voice was deep. Through the Research Institute's genetic tracing and event reconstruction, we have confirmed that the so-called Dark Guide does indeed exist, and currently there is only one. The expressions of the people in the 4 conference rooms varied, but no one showed surprise. Clearly, everyone had already received the news. Lin Yu, 22 years old, unregistered guide, clashed with a team of sentries in contaminated Zone 105. She escaped using her special abilities and subdued the sentries, leading them out of the contaminated zone. The scene switches to a blurry surveillance video. The location is the edge of contaminated Zone 105 surveillance area. 7 fully armed sentries suddenly kneel down, while only a slender figure's back is captured at the edge of the frame. Shortly afterward, a convoy bearing red-crowned crane markings passes by, notices the anomaly, and arrests the guide. The image is very blurry, almost obscuring her face. Under interrogation, she confessed to being a dark guide, stating it was a family trait. Before this, we had never known that there were guides with special abilities. Su Chuan's voice came through the loudspeaker. Base Commander Shen quickly lowered his head and took a sip of water. Minister Bai maintained his gentle and kind demeanor, looking up at the screen. Yun Zhao and Minister Han on the screen remained as steady as a mountain, as if it had nothing to do with them. According to the interbase jurisdiction regulations, the incident occurred within the jurisdiction of Dawn Base and should be handled by Dawn Base, Minister Su Chuan said. And our decision will be to place this guide under lifelong guardianship. Immediately, someone raised an objection. The speaker was the head of the Dawn Base's security department. The upper limit of the Dark Guide's abilities is uncertain. This matter should be investigated by a special research team established by the 4 major bases to determine as soon as possible whether it's a genetic mutation or something else entirely, Minister Han, representing the Dawn Base, said. Indeed, this matter concerns the entire group. Individual supervision is not conducive to risk control. The Hope Base echoed, currently, only this one case has been discovered. We are more concerned about whether the Dark Guide is just an isolated incident, or whether this group is quietly growing stronger in some unknown corner. If the Dark Guides haven't developed a proper worldview, and use their abilities indiscriminately, it will be an extremely terrifying disaster. Furthermore, who can guarantee that there aren't any Dark Guides in the 4 major bases? This statement caused silence to fall over the room. The existence of special guides was previously unknown. The 4 major bases had only registered their internal guides and conducted level tests, never delving into whether they possessed hidden special abilities. Now that dark guides have been discovered, we must consider this possibility. The key now is to conduct a comprehensive rescreening of the guides in the 4 major bases. Minister Su, I suggest revising the regulations for individuals with special abilities to include regular mental health checks on all registered guides, comprehensive monitoring, and isolation measures when necessary. The head of the Dawn Base nodded. Daily work supervision is also necessary, from monitoring mental energy fluctuations and conducting regular psychological assessments to establishing a mechanism for punishing violations. We can't afford to be complacent and wait until other dark guides cause trouble under our noses before taking action. Most of those present were sentinels and agreed with this approach. However, the few guides present were mostly in high positions. For example, Base Chief Shen and Minister Bai, among others, had to consider the stability of the base and had to consider more factors. On one hand, there was the Sentinel's fear of uncontrolled abilities. On the other hand, there was the potential for excessive supervision to provoke a rebellion among the guides. Without supervision, even unfounded speculation was enough to cause panic within the base. These past few days have been the best proof. Minister Bai thought for a moment and was about to speak when a voice rang out. Including me? Yun Zhao's voice fell. The air in the meeting room seemed to freeze. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. In the conference room of Dawn Base, most of the people present were dressed in uniforms. Among the few guides present, the S-rank guide in white stood out. Yun Zhao heard her own steady breathing. She could feel countless eyes scanning her, both on and off the screen. The little bluebird, impatient with the meeting, was playing alone in its mental realm. The prying gazes made it irritable, and it muttered curses. Useless. Trash. Ah, don't stare. Yun Zhao's fingers, which were under the table, curled slightly. A large hand reached out and grasped her hand from under the table. Yun Zhao's gaze remained calm as she met the stares directed at her. I mean, the testing and comprehensive surveillance, including me? Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to every corner of the almost suffocatingly quiet meeting room. The Hope Base, which had initially proposed this, fell silent. It was a joke. Xia Mingong hadn't even arrived at Dawn Base yet. Making things difficult for this S-rank guide at this time was tantamount to insanity. The others present understood as well. S-rank guides possessed special characteristics. Not only were their mental strength immense, but they were also the vital link maintaining the stability of the S-rank sentinels. She was in the operations department, rarely appearing at the base. The so-called isolation and surveillance measures were ineffective against her, because she herself was special. Service is not enslavement. Guides and sentinels have equal rights. Why point the finger at the entire guide group without any evidence? Yuan Zhao's status gave her an inherent advantage. She had to speak up for the entire guide community and state her position. I oppose any policies implemented against guides other than the second mental health test. Xia Tu followed calmly. I second that. Minister Duan remained silent. The atmosphere in the meeting room froze. Then, several more people stood up to express their opposition, including Bai Yu, who had been the most vocal. If the sentries don't trust us, then they can refuse to undergo guidance. Unfortunately, her voice was quickly drowned out. Frequent mental testing and comprehensive surveillance are torture for guides, and could even lead to mental breakdown. Who will bear the consequences then? Perhaps the surveillance plan needs further consideration. Now that dark guides have appeared, how much time do we have left to consider it? The head of the Dawn base said helplessly, are we supposed to wait for more dark guides to appear and cause a major disaster before we take action? But if unreasonable surveillance leads to dissatisfaction among the guide community and intensifies internal conflicts, wouldn't that be a disaster? Opinions were divided, and a stalemate ensued. Minister Bai glared at his daughter, coughed lightly, and broke the deadlock. Guide Yun's words are not without merit. We cannot only see the threat of dark guides and ignore the rights of normal guides. Chapter 507. The representatives from each base had differing attitudes towards the dark guide incident, turning what should have been a serious meeting into a noisy marketplace. Jiang Mu, bored, created a group chat. The group only had 4 members, himself, Yun Zhao, Xia Tu, and Fu Heng. The group was named 4ST Party. Fu Heng, ? Big-headed chubby girl. The world really is a giant makeshift operation. Yun Zhao was focused on the focus of the meeting's debate, and didn't have time to check his communicator. Xia Tu glanced at it briefly but ignored it. While the argument seemed heated, the leaders of each base already knew the situation. The so-called expressing opinions was merely a way to maximize their own interests, downplay the issue, shift responsibility to others, and finally deliver the final result. Jiang Mu knew this, and was trying to salvage his base's reputation. Yun Zhao's stance was also influencing the decisions made by the various bases. No one wanted to make things difficult for ordinary guides. What the 4 bases truly wanted was stability as before. So, they laid the conflict out in the open from the start, and in the end, one person backed down while the other was brought to a halt. After announcing the meeting results, they said, you see, we protected the rights of both sentinels and guides. Base Commander Shen and Minister Bai were happy to let Yun Zhao establish a voice in the guide group. Aside from acting as peacemakers, they didn't participate in the arguments. They were all seasoned shrewd individuals. Jiang Mu sent another message in the group. Look at the system member list. Fu Shi, I saw it, that Bai Shi's avatar turned gray. He suddenly went offline. Did he walk into a dead zone or suddenly get caught in a contaminated area? Xia Tu looked up. In the online meeting system with hundreds of people, the once bright gold background avatars were now grayed out. The profile picture was of a cartoon character. Long, flamboyant purple hair flew wildly in a sudden gust of wind, and the face was adorned with futuristic silver makeup. The eyes gleamed with an untamed and confident light. A wicked and arrogant smile played on the corners of the mouth, and one hand casually flashed a victory sign. Calling it flamboyant was certainly accurate. The chubby girl with the big head, I heard it's not far from Dawn Base, most likely the latter. Fu Heng, that's alright, there are no high-risk contaminated areas near Dawn Base. As an S-rank sentinel, accompanied by others, a low-level contaminated area wouldn't be beyond their capabilities. Neither of them took it seriously. Yun Zhao was seriously holding a meeting, not even glancing at the communicator. It's the same old rhetoric again, blaming everything on the guides, and then further stripping them of their rights. Alright, just announce the solution directly, we can vote and argue slowly when we see them. The outcome regarding the dark guides. Their human rights are preserved, and they are jointly monitored by a joint observation team from the 4 bases, temporarily housed in the Dawn Base's Special Monitoring Center. A 3-month in-depth ability assessment will be conducted, including mental strength threshold testing, genetic tracing, and controllability experiments. Their ability characteristics, genetic level analysis, and patterns of ability application will be analyzed. During the assessment, any unilateral contact or experimentation is prohibited, and all research data must be shared among all 4 parties. An in-depth investigation will be conducted to determine if there are other potential dark guides. Second, tiered monitoring and detection. For ordinary guides, the 4 bases will implement moderate monitoring. Without interfering with their normal work and ability performance, regular monitoring of mental fluctuations will be added, with a frequency set at once per quarter. Annual psychological assessments will be added. This will be conducted through random sampling, no more than 50 cases per base per year, requiring the individual's signed informed consent. Further in-depth testing will only be initiated upon detection of abnormal fluctuations, and the entire process must fully respect the individual's privacy. Third, regulations and systems will be improved. The regulations and systems for individuals with special abilities will be revised to clarify the definition standards, supervision procedures, rights protection, and punishment mechanisms for various types of individuals with special abilities. The new system will be developed after extensive consultation with both sentinels and guides to ensure fairness and reasonableness, and will be simultaneously publicized and implemented in all 4 bases for the supervision of all members. Fourth, information disclosure and reassurance will be implemented. Each base leader will lead an information release conference for all members, truthfully disclosing details of the Dark Guide incident, investigation progress, and supervision measures to avoid unfounded speculation and panic. Simultaneously, a dedicated psychological counseling team will be established to provide psychological support to members who have a fear of dark guides, maintaining stability and harmony within the base. This outcome differs slightly from the initial assessment, and the handling has been more lenient. It is somewhat related to S-level guides. All 4 bases currently have S-rank sentinels, relying on her to maintain a stable mental domain. Moreover, she just eliminated another 5-star contaminated zone this year. Those dangerous places that were once unreachable in the eyes of the world are no longer so terrifying. The salvation plan is progressing smoothly, and everything is developing in a positive direction, except for the Dark Guide. Regarding the controversy over the monitoring in the counseling room, Yun Zhao said, after carefully reviewing the handling results, the main function of the counseling room is to provide sentinels and guides with a private and relaxing psychological counseling space. Installing a surveillance system in such a space is inappropriate. We hope it can be removed to preserve the basic rights of the guides. Surveillance would only exacerbate conflict and wouldn't be effective. If there were truly dark guides, they wouldn't do anything malicious under surveillance. The cooperation between sentinels and guides is based on trust. After this incident, the sentinels will surely come to their senses sooner or later. Dark guides are, after all, a minority. Aren't the guides who have worked together for years worthy of trust? This proposal was quickly passed. Yun Zhao reviewed it carefully again. If this is everyone's consensus, I have no objection. Even if she was slow to realize it, she understood. It turns out a group of actors were putting on a show. Finally, they were going along with it to do her a favor. Behind this seemingly simple decision, the power struggles between various forces were probably far more complex than she saw. However, since the result aligned with her initial intentions, she didn't want to dwell on these intricacies any longer. She knew very well that the guides had to stand up for themselves. Xie Tu only said 2 words throughout. Seconded. He remained a complete bystander. He glanced at the Hope Base's conference room on the screen. The scene was chaotic. Everyone was whispering with their microphones muted. The old man at the head of the table frowned, listening to the report from those around him. Clearly, they had received news of Xia Mingong's disappearance. Xie Tu gestured for Yun Zhao to check the group chat, and then opened the map. According to the data, the nearest contaminated zone to the Dawn Base was hundreds of kilometers away. Following the route taken from Hope Base, they would pass through the border area between Chongqing and Hunan. This was also the area Xie Tu and Yun Zhao had passed through on their return journey. The danger level was only 2 stars. As an S-rank sentinel, he should be able to handle it. Chapter 508. The sky was a hazy gray. The streets were shrouded in mist, the buildings on both sides riddled with holes. Giant billboards and glaring neon lights flickered erratically, their lights scattering wildly, casting a bizarre and surreal glow on the ground. Several half-human, half-monster mutants muttered to themselves, their steps mechanical as they wandered the streets. Drips of slimy fluid constantly fell from their bodies, accompanied by a grating, corrosive sound. Bang! A loud crash. In the distance, the rusted metal fence of a building was kicked open. TSK, this color scheme. Xia Mingang, hands in his pockets, strode out with a swagger. His custom-made long trench coat billowed in the wind, striking and ostentatious, completely out of place in this oppressive and dangerous polluted area. He squinted at the neon sign twitching in the mist. It matches my combat uniform quite well. If you don't want to wear it, you can give me yours. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat, with thinning silver hair and glasses, followed him out through the gate. I designed this combat uniform myself. Xia Mingang tossed his hair. Professor Chi, you don't understand. Looks are the most important fighting force. Chi Shichi had already entered, paying no attention to him. The dilapidated street flashing neon lights, the jarring contrast between light pollution and darkness, created a strong visual impact. He had spent half his life researching contaminated areas. This was his first time stepping into one. Comparing the cold data in the documents, everything around him felt incredibly real, almost tangible. Chi Shichi's eyes gleamed with fervor. Contaminated Area Number 24 is located in Chongqing. It used to be known as the Cyber City, the 8D City. Xiao Mingang looked down at his rust-stained boots and exclaimed, Cyber? Yes, look at this light pollution. It's all scenery preserved from the old era. Chi Shichi was very excited. I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes one day. Xiao Mingang shrugged. That's only found in the ruins of the old main city, right? You don't understand. The contaminated zone is bizarre and surreal. Everything inside is only related to the gatekeeper. Chi Shichi subconsciously reached for the box to collect data, but realized he hadn't brought anything in. Where's our car? The young master complained that the convoy was moving too slowly. Having endured it all the way, and seeing that they were almost at Dawn Base, he stepped on the gas and pulled Chi Shichi away from the group. As a result, the two of them were inexplicably swept into the contaminated zone. Xiao Mingang coughed lightly. That's not important. It's just a 2-star contaminated zone. I go find the car after I cleared this place. He didn't want to talk about how embarrassing it was to be kicked into the contaminated zone by his own spiritual body. Chi Shichi's eyes widened. My box is in the car. How can I record data if I don't have anything? Frankenstein, can you stop thinking about data all the time? Aren't you in a hurry to go to Dawn Base to see your ancestor? This person, buried in research, actually offered to go with him upon learning he was going to Dawn Base. Xiao Mingang thought he had changed his ways. But he revealed his true colors as soon as they entered the contaminated area. What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and find the key. Why don't we just get the stuff before coming in? Chi Shichi was itching to get his hands on the key and didn't bother arguing. Quick, give me your combat suit. I need to go check on those mutants. The mutants behave very differently in the contaminated area. Now is the best time to observe them. Okay. Xiao Mingang took off his black trench coat with gold stitching and handed it to him. You study the data. I study how to make the enemy cry with coolness. Clear division of labor. He had barely finished speaking when a massive stone tablet appeared out of thin air, crashing down like Mount Tai. Xiao Mingang covered his head. Damn it, you hit me again? Chi Shichi, having donned his combat suit that protected him from the corrosive liquid, knew Xiao Mingang was referring to his spiritual form. Throughout the journey, whenever Xiao Mingang's delusional tendencies kicked in, the Bishi would suddenly appear and give him a few whacks. At its worst, it would chase after him and beat him up. Chi Shichi was already used to it. He adjusted his glasses. Destroying the contaminated zone is fine. I want to observe it a little longer. Go find the key. Chi Shichi studied contaminated zones, and had some knowledge of them in various locations. This contaminated Zone 24 had been dealt with by Dawn Base personnel multiple times. It still existed, because no one had found the gatekeeper. Xiao Mingang rubbed his head, nonchalantly scoffing, no way. I'm an S-rank sentinel, after all. Now that I'm in, I have to help them wipe this place out. Otherwise, if word got out that he couldn't even handle a 2-star contaminated zone, how embarrassing would that be? Dawn Base. Today was Qi Ling's day for his medical checkup at the Research Institute. He adjusted his cloak, put on his mask, and covered himself completely, making sure his bluish skin wasn't exposed so as not to frighten the people in the city. Before leaving, Qi Ling routinely said to the robot standing at the door, "Take care of the house, I'll be back soon." The cold robot didn't respond. But he never stopped. The training ground was empty. The training equipment used yesterday was piled under the trees. It was still early, the others hadn't arrived yet. Qi Ling went to the parking area to wait. While the captain was away, his teammates took turns driving him to the Research Institute. Today it was Tao Haohao's turn. He hadn't waited more than a few minutes. A white car appeared on the winding mountain road. Before the car even came to a complete stop, Tao Haohao rolled down the window and shouted in his loud voice, "Qi Ling! Get in!" Qi Ling quickly stepped forward, opened the car door, and got into the passenger seat, pulling his hood down even further. "Thanks, Haohao." Tao Haohao waved dismissively, slammed on the gas, and the car shot off like an arrow. "Why are you being so polite with me?" The car sped along the winding mountain road, the scenery outside the window rushing past. Tao Haohao seemed to remember something, and slapped the steering wheel. By the way, should we go buy some meat later? Do you have enough points? Yes, I do. Qi Ling habitually curled his fingers and replied, let's buy 20 caddies of meat and some vegetables. Lately, because he'd been training with everyone, he'd mostly been eating and drinking on their behalf, so he hadn't spent many points. But during training, everyone took turns treating. He couldn't keep freeloading, the sentries had big appetites, and he wasn't sure if 20 caddies of meat would be enough. However, all this meant his wallet would definitely be bleeding out today, and he didn't know if his points would last until the next mission. He originally been thinking of going to the logistics department to buy some parts, and try modifying the robot himself. Thinking of the huge debt owed to the captain, Qi Ling quickly abandoned the idea, and would wait until he paid it off. Tao Hao wasn't short of points, and didn't think that far ahead, casually saying, it's okay, remember to tell us if you don't have enough points. Qi Ling nodded repeatedly. The Biological Research Institute arrived quickly. Qi Ling handed the points card to Tao Hao, asked him to help buy meat, and then entered the Research Institute through the back door. Xiao Zhang was waiting there, and waved warmly to him. You're finally here. Professor Qi sent us a message yesterday, asking us to pass it on to you, saying he'd be here in a couple of days. Qi Ling was taken aback. What was Qi Shiqi doing here again? Qi Ling didn't know Qi Shiqi's purpose. Afraid of presumptuousness, he hesitated for a long time, not daring to ask further. Xiao Zhang walked in alongside him, chatting enthusiastically. Yesterday, Dean Fu was asking us if you were used to living alone outside, if you were bored. Qi Ling shook his head. I'm not bored. The training ground is lively during the day, and the captain is my neighbor at night. He paused here. The captain didn't come back last night. He heard from others that after the meeting yesterday, the captain accompanied Yun Zhao to the base library. They didn't see him until the teammates finished training. You get used to it. Now that you can control the mucus from leaking out, go apply for a communicator from the base. Xiao Zhang, worried about his mental health, continued, each combatant can apply for a second-generation communicator for free. That way, you can browse the forums when you're bored and stay informed about events in different locations. Qi Ling was somewhat tempted. He wanted to modify the robot himself, but lacked the expertise. Being able to use the communicator to search online would be helpful. How do I apply? Xiao Zhang smiled. I get an application form later. Fill it out, and I submit it to the logistics department for you. However, the first application is free. After that, if it breaks or anything, you have to pay for repairs and replacements yourself using points. I understand, thank you. Qi Ling was genuinely grateful to Xiao Zhang. He was one of his few friends at the base. Qi Ling seized the opportunity to inquire about the price of robot parts. Although he couldn't afford them now, he wanted to make a budget in advance, so he would at least have a clear idea of the costs, and then slowly accumulate points. Parts? Prices vary greatly depending on the materials. Didn't you guys bring back a batch of robots last time? Xiao Zhang assumed Qi Ling was referring to the invulnerable robots. They don't need modification, right? I heard they used the most advanced technology back then. The materials and internal systems are things the base researchers had never even seen before. Qi Ling quickly told him, no, I want to modify my own robot. It was a gift from the captain. His robot wasn't invulnerable, though it was full of advanced technology, but it carried special significance. Oh, I see. Then tell me the model number, and I ask around for you when I get the forms later, Xiao Zhang said. Qi Ling thanked him again. During their conversation, the two arrived at the mutant research lab on the third basement level. The warning lights embedded in the walls flashed intermittently, their green glow adding an eerie touch to the space. Security here is tight, housing monsters of varying levels. Each room has a heavy blast door, and they are guarded 24/7. Qi Ling had been here many times before. Some of the equipment used to test mutants is only available here. He followed Xiao Zhang with practiced ease, passing through door after door. The researcher in charge of the examination recognized him and smiled, asking him to remove his cloak. Qi Ling complied. His bluish skin was exposed to the air. Wisps of black mist were faintly visible, rising like smoke from his skin, eerie and terrifying. No matter how many times the researcher saw it, he still found it unbelievable. It's unimaginable that a mutant could still retain its sanity and fight alongside humans. The routine checkup ended quickly. Qi Ling put her cloak back on and followed Xiao Zhang to the first floor to fill out the communication device application form. On the way upstairs, she encountered Dean Fu in the elevator. He was still the same as always, his thermos cup never leaving his side, as if he had just returned. As soon as Dean Fu saw Qi Ling, he asked the same questions as Xiao Zhang. Are you used to the accommodations? Are you used to the food? Qi Ling felt a warmth in her heart and patiently answered again. Dean Fu said in a gentler tone, you get used to it. I just had a meeting at the Special Abilities Institute. They found that the concentration of dark matter in the air has been rising recently. If you feel unwell, remember to contact us immediately. Rising concentration? Xiao Zhang was very surprised. Has it exceeded 30%? Since the end of the Dark Ages, except for areas near contaminated zones where the concentration is higher, the concentration of dark matter in other places has remained below 30% for 20 years without change. Yes, Dean Jiang has already met with Base Chief Shen. Don't talk to anyone outside for now. Qi Ling hesitated for a moment, then asked, the captain and the others, aren't they outsiders? He knew in his heart that Dean Fu specifically told him this because he was worried that the high concentration of dark matter might affect him. Captain Xie isn't an outsider, I mean, an ordinary person. Dean Fu said, to avoid causing panic, just let the internal staff know. Qi Ling nodded in agreement. He said goodbye to Dean Fu and followed Xiao Zhang to fill out the application form. When he came out through the back door, Tao Haohao was already there with the meat, calling out loudly, Qi Ling, get in the car quickly. They're cooking hot dry noodles. Let's hurry over for breakfast. Tao Haohao was only thinking about eating, completely forgetting that Qi Ling could only eat meat. Will the dark apocalypse return? Qi Ling asked abruptly as he got into the car. Tao Haohao floored the accelerator, speeding out the back door towards the special passage. He said nonchalantly, who knows? Why think so far ahead? Live for today, eating is the most important thing. Qi Ling thought for a moment, then agreed. The shadow of the apocalypse had long loomed, people were struggling to survive. The future was unpredictable, and excessive worry only added to their troubles. Just as Tao Haohao said, cherishing the present was the right thing to do. When the two returned to the training ground, the people there were sitting in rows under the trees at the edge of the field, each holding a bowl. Yun Xiao was wearing a pink sun-protective shirt, holding a bowl bigger than his face, sitting among a group of burly sentries. Hot dry noodles are delicious. Qi Jun's hand was a bit shaky today, and he put in a little too much salt. Xie Tu brought over a bottle of mineral water. Want some water? Yes, help me open the cap. Her hands were busy. Xie Tu opened the cap and held it to her lips. Tao Haohao parked the car and rushed over to eat. He looked around. Where's Wang Jiayu? Yun Xiao looked up and pointed at Duan, she next door, with her chopsticks. Yesterday they made a bet. Ayu lost and had to wash his combat uniform in the locker room. She even said she wouldn't eat until she finished washing it. Damn it! Duanxi, are you even human? Can't you be a little more considerate of her? Tao Haohao complained. Duanxi protested. I started to be considerate, but she noticed and got angry. He had texted her for a long time last night to coax her, but she hadn't replied to a single message. This morning, she had a cold face as soon as she left the house, and asked him to bring out his dirty clothes. Duanxi coaxed her, but didn't give them to her, saying the bet didn't count. She insisted on honoring her bet, and went to the changing room to take his combat uniform to wash. Duanxi had no choice but to let her wash it. She definitely won't wash it properly. Every time before, my housekeeper would help wash it. Every time she came here, she'd go to her house first to clean, and only come to my place after she was done, Duanxi said, troubled. Chapter 509. The sentries of Jiang Mu's squad buried themselves in their noodles, letting Zero Team handle its internal problems. Xie Tu didn't interfere, he couldn't manage the daily squabbles. Let's eat first. I just went in and checked, she wasn't angry. Yun Xiao recalled her reaction. Ayu said, she'd definitely win the next physical training session. Good that she's not angry. Tao Haohao quickly went into the kitchen to serve the noodles. Qi Ling stood in front of the car, opening the trunk himself and taking out the meat and vegetables he bought, putting them in the freezer. The sentries had big appetites. This meat had cost him a third of his savings. In this hot weather, leaving it in the car would definitely cause it to spoil. Qi Ling didn't mind, treating them was the right thing to do, but he only had a little over 2,000 yuan left in his card, unsure if it would last until the next mission. He carried all the meat inside first. After coming out, he immediately relayed Dean Fu's words. The concentration of dark matter has increased? Zhou Tianqi was stunned for a moment, then quickly reached out and tapped his communicator to test it. Jiang Mu placed the empty bowl on the table and pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth. The device on my wrist can only test the concentration in the vicinity. The area outside isn't contaminated, so my own testing won't be accurate. Why did it suddenly rise? Orange asked. Their first reaction was the same as Qi Ling's. If more and more dark matter appears in the world, will the dark apocalypse come again? Almost everyone present was born during the Dark Ages and Apocalypse, vaguely remembering those dark and hopeless years of their childhood. That's a good question. Jiang Mu, unusually serious, turned to Qi Ling. Did Dean Fu tell you how much it rose, or what caused it? Qi Ling shook his head. No. Xie Tu had already contacted the Special Abilities Research Institute via communicator. The message went unanswered. Dean Jiang had probably already taken the data to the base leadership. They would have to wait a while. Yun Zhao was also taken aback upon hearing the news. Is it possible that it's related to the eliminated contaminated zones? She suppressed her thoughts, took another sip of water, and said, let's assume the amount of dark matter on the planet hasn't changed since the early Dark Ages. With the elimination of several large 5-star contaminated zones, a large amount of dark matter was released. Her words sent chills down everyone's spines, and they instinctively stopped eating and looked over. Jiang Mu stroked his chin. It's not impossible. Does this mean that eliminating the contaminated zones is equivalent to propelling the dark apocalypse forward, creating a vicious cycle? Song Liang asked gravely. Everyone was in an uproar. They all lost their appetites, put down their bowls, and joined the discussion. And then, there are as sentinels. Every time we enter the contaminated zone, we bring back a lot of dark matter. The guides remove that stuff from the mental realm, and then it's transported elsewhere and released into the air. This means that the amount of dark matter in the world is constantly increasing. It's just that the amount is too small each time to be detected. Orange's face turned pale, incredulous. Then are we accelerating the return of the dark apocalypse? The training ground fell into a deathly silence. These are just our guesses. Xie Tu frowned slightly, listening intently to the communicator. The situation isn't that bad. It might only have increased by 1%, or even less. Fluctuations in contamination concentration are normal. For example, in winter, polluted areas become more active, making the dark matter in the air more unstable. But for several deans to attend a meeting, it can only mean that this time the safety threshold has been exceeded, right? Duanxi couldn't help but ask 30%? Xie Tu glanced at him. It could just be caused by the polluted area. Song Liang asked the intelligence team if there have been any abnormalities in the polluted areas recently. Song Liang replied, okay. Xie Tu noticed that Yun Zhao's bowl of noodles was more than half full. Eat breakfast first, don't speculate wildly. Let the Research Institute find out the cause. The sentries all responded. Tao Haohao stood at the kitchen door, staring at the noodles in his bowl and eating quickly. At this moment, Wang Jiayu came out of the changing room with her sleeves rolled up, her short hair slightly damp, and her expression showed no anger. Duanxi, observing her expression, quickly got up to get her noodles and hand her chopsticks. The sentry's earpieces were sensitive, and everyone present could hear the conversation under the tree. After this incident, there was no mood for bickering. The training ground was unusually quiet, with only the sound of slurping noodles audible. Yun Zhao suddenly lost her appetite. Trying to think, and with Qi Jun adding too much salt, the noodles became increasingly salty with each bite. She silently scooped some noodles into Xie Tu's bowl. Xie Tu looked back at her, readily accepted, poured some mineral water to dilute the salt, and ate the noodles. Song Liang quickly contacted the intelligence team to find out more. There are 3 recently identified contaminated areas, number 6, number 128, and number 179. Their mission priority hasn't been raised. Yun Zhao looked up when she heard number 6. Her expression was calm, showing no surprise whatsoever. She had already logged into the system, and seen this before being drawn into Nanjing. The number 6 contaminated zone has been spreading relentlessly for years, otherwise, Qingshan town wouldn't have had to relocate. So Yun Zhao had always felt it was expected. But number 128. That number is the same as her house number. It's really unlucky. Shou Tianqi had just picked up his bowl and stood up when he heard this. He turned around and said irritably, these 3 are all 5-star, right? How do you upgrade them? Song Liang said helplessly, I was just reading it out loud. Wang Jiayu asked eagerly, then it seems it's not really related to the contaminated zone? These aren't things we should worry about. Jiang Mu stood up lazily. Professionals will investigate. Until there's an official notice, focus on your training. As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to ask Yun Zhao, what were you doing at the library yesterday? Did you find any clues? Yun Zhao shook her head, only saying, just some personal business. Even after returning to the base, Yun Zhao hadn't given up searching for Yun Ju. She wanted to find an architectural style similar to the circus. She had a gut feeling that this was a clue about her father. Finding out where the circus came from might lead to her father's hideout. So after yesterday's meeting, she and Xie went to the base's library. The library's books were mostly brought out from the contaminated zone. It had all sorts of books, professional knowledge, textbooks, picture books, geography magazines, local customs, and even 2 whole shelves of novels. The base's network was only established during the Wasteland era, and much data and information was lost. The printed content was more comprehensive than the database. But the two of them didn't find any useful information yesterday. She wanted to go again today. Jiangmu nodded and looked at Xie. What's going on with that Bishi? It hasn't come out yet? Xie raised his eyes. Why don't you just call Hope Base and ask? According to feedback from the sentry post there, only the two of them went in. The Hope Base sentries stayed outside. Hope Base probably thought that since it was only a level 2 contaminated zone, Xia Mingong should be able to handle it. Consider it training, and a chance to build his prestige, helping him establish himself in the 4 major bases, so he doesn't fall behind the other S-rank units. However, Xie eyes flickered. The key to that 2-star contaminated zone wasn't hard to obtain. But after sending over a dozen teams of sentries, they still hadn't found the gatekeeper. Was Xia Mingong planning to eliminate the gatekeeper? Chapter 510. Thinking of the other person caught up in it, Xie still told Qi Ling. Hopefully, when the base's convoy arrives, Qi Shiqi and Xia Minggang will be in the same car, entering contaminated zone 24 as well. Qi Ling's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, his fingers gripping the edge of his cloak tightly, the fabric making a soft tearing sound under his bluish knuckles. He's just a scientist. Won't he be in danger? Song Liang saw Qi Ling's worry and reassured him. Don't worry, the base's sentinels have been to that contaminated zone many times. The danger level isn't high. Professor Qi has an S-class sentinel with him. He'd be fine. Qi Ling still felt uneasy, but dark matter corrodes a person's body. He's just an ordinary person. A sentinel can resist for a while. Ordinary people will directly mutate. Xie gaze fell on his newly acquired communicator, explaining, when combat teams are out in the field, they never take their backpacks off. Xia Mingong should have suppressants on him. Ordinary people can use them. Really? Qi Ling didn't recognize the Bishi and wasn't sure. Yun Xiao nodded to reassure him yes. Qi Ling recalled Zero Team's behavior during missions. Even Yun Xiao never took off his backpack when out in public. He breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling a little better. Although Qi Shiqi didn't acknowledge him, he was his sister's descendant, and Qi Ling didn't want anything to happen to him. Inside contaminated Zone 24. On the street heavily polluted by light, several puddles of bubbling black liquid lay on the ground. Backpack? Xia Mingong brandished his smoking gun. I didn't bring one. Carrying that thing would only affect my coolness. The stone tablet on the back of the Bishi reappeared, solidified, and slammed into his head. You didn't even bring a bag. Do you have bullets? Food? Or suppressants? This time, not only was the Bishi beating him, but Qi Shiqi also wanted to crack open his head to see if it was full of tofu dregs. We have nothing. What are we doing here? Go get the key, go out for a bit, and come back in. Qi Shiqi glared at him angrily. It was rare to find a contaminated area that suited his taste. Qi Shiqi wanted to collect more data here. But safety had to be guaranteed. Without food and suppressants, his old bones couldn't last long. Alright, I got it. Xia Mingong put away his empty gun, paused, but there's a problem. Qi Shiqi, what problem? Xia Mingong pointed to several puddles of black liquid on the ground. I killed all these mutants. Where are we going to find the key now? Qi Shiqi, This contaminated area is located on the border of Chongqing, very close to the outpost of the Dawn base. The sentries frequently patrol and clear out the mutants in the surrounding area, resulting in very few monsters within a radius of dozens of miles. These mutants might have been deliberately left behind by the sentries, who came in last time, making it easier to retrieve the key next time. Now, there are probably guards outside, and other mutants can't get in either. Without this obsession, how will they get the key out? Xia Mingong also realized this. Oh dear, we messed up. You useless, incompetent bastard. Qi Shiqi reacted, cursing angrily, not caring at all whether he was the base commander's grandson. I said I grab the keys and go get something, and now you mess things up. Xia Mingong, knowing he was in the wrong, still struck a cool pose. Don't panic, I definitely find the gatekeeper. The Bishi reappeared. This time, it wasn't just a stone tablet, but its entire gigantic body materialized, crashing down from the sky with a bang, pinning Xiao Mingong beneath it. Xiao Mingong, who had just been striking a cool pose, let out a muffled groan as he was firmly pressed to the ground, creating a shallow crater and kicking up dust. Xiao Mingong shakily gave a thumbs up. Good move, Mount Tai Press. As expected of my spiritual form. Even beating someone up is so cool. Several large characters slowly appeared on the stone tablet. Say another word and I bury you here as a road sign. Qi Shiqi adjusted his glasses, completely ignoring the man and the spiritual form beside him. The brightly lit signs on both sides of the street seemed like pairs of eyes staring at them. Qi Shiqi, expressionless, studied the words on the sign, analyzing the attributes of this gatekeeper of the contaminated zone. Rather than relying on this showy person to find him, he rather rely on himself. Dawn Base. The investigation report on the increase in dark matter hadn't come out yet, so everyone had to suppress their thoughts and continue training. Yuan Zhao went to the library again in the afternoon. Xia Tu saw him to the library entrance. I'm going to the operations department. I come pick you up later. Yuan Zhao understood perfectly. Going to check the data on number 6? Xia Tu paused. Not entirely. Dean Jiang hasn't replied to any messages. I'm just going to check things out. Yuan Zhao nodded, glanced at the library's sturdy doors and windows, then looked up and asked him, Do you think it would be useful if I posted a bounty on the forum? She found the information too difficult to find. Searching slowly like this, she didn't know when she would find her father. Actually, the search for her family could be made public. She was wealthy now, and could afford the price. If all the sentries and guides in the world knew she was looking for Yunju, perhaps Yunju would receive her message and appear on his own. Xia Tu leaned down and kissed her forehead. You can do whatever you want. I take care of everything. The two stood in the most conspicuous spot at the library entrance. People passed by occasionally, curiously watching the couple so affectionately at the entrance. Yuan Zhao pursed her lips, tiptoed, and kissed his lips before turning and pushing open the library door. Xia Tu's fingertips twitched slightly, instinctively wanting to touch his lips, but he stopped himself abruptly when he realized the subtle gazes around him. His eyes darkened slightly, his gaze following Yuan Zhao's retreating figure until she completely disappeared behind the library door before slowly withdrawing his gaze. Passers-by continued to stare at him curiously. Some even whispered, that couple is so lovey-dovey, but Xia Tu seemed oblivious. He lightly wiped his lips with his fingertip. She rarely expressed her emotions so directly. Xia Tu lowered his eyes, a faint smile flickering within them. He turned and got into the car. The conference building. Base Chief Shen was holding an emergency meeting after receiving the Research Institute's message. Over the past 20 years, the monitoring of dark matter had been gradually improved, with each sentry post signal tower equipped with sophisticated detection devices. Logistics personnel would record the data from various locations and transmit it back to their respective bases in a timely manner. After internal processing, it would be uploaded to the system for the 4 major bases to query. Since the sun reappeared, the concentration of dark matter had exceeded 30% for the first time. Some people believed the fluctuations were normal, such as Director Fu. But Director Jiang was more worried. Was this an omen? Would the Dark Ages return? Chapter 511. The secret meetings within the base were known only to a select few. Yuan Zhao stood before the bookshelves, browsing through books on architecture and the customs and cultures of various parts of the world. The base's library was unlike any other. The bookshelves were iron shelves with drawers, and the doors and windows were reinforced with steel plates to prevent fire damage. It was more of a collection room than a library, holding up precious remnants of knowledge. Yuan Zhao continued her search from yesterday, going through each shelf, book after book. None of the descriptions of circuses matched. The circus in her mental realm was filled with fluttering flags, exquisite chairs and stage sets, unlike pre-20th century architecture or a postmodern theater from an old era. It was as if it didn't belong to this world at all. Of course, it was possible that her knowledge was limited. Yuan Zhao had been searching for 2 hours straight, feeling tired. Holding 2 books, she walked to the window and sat down, under the puzzled gaze of the librarian. The world was too vast. Searching for someone in a wasteland is like finding a needle in a haystack for an individual. Nothing is more important than finding her father. Yuan Zhao didn't care about revealing their identities. She lowered her eyes, raised her wrist, and activated her communicator. The forum was as lively as ever. The release of yesterday's meeting recording sparked a wave of discussion, but Yuan Zhao wasn't interested. She went straight to the trading section. With increased publicity, many people in the small shelters outside purchased communication devices and registered forum accounts. After the initial novelty wore off, Most shelters were still struggling to survive. Help! Does anyone know about Contaminated Zone 91? Offering a guide to Contaminated Zone 133 for a fee. Selling supplies from Contaminated Zone 238. Looking to buy a used transport vehicle, preferably near the Dawn base. Yuan Zhao checked the listings. The prices weren't high. Most were between 200 and 500 points. However, if someone happened to know about these contaminated zones and created a guide, they could probably resell it. It might be a new way to earn points. After researching for a while, Yuan Zhao started a thread. Missing person notice, 100,000 points reward. In the thread, Yuan Zhao described his father's appearance in as much detail as possible, stating that he would still offer a 10,000 point reward for any clues. Unsurprisingly, the thread went viral immediately. Within 2 minutes, numerous comments appeared. Holy crap! Who is this genius? 100,000 points. I never seen so many points in my life. Brothers, I'm going to earn this 100,000. Could you describe it in more detail? Like, are there any photos? Or where was the person last seen? Give us a direction. Is someone really offering 100,000 points to find someone? Is it a scam? Yuan Zhao saw this and replied to the person on the 4th floor. No photo, it's my father, I look quite like him. 4th floor sentinel. Dude, your account is anonymous. We can only see that you're from Dawn base. We don't know what you look like. Yuan Zhao felt there was no need to hide her identity. The father and daughter look very alike. Anyone who has seen her before would definitely recognize her father. She replied, I am Yuan Zhao. The person on the 5th floor saw this, and immediately deleted their comment questioning her as a scam. Just kidding. This is an S-rank guide. 100,000 points probably isn't much to her. More and more people flooded the post with comments, and Yuan Zhao's private messages were flooded with inquiries, all asking for more details. These accounts were unidentified, mostly from sentries in the outside refugee camps. Yuan Zhao couldn't reply to everyone, so he simply added a summary in the post. I explained everything in detail, really. If you've seen him, or have any leads, please contact me privately. The most active discussion forum next door also received the message. Shocking. S-Rank Guide offers 100,000 points bounty for finding father. 1st floor. Someone help me calculate. 1 pound of rice is 5 points. How much can 100,000 points buy? 2nd floor. Don't dream, find him first. 3rd floor. Has anyone seen him? Didn't they say you get 10,000 points for providing information? 4th floor. Ask the wild sentries outside. I haven't encountered any on my missions. 5th floor. Guide Yun said she was separated from her father when she was young. So many years have passed, her appearance must have changed. 6th floor. She also gave a name, Yunju. Asked the refugee camps outside if there's anyone named Yunju. 7th floor. I go ask our camp right away if they have this person. The news spread quickly. Several related hot posts appeared in various sections, becoming viral. That's 100,000 points. If you help find him, you can become rich overnight, and you won't have to worry about food and drink even if you move to a large base. Yuan Zhao was very satisfied with this situation. Many hands make light work. News spreads quickly, eventually reaching Yunju's ears. Evening. When Xietu came to pick her up, he told her about it. Everyone's been asking me what happened. She revealed her identity and offered an exorbitant reward. The matter caused quite a stir. Almost everyone knew about it. Her teammates and Jiang Mu's group, to avoid upsetting her, didn't want to confront her directly, so they went to Xietu instead. Yuan Zhao lowered her head and closed the car door. So what did you say? Xietu, his hands on the steering wheel, replied, I said it was just what they saw. Yuan Zhao had guessed he would answer that way. It was easy to imagine how surprised everyone would be when they saw the post. She, an orphan with no parents, suddenly had a missing person notice appear, and she was even certain her father was still alive. Yuan Zhao asked again, did Minister Duan and the others say anything? Xietu relayed, hearing that your father might be alive. Minister Duan was very surprised and has already notified the intelligence team to contact our outposts to help search for him. It wasn't for personal reasons. From the base's perspective, she was S-rank. Her father was a guide. To have given birth to someone as powerful as her, his rank must be quite high. Guides were extremely scarce. It would be even better if another high-ranking offensive guide appeared. Yuan Zhao couldn't help but sigh. I should have done this sooner. Why did he have to sneak around looking for someone? Even if his father's identity was discovered. So what? That was something to worry about after finding Yunju. He could handle it himself then. By the way, how did the meeting about dark matter go? Yuan Zhao asked. Xie composed himself. We're not sure what caused it. Some think it's an overreaction, others think it's a sign. We need to observe for a while longer to see if the dark matter decreases on its own. The base reacted quickly enough and is already making preparations for both scenarios. The situation is different now than it was back then. They have a ready-made base, tens of thousands of sentinels and hundreds of guides, enough to fight against both the contaminated zone and the mutants. Until the results are out, the higher-ups don't intend to cancel the salvation plan. All missions will proceed as planned. Chapter 512. We can't let these 20 years of effort go to waste. If it truly is a cycle, we must find a way to break it. Yuan Zhao looked up and exchanged a glance with Xie. They understood each other perfectly. The method to break the cycle was crystal clear to both of them. If it really came to that, the source would need to be destroyed, perhaps only then could the world be saved. The Guide of Light knew the source, which could only be at number 6. Yuan Zhao didn't ask Xie about the results of his investigation. She had witnessed the spread of number 6 long ago. It was faster than number 344, and each spread covered an incredibly vast area. Her spiritual domain was still several levels weaker. She wouldn't be a match for he. If she brought it up now, Xie would definitely not agree. Yuan Zhao was lost in thought, completely unaware that the car was driving out of the city. She only realized it when they reached the checkpoint. Going to your house again tonight? Xie drove, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Shichi hasn't come out yet. I'm going back to check on Qi Ling. Yuan Zhao was speechless. Are you making excuses again? Xie gripped the steering wheel with one hand and reached out to take her hand with the other. Okay, next time I won't make excuses. I just say it directly. Yuan Zhao actually wanted to go home. The town search team had communicators and must have seen the news on the forum, but thinking of Qi Ling, she ultimately agreed. They'd been inside for a day and a night. Can't Xiaomin Gang send Shichi out first? It's just a 2-star contaminated zone. The key isn't hard to get. Getting out should only take a few hours at most. Shichi is just an ordinary person. He can't withstand the corrosion. Qi Ling will definitely worry. After all, he's his only family in this world. Xie calmly said, if Xia Mingong were that reliable, hopefully the base wouldn't have sent him here. Yuan Zhao, Hearing Xietu's words, not only Qi Ling, but even she started to worry. Shichi was only indifferent to blood ties. He had made enormous contributions to human society, and Yuan Zhao certainly didn't want anything to happen to him. Xie naturally noticed this and reassured her, don't worry, hopefully the base's convoy is guarding outside the contaminated area. If things get bad, they go in to rescue him. Yuan Zhao nodded. The vehicle quickly arrived at the training ground. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sandy training ground orange-red. Familiar training equipment, the horizontal bar and parallel bars, cast long shadows in the sunset. No one was outside. The lights in the training room were off and locked. The sentries who had completed a day's training had gone back to rest, except for the metal shack across the street, whose door was open. The dim light cast shadows, vaguely revealing the robot standing in the doorway. Qi Ling was somewhat absent-minded, not even reacting to the sound of a car outside. It wasn't until footsteps approached that he realized it was his captain returning. What are you doing? Yuan Zhao asked, standing at his door. Qi Ling quickly stood up. Nothing, come in and sit down. The furniture in the metal hut was largely unchanged, but many more household items had been added. A water glass and a communicator, newly received that day, sat on the metal table. Yuan Zhao entered and sat down opposite Qi Ling, stating directly, are you worried about Professor Qi? Qi Ling hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He's quite old, and just an ordinary person. I'm really a little worried about him. There was an inexplicable air of superiority about him in her tone. Yuan Zhao felt awkward listening to her, and Qi Ling also felt a little embarrassed after saying those words. The other person didn't acknowledge him, yet he was still going after them. His teammates had already offered countless words of comfort, and Yuan Zhao didn't want to repeat them. She thought for a moment, you should rest well tonight. If they haven't come out by tomorrow morning, let's go check on them. It wasn't far anyway, just a few hours' drive. Qi Ling's eyes widened, and she subconsciously looked at Xie outside the door. Really? Won't it interfere with training? Xie didn't come in. The living room of the small house wasn't big, and the robot took up a third of the space. If you're really worried, just go check on them. It's no big deal to miss a morning. Hearing his captain say this, Qi Ling's tense nerves instantly relaxed a little, and he nodded hurriedly, okay. I definitely get a good rest tonight. The two didn't stay there long. After clarifying things, they left the metal house. It was already dark outside, and there were no streetlights on the mountain. It was pitch black underfoot. Xie led her towards home. He reasonably suspected that his girlfriend had deliberately suggested taking Qi Ling there to avoid training. Since returning, she had always been busy. She hadn't attended a physical training class yet. The contaminated zone on the 24th isn't far. How about we walk there tomorrow? Xie asked casually. Yuan Zhao replied without hesitation, no. Xie compromised, okay, whatever you say. Indeed, if they needed to go in, they would have to bring food and ammunition, which she couldn't carry. Xie quickly found an excuse for her, and pushed open the courtyard gate. There were two spirit beings at home. The little bluebird, impatient to go to town to read, spent the afternoon playing with its spirit form at the training ground. After the other companions left, it flew to Xie's house, and perched on a wooden frame to rest. Sensing its physical form's arrival, the little bluebird flapped its wings to greet them, and jumped into Yuan Zhao's arms. I thought you'd forgotten me. Yuan Zhao hugged the little bluebird, kicked off his shoes, and sat down on the sofa. Was it fun? The little bluebird raised its head. Fun. The white dawn beast is fun. They played together again that afternoon. The little bluebird took the white dawn beast to play on the neighboring hill. That huge creature collapsed a large area of forest, and the logistics department chased after Jiang Mu demanding compensation. Trees in the wasteland era are precious. Many were planted artificially in the last 20 years. Yuan Zhao poked it. Don't always tease the white dawn beast, it just wants to play with you guys. But inwardly he thought, no wonder Jiang Mu is still single. With the white jade beast's destructive power, and the constant need for guidance, it's more expensive than raising a real child. The little bluebird sensed her thoughts, proudly raising its head. It was the most powerful, it didn't need its physical body to spend money, and could even earn money to support its body. Next time, she'd go play in its spiritual realm. The fire phoenix nodded like a chick pecking at rice beside her. Yuan Zhao, then Jiang Mu will be the one to suffer. Xie didn't follow her in, turning to go to the kitchen. He came back too late today, so he only cooked 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and called her over for dinner almost immediately. After dinner, the two went upstairs to rest. They slept soundly through the night. The next morning, almost at dawn, Qi Ling got up early, picked up her communicator, and began searching for information on the forum. She didn't see any news about the contaminated zone on the 24th. She wondered if the people had come out yet. Qi Ling didn't have access to the internal system. After hesitating for a while, he called Xiao Zhang to ask for Qi Shiqi's contact number. The call went unanswered. Qi Ling immediately panicked. Today was the 3rd day. Why hadn't anyone come out of this 2-star contaminated zone? He was getting restless, but didn't want to urge the captain and Yuan Zhao. He paced anxiously around the room. Chapter 513. When Yuan Zhao and Xie arrived at the training ground, Qi Ling had already moved his robot to the roof of the vehicle. He didn't have the car keys. The 2 boxes of food and ammunition he had brought were placed on the ground beside the vehicle. Everything was ready, seemingly just waiting for someone to arrive. It was clear how anxious he was. Xie walked over, bent down to check the ammunition boxes, opened the car door, and loaded the items into the vehicle. He glanced up at the robot on the roof, but said nothing. Let's go! Qi Ling nodded repeatedly, and skillfully climbed onto the roof. Yuan Zhao quickly climbed into the passenger seat. I send a message to you and the others. A 2-star contaminated zone didn't require everyone to go. Besides, judging from Qi Ling's impatient appearance, he probably didn't have the patience to wait for everyone to arrive. Okay, while you're at it, ask the intelligence team to send over the data for the 24th. Xie waited for her to be seated, then started the armored vehicle and drove away from the training ground. Okay. Yuan Zhao replied, first leaving a message for his teammates, then informing Jiang Mu in the 4S group. It was only 7:30. His teammates and Jiang Mu were probably still asleep and hadn't received a reply. Fu Heng, however, popped up in the 4S group, saying, "Bye, she hasn't come out yet?" Yuan Zhao, right, so we go check it out now. Fu Heng, so weak. Yuan Zhao didn't know how to respond, so he didn't reply, switching to the internal system to send a message to team leader Hua of the intelligence group. A reply came quickly. Yuan Zhao looked down at the message and suddenly asked, "What is cyberpunk?" 2 interpretations, Xie said, driving. One is the art style, like Chongqing, where the Dawn base was once located, which was known as a cyber city in the old days. Yuan Zhao, head down, continued flipping through the pages, asking, what about the other kind? The other kind is a worldview constructed by science fiction. Xie Technology and resistance, high technology and low living standards, towering skyscrapers beneath dirty streets, flashing neon lights beneath dejected crowds, a gloomy life hidden beneath the city's exterior. Neon lights and darkness, psychedelic and oppressive. A world of stark contrasts, it captivated countless teenagers from its inception. Qi Ling, leaning on the car roof, listened intently. He had seen many cyberpunk movies before. Are there any machines or cybernetic bodies? No. Yuan Zhao read aloud the information from the document. Contaminated Zone 24 covers an area of 74.7 square kilometers, and was once a small town within the jurisdiction. But its style is extremely cyberpunk, filled with light pollution signs and advertisements and dirty, potholed streets. Based on the descriptions of the Sentinel teams that have been inside, 3 rules have been discovered. First, the light pollution moves, you can't stare at it for too long, or you be mentally corrupted. Second, if you hear a strange, synthesized electronic voice broadcast, please leave the contaminated zone immediately. Third, neon lights. Sometimes an extra shadow will appear. If you notice an extra shadow, immediately find a corner without light pollution to hide in. Qi Ling felt a chill run down her spine. Why do I feel like it's a ghost? Yuan Zhao said calmly, a ghost? You mean a demon? If there are any, I'd like to see one. The world is already so dark, are demons more terrifying than mutants? Xie tilted his head, gesturing for her to continue reading. Do you have any information about the gatekeeper? Yuan Zhao focused her attention back on the communicator. Yes, the base has sent out 8 sentry teams to deal with it. We used the process of elimination to confirm that the gatekeeper is not a mutant. The Sentinels initially suspected the light pollution, but after dealing with it, nothing changed. They then shifted their suspicions to the electronic broadcasts and shadows, but those weren't the cause either. Perhaps because the danger level is so low, the corruption is progressing slowly. Those who enter immediately look for the key, so far, no one has died in contaminated Zone 24. Additionally, the strict control from nearby sentry posts means there are few mutants inside. The gatekeeper has received too little obsession, almost no possibility of evolution, which is why Zone 24 hasn't been dealt with yet. Xie pondered for a moment, analyzing. The first and second conditions target mental pollution. It will probably interfere with normal thinking, bewitching humans to stay forever. As for the third condition, the extra shadows? Without seeing them with our own eyes, we don't know what they are. Xie continued, it's fortunate that the gatekeeper of Zone 24 has no room for growth, otherwise, once it grows to 4 stars, the danger level of this contaminated zone might be on par with 5 stars. The gatekeeper is hiding too well. Any one of these rules would be extremely difficult to enforce in a 4-star contaminated zone, making them the complete bane of the Sentinels. Qi Ling grew increasingly uneasy as she listened. The domains of S-rank Sentinels were notoriously unstable. If Bai Shi were to be harmed, Qi Shiqi would be left unprotected. Let's go check it out first, Yuan Zhao said, already accustomed to missions. This was only a 2-star contaminated zone. Gatekeeper number 24 certainly couldn't break through her mental barrier, much less sway her. The first 2 rules were useless against her. Yuan Zhao took her backpack and pulled out some bread, handing it to Xie. The 2 ate breakfast in the car. Qi Ling had brought his own bag, but he had no appetite, and was only hoping to get there as soon as possible. The armored vehicle sped through the desolate wilderness in the morning light, dilapidated buildings flashing past on both sides of the road. After driving for more than 2 hours, the traces of the 24th contaminated zone gradually became visible in the distance. A swirling gray fog rose from the sky, the mist like living tentacles, constantly writhing, sometimes condensing, sometimes dissipating. They were still some distance from the outer perimeter. The dirt road had turned into a bumpy, gravelly mess. Xie slowed down and approached the contaminated zone. After driving for a while, they rounded the mountainside ahead. Stop! Yuan Zhao suddenly called out. She saw a familiar SUV parked on the side of the road ahead. Xie saw it too. It was the Qishan Town search team's vehicle, parked at the edge of the gravel road. There was no one inside. Yuan Zhao was both shocked and furious, rarely showing anger. Where are they? What are they doing here? Xie was silent for a moment, then replied, the coal mine is over here. Yuan Zhao, Her anger instantly subsided. She only knew that the sentries in town were involved in the coal mining business. She truly didn't know where the coal mines outside were. Xie spoke up for the townspeople. They're not children. They know the dangers of the contaminated area. They wouldn't go there unless it's absolutely necessary. The coal mines near the base had long been occupied. The people of Qishan Town arrived at the base too late. They had to travel further to find resources and make money. Besides, from the sky, the contaminated area looked close, but in reality, it was at least dozens of miles away. Number 24 was within the controlled area and couldn't spread this way. As long as people didn't actively go there, there would be no problem. Yuan Zhao stared intently at the SUV, still stubbornly insisting. Even so, they shouldn't have parked the car here without anyone watching it. What if it gets stolen? Xie Tu naturally sided with his girlfriend. Yeah, you can yell at them when we get back. Chapter 514. Yuan Zhao was speechless for a moment. She sent a message to Yixiang, asking them to send someone to watch the vehicle. It was in the middle of nowhere. If anyone passing by had malicious intentions, they would have nowhere to turn after the vehicle was stolen once they came down from the mine. After doing this, Yuan Zhao didn't wait for anyone to come down from the mountain. Qi Ling was anxious to reach the contaminated area and didn't want to be delayed on the road. The armored vehicle continued on its way. They were already very close. From a distance, they could see a circle of tents set up in the shady area below the mountain. 2 military transport vehicles were parked on the desolate ridge opposite. These were sentries from Hope Base. Hope Base isn't sure how long Xia Ming'an will stay. The 4 teams of sentries, who came with us, are mainly responsible for escorting Professor Qi, Xie Tu said. If they didn't say it this way, Xia Ming'an probably wouldn't agree to let others come along. S-level sentries have their own pride. Imagine a pampered young master, spoiled for 20 years, suddenly awakening as a top-tier sentinel, finally having the chance to leave the base and see the world. But his family is worried and insists on having someone accompany him. An S-rank soldier needing a group of A ranks for protection. Xia Ming'an is definitely not happy about it. Yuan Zhao asked curiously, "You never even seen him. How come you talk like you know him so well?" Xie Tu parked the car. It's just speculation based on his behavior and other people's descriptions. Outside the car, the people from Hope Base are walking this way. Qi Ling, on the roof, quickly checked his cloak hood and ducked down to hide behind the dashboard. He didn't want to be seen and wanted to avoid a bunch of scrutinizing gazes. Xie Tu had already gotten out of the car and went around to the other side to help open the passenger door. Team leader Xie. Xie Tu turned and nodded slightly. He hasn't come out yet? The leading sentry captain, Guan Hong, smiled wryly. Yes, we were just about to go in and check when you arrived. On the first day, the base commander said it was an opportunity to train young Master Xia, and that they should just stay outside. But now it's the 3rd day, and he still hasn't come out. Even base commander Xia couldn't sit still and changed his mind, ordering a team to go in for a rescue. Xia Ming'an didn't drive? Yuan Zhao only saw 2 transport trucks. Guan Hong was startled when he saw her, probably remembering her exorbitant missing person notice, and replied after a long pause, "We didn't see young Master Xia's car. When we arrived nearby, he had already entered the contaminated area." Guan Hong briefly explained the situation. The weather outside was hot, the journey was tedious, and the entire route was contaminated. The sentries, thinking it was young Master Xia's first long trip, advised him not to drive too fast, keeping his car sandwiched between them the whole way. Upon reaching the last outpost and entering Dawn Base territory, they lowered their guard. Who could have imagined that young Master Xia would suddenly accelerate and leave them behind? The surrounding area was all mountain roads, making it difficult for large transport vehicles to travel quickly. As a result, they couldn't catch up. The next message they received from Xia Ming'an came from outpost number 24, informing them that he had suddenly entered the contaminated zone. The outpost still gave this young master some face, not directly stating that he had been kicked in by a bishi, a mythical creature. Yuan Zhao was speechless. This young master was too unreliable, even less so than Jiang Mu. Xie Tu nodded, understood. You guys stay outside, I go in and check. Okay, thank you, Captain Xie. Guan Hong nodded in agreement. It was too hot outside. After clarifying the situation, the two got back into the vehicle and drove towards the contaminated zone. Only when they were far away from the group of sentries did Qi Ling dare to show his face. He had been into the contaminated zone a few times before, and knew its bizarre and grotesque nature. He silently clung to his robot to avoid getting lost. All the gray fog was now spiraling in one direction, forming a tunnel-like path. In the final second, Yuan Zhao's communicator activated. She glanced at it briefly. It was a reply from Yixiang, surprised that she knew the car was parked at the foot of the mountain. But Yuan Zhao didn't have time to reply. In the blink of an eye, the armored vehicle had passed through the gray fog and appeared in a ruined street shrouded in a distorted halo of light. The multicolored lights in front of them were blinding. They flickered eerily, clashing with the surrounding ruins, as if forcibly tearing a phantom opening in this desolation. This is what they call Cyber Street. It hurts my eyes. Yun Zhao raised her arm to shield her eyes. Those lights. They're moving. Qi Ling, leaning on the roof of the car, noticed the nearest billboard. The lights were too bright to read, but the tiny black dots were clearly moving. Yun Zhao removed her arm and squinted. She was surrounded by a transparent barrier, immune to mental pollution, but according to the base's intelligence, the gatekeepers weren't these light pollutants. Her eyes hurt from looking at it, and she looked away after only a couple of glances. Xie slowed down. Ahead lay a dark, dirty street, with stone steps leading up to it, seemingly endless. Chongqing is known not only as the Cyber City, but also as the Mountain City and the Fog City. The armored vehicle clearly couldn't pass. Xie slowed down and stopped at the side of the street. Start walking from here. He turned off the engine and pulled a pair of sunglasses from the drawer, handing them to Yun Zhao. Wearing these will make it less uncomfortable. Although the rating was low, rule-based contamination was the most troublesome. Yun Zhao deftly put on the sunglasses, and the signs were indeed no longer glaring. She slightly raised her hand, expanding the barrier to envelop the three of them and the car. The little bluebird and the fire phoenix emerged. Wow, so beautiful! The little bluebird loved shiny things, and these colorful lights were exactly to its liking. This 2-star zone was more interesting than some 4-star zones. The fire phoenix echoed, so beautiful. The two phoenixes flew towards the dazzling signs. The three of them got out of the car, backpacks on their backs. Qi Ling controlled the robot, raising its arm. Seeing the robot do as instructed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about not being able to operate it in a contaminated zone. With the robot around, at least he wouldn't have to bother the captain and Yun Zhao. He could protect Qi Shiqi himself. Qi Ling looked around. The street was deathly silent, nothing but severe light pollution. Captain, should we go find someone first? Xie held his gun, squinting at the signs. Yes, finding someone is the priority. The neon signs on both sides, like the glowing viscera of some living creature, pulsated eerily in the silent street. White, blue, red, yellow, various colors intertwined, everywhere crammed with text. Each sign scrolled with different advertising messages. Chongqing hot pot, so spicy you question your existence, so spicy your soul will leave your body. Yangtze River Cableway, a wondrous journey across the realms of yin and yang. Gilly Mountain spicy chicken, every bite is like biting into a screaming soul. Store your precious memories. First month free. Swipe text below. 327 customers have already said they can't remember their stored content. Yangtze River Cableway VR experience. A flashing red warning. Passengers in carriage 14, please note your left eye should remain at the exit. And so on. The information was too cluttered and chaotic, seemingly normal yet tinged with the eeriness. A bluish-green spiritual thread spread along the street corner. Yun Zhao looked puzzled. How strange, how come there isn't a single mutant in this contaminated area? Without mutants, there's no obsession. How can they get the key? Xie also thought of this. Could it be that Xiao Mingong and Professor Qi couldn't get out because they didn't have the key? But that shouldn't be the case. Dawn Base wouldn't make such a basic mistake. If there weren't any mutants inside, the sentry post would release water and lead to in, making it easier for other teams to search for the key. Anyway, find them first. Xie looked down again, checking the shadows of the three people. Everything was normal. Let's go! Since there are no monsters, let's try shouting. Chapter 515. Qi Ling immediately did as instructed, loudly calling out Qi Shiqi's name. His voice echoed through the empty, eerie street. This contaminated area wasn't large, about the size of a small town. In the surrounding silence, his shout carried far. Suddenly, a faint, muffled sound came from afar, as if carried by the wind, intermittently reaching everyone's ears. Qi Ling's shout abruptly stopped. It's Bishi. Xie grabbed Yun Zhao's hand, and with his other hand, he dragged the robot's arm. The three of them quickly climbed the stone steps. The little bluebird at least remembered that this was a contaminated area. Seeing its main body leave, it and the fire phoenix flapped their wings and followed. The outer walls on both sides of the steps were covered with various graffiti, colorful and diverse in style, full of artistic flair. Yun Zhao, wearing sunglasses, scanned the walls, finding nothing else unusual. At the top of the stone steps was another street. The street was surrounded by dilapidated buildings, broken windows, peeling paint, and irregular LED strips emitting a dim blue glow. This created a deep sense of oppression. Scattered debris lay on the broken pavement, abandoned electronic devices, unidentified household garbage, and the wreckage of vehicles. On the rooftop directly opposite them, the word parking lot was written in white lettering on a blue background. A parking lot built on the rooftop. On the 8th floor of the residential building to the right, a window was open, and a figure stood there, leaning against the window, striking a pose and waving at them. "Hey!" The light pollution from outside made his face appear multicolored. He seemed oblivious, flashing a wide grin at the people below. "I thought I was being reckless enough, but I didn't expect you guys to be the same," shouting and yelling in this polluted area. Xiao Mingang recognized Xia Tu and raised an eyebrow. "Looks like we're evenly matched." Xia Tu didn't even glance at him, his gaze sweeping around as he searched for the stairs. "Where's Qi Shiqi?" Xi Ling asked anxiously upstairs. Xiao Mingang snapped his fingers, pointing inside. "Lying in bed." "Ha, I told him not to keep staring at those signs, but he wouldn't listen." "What happened to him?" Xi Ling immediately tensed up. Xiao Mingang beckoned her up. "Come see for yourself." Yuan Zhao remained silent. This S-rank sentinel seemed a bit dim-witted to her. He provoked Xia Tu on their first meeting. Given Xia Tu's vengeful nature, he'd probably get what's coming to him when they got back to base. Xia Tu found the way up. Compared to outside, the stairwell was dark and filthy, littered with countless scraps of paper and unidentified trash. The building inside was a straight corridor with 4 apartments on each side, seemingly leading to another building at the end. In corners untouched by light pollution, clumps of dark matter shrouded the space, occupying every nook and cranny. Yuan Zhao couldn't help but recall the information from the intelligence report. Could the extra shadows be formed from this dark matter? What were they trying to do? Becoming the shadows beneath his feet? This contaminated area had a low danger level and had never experienced any incidents, so the base didn't pay much attention to it, and the compiled information remained unstudied and shelved. The 3 of them, along with a robot, climbed to the 8th floor. Xiao Mingang had already opened one of the apartment doors, leaning against the doorframe, and greeted Yuan Zhao again. "Hi." Yuan Zhao sized up Xiao Mingang through his sunglasses. He had short, flaxen hair with a few strands of fluorescent blue highlights that shimmered faintly in the dimly lit corridor. A silver earring swayed gently in his left ear as he tilted his head. He wasn't wearing combat gear, but rather ordinary casual clothes. Yuan Zhao nodded, her tone businesslike. "Hello?" She had initially thought his hair was just due to the lighting from downstairs, but it turned out to be real. The last person she'd seen with dyed hair was Duanxi. "Where did you get those sunglasses?" "Not bad. Wearing sunglasses in the contaminated zone is pretty cool. Do you have any extras?" He didn't finish his sentence. Xia Tu blocked Yuan Zhao's path, expressionless. "Excuse me." Xiao Mingang met his gaze, pointing at Yuan Zhao's sunglasses. "I'm just asking if you have any extra sunglasses. Could I have one?" His words trailed off. A massive stone tablet appeared behind him, slamming into his back. Caught off guard, Xiao Mingang stumbled from the impact and slammed against the doorframe. Finally enraged, he turned and raged. "You can beat me up, but can't you do it privately? Give me some face in front of others." Losing face in front of others is completely different from losing face in front of 2 S-rank beings of equal strength. The stone tablet suddenly flipped over automatically, revealing a line of small characters. Face value 0, recharge recommended. It didn't even bother communicating with the original consciousness. The little bluebird, seeing this, flapped its wings and scoffed. "Idiot." The fire phoenix chimed in. "Idiot." One person, simultaneously disliked by 3 spiritual entities. Yuan Zhao was speechless. It seemed Xiao Mingang had gotten used to being beaten by Bishi lately, to the point that his first reaction was that he could be beaten up privately. But what is this stone tablet? Is it a Bishi's attack method? Qi Ling couldn't wait any longer and bypassed Xiao Mingang, who was clinging to the doorframe, to enter the room. The furniture in the room was very old. He immediately saw Qi Shiqi lying weakly on the sofa. Qi Ling's expression changed instantly. He rushed to the sofa, stammering, "How are you?" Qi Shiqi's face was deathly pale. He weakly lifted his eyelids, and when he saw Qi Ling in front of him, his eyelids twitched violently, his expression one of shock. Qi Ling was extremely anxious when he saw that Qi Shiqi couldn't even speak. He had heard that ordinary people trapped in contaminated areas were extremely susceptible to corruption, turning into monsters. Qi Ling didn't want Qi Shiqi to become like him, so he quickly knelt down to check his body. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" "Let me see. Don't be afraid. I'm wearing special gloves. I won't hurt you." Qi Shiqi tremblingly raised his hand. "You want to find Gai Jun?" Qi Ling didn't even see where he was pointing. He turned around frantically, wanting to go out and call for help. Yes. Yun Xiao can save you. I forgot in my panic. I call her right away. She definitely has a way to save you. Qi Ling felt an unprecedented panic. This feeling was like when he learned he could never go back to his home, and like when they first met, when Qi Shiqi looked at him like he was a monster. He only had this one relative. Qi Ling didn't want him to die. It was his fault. He should have come yesterday. Perhaps Qi Shiqi could still be saved. The more Qi Ling thought about it, the more distressed he became. His voice trembled with tears. Yun Xiao. Please help save him. Footsteps sounded at the door. Yun Xiao and Xie Tu heard the call and rushed over, one after the other. Upon entering the room, Qi Shiqi pointed at Qi Ling's backpack and sighed, "Give it to me." Qi Ling quickly reassured him. "What do you need the backpack for?" "Don't worry, let Yun Xiao help you check." Hearing this, Qi Shiqi's breathing became rapid. If he weren't exhausted, he would have sat up and started cursing. "Oh, he wants the food in your bag," Xia Mingong translated, shrugging. "He hasn't mutated at all. He's just starving." Chapter 516. Qi Ling, Xie Tu's face was cold. "You didn't bring your bag?" "I threw my backpack on the back seat. How could I have time to grab it in that instant?" Xia Mingong couldn't help but sigh. "Luckily, I was brilliant and suddenly remembered I had an inhibitor in my trench coat pocket." He injected Qi Shiqi the moment he showed signs of mental contamination, saving his life. "Speaking of which, your base actually looted all the supplies." Xia Mingong accused. "I searched for 3 days, and only found a bottle of water under a vending machine. 2 adults survived for 3 days on just 1 bottle of water." So he was blaming them? Yun Xiao rubbed her forehead and asked, "So the mutants in the contaminated area?" Xia Mingong immediately stammered. He knew he had done something stupid. But who would have thought that there were only a few mutants in this contaminated area? Seeing his expression, Yun Xiao didn't know what to say and turned to meet Xie Tu's gaze. Xie Tu smiled at her reassuringly. Once they got out, he'd have a good talk with Hope Base about the price, and then let this young master experience the consequences of disobeying orders. Qi Ling rummaged through his backpack, only to realize he only had canned meat inside. "Yun Xiao, could you get him something to eat?" Qi Shiqi hadn't eaten for 3 days, and his stomach was weak. It would be best for him to eat some liquid or semi-liquid food. Yun Xiao nodded, took a carton of yogurt from her bag, and handed it to him. "Have some yogurt to tide you over. We cook noodles right away." Yogurt is rich in probiotics, which can help regulate gut flora and promote digestion. "Okay, thank you." Qi Ling quickly took the drink, tore open the straw, inserted it, and handed it to Qi Shiqi. Qi Shiqi was indeed very hungry, and drank directly from the straw. Seeing that he was truly just hungry, Yun Xiao turned to Xia Mingong, "Go find an electric cooker to cook noodles." Her instruction was so natural that Xia Mingong was momentarily stunned. The young master, having lived this long, had probably never been ordered to do anything before. It took him a while to react. "I go find some? What else?" Yun Xiao looked down and rummaged through her backpack, then took out a bag of dried tofu and handed it to Qi Shiqi. Xia Mingong was speechless. He was the only one here who truly understood the contaminated area. He turned and left the room with a strange expression. He was incredibly frustrated that his attempts to look cool were always interrupted. The little bluebird mocked him blatantly. The clang 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 laughter drew Xia Mingong's frequent glances. The Bishi, a mythical creature, had finally decided to initiate a mental communication with him. "Qingwan just called you an idiot." "Xia Mingong, It then called you an idiot, a moron." Xia Mingong took a deep breath and went out to find the electric cooker. Outside, the sun blazed down, its scorching rays baking the earth. At the distant coal mine entrance, several low-ranking sentries, their bodies blackened with soot, struggled to climb up, their exposed skin glistening with coal dust and sweat. There was no signal down there, only intermittent communication. He Xiong wiped his hands clean and took out a communicator from the metal box he carried. He hadn't received a reply from Sister Yun Xiao. Suspicion welled up in Xiong's mind. He turned to the others and asked, "That's strange. How did Sister Yun Xiao know our car was parked by the roadside at the foot of the mountain?" This place was separated from the base by 2 mountains. Last winter, the search team had hunted for several days without success, so they decided to try their luck further afield. They stumbled upon a mine nearby. Without telling anyone, they secretly started a coal mining business, extracting coal in the area and selling it privately. The area was deserted. No one else came here except for them. The men shook their heads. "We haven't seen her lately. Why don't you message her?" I did, but she hasn't replied. Then let's ask her again when we get back. By the way, was that person on the forum yesterday really Yun Zhao? Yeah, right? The mayor already confirmed it. Is Yun Zhao's father really alive? She's asking for such a high price. Isn't she being scammed? 100,000 points. My god. They handled everything from mining to shaping, demolding, and pressing. How many honeycomb briquettes would they have to sell to earn 100,000 points? She shouldn't be scammed, right? Yun Zhao is an S-level guide. He's Xiang's brother-in-law, will definitely help her control things. Brother-in-law? Who's that? Damn, she shows up in our building every few days, and even had dinner with the mayor, and you didn't know? Xiang was a little distracted. Stop talking, hurry up and get the coal to the processing plant. The sentries gossip even more than the Annies. They dragged their things down the mountain, chatting as they went. Suddenly everyone knew that Yun Zhao had a boyfriend, and it was that S-level sentry. Their car remained parked untouched at the foot of the mountain. Sure enough, someone was here. Look at the tire tracks on the ground. On the gravelly dirt road, there were indeed tire tracks. Judging by the outline, the tires were large, unlikely to be theirs. Xiang had a bad feeling. Could it be Sister Yun Zhao? What's she doing here? She often doesn't come home for 10 days or half a month at a time. Brother Dongshu clearly knows something, but he doesn't tell them. Xiang gritted his teeth. Don't go back yet. Let's go check it out. But that's a contaminated area. It's alright, we won't go in, we just go and see what's going on. Right, outpost number 24 is over there too, nothing will happen. Although they knew Yun Zhao was strong, what if something happened to her when she suddenly ran out? They were good at everything else, but in terms of physical strength, they were definitely stronger than Yun Zhao. Inside the contaminated area, Xia Ming'an quickly found 2 electric cookers and returned. This contaminated area had electricity. You could find some electrical appliances by searching the residential buildings, except for food and water. Qi Ling had been on several missions, and was experienced. She had made ample preparations before coming in, bringing noodles and noodle sauce. The electric cookers cooked the noodles very quickly. Qi Shiqi finally ate a hot meal, and as soon as he regained some strength, he started cursing at Xia Ming'an. You still have the nerve to eat a third bowl. I almost died here. I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to agree to ride in the same car as you. Qi Shiqi, as a researcher, was usually oblivious to the outside world, spending all his time in the lab. Even though they were at the same base, he had no idea about Xia Ming'an's personality. Xia Ming'an replied earnestly, that's because you're too weak. You need to exercise more. Look at me, I haven't eaten for 3 days, and I'm still lively and energetic. You still have the nerve to say that. Qi Shiqi's beard bristled with anger. If you hadn't forgotten your backpack, would we be starving? You wait, I contact the base commander as soon as we get out. Hearing him mention his grandfather, Xia Ming'an sighed helplessly. The emperor is far away, complaining won't do any good. His grandfather couldn't come to the Dawn base to beat him up. Besides, the old man's strength wasn't even as great as the stone tablet of the Bishi. He's quite resilient now. Xia Tu glanced at him at the opportune moment and said slowly, if Commander Xia doesn't mind, I can do it for him. He would make Xia Ming'an understand that Bishi had ultimately shown mercy. Chapter 517. Xia Ming'an, He was about to say something, when a female voice interrupted him. Let's get down to business. How do we get out? Yun Zhao packed the remaining food into her backpack, slightly raised her chin, and looked at Xia Ming'an. Have you found any clues about the gatekeeper? Finding a way out was the most important thing right now. Although this was Xia Ming'an's first time entering the contaminated area, he was, after all, a professionally trained sentinel. He was also determined to find the gatekeeper to prove himself. He actually discovered many strange things. The terrain here is very strange. Xia Ming'an frowned, somewhat puzzled. The terrain is very strange. We're clearly on the 8th floor right now, but if we go out the other side of the corridor, it's on the 3rd floor. And it's not just this one place, many buildings are like this, making it difficult to distinguish directions. Xia Tu pondered for a moment. It's a characteristic of mountain cities. It shouldn't have any direct connection to the contaminated area. Xia Ming'an was momentarily stunned by the truth. After recovering, he opened the memo on his communicator and said, the text on the neon lights, the small print, is composed of dark matter. If you stare at it for too long, it will change, and you quickly become disoriented. Xia Tu nodded and spoke again. Rule number 1. Light pollution moves, so you can't stare at it for too long, or you be mentally polluted. Xia Ming'an, We already reviewed the data on this polluted area before we came in. Xie stated bluntly. The intelligence team summarized 3 pieces of information. The second and third points are the broadcast and the shadow, respectively. I already checked your shadow. I didn't find any problems. Did you hear the broadcast? No. It was Qi Shiqi who answered. He slumped into his chair, his gaze subtly shifting from Qi Ling, before pulling up a pen to take notes. Radio and shadow? Qi Shiqi hadn't noticed these two. His face, still pale from prolonged hunger, was desperately seeking more information. What kind of radio and shadow? Yun Zhao briefly explained. Oh, I see. Qi Shiqi's voice was hoarse. At first, I thought the clues would be hidden in the text messages. The text was strange. The advertising slogans all seemed to have a certain tone, very incongruous. He was so angry with Xiao Mingang at the time that he just wanted to leave. He was too eager to find clues and inadvertently fell into a trap. Luckily, he had an inhibitor in his trench coat pocket. Qi Shiqi recalled what he had seen. When I felt mentally disoriented, a passage kept scrolling through my mind, saying this was a parkour paradise, tempting me to run. He subconsciously did as he was told, almost falling off the railing. The drop below was dozens of meters. A fall from that height would have been certain death for this old man. Luckily, Xiao Mingang grabbed him in time and injected him with an inhibitor. Although Xiao Mingang was unreliable, after entering, he gave him the only bottle of water he found, and the only inhibitor he had. Qi Shiqi cursed, but deep down he knew they could only hold out for 3 days at most. Someone outside would definitely come to rescue them. If not from Dawn Base, then it would be a century from their base. It's mental pollution. Yun Zhao turned to Qi Shiqi. The intelligence team said they ruled out those neon signs. However, even if the signs aren't the gatekeepers, the text is composed of dark matter, indicating that the gatekeepers have been manipulating the changes. Perhaps we can search for the area with the highest concentration of dark matter. The sentinel teams that entered earlier, to avoid being corrupted, probably dared not set foot in certain areas. But now that she's here, there's nowhere in this contaminated zone she can't go. Xie nodded and slowly stood up. Professor Qi needs to rest. You all stay here for now. Yun Zhao and I will go out and take a look. The terrain outside is uneven, constantly climbing slopes and hills. Qi Shiqi is currently too weak to go out with them. Qi Ling was taken aback. I stay here too? Yes, call us loudly if you need anything, Xie said. Qi Ling glanced at Qi Shiqi and nodded hesitantly. The two kept glancing at each other. Yun Zhao said nothing, but slightly raised her hand, creating a barrier to protect Qi Ling. It would actually be best for Qi Ling to stay with her. He's covered in dark matter, making him extremely vulnerable to the gatekeeper's control. But Qi Ling is probably worried about Qi Shiqi's current state, so it's better for him to stay here. Perhaps it would be better for the two of them to talk things out. Yun Zhao hoped Qi Ling could gain familial affection, increasing his sense of belonging to this world. At this moment, Xiao Mingang, completely ignored, pointed to himself, what about me? You stay too. Xietu's attitude was quite cold. His tone implied that if he disagreed, there were plenty of ways to make him agree. Although both were S-rank, Xiao Mingang was still a novice, and in no way could he be a match for Xietu. Xiao Mingang sighed and accepted the arrangement. In the spiritual realm, Bishi slowly stretched its body, letting out another heavy exhale. Finally, they had met someone who could handle their physical form. Yun Zhao and Xietu left them food and got up to leave the small house. The two chose to exit through another exit. At the end of the corridor, just as Xiao Mingang had said, the floor number indicated the 3rd floor. Exiting from this side, they found themselves on another side of the street. The neon lights still flickered day and night, the scrolling text changing intermittently. On either side of the street, 5 or 6 signs hung from varying heights. On the billboard of the building opposite, the words 24-hour convenience store, which had been scrolling, were now slowly twisting into 24-hour memory recycling station. The black material forming the words wriggled like living things. Yun Zhao, wearing sunglasses, looked up for a while. Does looking at these make you feel uncomfortable? Yes. Xietu, not looking at the signs, but studying the terrain, replied, looking at them for too long will more or less have an effect. Xiao Mingang did the right thing in this regard. The S-level Sentinel's domain is extremely unstable. Xiao Mingang didn't look at the text information, but instead clearly confirmed the terrain, and then searched for supplies. He might have initially tried finding a gatekeeper, but Qi Shiqi was an ordinary person, and leaving him could easily lead to trouble. If a senior researcher were to suffer any harm because of him, even if he was the base commander's grandson, he would still face public condemnation. He was actually well aware of this. His lack of urgency stemmed from the fact that if he hadn't left for 3 days, people outside would inevitably come looking for him. Moreover, the building, despite its seemingly tall floors, had 3 exits. It offered both offensive and defensive advantages. Xia commented, "At least he's not beyond help." Yuan Zhao nodded perfunctorily, her attention focused on the text on the signboard. Wearing sunglasses, she felt no discomfort looking at the neon lights. The text appeared the same as ordinary text to her. Neon Funeral Home. Say goodbye to the physical body. We create a personalized obituary for you. 24-hour bank. Hee welcome. Up to 333 months interest-free. Navigation chip. Precise obstacle avoidance. Guiding you around deadly traps. Install now. There's too much information, too much clutter, and it's constantly changing. It's impossible to distinguish what's useful. Yuan Zhao read the sign's text to Xia. She looked suspicious. Does the gatekeeper intend to turn this place into a real cyberpunk? Chapter 518. Although Chongqing is known as the cyber capital, it's only in terms of its artistic style. In reality, the city is devoid of darkness and oppression. The people live in peace and prosperity. The streets are filled with the aroma of hot pot, and when the light rail passes through buildings, the excited cheers of tourists can always be heard. If this is its obsession, then it needs a great many residents, Xia said slowly. Neither mutants nor humans, it has none, and Zone 24, being under control, is destined to be unable to grow. His words had barely faded when the neon lights on both sides of the street suddenly flickered simultaneously, as if in some silent response. Yuan Zhao narrowed his eyes, noticing a subtle change in the text on the signs. Below the advertisement for the Neon Funeral Home, a line of small print slowly appeared. Today's special offer, free customized eulogy. Yuan Zhao read aloud to Xia. Is it angry? Maybe we touched a sore spot. Xia immediately looked down to check their shadows. They hadn't changed, and the flashing neon lights cast flickering shadows on his face. It's a pity the gatekeeper can evade 7 or 8 searches. It won't show itself just because of a few words. Sure enough, the scrolling text quickly disappeared. This contaminated zone had no mutants, no fighting. Even because of Yuan Zhao's presence, the dark matter wasn't afraid of threats. The only thing they needed to do was find the gatekeeper in this lifeless cyber town and get out. But what exactly was the gatekeeper? Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, then tugged at Xiaotu's arm. Let's go, let's check out those shops over there. The two entered a shop that said 24-hour supermarket. Inside, it was a bare, unfinished building. There wasn't even a shelf, let alone any merchandise. Next door was a pharmacy, similarly deserted, its brightly colored sign adding to the eeriness. The two searched from shop to shop. The little bluebird quickly lost interest, perched on her head, too lazy to even lift its head. The entire street was bathed in a sickly neon glow, yet eerily silent. The fluorescent light from the billboards flowed like spilled electronic paint, turning the entire city into a surreal, colorful swamp. All the written slogans repeated their welcome messages to the empty stalls. The whole city was like a forgotten, old computer, stubbornly running programs that no one needed anymore. Looking at it for too long had a hypnotic effect. Xia pondered for a moment. We can't find any clues under the normal advertisements. Should we look elsewhere? Yuan Zhao was about to ask where, but as she looked up, she saw a familiar advertising slogan. Store your precious memories. First month free. The small print below scrolls rapidly. 327 customers have reported that they can no longer remember their stored content. I think I saw that slogan on the street downstairs just now, Yuan Zhao said. The text did indeed move. Was it random? Or was it following them all along? Xia, shall we go take a look? Yuan Zhao thought for a moment. Okay. Even if it's a trap, it's better than having no clue and getting nothing. On the other side, a quiet, deserted residential building. Xia Mingong yawned and said to Qi Frankenstein, I'm going to take a nap. Call me if anything happens. Although Qi was dissatisfied with him, he knew that Xia Mingong had barely slept for 3 days because he had to guard him. Qi, his face stern, said, Sleep here? Otherwise, who will protect us when the gatekeeper comes? How can we sleep here? Sleep on the floor. Damn it, you actually want me, a gentleman, to sleep on the floor? Don't push your luck. Are you going to sleep or not? Get up. I want to sleep on the sofa. Qi temper flared immediately. I'm a patient right now, and you're trying to take my sofa? You look so energetic, you don't look like a patient at all. It's all because of you. I told you to get the keys first. The two argued fiercely. Qi Ling silently operated the robot, moving the bed from the room to the living room, finally ending the farce. Qi Ling helped wipe the dust off. Go to sleep. I wake you if anything happens. Xia Mingong patted him on the shoulder. Little brother, you're a really nice guy. How about coming to our base? I want to build my own team and make you my second in command. No, thank you. I'm doing fine in Team Zero. Qi Ling kept his head down, decisively rejecting Xia Mingong's attempt to poach him. Xia Mingong was a little disappointed. He suddenly stared at him, looking him up and down, and asked curiously, why are you keeping your head down? And nothing. Qi Ling had been in a hurry to find Qi Shiqi after coming in, forgetting to look in the mirror or take off his gloves. He didn't know if he looked like a mutant or a normal person. Although he had overcome his inner demons in the mirror world, this sense of inferiority and incongruity still lingered with him. Qi Shiqi saw the logo on the robot's chest and suddenly snapped at Xia Mingong again, yelling gruffly, are you going to sleep or not? If not, get out and find some clues. Sleep. Xia Mingong lay down on the bed, then couldn't help but add, Frankenstein, are you going through menopause? So easily angered, watch out for your high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar. Qi Shiqi ignored him. Xia Mingong, seeing that things were going well, closed his eyes and went to sleep. The room quickly became quiet. Qi Ling stood with his back to the room, his robot guarding him by the window. The neon lights outside shone through the glass, casting constantly changing colored spots of light at his feet, like a swarm of restless electronic fireflies. He was somewhat unsure how to be alone with Qi Shiqi. The other was older than him, yet he was his junior. A junior from a much younger generation. An awkward atmosphere filled the room. You? Qi Shiqi suddenly spoke, his voice pausing. He took off his reading glasses, which had slipped down to the tip of his nose, and mechanically wiped them with the corner of his shirt. Come sit down. Qi Ling's back stiffened abruptly. Oh, okay. The reply was short and curt. He felt like a robot, his body mechanically turning to sit at the other end of the sofa. The two sat on opposite ends of the sofa, with enough space in the middle for Xia Mingong to sleep. Qi Ling still clearly remembered that when they first met, Qi Shiqi looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at a monster, and even wanted to lock him in a cage and transport him to the Hope Base. In the end, the captain and Yun Xiao intervened, preventing Qi Shiqi from taking him away. He must be unhappy about making the wasted trip. But Qi Ling remembered something else. It was on New Year's Eve. The captain relayed the Happy New Year, and he couldn't understand Qi Shiqi's current attitude. Thank you for earlier. Qi Shiqi's tone was somewhat stiff, and he awkwardly said, if it weren't for you, I might really be done for here. No, you're welcome, Qi Ling replied dryly. The atmosphere fell silent again. After an unknown amount of time, Qi Ling finally couldn't hold back and muster the courage to ask, did you come to Dawn Base this time for me? Qi Shiqi's expression froze. Before he could answer, a muffled laugh came from inside the room. Frankenstein's monster, so he's your ancestor. Chapter 519. Outside, a group of sentries, their clothes stained black, drove to the edge of the contaminated zone and saw rows of conspicuous tents. Several sentries in black uniforms stood under a tree talking, their eyes wary as they saw the unfamiliar vehicle approaching. He Xiang avoided eye contact, secretly glancing at the shoulders of the men. The two on the left had red-crowned cranes printed on their shoulders. They were patrolling sentries from Post 24. And the others? Hope Base? What are Hope Base sentries doing here? What are you doing? A sentry approached them. There are no supplies in this contaminated zone. If you need to search, go elsewhere. The sentry's gaze swept over them. 5 people sat inside the vehicle, each with a dirty face and clothes, the roof piled high with blackened coal. They had clearly just come from the mines. They were probably a nearby civilian search team. The sentry relaxed his guard slightly and asked again, why aren't you going back to base? What are you doing here? He Xiang rolled down the car window, his face covered in coal dust, making his expression appear particularly honest. Sir, I wanted to ask if you've seen anyone else pass by here? The sentry who had followed him frowned. No. Special operations are underway in contaminated Zone 24. Passage is temporarily prohibited. That's impossible. The tire tracks go all the way here. He Xiang panicked and hurriedly explained, it's my sister. She sent me a message this morning, and then communication was cut off. I can't get through on the phone. Sister? So they were looking for someone. Guan Hong kindly reminded them, we've been stationed here the whole time. There's really no one here. Besides, disappearances aren't under the jurisdiction of the outposts outside. You should go back and report to your base's security department. The sentry nodded and knocked on the carriage. You're right, turn around. Your sister might have already gone back. Hee-seong hesitated. The sentries outside had no reason to lie. But they couldn't be wrong. There had been a heavy rain a few days ago, the soil was soft, and the tire tracks were very clear, indicating they had reached the edge of the contaminated area. Xiangzi, let's go back, the others in the carriage said, quietly advising. Maybe it wasn't Yun Zhao, but someone she knew who saw our car and warned her. Yun Zhao was an S-level guide, these people would definitely care if they told her, but they were afraid of making a misunderstanding and causing trouble for Yun Zhao. Yeah, let's go back and check. Maybe the communicator ran out of battery, which is why the phone call couldn't go through. The sentries outside the carriage suddenly froze upon hearing the conversation, exchanging strange glances. These low-level sentries are looking for Guide Yun? Guide Yun's younger brother? Don't they know Guide Yun is on a mission today? The car had already turned around, and the people in the car smiled apologetically. Sorry for the trouble, we'd be going right away. Hee-seong had no choice but to go back with everyone. Yun Zhao, of course, was unaware of what was happening outside. She and Xie Tu arrived at a ground-floor apartment facing the street, based on the address on the advertisement. This place was a hotel. The building's exterior was old, with neon lights on both sides crawling across the surface like veins, changing their font style every few minutes. Xie Tu gave her time to study the text, and after confirming there were no clues, he pushed open the glass door with an electronic screen. A blast of cold air mixed with the smell of ozone hit them. The walls on both sides of the corridor were completely covered by LED screens, scrolling through various advertisements. Memory Hotel? Yun Zhao stared at the 4 large characters above the reception desk. Store your precious memories. Create a unique haven for every recollection. Below, the 4 characters' first month free were magnified several times. Memory can be stored? Yun Zhao frowned, remembering the parts of her lost memories, staring at those characters. Xie Tu, constantly watching her movements, reminded her, this is just a 2-star contaminated zone, it has nothing to do with your lost memories. The difference between number 24 and number 6 wasn't just a matter of level, it was a complete annihilation. I know. Yun Zhao pointed to the advertisement, I'm just wondering, how are memories stored? And what is their function? Xie Tu's gaze followed her finger, landing on the constantly flashing advertisement. The neon text suddenly seemed to sense his gaze, twisting and deforming, reorganizing into new content. Consciousness scan, permanently preserve your most precious moments. The words in the side effects section were immediately covered by jumping gibberish as soon as they appeared. A message followed immediately, no side effects. The 2 ignored the gatekeeper's subtle movements. Like a photograph? Memories can be preserved? Yun Zhao stared at the distorted black text and continued. Because of the lack of mutants, the gatekeeper devised a new method to quickly acquire obsessions? Like Zone 249, can one glimpse fragments of memories within dreams, or is it just a fabricated trap? After all, a person's identity, in terms of temporal continuity, is guaranteed by their memories. Memory is a key factor in constructing self-identity. Whether it's sad, happy, painful, regretful, the deeper the memory, the deeper the obsession. It's more likely a trap. It's not necessarily a real memory. False memories are also a kind of obsession, Xie Tu said. You're right, Yun Zhao agreed. For example, she had imagined countless times the scene of reuniting with Yun Ju, those scenes stored in her mind. The false scenes were her constructs, her deepest obsession at present. She didn't know if they could be considered a kind of memory. Xie Tu was already checking the front desk. The computer was on, the hotel had 24 rooms, all showing as unoccupied. He opened a drawer, it wasn't locked. The room cards were arranged in order in a box, inside which were a registration form, a pen, staples, and a walkie-talkie. Nothing seemed amiss. Xie Tu took out the walkie-talkie and tried it. It wouldn't turn on, so he put it back. Yun Zhao stood to one side of the front desk, turning to look down the corridor. In stark contrast to the blinding light pollution, the corridor was filled with a thick, inky dark substance, slowly surging and churning as if alive. The surroundings were eerily quiet. There was no sign of life, no monster in sight, only a suffocating silence. More chilling than any monster's roar. With such a dense concentration of dark substance, it was impossible for any outsider, except for mutants, to enter. Let's go see if there are any clues, Xie Tu said, taking a universal card from a drawer. Yun Zhao nodded. Just as she reached his side, the LED screens on the walls on either side changed again. Xie Tu felt uncomfortable staring at neon signs for too long. She had been responsible for gathering information along the way. So Yun Zhao turned her head. In that instant, Her heart skipped a beat, and her blood seemed to freeze. The moment she looked at the screen, her gaze unexpectedly met a pair of eyes. They were human eyes. A pair of human eyes suddenly appeared in the otherwise empty, contaminated area. The sudden eye contact would startle anyone. The little bluebird bristled. Sia2 sensed something amiss, and abruptly looked up at the screen. On the screen, a face so beautiful it was almost otherworldly was staring down at Yun Xiao. The face was magnified, filling the entire screen. The features were stunning, with fiery red lips and pure black eyes, the angle of which was perfectly aligned with the corridor entrance where the two stood. Sia2 quickly realized it was just a false alarm, and his tense muscles instantly relaxed. He raised his hand and gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "Don't be afraid, it's just an advertisement poster." Yun Xiao looked again, letting out a soft sigh. "You scared me half to death." Sia2 chuckled softly. Although the occasion was somewhat inappropriate, it was the first time he'd seen her so frightened. Those usually calm and unwavering eyes were now wide open, like a startled fawn. She used to be unfazed by mutants and danger, but now she seemed more vibrant. Sia2 just felt that Yun Xiao's fear made her more real. "What are you laughing at?" Sia2's voice softened unconsciously. "So you can be scared too." "Because I wasn't prepared, it was an accident," Yun Xiao emphasized. Sia2 echoed, "Yes, it was an accident." His tone was just like when the Fire Phoenix repeated the little bluebird's words. His meaning was unclear, his tone slightly perfunctory. Yun Xiao glared at him, quickly composed herself, calmed the little bluebird, who wanted to rush up and fight, and stepped into the corridor first. Sia2's smile deepened, and he followed closely beside her. The so-called street level refers to a floor at the same height as the street, built according to the terrain of mountainous areas, often found in mountainous areas or cities with undulating terrain. Street level is not the same as the traditional first floor. So, when Yun Xiao and Sia2 entered, they found that the floor plan displayed was the 14th floor. The entire corridor was immersed in thick darkness. The guest room doors on both sides resembled blackened tombstones, and the numbers on the number plates looked as if they had been gnawed by some corrosive substance, leaving only incomplete dents. Fine black particles suspended in the air, not drifting like ordinary dust, but slowly wriggling as if alive, gathering into wisps of black mist. These dark substances could devour light. The thick, almost tangible blackness completely blocked out the faint overhead light. The entire space was plunged into a deathly darkness. The little bluebird was still angrily frightening its original guardian, flapping its wings and cursing. A bluish-green glow emanated from beneath its wings, beginning to devour the surrounding dark matter. Sia2 took 2 steps forward, and used his room card to open the nearest guest room. He skillfully inserted the card into the slot, and the room lights instantly switched on. Yun Xiao followed him into the room to investigate. Neither of them noticed that the LED screen on the wall outside the door changed again the instant they entered. "Welcome, a valued customer." The room was small and completely open, a very ordinary double room with white walls, white sheets and duvet covers, and an old wooden cabinet. The bed looked brand new, as if it had been cleaned daily. Sia2 walked over and drew back the curtains. The room faced the street outside, and the vibrant neon lights instantly flooded the room. Yun Xiao opened the cabinet at the foot of the bed. It was completely empty, not a single common item was present. She went to the bathroom. An old-fashioned shower head hung there, covered in rust, and the sink was bare. Yun Xiao turned on the faucet, but not a drop of water came out. Aside from the lack of water and supplies, and the outdated facilities, everything seemed normal. But the entire room lacked even a single high-tech device. What did this have to do with storing memories? Or were they going to stay in the hotel for the night? Sia2 and she were on the same page. Sia2 gestured for her to leave. "Let's check the other rooms." The two searched each room one by one. The memory hotel only had 2 room types, double rooms and king-size rooms. The king-size rooms were identical to the double rooms except for the missing bed. As Yun Xiao ventured deeper into the corridor, she quickly discovered that all 24 rooms in the hotel were located on the same floor. Footsteps soon reached the last 2 rooms. But this wasn't the end of the corridor. Around the corner stood 2 elevators, connected by a covered walkway with railings, leading to another building. Standing on the walkway, one could see the back street. Looking down from the 14th floor, beneath the towering residential buildings, a dozen neon signs hung on the exterior walls, and hidden beneath were old-fashioned hot pot restaurants, internet cafes, arcades. Sia2, having finished checking the last 2 rooms, came out to find her with her eyes lowered, gazing at the street below lost in thought. "Any discoveries?" Sia2 asked. Yuan Zhao shook her head, then suddenly said, I captured Ayu's memories. Xie Tu stopped abruptly, his clear black and white eyes fixed on her. He guessed what she was going to say, but didn't interrupt. It was during the incident in Contaminated Zone 88, Yuan Zhao said to herself. Back then, I wasn't very familiar with everyone. Although it wasn't intentional, I did capture fragments of memories in her mental realm, and saw Wang Jiayi from her memories. This was the terrifying aspect of the Dark Guide. If she wanted, she could even directly destroy a person's consciousness. Yuan Zhao continued, I thought about it for a long time afterward, why I had no malicious intent, did nothing, yet still managed to dredge up Ayu's deepest memories. Xie Tu listened quietly, then spoke up at the right moment. The rabbit was very vulnerable back then. Wang Jiayu had just seen her brother, whom she had longed for day and night. Her mental state was at its most vulnerable, so her defenses were easily breached. When is someone in a dangerous, vigilant environment most vulnerable? The answer is, in their sleep. Just like in Contaminated Zone 249, in her sleep, the gatekeeper penetrated the barrier and captured fragments of her memories. The memory hotel seems normal. Perhaps it's just trying to lower people's guard and get them into a dream as quickly as possible. This was Yuan Zhao's conclusion after examining all the rooms. Xie Tu always understood her meaning quickly, staring intently at her. You want to try? She had always wanted to find a gatekeeper who could awaken all her memories. Yes. Yuan Zhao admitted, it's just a 2-star contaminated zone, trying won't hurt. Although this is only a 2-star contaminated zone, we shouldn't underestimate it. Xie Tu disagreed, always maintaining composure in a contaminated zone. I don't recommend doing this. The most important thing right now is to find the gatekeeper and get out as soon as possible. Doing so was dangerous. No one knew what memory storage meant. If it backfired, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 520. The two disagreed for the first time. Yuan Zhao tried the same trick again, standing on tiptoe to kiss him, but Xie Tu pressed her shoulder down. The man's gaze was deep, his face tense. The honey trap didn't work. Yuan Zhao followed the force of his arm, leaning into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, and tilting her head back. Really didn't work? The man didn't speak. Yuan Zhao poked his hard muscles. You think even a 2-star contaminated zone is dangerous? Does that mean you can't even try 4-star or 5-star zones in the future? The opportunity is rare, and the gatekeeper might not be able to break through my mental barrier. I just want to try. Xie Tu couldn't refute this. Indeed, Team Zero only operated in high-risk contaminated zones. Missing the 24th meant facing even greater dangers afterward. Seeing his softening attitude, Yuan Zhao pressed on, 2-star area or 4 or 5-star area, why don't you choose one for me? Xie Tu's fingers tightened slightly, then relaxed helplessly. He looked down at Yuan Zhao, who was tilting her head back in his arms. She took off her sunglasses, her eyes shining like starlight, making all words of refusal stuck in his throat. Xie Tu resignedly pulled her closer, resting his chin on the top of her head. Okay, I watch over you tonight. If anyone else saw Xie Tu like this, they would probably be shocked. The S-rank sentinel who was decisive and ruthless in the contaminated zone, his principles and bottom line became mere decorations in front of Yuan Zhao. He seemed unable to bring himself to refuse her requests, always choosing to give in. Whatever she wanted to do, he would ultimately accompany her, even if endless danger lay ahead. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Yuan Zhao smiled and released her arms from around his waist. Let's look for clues elsewhere. We go back later and inform Qi Ling and the others. Her embrace suddenly felt empty. Xie Tu pursed his lips, unmoved by her purposeful closeness, and followed her out the way they came. They had come out to find the gatekeeper. The memory hotel was suspicious, but it seemed more like a means for the gatekeeper to obtain obsessions. The gatekeeper was unlikely to be here. Yuan Zhao put her sunglasses back on, and the two quickly returned to the street. The sky was overcast, making it impossible to tell the time. Light pollution bathed the entire street in a hazy glow, neon lights blurring in the damp air, stretching and distorting their shadows. The terrain was too complex, making it difficult to search for the gatekeeper. Yuan Zhao simply released her spiritual energy, focusing only on areas with concentrated dark matter. Xie Tu followed closely behind her, his profile illuminated by the flickering billboards, highlighting his sharp features. Several in-depth counseling sessions had forged an increasingly close spiritual connection between them. Yuan Zhao sensed something was amiss and asked, "Are you unhappy?" "No." Yuan Zhao suddenly reached out, her fingertips lightly hooking his sleeve. "Whenever you're unhappy, your lips tighten." Xie Tu turned to look at her, the colorful lights reflecting in his eyes, filled with a helpless indulgence. He ruffled her hair and pulled her closer. Really, no. Let's go find the gatekeeper. Speaking it aloud would make him seem unreasonable. Finding a way out was the most important thing right now. Everything else could be dealt with later. Afterwards, the two searched many places. A cable car station piled high with various abandoned machines. Rusty cable car cars hung precariously from broken steel cables, swaying silently in the light and shadow. Behind them, a long staircase built into the mountainside, stretched as far as the eye could see. They spent an hour trying to climb it before giving up. There were also underground air raid shelters, empty, and filled with bottomless darkness, almost entirely filled with dark matter. Finally, Yun Zhao was exhausted, and the two had to turn back to find someone. It's all uphill and downhill paths. We followed the road earlier, taking a huge detour. Only after returning did they discover a shortcut behind a house. The map of the contaminated area wasn't large, but the terrain was too complex to drive on. Xie helped her walk slowly forward. That's Chongqing like this. With its varied terrain and winding streets, it looks close, but it's actually quite far. Yun Zhao paused, taken aback. Xie was, by all accounts, a local. He found the terrain normal, but Yun Zhao always felt something was off. It was a feeling she couldn't quite put her finger on. It was like how people in the old days took the sun for granted until one day it stopped appearing on time, and then panic began. Were the sentries who came in before the same? Because it was in Chongqing territory, the sentries didn't pay attention to the terrain. They were only focused on searching for clues in every nook and cranny. The contrast was stark. Xia Mingong immediately said the terrain was strange. Have they overlooked something? Xie saw her lost in thought again, knowing this was her habitual way of thinking, so he took her hand and slowly walked back. Chapter 521. According to the outside time, the two returned around 6 p.m. Xia Mingong was already up, leaning against the window, a bag of small bread rolls in his arms, stuffing them into his mouth while checking the situation outside. Sentrymen naturally have large appetites. Xia Mingong hadn't eaten for 3 days, and at noon, he didn't dare eat too much, only 3 bowls of noodles. He looked for food as soon as he woke up. Qi Shiqi had already recovered, holding a pen and paper to record data. When he looked up and saw Xia Mingong's appearance, he immediately became angry again. There are 5 of us now. At this rate, how many days can the food last? Xia Mingong was speechless. Can't even eat? It's okay. You need to be full to have the energy to look for clues. If we don't have enough food, I can go out and get more, Qi Ling advised from the side. Qi Shiqi was momentarily speechless, then looked astonished. You can get out? Qi Ling nodded, truthfully replying yes, but only by myself. I can't take you. He was a mutant. He didn't need a key to leave the contaminated area. Qi Shiqi suddenly became excited, his eyes burning with fervor. Tell me carefully, how do you get out? Were you controlled by the gatekeepers? Qi Ling looked puzzled. Didn't you see my data report? He remembered the research institute sending reports to Hope Base weekly. Many people saw him leave the contaminated area last time, and he had undergone further examination afterward. It should be written in the data report. Qi Shiqi paused, the fervor in his eyes quickly fading. He didn't tell Qi Ling that he hadn't read the rest of the report. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside. Xie pushed open the door, and appeared in the doorway with Yun Zhao. Xia Mingong wiped his mouth clean with a flourish, and turned around with a flourish. How was it? Did you find anything? Found some unusual things. Xie gestured for Yun Zhao to go inside and rest first. We need to go check it out tonight. Okay, I'm rested. We go together tonight, Xia Mingong said. Yun Zhao sat down on the sofa, bent over and rubbed his legs, pondering, it might be dangerous. You guys should stay here. Unexpectedly, this was met with opposition from the 3 of them. No way, I have to go with you. Xia Mingong didn't want people to ask him about it later, and find out he relied on the other 2 to eliminate the contaminated area. Where would his pride be? Qi Shiqi was even more direct. I need to record the data. Now we have food, drink, and safety guaranteed. I don't have to watch over anything. Do you expect me to come in here and suffer for nothing? Qi Ling also said, I'm familiar with things from the old era. I can be of some help. Yun Zhao had no choice but to tell them about the memory hotel, and let them think it over before making a decision. Hearing about stored memories, Qi Shiqi became even more excited. We absolutely have to go now. You know, memories were a difficult research subject in the old days. The mad scientist went on and on, talking about instantaneous memory, visual memory, episodic memory, and motor memory, completely unstoppable. Yun Zhao was exhausted and just wanted to lie down and rest. Okay, let's go together after dinner. Xie Tu checked the route by the window, then turned and instructed, Qi Ling, please cook some rice. I go down and bring the car over. Okay. As soon as Xie Tu left, the room fell silent again. Yun Zhao took the opportunity to gather her thoughts. Knowing the gatekeepers are non-human objects, what kind of objects could be connected to the cyber city's obsession? First, we can rule out everyday supplies. These are a key focus of the Sentry searches. If found, they're loaded into vehicles and taken out. Second, there are the neon signs. The base has already checked them multiple times. The fact that they're in the information files means they've been verified. Finally, Yun Zhao wasn't sure. She suddenly looked up and asked Xia Mingong, why do you find the terrain strange? Xia Mingong replied, I never seen a three-dimensional city in my life. Isn't that strange enough? A building, a street, with varying heights in all directions, not only in 4 directions, but also up and down, not to mention parking lots and gas stations built on rooftops. Unheard of. Besides that? Yun Zhao asked again. Seeing her serious expression, Xia Mingong couldn't help but recall earnestly, frowning slightly. I can't quite put my finger on it. It's just a strange intuition. Intuition? Yun Zhao pondered for a moment, then turned to Qi Ling and asked, are these buildings in Chongqing? Qi Ling had mentioned long ago that he had been to Chongqing. Old Chongqing. Qi Ling closed the rice cooker lid. I only went twice back then. I only remember some landmarks and attractions, and I only went to the main urban area. I have no recollection of the other streets. The implication was that he wasn't sure. Xia Mingong finally understood. You suspect this map isn't of Chongqing? Yun Zhao shook her head. I was just thinking, what items are related to cyberpunk? I used to play games like that. Qi Ling counted on his fingers. Cybernetic bodies, holographic projection advertisements, neural interface chips, electronic brains, bionic skin. He paused, pointing to the flashing neon lights in the distance, and those perpetually lit neon signs, those old buildings with data cables exposed on the walls like veins. Neon signs were ruled out, and there were no other types of technology here. Was he going the wrong way? Just then, in the distance, the intermittent sound of an electronic broadcast suddenly came through. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The intelligence team's information was to retreat immediately upon hearing the broadcast. Xie Tu hasn't returned yet? Yun Zhao abruptly looked up, quickly rising to look out the window. The next second, the broadcast began, a mechanical female voice reciting advertising copy emotionlessly, each syllable carrying an eerie echo. Welcome to Chongqing. Here you can experience the most authentic cyberpunk life. For a small fee, you can get... The promotional text suddenly stopped, and the electronic voices overlapped, becoming extremely shrill. Warning. Insufficient stock. More. Volunteers needed. Warning. Insufficient stock. More. Volunteers needed. Warning. Insufficient stock. More. Volunteers needed. Each word was accompanied by a screeching sound like fingernails scraping a blackboard, exploding in her ears. Yun Zhao quickly shielded Xia Mingong's 5 senses. She didn't see the armored vehicle and hurriedly called to Little Bluebird, go out and check. Xie Tu hasn't returned yet. With her useless stamina, she definitely wouldn't make it in time. Little Bluebird obediently flew down from the window to find Xie Tu and Fire Phoenix. The broadcast continued. Welcome to the cyber capital. Embark on a thrilling survival journey. Come on, contend with, and experience a familiar yet strange post-apocalyptic scene. The sound grew increasingly shrill, as if trying to pierce eardrums. Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Immediately afterwards, a strange electrical fluctuation spread through the air. Everyone inside the room stayed within Yun Zhao's barrier, covering their ears and crouching with their backs to the window. Xia Mingong felt his hearing and senses plummet to almost zero in an instant. The world seemed to be isolated by a thick layer of soundproof glass. All sounds became blurred, and everything before his eyes seemed veiled in a hazy mist, losing its original clarity and color. Yun Zhao had already closed the window, but it was no use. The scream continued, echoing throughout the entire contaminated zone. He wondered how Xie Tu was doing. He never built barriers in the contaminated zone to avoid affecting his judgment. Even she couldn't stand this sound, let alone a sentinel with heightened senses. No wonder the intelligence said to retreat immediately upon hearing the sound. The flashing neon lights began to flicker and leap wildly, the frequency of the light increasing rapidly, as if to tear the entire space apart. The little bluebird circled in the air and quickly spotted the armored vehicle. It swooped down and saw Xia bracing himself against the car door with one hand, his knuckles white from the force. His heightened senses had become a torment. Every note felt like a sharp knife, slicing cruelly across his nerves. The fire phoenix fluttered its wings anxiously on his shoulder, its feathers bristling, clearly trying its best to stabilize his mental state. Only after learning that the little bluebird had found someone did Yunzhao breathe a sigh of relief. The sound lasted for about 10 minutes. Towards the end, Yunzhao could no longer hear the content, only feeling waves of malice and threat emanating from the sound. When the sound stopped, Qi Shiqi immediately picked up a pen to take notes, asking them as he wrote, "What is it saying? It's incoherent. Did you hear what came next?" Chapter 522. Qi Shiqi only heard the first 2 sentences, his senses were blocked afterward, and he heard nothing more. Xia Mingang was even more so. He stared wide-eyed in astonishment, mimicking a child's speech, making ah-oh sounds. He checked repeatedly for a long time. He was deaf. Yunzhao raised her hand and removed his barrier, replying to Qi Shiqi, "I didn't hear the rest either, the volume was too high. Pay a small amount. And you can get?" Yunzhao pondered those words repeatedly. It said it needed more volunteers, which probably means there aren't enough mutants. And then? What else? Qi Shiqi hurriedly asked. Of the 4, only Yunzhao heard clearly. She had just blocked the other senses. Yunzhao repeated, "Welcome to Cyber City, embark on a thrilling survival journey. Come on, contend with and experience a familiar yet strange post-apocalyptic scene." Qi Shiqi frowned. What does that mean? Sounds like an advertising slogan. Qi Ling silently explained to him, every city used to have its own slogans. For example, the building screens in Chongqing would say "Hello Chongqing, hello world." This kind of abnormal welcome is more like the gatekeeper's perverse sense of humor. The last sentence, familiar yet strange post-apocalyptic scene, refers to the terrain? Qi Shiqi scribbled furiously, confirming with the group several times. Yunzhao was somewhat worried about Xia condition and absent-mindedly turned to look at Qi Ling. She had been at the Dawn base for less than a year and wasn't very familiar with the base, let alone the city from 200 years ago. Qi Ling thought for a long time and finally nodded, it should be. The familiar part is the city, the strange part is the apocalypse. One day, the familiar streets become a scene of desolation, bustling intersections piled high with rusted car wrecks, glass curtained walls of skyscrapers overgrown with withered vines, and mottled billboards creaking and swaying in the wind. Qi Ling felt a deep resonance. This scene was both an absurd dream and a preordained prophecy. That's why the gatekeeper said it was both familiar and strange. Just broadcasting to the city? The sudden return of his senses made Xia Mingang feel somewhat uncomfortable, but he forced a smile. Is the gatekeeper an idiot? He learned that phrase from Qingwan. Xia Mingang raised an eyebrow smugly, finding it surprisingly useful. Bishi, idiot, Xia Mingang, eh? At that moment, the roar of a car engine came from downstairs. Yunzhao reopened the window, peeked down, and then jogged out the door. Xia got out of the car, his movements as swift as ever, even carrying a touch of nonchalant elegance. But Yunzhao knew perfectly well that he was a master of pretense. Are you feeling unwell? No, the little bluebird arrived just in time. Yunzhao asked suspiciously, are you sure? You're really fine. Xia maintained his calm and collected demeanor. Only a hint of softness flickered in his eyes, like a crack in a glacier revealing a warm undercurrent. He thanked the little bluebird earnestly. The little bluebird seemed particularly pleased, haughtily raising its head and flapping its wings to fly back onto its host's head. Yunzhao thoroughly examined him from head to toe. Xia allowed her to scrutinize him, even leaning slightly closer. On both sides of the street, neon lights still flickered, crimson, eerie blue, and pale white spots of light twisting and crawling on the asphalt, like the tentacles of some mutated creature. The 2 people standing in front of the car looked completely out of place. After confirming that everything was alright, Yunzhao breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Xia upstairs. It's good that you're alright, let's go back and eat. The 2 quickly returned to their 8th floor apartment. Qi Shiqi was still recording the broadcast. He was wearing an ill-fitting black trench coat, and a few tufts of his sparse hair were sticking up from his scruffy hands. When he looked up, the deep wrinkles on his forehead deepened. You're back just in time. We need to figure out what exactly the insufficient stock mentioned in the broadcast is. Qi Shiqi saw Xia return and pulled him aside to discuss it further. The broadcast also mentioned paying a small amount. To obtain what? What's most needed in the apocalypse? It's definitely food and water, weapons, even medicine. These things can be traded. Come on. Come on. It's more like a twisted invitation. What needs to be traded, and what requires inviting so many people to participate? Chi muttered to himself, analyzing page after page of paper. He seemed to be hoping Xie could provide an answer. Food, water, weapons, and medicine can be ruled out. They might be items common in the old days, but not so now. Xie rubbed his temples, his knuckles pressing lightly against his temples. It mentioned inventory again. Inventory refers to quantity, indicating mass-produced items. What exactly it is unclear, but it's not necessarily the gatekeeper. Currently, it seems similar to the slogans on the neon signs. Chi frowned, intuitively sensing that the gatekeeper's madness was not directly related to the rare mutants in this contaminated area. What about the source? Where did the broadcast originate? Chi pressed on. Xie, haven't looked yet, we'll try tomorrow. Wait until tomorrow. Chi-Chi's eyes widened, the wrinkles on his forehead becoming even more pronounced. Aren't you guys even a little bit worried? Xia Mingong rubbed his chin. Worrying won't help. If we really can't find it, we might as well just bulldoze it. With the three of them at S rank, it shouldn't be difficult to bulldoze this contaminated area using their spiritual bodies. Upon hearing this, Chi pointed at him angrily again. Shut your mouth, don't interfere with my thinking. What good will bulldozing do to researching the contaminated area? Yun Zhao, sitting to the side resting, finally understood why everyone called him a mad scientist. He hadn't recovered his strength after 3 days of hunger, but his energy was abundant. At this moment, Qiling walked over, a little worried about his condition, and couldn't help but interject, the food is ready, let's eat first. Chi, still fuming, had no choice but to put the food away and eat first. The gray sky, shrouded in a perpetual smog, obscured the passage of time. The glaring neon lights outside the windows sliced the street into colorful fragments, the ground littered with black, murky water that occasionally reflected the shifting lights overhead, like pools of solidified oil paint. After finishing their meal, Chi calmed down a bit, and the 5 of them prepared to move on to the Memory Hotel. They didn't have much food, just 2 pots. Xia Mingong carried an electric pot in each hand, walking at the back, feeling somewhat awkward. His stylish combat trench coat looked like something out of a mad scientist's outfit. The guide ahead wore sunglasses that emphasized his coolness, and even Qiling sported a stylish cloak. Not to mention Xie, walking at the very front, tall and imposing in his black combat suit. In contrast, his battle robe's gone, and he's carrying 2 electric cookers. Xia Mingong suddenly felt that the electric cookers he was carrying looked particularly ridiculous. He tried to negotiate with Chi, could I have my trench coat back? Chi didn't even glance at him. Not enough strength? Trying to make up for it with equipment? No way. Xia Mingong's lips curled into a sneer, his face full of resentment. This feeling intensified when he went downstairs and saw Zero Team's armored vehicle. Chapter 523. The armored vehicle before them was entirely black, its front end featuring sharp, flowing lines, its sharp angles like blades, exuding an awe-inspiring and oppressive aura. This vehicle is really cool, Xia Mingong remarked. Xie tone was calm. Really? I have 2. Xia Mingong, Xie opened the car door, revealing weapon racks on both sides, and added casually, not only do I have 1, the other 2 S-Class vehicles also have them, with basically the same configuration. Xia Mingong, are you showing off in front of me? Not stupid, you actually saw through me. Xie gaze swept over the shadows of the people on the ground, and after confirming they were alright, he helped Qiling lift the robot onto the roof of the car. Everyone, get in. Yun Zhao opened the passenger door and got in herself. She thought for a moment, then turned to Xia Mingong and said, the materials used in our vehicle are all discontinued. You probably won't have one in the future. Xia Mingong, ouch. How did she know he wanted to go back and get one? The 4 of them got into the car one after the other. The armored vehicle drove through the deserted streets, the wheels rolling over the ground, making a dull rolling sound, amplified infinitely in the deathly silence, sounding particularly lonely. The car soon arrived at the Memory Hotel. Xie got out of the car first and opened the door. Even though only a few hours had passed since he left, a large amount of dark matter had gathered inside again. The giant poster on the wall screen had disappeared, replaced by dense text. Welcome to Memory Hotel. We do not offer checkout services. The beds in your rooms await your warmth. Yun Zhao knew they couldn't look at it for long, so he read the text on the screen aloud to everyone. Have a pleasant stay. This hotel offers 24-hour service. Remember to give us a 5-star review, dear. The last line of small print flashed at the bottom of the screen. Warm reminder, all guests will become our eternal memories. After she finished reading, Xiao Mingang was speechless. What the hell? Qi Shiqi couldn't help but pull out his notebook again to write it down. What kind of 24-hour service? I don't know. There are 2 empty spaces for dark matter. Yuan Zhao also felt it was strange and asked them, do you want to change places? She insisted on staying here, actually not wanting to involve everyone. Besides, she had the ability to protect herself, and wasn't afraid of being corrupted by dark matter. Yuan Zhao wasn't sure if little Bluebird could take care of everyone after she fell asleep. Qi Shiqi, of course, refused to leave. We're already here, let's see how things go tonight. Yes, it's better for everyone to look out for each other. Qi Ling was actually the safest with her, and didn't want to be separated at night. As for Xiao Mingang, he didn't care. Okay. Yuan Zhao went to the front desk to get the room key and instructed Qi Ling, if anything happens tonight, remember to shout loudly, the captain will definitely hear you. Xia Tu stood at the end of the corridor, which remained exactly as it had been when he left, dark and silent. Hearing her call captain again, Xia Tu turned around, his brow twitching. His expression remained unchanged, as he pulled out a master key from his bag and began assigning rooms. These 3 rooms are the closest. There are 2 double rooms, and 1 king-size bedroom. Qi Ling and Professor Qi will share one, and Yuan Zhao, Xiao Mingang, and I will share the king-size bedroom. Everyone had no objections. Although this was Xiao Mingang's first time entering the contaminated area, he had seen quite a few cases. Men and women don't distinguish during missions. Unexpected events can happen at any time in the contaminated zone, so Xia Tu's request to share a room with the guide seemed quite normal. Xia Tu then gave each person a bottle of water and some food, in case they got hungry or thirsty in the middle of the night and couldn't find anything. Everyone took their room keys and prepared to enter their rooms. Qi Ling's robot was too tall to fit in, so it stood quietly by the door, looking very safe. Beep! The sound of a door opening rang out. Yuan Zhao's heart skipped a beat. She stopped in her tracks, suddenly remembering a question. When we left this afternoon, did you close the door? Xia Tu's gaze was deep as he answered, no. Then who closed the door? The gatekeeper? Yuan Zhao turned around and pulled Xia Tu deeper into the corridor. Sure enough, all 24 rooms they had opened were now tightly shut. It looked like a paranormal event. Anyone else would probably be terrified in this situation. Yuan Zhao returned to the corner and stood on the connecting corridor, looking down. The reception area was on the first floor, but here, the height inexplicably increased to 14 floors. From this height, the view was actually quite blurry. The old hot pot restaurant, internet cafe, and arcade below were just outlines in her vision. We haven't looked down there yet. She had originally planned to go after moving in, but it seemed quite close, just downstairs, but how should she get there? The stairs here seemed to lead to the street on the left, not directly to the street below. Xia Tu, to prevent her from falling, stopped her from touching the railing. Let Fire Phoenix go check it out first. Avian spirits possess a unique advantage in this complex terrain. Just like before, the little bluebird easily found Xia Tu. The little Fire Phoenix obediently flapped its wings and flew downwards. The residential streets were shrouded in an eerie silence, with brightly lit neon signs hanging on the exterior walls. The Fire Phoenix entered a hot pot restaurant. Behind the greasy glass windows, overturned tables and chairs were piled up like mountains, and a rusty 9-compartment hot pot lay on the floor, with suspicious black lumps congealed at the bottom. The Fire Phoenix found nothing amiss, and flew to the arcade next door. Inside, it was brightly lit, with colorful arcade machines neatly arranged, but the screens were completely black, and the buttons were covered with a thin layer of dust, showing signs of long-term neglect. The Fire Phoenix tilted its head. It couldn't glean any useful information. Using a spiritual entity to find people or mutants was fine, but searching for clues was too much for it. Let's come back, Yuan Zhao said. Tomorrow we find a way to go and take a look. Xia Tu, okay. The two returned the way they came. Their 3 rooms were next to each other. Xiao Mingang's room was next to the reception desk, Qi Ling and Qi Shiqi's were in the middle, and the innermost room was for Yuan Zhao and Xia Tuesday. It was still early, just past 8 o'clock. Xiao Mingang, who had slept all afternoon, couldn't sleep at all. His door was open, and he was watching the Frankenstein monster next door, head bowed at his desk, studying the rules of this contaminated zone. Why don't we just sleep with our doors open tonight? Xiao Mingang said to the 2 of them, when he saw them return. Yuan Zhao looked at him strangely. Are you scared? Just kidding. How could I be scared? Xia Mingong immediately retorted, saying bluntly, I'm just worried that you all be fast asleep and no one will care about the Frankenstein monster. Qi Ling was a mutant. What if he was controlled by the gatekeeper in the middle of the night and ate the Frankenstein monster? He entered the contaminated zone with him. If anything happened, his grandfather would definitely skin him alive. Don't worry, it won't happen. The captain will be on watch tonight. For some reason, Yuan Zhao suddenly thought of Fu Yu. What would this adorable, aloof girl who's afraid of ghosts do if she encountered this kind of superstitious, contaminated area? Chapter 524. You don't have to close the door, just remember to leave the lights on. Xia Tu said this, pulling Yuan Zhao into the room to rest, and closed the door behind him. The room had a double bed, and the window faced the corridor of the residential building behind it. Xia Tu lifted the curtains and looked down. The dark red old hot pot sign downstairs, its neon lights flashing incessantly, the building's outline indistinct in the light and shadow, lifeless and desolate. Xia Tu closed the curtains again, turned back, and made the bed for Yuan Zhao. Yuan Zhao went to the bathroom and looked around. It was just as empty as when she came in that afternoon, not even toiletries. The tap was dry. Yuan Zhao simply wiped her face with a wet wipe from her bag. When she came out, Xia Tu had already made the bed. He left her the bed against the bathroom wall. Get some rest. I keep watch tonight. Yuan Zhao nodded, kicked off her shoes, and lay down. Thoughts churned within her. She wanted to figure out as soon as possible whether memory storage would help her, so even though she wasn't sleepy, she forced herself to close her eyes. Xia Tu watched her lie down, turned off the room lights, and then quietly walked to the door and turned on the doorway light. The dim, old light poured down, providing a little illumination without disturbing her sleep. Perhaps he didn't want to disturb her drifting off. Xia Tu moved very quietly. He turned back to the window, sat on the bed, then put one leg over the edge, leaned against the headboard, and closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Cyber City, neon-lit nightscape, shrill broadcasts, the gimmicky memory hotel. And the shadow yet to appear. And this terrain. Xia Mingong found it strange, and Yuan Zhao sensed something amiss, but because it resembled the old era city so closely, it was overlooked by the Dawn base. A 2-star contaminated zone, with its gatekeeper still missing, suggested it might be something unexpected. At least not something familiar to people from the Wasteland era. Cyber-related technology? Time ticked by. Xia Tu heard Qi Ling urging Qi Shiqi to rest, and heard Xia Mingong humming a song in the bathroom, tapping lightly on the sink as if bored. The rustling sounds were amplified in the silent city, picked up by his senses. Gradually, the person on the bed began to breathe steadily, and the noise from next door ceased. Xia Tu slowly opened his eyes, turned his head slightly, and gazed at her peaceful sleeping face, watching her every move in her sleep. 2 phoenixes circled the curtains, perched on the windowsill, watching the night view. Suddenly, the little bluebird angrily ruffled its feathers and cursed downstairs. Ugh, trash, trash is here again. The phoenix, like a broken record, helped translate. Xia Tu nimbly went to the window and looked down. He saw the hot pot restaurant signboard, once again displaying the advertisement poster of that beautiful female celebrity. This time, the female celebrity's head wasn't lowered, it was tilted upwards, meeting Xia Tu's gaze. At the height of the 14th floor, Yuan Zhao definitely wouldn't be able to see clearly, but Xia Tu's eyesight was excellent. He clearly saw the slight upturn of her red lips on the screen. Xia Tu stared at the eyes on the poster for 3 seconds, then abruptly turned and went to the door, opening it a crack. Darkness filled the corridor. The doors to the 2 rooms next door were open. Xia Tu deliberately lowered his voice. Qi Ling, are you asleep? Not asleep. Captain, what's wrong? Qi Ling's voice came quickly. Xia Tu, go to the window and see if you recognize the person on the poster. A person? Hearing that someone had appeared, Qi Ling was so frightened that he quickly got out of bed and did as the captain said. The sound startled Xia Mingong, who was still awake. He had just appeared at the door when he immediately turned back into the room, seemingly also going to the window. Damn! What a scary scene. Xia Mingong's voice came from 2 rooms away. On the blood-red sign downstairs, there appeared a stunningly beautiful face with a half-smile. Seaweed-like black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her head tilted back, her eyes fixed on the windowsill of a 14th-floor room. Qi Ling pulled back the curtains, and was equally startled. It was quite far away. He shakily pulled out his binoculars from his bag and, suppressing his fear, carefully examined the person. Qi Shiqi leaned towards the window, instantly perking up. Let me see, is it haunted? He lived half his life and never seen a ghost. This trip to the contaminated zone was totally worth it. Xia Tu hadn't stepped out of the house. He bent down to check on the sleeping Yun Zhao, then went back to the windowsill and opened it. Next door, Xiao Mingang leaned on the windowsill, his tone regretful. I thought it was haunted, but it's just a poster. Huh? I think I've seen her before. Qi Ling murmured, holding up his binoculars. These words successfully made the two S-rank sentinels on either side turn around simultaneously. Qi Ling was somewhat dazed. She really was a star from my era. Seeing a familiar face, even if it was just a poster, made Qi Ling feel as if he'd been transported back in time. He couldn't quite recall the name. He only vaguely remembered that the actress was a third or fourth-tier domestic artist. She was beautiful, but her resources weren't great. She mostly got supporting roles, and her endorsements were the kind other actresses wouldn't consider. This poster, it looks like an endorsement poster. Qi Ling quickly composed himself, focusing intently on the actress on the screen. He said to Xia Tu, who was at the left window, there should have been an advertising slogan, but the gatekeeper deleted it. An advertisement? The problem is, how did a poster of an old-fashioned actress end up here? Qi Shiqi snatched the binoculars from Qi Ling's hand. He looked at it for a while, finding no signs of corrosion, and then confidently began to observe. Qi Ling shook his head. I don't know. Xia Tu lowered his eyes in thought, asking, do you remember any of her endorsements? Preferably related to cyber technology? The gatekeeper probably hadn't expected that there was a bug among these outsiders. Someone who recognized the actress on the poster. The poster wouldn't appear in the contaminated area without reason. Perhaps this was a clue. This stumped Qi Ling. He wasn't a fan of celebrities, so how would he know what a female star endorsed? I only seen her once, at a friend's birthday party. I can't even remember her name. Qi Ling paused, realizing this wouldn't work, and analyzed seriously, however, she's not a big star. She wouldn't get top-tier products, and big tech companies certainly wouldn't approach her. Smaller companies. Before he could finish, the female star in the neon sign suddenly disappeared. The screen's content changed back to old hot pot. That beautiful, delicate face seemed to have never appeared. Qi Ling suddenly froze. Xia Tu narrowed his eyes, thoughtful. No rush. Think about it carefully tonight. Oh. Okay, I think about it some more. Qi Ling thought that if only the old-fashioned internet existed now, a simple online search would reveal all her endorsements clearly. There seems to be an internet cafe down there? Qi Ling's eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly said, this contaminated area has electricity. Should we go down and try it? If there's internet, we can find out what endorsements she has. Chapter 525. Xiao Mingang was speechless. You really think the internet in the contaminated zone can connect to the old era? Even a 2-star gatekeeper doesn't have that ability. They can't even replicate the network itself. Qi Shiqi retorted, you never even been to the contaminated zone. How do you know if it doesn't exist if you don't go check? It's alright, it's alright. Sharing our opinions leads to better solutions, Qi Ling advised. He reached out to grab Qi Shiqi, but then, as if remembering something, his expression darkened, and he abruptly withdrew his hand. Xia Tu ignored their argument, and leaned halfway out to look at the internet cafe downstairs. Fire Phoenix had checked it out not long ago. It definitely had electricity. The computer should be able to turn on, but whether there was internet access was unclear. His spiritual form couldn't read, and wasn't smart enough to use a computer. Let's go check again tomorrow morning, Xia Tu said. Yun Zhao was asleep. He couldn't leave her behind, nor could he let Qi Ling and Qi Shiqi act alone. As for Xiao Mingang, Xia Tu wouldn't stop him if he wanted to go alone to look for clues. But clearly, Xiao Mingang didn't want to go down alone. His understanding of the old era was limited to books and a few videos. Going down wouldn't necessarily yield any clues. It was better to wait until tomorrow morning and call Qi Ling along. The group chatted by the window for a while, then quickly dispersed and returned to their beds to rest. The city returned to silence. Before falling asleep, Yun Zhao had already decided that if the gatekeeper couldn't activate her memories, she would kill it if it dared to enter her dream. But she never expected this. She dreamed of zombies after falling asleep. Those monsters covered in foul blood, looking particularly disgusting, monsters that even a wisp of spirit wouldn't want to touch. Yun Zhao was fully aware that she was dreaming. She hadn't lost her memory, nor had her memories been awakened. She was inexplicably chased by zombies for 2 blocks in her dream. The streets were all stairs, sometimes uphill, sometimes downhill. Yun Zhao felt like her legs were barely her own. Every step was incredibly heavy. The howls of the zombies behind her grew closer, the stench of decay seemingly lingering in her nostrils. She was struggling to run, nearly getting caught by the zombies several times. When Yunjiao opened her eyes, they were filled with wariness, only relaxing when she saw Xie-Tu's face. "I ran all night in my dream," Yunjiao said, quickly recounting the dream to Xie-Tu, afraid she would forget. After speaking, she carefully recalled everyone she knew, her life from Qinshan town to the base. Her tone was unreadable. "I don't think I lost any memories. I didn't encounter the gatekeeper or see my childhood self in the dream." She was clearly doing parkour in her dream. The map was still of the same city. They run laps over mountains and valleys, more tiring than training. Xie-Tu listened quietly, unscrewing a bottle of water and handing it to her. "I try this afternoon? Maybe the gatekeeper just doesn't dare touch you." Her mental strength was too powerful. The gatekeeper probably wouldn't dare enter her mental realm to probe her memory fragments. Yunjiao took a sip of water, neither agreeing nor refusing, as if pondering. "After I fell asleep, did anything unusual happen at the hotel?" "Nothing at the hotel, but something did happen outside." Xie-Tu described the face that appeared downstairs, the same face we bumped into at the front desk, only the pose on the poster was different. One head was looking upwards, the other downwards. Both times, their eyes met in a strange, unsettling way. Xie-Tu said, "Qi-Ling happens to know that person. She's a female celebrity from the old days." Yunjiao was taken aback. "Knows her?" Xie-Tu nodded. "Finally, we found a breakthrough. Let's go down and take a look after breakfast." Soon, noise came from next door. Everyone woke up. The night was peaceful and uneventful. What memory hotel? It's all a scam. Qi Shiqi, carrying Qi-Ling's bag, walked out of the room, his expression full of dissatisfaction. "It has absolutely no research value." Yunjiao also came out, carrying a bag, and turned to ask, "Did you dream?" Qi-Ling shook his head. He was a mutant. It seemed that after becoming a monster, he lost the ability to dream. If only he could dream. Upon hearing this, Qi Shiqi pulled out his notebook and showed it to Yunjiao. "I did. I encountered a bunch of monsters that were neither human nor ghost, so I just hid in my room and continued writing my research report." Yunjiao, writing a report in a dream? Her expression turned serious. "You dreamed about zombies too." "Zombies?" Xiao Mingang appeared, yawning. "I didn't dream about them." "What are they?" He slept all afternoon yesterday and couldn't sleep at all last night. He finally felt a little sleepy, but then he heard the neighbors getting up. Xie-Tu's gaze fell on Qi Shiqi, and he suddenly asked, "Professor Qi, do you remember what number this contaminated zone is?" "Number 24. "Do you really think I have amnesia?" Qi Shiqi glared at him, replying irritably, "Except for having a dream and not encountering the gatekeeper, I'm not so bad as to forget this." "You really dreamed about zombies?" Qi-Ling was a little nervous. Qi Shiqi shouldn't have seen a zombie before, so why would he dream about one? Yunjiao chimed in, "I dreamed about it too." At this, everyone looked over. Qi Shiqi's expression suddenly turned solemn. It seemed it wasn't a coincidence. "I don't know what it was. In my dream, I was in a bedroom, and there was a monster covered in blood wandering outside the door." Qi Shiqi sorted out the rest and recounted his dream, saying, "It looked even uglier than the mutants. I don't know if it was the zombie you were talking about. I knew I was dreaming, so I simply locked the door and stayed inside to continue analyzing the research data from the 24th. He woke up shortly after. Upon waking, he recalled his research findings, remembering them all clearly. Qi Shiqi assumed it was a side effect of using suppressants. "What you think about during the day, you dream about at night." Yunjiao asked again, was the map in the dream this contaminated area? She had seen zombies in room 111 before, and those things were so disgusting, the memory was still vivid. So she didn't find it strange when she dreamed about it. But now, two people were having the same dream, which was clearly a problem. Qi Shiqi's expression was serious. "I'm not sure. That room was very enclosed. I didn't open the curtains to check. However, according to the data from my research, the changes might be happening in places we don't know about. We must find the gatekeeper and get out as soon as possible." Hearing this, everyone decided not to delay any longer. One person, carrying a bag of bread, walked and ate as they went, searching for a way to the back street. There were staircases on both sides. One led to the reception area at street level, and the other led to an office building next door. They would be directly on the street outside. Even though it was right downstairs, they had to go through a huge detour to find their way back. 20 minutes later. They finally arrived at the residential street on the back. Chapter 526. The group headed straight for the neon-lit internet cafe. Pushing open the door, they were met with utter silence. A faint smell of dust filled the air, and the pale, lifeless light shone on rows of neatly arranged but empty computers. Qi Ling immediately sensed something was amiss. In the 22nd century, quantum computers were already widespread, yet these computer mainframes were still using traditional chips from the last century. The screens were ordinary flat-panel LCDs with thick bezels, the cases were bulky and outdated, as if they'd been moved from a history museum. These computers are too old-fashioned, they look like relics from the last century, Qi Ling said truthfully. Xia Mingong, never mind the antiques, let's see if they turn on. Qi Ling did as he was told, pressing the power button on the mainframe. The screen flickered a few times, and then the boot menu appeared. It actually works. Qi Ling muttered, the cyberpunk world is known for its technology. I thought the electronic products would be very advanced. Yuan Zhao landed on the cashier counter and said, looks like it's just the art style that's similar. Xia Tu glanced around and nodded, it's basically confirmed, the gatekeeper is imitating the cyberpunk style. Does this prove the real theme has nothing to do with cyberpunk? Qi Ling casually asked, staring at the activated screen. Not necessarily. Yuan Zhao said, it's possible its obsession is to create a real cyberpunk city. Because their current strength is insufficient, they can only use Chongqing's terrain to achieve a superficial resemblance. Thinking of the dream he had last night, Yuan Zhao was completely baffled. What could cyberpunk have to do with zombies? Qi Shiqi, his notebook always in hand, analyzed from a researcher's perspective. Judging from the Memory Hotel's promotional slogans, it's definitely not what it claims to be. I suspect the Memory Hotel is a setup, originally designed to store memories, but due to the gatekeeper's insufficient strength, deviations occurred. Only the two of us dreamed of the so-called zombies, while others didn't, indicating that the core obsession of the contaminated zone might resonate with some of our memories or perceptions. Resonance? Yuan Zhao lowered her head in thought. Qi Shiqi, this research fanatic, has countless theories about the contaminated zone in his mind. It's understandable that the gatekeeper could resonate with him. But she knows about zombies, because she saw them in the contaminated zone before. How could the gatekeeper have seen zombies and resonate with them? I say, is it possible that you're overthinking it? Xia Mingong had somehow climbed over the counter and was rummaging through a pile of posters. Because only the two of you slept last night, that's why only the two of you dreamed. Qi Ling is a mutant and doesn't dream. And Xia Tu and Xia Mingong, one on night duty and the other suffering from insomnia. Besides the three of them, there's only Yuan Zhao and the mad scientist. Shut up. Don't interrupt my train of thought. Qi Shiqi yelled at him, then turned around and, as if nothing had happened, continued taking notes and explaining rapidly. The cyber world and zombies seem unrelated, but if you think about it from the perspective of the contaminated zone, there must be similarities. Qi Shiqi asked, what is the essence of the zombie virus? Before anyone could answer, he gave the answer himself. It's uncontrolled replication and infection, and the underlying logic of the cyber world is precisely the infinite replication and spread of information. The infinite replication and spread of information? Hearing Qi Shiqi's words, everyone fell into thought. This seemed to be exactly what the gatekeeper did. Advertisements filled the city, misleading marketing tactics. In the old days, hiring female celebrities as spokespeople was also a form of marketing. This meant that in the old days, it was a product that needed advertising and a gimmick. Everyone felt they were getting closer and closer to the truth. The computer quickly booted up. Qi Ling saw the red X icon in the lower right corner and looked disappointed. No internet. An expected answer. The others didn't react much, still pondering Qi Shiqi's deduction. Xia Tu and Yuan Zhao went into the private room to check. Qi Shiqi couldn't stand Qi Ling's expression. It always reminded him of their unpleasant first meeting. Admittedly, Qi Ling was indeed a mutant. But Qi Shiqi had long realized that he was different from other monsters. Qi Shiqi offered a stiff reassurance, it's alright, try to remember, maybe you recall. Qi Ling was completely clueless. Technology products rarely use celebrities as spokespeople. My family's company never hires celebrities. Especially not a third or fourth tier celebrity with little fame. Qi Ling buried his head in thought. What could it be? Not far ahead of him, Xia Mingong was bent over, rummaging through the cashier's counter. The internet cafe in the residential building had a small counter. The front wall was covered with game posters, and the rest, where there was no space, was crammed into the cabinet below. Xia Mingong pulled out the posters and laid them out on the counter. He didn't recognize any of the games on them, and he couldn't even pronounce the bunch of English letters. What the hell is this? Xia Mingong slammed the game posters down on the counter, his voice filled with anguish. Were teenagers in the old days so idle? Didn't they have to study? Didn't they have to train? Before 5 a.m., I was dragged out of bed by my grandfather's guards, and made to stand in the northwest wind on the training ground. A stone tablet slowly emerged from behind him. Xia Mingong seemed to sense something, turned around, and angrily pointed at the stone tablet, saying, "Want to hit me again? Get this straight, I'm your master. You want to get hit for this too?" Bishi remained silent, only raising the stone tablet to smash it at him. Xia Mingong flipped over the bar to dodge. However, Bishi was one with him. The stone tablet was always behind him, and there was no way to dodge it. "You wait, see how I deal with you later." Ouch, ouch, ouch. How many times have I told you not to hit someone's face? If you ruin my devastatingly handsome face, how will I ever face anyone again? I'm sorry, okay? Go easy on me. Xia Mingong's transformation from tough to submissive took only 10 seconds. People darted between computers, each person louder than the last, instantly creating a chaotic scene in the internet cafe. Qi Ling's train of thought was repeatedly interrupted. A mountain of old-fashioned products, countless endorsements from various industries, not to mention some obscure brands he never even heard of. As a wealthy heir who paid no attention to the entertainment industry, how would he know which endorsements third or fourth-tier female celebrities could possibly have? He covered his ears, desperately trying to recall, but still couldn't make a dent. All he could hear was the noisy commotion of Bishi chasing and beating Xia Mingong. A strange irritation rose within him. Qi Ling looked up, intending to tell Xia Mingong to be quiet, but his gaze was suddenly seized by the pile of messy, faded game posters on the counter. The yellowed pages curled and peeled back, as if repeatedly caressed by countless hands. Qi Ling's expression froze, then he became agitated. I know what it is. Chapter 527. Yun Xiao and Xie Tu came out of the private room after searching it, and heard Qi Ling shout. The two quickly returned. The Bishi on the other side also stopped, and the stone tablet disappeared into thin air. What is it? Shi Shichi quickly asked. Qi Ling excitedly pointed to the pile of game posters on the bar. It's games. Games are also technological products. They rely on data, code, and virtual reality technology. Isn't this the most likely medium for the gatekeeper? Upon hearing this, Xie Tu quickly went to the bar and began searching through the pile of game posters. Everyone else gathered around. People in the Wasteland era were completely unfamiliar with games. On the contrary, Qi Ling was addicted to online games during high school and college. Whether it was a popular game on the market or an old game that was once hugely popular, he could describe some of the characteristics of the games even without playing them. Qi Ling's mind suddenly opened up. Top-tier celebrities never endorse games, especially those targeting teenagers. Only third or fourth-tier stars and has-been artists do. And most games can be eliminated. If a hot, beautiful female star endorses it, the majority of players are likely male. Male players like competitive games, which usually emphasize skill in combat, like MOBAs, FPSs, or fighting games. If it's related to cyberpunk, Chongqing, or technology. I remember. Qi Ling's eyes lit up. Ignoring the fact that the poster was held by the team leader, he snatched it away and, while flipping through it, said rapidly, if it's related to cyberpunk, I might know which game it is. Xie Tu readily gave him a seat. Qi Ling quickly flipped through the poster, but it wasn't there. The gatekeeper couldn't possibly reveal information, but who knew it would encounter Qi Ling, who was most familiar with the old era? Qi Ling realized it might be a game, and following that line of thought, many long-buried memories were unlocked. That game should be called Remains 2242, a post-apocalyptic survival holographic game made using a 1:1 replica of a real map of Chongqing. Qi Ling, it has two versions, a single-player version and an online competitive version. It's said to be a secondary creation based on a similar game from the last century, a holographic game. He hadn't played it. He only seen related videos online, and the impression wasn't deep. He hadn't immediately recognized it. The gatekeeper is a game? Xia Mingong rubbed his aching arm, his expression one of shock. The words on the broadcast seemed to offer an explanation. Welcome to the Cyber City, embark on a thrilling survival journey, come, contend with. And experience a familiar yet strange post-apocalyptic scene. It kept extending an invitation. But its game has no people, no monsters, so its obsession might have gone astray, leading to its worldwide advertising blitz. As a result, those who stumbled upon it interpreted it as a polluted zone born from an obsession originating in Chongqing. Damn, If he were the gatekeeper, he'd be furious. Brother, thank goodness you're here, otherwise no one could find this gatekeeper. Xia Mingong patted Qi Ling on the shoulder, genuinely praising him. So what if Xia Tu is powerful? He doesn't play old-fashioned games. He still can't find the gatekeeper. Xia Mingong felt he wasn't wrong. The two S ranks were evenly matched. Xia Tu glanced at him coldly, quickly looking away. Just a coincidence, just a coincidence. Qi Ling was a little embarrassed by the praise. Yuan Zhao pondered the possibility. What about the Memory Hotel? Qi Ling, holding the stack of posters, turned to her and shared her speculation. If we think of it as a game, it might be a save point. Players log off immediately upon arriving at the safe hotel, ensuring they won't be attacked by monsters the next time they appear. A single-player game? Xia Tu knew a little. Qi Ling nodded repeatedly, probably. The gatekeeper, to conceal his identity, hid some key information and replaced it with more cyberpunk-style advertising slogans. That's why it's called memory storage. If we follow the game's logic, Xia Tu said, the map here is Chongqing. But it's not real Chongqing. Because the terrain is exactly the same. People who have lived here for generations wouldn't think much of it, wouldn't think of it as a game. This contaminated area is a complete game map. Xia Mingong's intuition told him there was something wrong with the terrain. Xia Tu, however, was too familiar with Chongqing and overlooked these details. The zombies Yuan Zhao and Qi Shiqi dreamed of last night might also be part of the game. Thinking of this, Xia Tu tapped his fingers lightly on the bar counter. He accepted it well. Everyone makes mistakes. This time, he was careless, encountered a blind spot in his knowledge, and overlooked details because he was too familiar with the terrain. Yuan Zhao's expression was not good. She pursed her lips and remained silent. She learned that the Memory Hotel was just a misunderstanding caused by the gatekeeper altering her information. She felt an indescribable disappointment. The higher dimensional, he was like a sword hanging over her head. Yuan Zhao had been trying to find the gatekeeper who could awaken her memories and dispel the white fog in her mental realm as soon as possible. They initially thought the Memory Hotel would be a breakthrough, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Something doesn't make sense, Qi Shiqi said, quickly flipping through his notebook to the front. We didn't see any zombies when we came in. Those mutants, though acting strangely and circling around, were all covered in black slime. Xia Tu, following this line of thought, succinctly provided the answer. Not enough NPCs? To activate the cyber apocalypse, the gatekeeper needs a large number of monsters to act as NPCs. Without mutants, it's impossible to recreate the scene it desires. Qi Shiqi nodded, noting it down, acknowledging his idea. The mystery was instantly half solved. There's one last question. Qi Shiqi, eager to learn, stared down at their feet, determined to understand everything. The intelligence report mentioned the shadow never appeared. What's the shadow for? Xia Mingong said speechlessly, as long as we find the gatekeeper and eliminate it, nothing else matters. With the gatekeeper dead, the contaminated zone collapses. Why worry about the shadow? Qi Shiqi, a scientist who only cares about data, insisted on getting to the bottom of things. If we don't understand all the rules, what will we do if the Sentinels encounter a similar contaminated zone next time? Xia Tu raised his hand to check the time. The shadow hasn't appeared, so we don't know its function yet. Let's find the gatekeeper first, confirming the remaining rules as we go. Okay. Qi Ling was the first to agree, looking very enthusiastic. This contaminated area isn't large. After confirming the gatekeeper's attributes, finding it is only a matter of time. Everyone got to work immediately. Xia Tu first drew a simple map on the bar, detailing all the buildings and dividing them into 18 areas, preparing for a thorough search. The group began searching for the gatekeeper's whereabouts, using this street as the center. Outside, Jiangmu drove slowly to the outskirts of contaminated Zone 24. The sentries didn't dare stop him, and came forward to greet him. Captain Jiang. What brings you here? Jiangmu rolled down the window, and nodded in acknowledgement. After greeting them, he looked up at the shimmering gray fog. TSK, just a 2-star contaminated zone. 3 S ranks went in, and not a single one has come out yet. Chapter 528. The sentries exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Team leader Xia and his group had been inside for a day and a night, and they still hadn't come out. The situation inside was clearly not right. But 3 S ranks had already gone in. If even they couldn't handle it, going in would be pointless. Team leader Jiang, what brings you here? Guan Hong asked tentatively. Could it be that you also want to go in? Jiang Mu, his arm draped over the edge of the car, replied lazily, I'm not that free. I just came to test the data and take the kids for a drive. As he finished speaking, the body of the white jade beast gradually solidified, appearing above everyone's heads. It flapped its enormous wings, kicking up a cloud of dust, and swirled merrily in midair, playing around. Jiang Mu looked pleased. Look how lively the child is. Guan Hong, seeing the white beast's true form for the first time, exclaimed sincerely, an S-rank spiritual entity is indeed imposing. No wonder it's Captain Zhang's child. The other sentinels nodded in agreement. Jiang Mu was clearly in a good mood upon hearing their praise of the white beast. The sentinels were completely unaware that he had just lost 5,000 points in forestry losses, and had to take the white beast a little further away for some fresh air. This was a contaminated area. The mutated plants nearby were scarce. It couldn't possibly be artificially planted by the Dawn base again. Jiang Mu withdrew his hand, turned, and took out the instrument from the passenger seat, handing it to Guan Hong. Here, go help test the pollution concentration in the outer area. I'm too lazy to get out of the car. Guan Hong, clearly dealing with Jiang Mu for the first time and unsure of his temperament, readily accepted the instrument. Okay, Captain Jiang, leave it to us. The pollution concentration had recently risen, exceeding the highest peak in 20 years. Air quality monitoring was underway at all bases. Jiang Mu received a call from the minister that morning, requesting him to inspect the perimeter of the contaminated zone. Sufficient data was needed for comparison with the research institute regarding changes in the area's perimeter. Since he was going out with his child anyway, and wanted to check if Xie Tu had come out, he decided to make the trip. It was so hot outside. With readily available sentries, why bother getting out of the car? So, a squad of sentries stood at the perimeter of the contaminated zone, beginning to help test for dark matter. Jiang Mu rolled up the car window and sat comfortably in the air conditioning. Sweetie, go play. There were no annoying patrols here. The child could do whatever he wanted. The white beast happily agreed, circling above the car before flying to the opposite hilltop, wanting to find mutated beasts to play with. The child disliked dark matter, knowing it made him uncomfortable, and wouldn't approach it willingly. Meanwhile, on the opposite hilltop, two low-ranking sentries, guns in hand, crouched behind a small hill, watching for an unknown amount of time. That car also has an S rank. He Xiang and Cheng Dongqing stared, mouths agape, at the white she-beast flying towards them. What a strange-looking spirit. It had horns, a tail, and even wings. Its body was enormous, a truly magnificent sight in the air, the pale blue halo above its head flashing, complementing its large, long-lashed eyes. It was undeniably cute yet incredibly imposing. The white she-beast also noticed them, as well as the sloth perched on the tree trunk. Its small head drooped, its ears almost hidden in its fur, its two beady black eyes half closed, exuding a lazy air. The white she-beast had probably never seen a spirit like this before. The large eyes blinked, then it swooped down, its tail whipping around and hooking the sloth in the air. He Xiang was horrified. That's my spirit form. Let it go! The sloth, caught in the air, didn't react. To it, being on a tree or on its tail made no difference. The white she-beast, seeing the two sentries chasing below, assumed they were playing with it, and flew even more merrily. Seeing the two were running too slowly, it deliberately flew lower, kindly waiting for them as it flew. Cheng Dongqing, Shu. The two men and the spirit form were playing a game of cat and mouse on the hilltop. But with the spirit form in the air, they couldn't catch it at all. Stop running, Xiangzi, just forcibly recall the spirit form, Cheng Dongqing said. Why chase? The more they chased, the more excited the white she-beast became. He Xiang, his face filled with anxiety, said, I took it. I took it the moment it was captured. His sloth was slow to react, and hadn't received the signal yet. Cheng Dongqing pulled him to a stop. It's all right, just wait for it to go back. The white-haired beast flew a short distance, then, seeing they weren't chasing it, quickly turned back, its large eyes filled with confusion. The next second, the sloth's spirit form, its tail curled, dissipated and returned to the spiritual realm. The white-haired beast's eyes widened, its massive body landing in a cloud of dust in front of the two. Want to play more? What did it say? I don't know. Waiting for the sloth to translate would probably take more than 10 minutes. Cheng Dongqing looked at it with some envy, and S-rank sentinel's spirit form was in a public state. Using the process of elimination, a Qilin doesn't look like this. This must be the white-haired beast from Dawn Base. The townspeople had been to Dawn Base many times, but had never seen Jiang Mu. They never expected that their first encounter with the white she-beast would be at Dawn Base. Let's go, let's hurry over. He Xiang wasn't very curious. He pulled Cheng Dongqing back to where they had been, and continued to keep watch below. After returning yesterday, He Xiang went to the 12th floor to check, and Yun Zhao wasn't home. Aunt Zhao stammered, saying that Yun Zhao hadn't come back the night before either. Everyone in town had heard about Yun Zhao having a boyfriend. Judging from Aunt Zhao's attitude, she probably thought Yun Zhao was staying at Xie Tu's house, which was why she hadn't come back. He Xiang didn't dare say more, lest Aunt Zhao worry. He turned and went to the first floor to find Cheng Dongqing, pulling him out of the base. He tried calling Yun Zhao several times, but still couldn't get through, which was clearly abnormal. After discussing it, the two decided to go to the hill opposite the contaminated area to observe the group of sentries on the perimeter. They hoped the base personnel had been there for several days, and showed no signs of leaving. They were too far away. He Xiang and Cheng Dongqing couldn't hear what they were saying at all. They kept watch all morning, only to see a car approach. It was indeed the true form of the white she-beast. Jian Mu. The white she-beast looked at them suspiciously, wondering what they were doing crouching so furtively on the hill. It thought for a moment, then folded its wings and crouched down with the two, mimicking their actions, raising its head to look down. Its body was enormous. The small mound couldn't hide it at all. Its large head was exposed, standing out conspicuously on the barren hill. The high-ranking sentries below looked up. The white she-beast cheerfully raised its tail in response. "We've been exposed, haven't we?" He Xiang looked up speechlessly, meeting the white she-beast's gaze. Those large eyes were full of innocence. As if to say, it wasn't its fault. "Why are you following us?" Cheng Dongqing asked, puzzled. "Isn't Captain Jiang taking care of you? Can an S-rank spiritual entity be released so easily?" "Dongqing, look at the sky," He Xiang exclaimed. Cheng Dongqing looked up at the sound of the question. Above them, in the area shrouded in gray mist, the wisps of gray mist changed, suddenly and rapidly retreating and churning. Chapter 529. Those were signs of the contaminated zone collapsing. After confirming that the gatekeeper was a game called Remains 2242, Yun Zhao and his group spent 6 hours finally finding it at the so-called broadcasting station. The sentinels who had entered before had searched this place several times. As the intelligence stated, the gatekeeper was indeed not a broadcasting station. They ignored the other items in the room. The city is a game map, and the advertisements use volunteers and premium customers to replace players and NPCs? Xia Mingang couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder the other sentinels couldn't find it. I wouldn't have thought of that either." Those neon signs were too deceptive. Those who entered, like Qi Shiqi, focused almost entirely on the strange text on them. Yun Zhao nodded. "It doesn't generate resources." The first batch of resources was probably looted by the sentinels, who then left, unlike the players, who stay here to survive according to its programmed rules. It was too weak. Its unfulfilled desires breed resentment. Qi Shiqi was still troubled by the shadows. He couldn't understand what the shadows did. "There's nothing here except dark matter," Xie Tu explained. "The shadows must also be formed from dark matter, their purpose being to drag outsiders into the darkness, attempting to corrupt them and keep them here." Only this made sense. The intelligence described that only by hiding in the darkness could one escape the shadows. But everywhere was filled with neon signs. The so-called darkness was simply the area where dark matter was most concentrated. The gatekeepers were luring people into those areas. But those who entered were all sentinels, possessing some resistance to dark matter, and carrying guide hormones and inhibitors, as well as keys. Its power was insufficient to quickly erode the sentinels. Qi Shiqi sighed, "These are just your guesses." "Never mind, we found the gatekeeper. Let's not dwell on this. I go back and organize the data." Yun Zhao didn't delay any longer. She slightly raised her hand, and countless emerald green fluorescent light surged into it. No matter how the gatekeeper struggled, the spiritual threads firmly bound it, constantly devouring its power. Qi Shiqi witnessed the gatekeeper's demise for the first time, his state of extreme excitement, watching intently. The entire city shook. The gray sky was like a tattered cloth torn by an invisible giant hand. The turbid clouds began to disintegrate and dissipate. As large swaths of gray clouds fell, revealing the outside world, a blinding golden light pierced the sky, and scorching sunlight slanted down. The entire city trembled violently, the reinforced concrete buildings twisted and deformed like rotten wood in the wind, collapsing layer by layer. Xia Mingang stood with his hands in his pockets, looking up at the changes around him. So this is what the contaminated zone looked like before it disappeared. Those on the perimeter had already noticed the anomaly, and came to meet them. Seeing the 5 people emerge unharmed, Guan Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Huh? No mutants?" The Sentinels hadn't seen a single monster after the contaminated zone collapsed. Yun Zhao pointed at Xia Mingong. You have to ask him. Xia Mingong, I will give the mission report to Base Chief Xia truthfully, Xia Tu said slowly. Xia Mingong, Guan Hong smiled awkwardly. As the captain of the base's guard team, he was responsible for escorting the people to Dawn Base, and also staying behind to supervise the training. Unexpectedly, a moment of inattention led to another disaster caused by young Master Xia, requiring the Dawn Base to clean up the mess. Xia Tu saw Jiang Mu's car, and asked with his eyes why he had followed. Jiang Mu pointed to the opposite mountain peak, where a conspicuously large head was crouching. He had just received the data when the contaminated area collapsed. Luckily, the kid insisted on coming out to play, otherwise, if we had been a step later, we would have had to drive an extra 100 kilometers. Xia Tu frowned slightly. Is the concentration still rising? 31% now. The base requires us to inspect the dark matter outside the contaminated area and send back a few samples for comparison, Jiang Mu said. Xia Tu nodded. We talk about it when we get back. He glanced at the white mythical beast on the opposite mountain peak and paused. Beneath the white beast's massive head lay two motionless figures, strikingly familiar. Guan Hong and the others had already noticed them, assuming he was questioning their identities, and kindly said, that person came by yesterday. It seems to be a search team from the outer city of your base. He said his sister is missing, and he's out looking for her. The distance was too great. They were at the foot of the mountain. The gray fog in the contaminated area hadn't completely dissipated, making it difficult to see below. He Xiang and Cheng Dongqing saw Xia Tu by the car, but not Yun Zhao behind him. Xia Tu turned, gesturing for Yun Zhao not to come closer. Yun Zhao, confused, instinctively complied, following Xia Mingong to the tent area. The tents were set up in the shady, densely wooded area, a blind spot. Xia Tu looked up and waved at the two. He Xiang and Cheng Dongqing saw this, realizing they'd been discovered again, and ran as fast as they could. Is it Brother Xia on a mission? Could it be that he spotted our car and, fearing it might be stolen, notified Sister Yun Zhao to have someone guard it? That explains it, Cheng Dongqing said. That explains it. Sister Yun Zhao knew their car was parked down the mountain. He Xiang still felt something was off. Then why can't I get through to Sister Yun Zhao on the phone? How should I know? The two hurried down the mountain. The white she-beast followed closely behind, still confused about what they were doing. Your main body is leaving. You should go back quickly. Seeing it still following, He Xiang said to the white she-beast, we have to go back too, don't follow us. The white she-beast stared at He Xiang, letting out a woof, wanting him to let the sloth out to play. It hadn't seen the spirit form before, and seemed blank, wanting to play together. But He Xiang didn't understand. He muttered, Brother Xia won't tell Sister Yun Zhao, will he? The two hadn't done anything productive today, spending the whole morning squatting on the mountaintop. Cheng Dongqing put his arm around his shoulder. It's all right, just call him brother-in-law later, and we can talk things over. They hadn't worked today, so they hadn't driven out. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, two armored vehicles had already driven away, heading towards the base. Jiang Mu, darling, come back soon. The white beast heard the call, flapped its wings, and flew after them. Yun Zhao only learned that He Xiang and Cheng Dongqing were there after she got into the car. She paused, remembering that she hadn't replied to He Xiang's message before entering the contaminated area. We can't hide it for long. Why don't we go back and talk to them? Xia Tu suggested. Her identity was now public knowledge. The town search team had been at the base for a while, and sooner or later they would find out about her through other means. Rather than learning the truth from outsiders and causing everyone worry, it was better for her to tell them herself. Yun Zhao nodded slightly. Let me think about it. On the roof of the car, Qi Ling asked timidly, Captain, how much is the reward for killing the gatekeeper this time? Chapter 530. There were no supplies this time, so the points were easy to calculate. A 2-star mission guarantees 4,000 points, and killing the gatekeeper earns 10,000, totaling 14,000. If divided among 3 people, each person would get a little over 4,600. But Xia Mingong and Qi Shiqi were also there. Qi Ling wasn't sure whether to share the points with other bases. After buying meat yesterday, he only had a little over 1,000 points left in his card. Based on his meat-eating habits, this would only last him a few days. He might have to take out a loan for food again. But if he could get a little over 4,000, he could last until the next mission, and maybe even have some left over. He could return some of the rest to the captain. He still owed the captain 12,000. No need to share with them. Xie glanced at Chi sitting in the rearview mirror and replied, "Each base will calculate separately. Hopefully, the bases will know how to distribute Xiaoming's share." Ling sighed upon hearing this. "Can we collect it when we get back?" "Submit the mission report first." Xie, "I have something to do this afternoon. You write the report this time. If you don't understand anything, ask Song Liang." Ling nodded repeatedly. "Okay." Writing the report shouldn't be difficult. The sooner he finishes, the sooner he can collect the reward. Ling stayed on the roof of the car, preoccupied with the mission points, completely forgetting about the person sitting in the back seat. Xiaoming stayed there looking for his car. Chi didn't want to stay with him, so he simply got into Zero Team's car. He overheard their conversation. He realized that Ling seemed to be short of points. Chi hesitated, then, remembering the others were present, said nothing. The two vehicles quickly arrived at the training ground. In the spacious area, the sentries were conducting combat training. Seeing him return, they rushed over to inquire. "Were they eliminated on the 24th? Song Liang asked. Yuan Zhao opened the door and got out of the car, nodding slightly. Tao Hao burst into laughter. "Ha ha! I'm going to laugh at those guys in Team 2 later. Last time they went in and couldn't find the gatekeeper, they even said that whichever team could find him, the whole team would do a headstand and wash their hair." Duanqi chimed in, "We bring our cameras and watch." Zhou Tianqi was eager to try. "Can we go? I carry the cameras." Let's go now." I can already imagine them planting onions with their wet hair. "Continue training." "Who gave you permission to slack off?" Jiang Mu got out of the car, tossed the detected data to Qi Jun, and told him to send it back to the base. The others immediately wilted, not daring to resist at all, and obediently returned to training ground number 2 to continue. Ling was in a hurry to go back and write his report, so he took his robot down from the roof of the car. As soon as it landed, the robot emitted a mechanical sound and followed him back to the metal hut. "Professor Qi, are you coming into town with me?" Xie, his hands on the steering wheel, noticed Chi standing by the observation window, his gaze following Ling's steps. Chi paused for a moment, then pointed to the uniquely styled metal hut. "Is that his current home?" The metal house was located next to the training ground. A group of sentries trained outside, making it lively during the day. But at night, once everyone left, the hillside was deserted, not even a patrol could be seen. Chi asked, "Doesn't he feel lonely?" Xie, "Don't worry, I live here too. It's good to have company." Chi saw the robot enter the house, and remembering their earlier conversation, asked, "Is he short of points?" "I have some savings." Xie interrupted him, "I was just about to talk to you about this. I hope you won't interfere, and don't offer him any private assistance." Chi frowned slightly. "Why?" Xie looked straight ahead, his tone calm. Ling earned all his points himself. He doesn't need charity. Chi was about to say that it wasn't charity. Just then Yuan Zhao, standing beside the car, spoke up. Ling's current obsession is earning money to support himself. Once that obsession is fulfilled, no one knows what changes will occur in Ling. Chi instantly understood, his expression turning serious. What if he earns enough money? The rewards for killing the gatekeeper are extremely generous. This time, in a 2-star contaminated zone, he could earn nearly 5,000 points in a day. With 2 or 3 more missions, Ling would soon achieve financial freedom. What would happen then? Xie replied calmly, "Don't worry, he never earned enough." Perhaps fearing Chi wouldn't understand, Xie explained it clearly to him. "I heard from the research institute that he wants to modify his robot and asked someone at the logistics department about the price of parts." Xie tapped his fingers lightly on the edge of the car, his tone nonchalant. "The robot parts we brought out from Unit 320 last time had a mental energy scanning device inside. If he wants to take the robot on missions, he definitely need this function. The price is about 50,000. This was just a component." Chi, eh? Yuan Zhao gasped. So this was his real purpose in giving Ling the robot? That robot's model couldn't resist the corrosive slime, and the material wasn't durable either. If he wanted to modify it, it would definitely require major alterations. One part costs 50,000 points. How many points would Ling have to spend? Besides, the Zero Team brought it back. They could have easily kept one and given it to Ling for free. But Xie didn't say anything and handed it all over to the base. Did he already have that plan back then? Chi was speechless. With so many schemes, how could the simple-minded Ling be a match for him? "Alright, I won't interfere. Take me to the research institute. I go ask Dean Fu." Xie restarted the car, turned to look at Yun Xiao outside, his gaze gentle. The key is in the kitchen hut. Go back and rest if you're tired, I'll be back soon. Yun Xiao knew he was referring to the house key, kept in a small hut in the backyard where the kitchen utensils were. She knew the place. Yun Xiao nodded, watching Xie car drive down the mountain road. The weather grew hotter day by day. The ground was bleached white by the sun, heat waves rose, and the distant mountain ridgeline distorted slightly in the high temperature. Dust billowed across the training field. A dozen sentries were sparring in groups. Some were shirtless, sweat glistening on their bronze skin. Several were engaged in close combat, their punches powerful, and each strike sending gusts of wind through the air. Tao Haohao threw Duan Shi to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, laughing triumphantly. With your skill level, you think you can show off in front of the second team? Duan Shi grimaced as he got up. Pa! I was letting you win just now. The consequence of being distracted by eavesdropping on the captain and Professor Qi's conversation. Yun Xiao watched everyone train for a while, then instead of going to his house to rest, he turned and went into the air-conditioned training room. Jiang Mu was alone in the room, seemingly working on his computer. Yun Xiao sat down opposite him and sent a message to Xiang. I'm at the training ground halfway up the mountain outside the base. You and Cheng Dongqing come over. Xie is right. Rather than waiting for them to find out from others, she should take the initiative to clarify things.